Handsome, take me to the Panlong Hotel. I am a delivery driver, not a client. I urgently need to catch a cheating partner. Catch a cheating partner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang, forgetting that his next order was about to be late, excitedly urged the stunning woman in the red dress beside him, get in, get in, get in. Handsome, let me give you the fare now. I fear I won't have time later, Lin Shuai exclaimed as she plopped down in the back seat, pulling out her phone to transfer money to Xiao Yang. Shaking his head while starting the electric scooter, Xiao Yang replied, I don't want any money. Can I just watch while you catch the cheating partner? Just help me hold the mistress down, Lin Shuai insisted. Let's go. Xiao Yang, thrilled, drove Lin Shuai to the Panlong Hotel. After inquiring at the front desk about the room number, the two stormed to the door, brandishing the master key card. They swiped the card and entered boldly. Inside the room, a man and a woman were entangled in a compromising position. Startled by the sudden intrusion of Lin Shuai and Xiao Yang, they scrambled to clothe themselves. Gu Xiaohuan, we just got engaged, and you betray me with my best friend. You shameless couple, I will make you pay. Lin Shuai charged towards the pair on the bed, seizing her friend Wang Xiaoxiao by the hair and delivering a resounding slap. Gu Xiaohuan, dark-faced, intervened to shield Wang Xiaoxiao. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you say you would help me hold the mistress down? Lin Shuai turned to Xiao Yang, who was merely spectating, with a nod. Xiao Yang rolled up his sleeves, approached, and pinned Wang Xiaoxiao down on the bed, thoroughly enjoying the view. Her figure was simply stunning. Lin Shuai unleashed several slaps on Wang Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaohuan, agitated, shouted, let her go. As he rushed to pry Lin Shuai away, fuming with rage, Lin Shuai retorted, if you put a green hat on me, I shall do the same to you. With that, she seized Xiao Yan's hand and led him into the adjoining room, shutting the door behind them, and boldly shed her outer garment, kissing him passionately. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Stop talking, hurry. Lin Shuai forcefully pushed him onto the bed. As Xiao Yang attempted to utter something, Lin Shuai silenced him with her lips. Lin Shuai, you dare. Gu Xiaohuan, seething with fury, pounded on the door frantically. Just pretend nothing happened. I won't hold you accountable. Lin Shuai proceeded to strip both herself and Xiao Yang of all their clothing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xiao Yang abandoned all pretense, flipping over to take the lead. Outside, Gu Xiaohuan paced in desperation, kicking the door furiously, the sounds within driving him to the brink of madness, his rage boiling over. After several frantic laps around the area, he finally remembered to call a locksmith, who promised to arrive in half an hour. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang gazed at the enchanting figure of Lin Shuai on the bed, astonished to discover she was still a virgin. Click! At that moment, the door swung open. Gu Xiaohuan burst in like a maniac, witnessing Xiao Yang and Lin Shuai on the bed. He seized a nearby chair and hurled it violently at Xiao Yang's head, who instinctively tried to dodge. However, just as he was utterly exhausted and had not yet recovered, he was struck directly on the head, causing a severe injury that splattered blood onto a ring on his finger. The next moment, he lost consciousness and dreamt of an enchanting empress-like figure clad in ancient attire. She revealed that she had dwelt within Xiao Yang's ring for countless years, after 100,000 years. I have finally awaited a fated one. Little one, from this moment forth, you shall be my successor. I shall impart all my knowledge unto you, diligently cultivate, and assist me in my liberation at the earliest opportunity. With that, the magnificent beauty pointed at Xiao Yan's forehead, bestowing upon him a legacy. Remarkably, his eyes transformed into dual pupils. Suddenly, akin to waking from a nightmare, he opened his eyes wide, realizing he lay on a hospital bed. At that instant, his eyes inexplicably penetrated the walls, revealing the unclothed patients and nurses traversing the corridor outside. He could see their skin, downy hair, blood vessels, and internal organs. I have truly received a legacy. This is the power of X-ray vision. Just then, Lin Shuai entered the ward, and Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing a nosebleed. He quickly lowered his head, striving to steady his breath and regain composure. Noticing Xiao Yang had awakened, Lin Shuai approached the bedside with a flush on her cheeks, leaning forward with concern to check on his condition. As she bent down, Xiao Yang could no longer restrain his nosebleed, which embarrassingly flowed forth. With Lin Shuai leaning closer, it felt as though her ample bosom was suspended before him, and his X-ray vision allowed him to see everything in vivid detail, leaving him parched and yearning to reach out. What is wrong with you? Seeing the blood streaming from Xiao Yan's nose, Lin Shuai panicked, fearing his injury had not yet healed. Recalling how Gu Xiaohuan had struck Xiao Yan's head fiercely and the doctor's warning that he could become dull-witted, she felt an overwhelming guilt. I'm fine, just a bit overheated. Wiping his nose with his sleeve, Xiao Yang tried to mask his unusual state, yet Lin Shuai remained unconvinced, bending down to examine his head wound. only to be astonished when she discovered that the injury had vanished. How is your wound gone? Lin Shuai stared in disbelief. Xiao Yang touched the back of his head. After receiving the legacy, the wound had miraculously healed, and he now felt invigorated. I am well now. I can be discharged. No way, the doctor said your condition is dire and you require immediate cranial surgery. Lin Shuai insisted, firmly grasping Xiao Yang's hand to prevent him from leaving. Cranial surgery? I am already healed. Xiao Yang was taken aback, leaping from the bed. Look, I am truly better. After his explanation, Lin Shuai finally agreed to his discharge. She proactively exchanged contact information with Xiao Yang, saying, if anything arises, be sure to call me at once. Xiao Yang had just bid farewell to Lin Shuai when his team leader from the delivery service called him. Xiao Yang, where have you been all day? Hurry back to work, team leader. I wish to resign. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and replied without hesitation. He then abruptly hung up the phone and made his way to a nearby lottery shop. Since he had acquired the gift of clairvoyance, he believed he could surely see through the instant lottery tickets.
Chapter 2: The exquisite Qingbai jade figurine from the Shang dynasty, a replica from the Shang and Zhou periods, is valued at 500,000. Inside the lottery shop, Xiao Yang requested a stack of joyful encounters from the owner. Silently activating his X-ray vision, he scrutinized the tickets and discovered that he could indeed see through the scratch-off cards. A brief glance revealed that, apart from a few tickets with $20 prizes, there were no other significant winnings. Resolutely shaking his head, he turned his attention to the scratch-off cards behind the counter. In an instant, he discerned most of the offerings: joyful encounters, goal scored, big 7, flourishing red, and national treasure. He spotted prizes of $20, $100, and $500, but no grand prize. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a $20 joyful encounter that displayed a $1 million jackpot. His heart raced with excitement. Discreetly, he pointed to that ticket and said to the owner, "I'll take that entire stack of joyful encounters." "Certainly," the owner replied, handing him the bundle of 25 tickets. Xiao Yang paid $500 up front. He then moved to a nearby table, retrieved a coin, and began to scratch off the tickets. After finishing the other 24, he had won a total of $120. Suppressing his exhilaration, he scratched the last ticket, and indeed, it was $1 million prize. "Boss, I've won," he exclaimed, excitedly presenting the ticket to the owner. The owner took it, widened his eyes, and gasped, "1 million. Congratulations." Upon hearing of Xiao Yang's monumental win, the surrounding patrons gathered, incredulous yet filled with envy. "You'll need to bring your ID to the lottery center to claim your prize. But be aware that there's a 20 tax." Without hesitation, Xiao Yang made his way to the lottery center, followed the necessary procedures, and after paying the tax, 800,000 was directly deposited into his bank account. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered, "Mr. Xiao, your mortgage payment is overdue. Please settle it promptly, or your property will be subject to foreclosure and auction." "I will repay it immediately," Xiao Yang replied, ending the call. He opened his banking app and promptly made the mortgage payment for the month. Observing the remaining 1 million mortgage balance, he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to apply for early repayment. Just then, his mother called. "Son, during your university years, your father borrowed some high-interest loans, and those lenders have come seeking repayment. I know you've just started working and may not have much money, but we're truly at a loss here. Is there any way you could?" "Mom, how much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right now," Xiao Yang replied without hesitation, feeling confident with his 800,000. "Perhaps around 400,000? Why so much?" Xiao Yang gasped in disbelief. "Oh, it's been many years. The interest has compounded. They've threatened to seize our home if we don't pay." "Mom, don't worry, I'll send you the money right now." With that, Xiao Yang promptly transferred 500,000 to his mother, 40,000 for the debt, and the remaining 100,000 is for you and Dad. "Son, have you been engaging in dubious activities? The origins of this money are unclear. We cannot accept it." Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's sudden influx of funds, his mother grew increasingly concerned. "Mom, I won $1 million in the lottery today. The money is entirely legitimate. Please feel free to accept it." After much effort, Xiao Yang finally persuaded his mother to receive the money. Once he hung up the phone, he glanced at his account balance, which dwindled to 300,000, insufficient to cover the remaining mortgage of 1 million. However, with his newfound ability to see through objects, he contemplated utilizing this skill for scratch-off tickets or gem appraisal. With that thought, he made his way toward Panjiayuan, the most renowned antique market in the capital, attracting visitors not only from across the nation but from around the globe. having previously visited this place during his university days with his roommates. Xiao Yang was familiar with its layout. He quickly arrived at the antique street, flanked by numerous shops displaying a variety of antiquities. Yet, he was aware that the majority of items in Panjiayuan were replicas, mass-produced by factories, with only a select few being genuine, requiring a discerning eye to identify. Some experts could instantly discern the authenticity of antiques with a mere glance, but for most individuals, distinguishing between real and fake was more challenging than achieving a perfect score in mathematics. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang activated his X-ray vision and scanned the antique shops lining the street. In the blink of an eye, he perceived the contents of the stores, and to his astonishment, nearly all the displayed items were forgeries. Occasionally, he spotted a few genuine pieces, but their worth barely exceeded a few thousand. And on a lucky day, they might fetch 10,000, hardly worth his attention. Suddenly, he noticed a beautiful woman approaching, holding a piece of ancient jade as she made her way toward one of the antique shops. Quickly, he directed his X-ray vision toward the jade, and a wealth of information flooded his mind. A piece of Shang Dynasty white jade in the form of a crouching figure, high-quality replica, valued at 500,000. His heart raced at this revelation. This high-quality imitation of ancient jade was worth a staggering 500,000, and he felt compelled to acquire it. He hastened toward the woman, who had entered an antique store, and handed the jade to the proprietor. The owner examined it thoroughly, only to scoff in disdain. A forgery. Worthless, I won't buy it. Disappointment etched across the woman's face. She exited the store with the jade in hand. She proceeded to several more antique shops, yet each owner, seemingly in agreement, dismissed the jade's value. As the woman emerged from the last shop, her expression was one of utter despair. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Yang recognized an extraordinary opportunity. If he could secure the jade, it would yield significant profit. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace to catch up with her. As he walked, he pondered how best to approach the woman. He needed a strategy to purchase the jade. As Xiao Yang pondered, he closely followed the woman, his gaze unwavering from the ancient jade she held. Just as she emerged from an antique shop, her face etched with disappointment, a spark ignited in Xiao Yang's eyes. With a few quick strides, he approached her, extending his hand to grasp Ji Shui's. "Beautiful lady," he said earnestly, "may I have a glimpse of your exquisite jade?" Startled by his sudden advance, Ji Shui instinctively turned to him with suspicion, pulling her hand away forcefully. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Xiao Yang quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his expression sincere as he replied, "Please, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to purchase your jade." Chapter 3. The Western Zhou Double Phoenix Dragon Pattern Trapezoidal Ornament and accompanying jade. Ji Shui suddenly came to a realization, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Yet she still handed the ancient jade to Xiao Yang. Upon receiving the jade, Xiao Yang examined it meticulously. This piece of Shang Dynasty blue-white jade took the form of a crouching human figure, its texture warm and smooth. The intricacies of the facial features and bodily movements were rendered with remarkable precision, reflecting the jade carving craftsmanship and aesthetic values of the Shang era. Regrettably, it was merely a replica. Had it been authentic, its value would have been staggering. Nonetheless, even the replica held a worth of 500,000. After reaffirming the jade's value through his X-ray vision, Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement within him. However, he suppressed his exhilaration, striving to maintain a composed tone as he addressed Ji Shui. "My dear, how much do you intend to sell it for?" Ji Shui let out a soft sigh, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke slowly. "This ancient jade has been passed down in my family. My elders told me it was worn by my ancestors. I am truly at my wit's end. My mother is critically ill in the hospital and urgently requires 100,000 for surgery. If you can give me that amount, I shall part with it." After speaking, her expression turned somber, her hopes dwindling, especially since the owners of several antique shops had previously deemed the jade worthless. 100,000. Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. 100,000 was no trifling sum. Although the jade was indeed a treasure, its worth far exceeded that amount. Nevertheless, parting with such a large sum of money caused him some heartache, particularly since he remained uncertain about the accuracy of his X-ray vision. If it proved unreliable, that 100,000 could be in vain. He quickly calculated in his mind. He had 30,000 remaining in his phone balance, which would allow him to allocate 100,000 for the jade. Yet, he was unsure whether he could sell it for 500,000. After all, while the jade was valued at 500,000, he needed to find an informed buyer to convert it into cash. However, when he gazed into Ji Shue's desperate eyes and then at the warm jade in his hand, he clenched his teeth and thought, this is a gamble worth taking. This jade must yield a significant profit. He resolved to trust his X-ray vision just this once. Thus, he lifted his head, looked at Ji Shue earnestly, and declared, all right, my dear, 100,000 it is. Upon hearing that Xiao Yang was indeed willing to pay that price, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Ji Shue's eyes as she eagerly nodded and replied, thank you so much. You are truly a good person. Will you pay in cash or via transfer? My mother is waiting for this money to save her life. Observing Ji Shue's anxious demeanor, Xiao Yang smiled and said, let's do a transfer. All right, Ji Shue exclaimed, happily retrieving her phone. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang took out his device, swiftly tapping on the screen, and transferred 100,000 to Ji Shue. The sound of a notification echoed from Ji Shue's phone, indicating the receipt of funds. Her eyes lit up with the joy of salvation, and without a word, she turned to leave in haste. Just as Ji Shue was about to depart, a sudden influx of information surged into Xiao Yang's mind, an alert from his X-ray vision. In the realm of exquisite jade artifacts, a remarkable piece known as the Qing White Jade Human Figurine was complemented by another gem, the Western Zhou Double Phoenix Dragon Pattern Trapezoidal Ornament. The confluence of these two treasures could potentially double their value. Upon receiving this intriguing information, Xiao Yang felt a jolt of excitement surge within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed toward Ji Shue, urgency palpable in his voice as he implored, fair lady, please do not hasten your departure. Might I inquire if you possess another ancient jade in your family? Ji Shue, taken aback by Xiao Yang's fervent demeanor, furrowed her brow in surprise. Another piece of ancient jade? How do you know of it? She inquired. Indeed, I do possess such a piece, but it is no longer in my possession. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart sank, and he pressed further, not in your possession? Where might it be? Please, tell me, for I wish to acquire it. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Shue observed Xiao Yang's anxious expression and sighed softly. To be candid, I am in urgent need of funds for my mother's surgery. I have sold everything of value at home, including that piece of jade, which I sold to an elderly gentleman for a mere 50,000 yuan. I had no other options. Xiao Yang's heart tightened at her words, prompting him to inquire, do you recall what this elderly gentleman looked like? Ji Shue tilted her head in thought. Responding, he appeared quite spry, with white hair and a prominent black mole beneath his left eyebrow. He approached me, expressing interest in my ancient jade, and in my desperation for money, I sold it to him. As Xiao Yang absorbed this information, a sense of trepidation washed over him. In the vast sea of humanity, how could he possibly locate this elderly man? However, the Western Zhou Double Phoenix Dragon Pattern Trapezoidal Ornament was a companion piece to the ancient jade he had recently acquired. If he could reunite them, their value would indeed soar. Resolutely, he clenched his jaw and declared to Ji Shue, fair lady, where did you conduct the transaction with that elderly gentleman? Please share the address. Ji Shue furrowed her brow in contemplation before replying. It was at a rather shabby antique shop just down the street. That elderly man seems to be the proprietor of the establishment. Thank you. With the address in hand, Xiao Yang wasted no time in departing from Ji Shue, making his way toward the street she had indicated. Before long, he arrived at the street. Surveying his surroundings, he quickly identified a dilapidated antique shop nestled in a corner. The structure appeared on the verge of collapse, and within, an elderly man lay slumbering in a recliner, oblivious to the world around him. Upon catching sight of the old man, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with recognition. The elderly gentleman had white hair and a distinctive black mole beneath his left eyebrow, exactly as Ji Shue had described. This was indeed the man. With determination, Xiao Yang strode toward the old man, intent on devising a way to procure the ancient jade. He entered the shop directly, advancing toward the slumbering figure. The elderly man was snoring softly, entirely unaware of Xiao Yang's approach. Observing the peacefully sleeping man, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. To rouse him abruptly seemed rather impolite, and should the elder awaken in a foul mood, it could jeopardize Xiao Yang's chances of acquiring the jade. Thus, he hesitated momentarily, refraining from awakening the old man. Instead, he stood silently nearby, contemplating the prospect of waiting for the old man to rouse himself before proceeding with the transaction. However, the old man exhibited no signs of awakening. Remaining in slumber, Xiao Yang, unable to endure the wait any longer, realized that if he continued to delay, the sun would soon set. Consequently, he took a deep breath, extended a hand, and began to gently shake the old man's arm, which promptly stirred him from his sleep. The old man, bewildered, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Xiao Yang shaking his hand, exclaimed in irritation, "Who are you? Must you disturb my sleep? What is your purpose?" Chapter 4. Pretending to be my boyfriend to sell you the ancient jade after shaking the old man awake. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing your slumber, sir. The situation is as follows. I have a friend who previously sold you a piece of ancient jade. I would like to inquire if you might be willing to sell it back to me at a higher price." The old man, still grumpy from being roused, replied curtly, "What ancient jade? There is none. Leave me to my sleep." Noticing the old man's reluctance, Xiao Yang quickly added, "Please, sir, think carefully. That piece of jade is known as the Western Zhou Double Phoenix Dragon Pattern Tapered Ornament. You purchased it for 50,000 yuan not long ago, surely. It must ring a bell." At the mention of this, the old man's previously dazed expression shifted slightly, his face changing as he narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xiao Yang. He spoke slowly, "Oh, you mean that piece of jade? I have already given it to my granddaughter as a birthday gift." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a pang of anxiety and promptly asked, "Where is your granddaughter?" The old man, now on guard, retorted, "Why should I tell you? This is absurd. Go away and let me sleep." With that, he extended his hand to push Xiao Yang toward the door, eager to return to his nap. Though pushed back a few steps, Xiao Yang remained undeterred and stepped forward again, pleading, "Sir, I truly need that piece of jade. Please help me contact your granddaughter so I can speak with her." Impatiently, the old man replied, "How do I know you aren't a scoundrel? There are plenty of frauds these days. What if you use the pretense of buying jade to deceive my granddaughter? She is my only precious granddaughter. Stop wasting my time and leave." After contemplating his options, Xiao Yang pulled out his identification card and offered it to the old man, saying, "Sir, here is my ID. If it eases your mind, feel free to take a photo with your phone. I genuinely wish to purchase that piece of jade. And if your granddaughter is willing to sell, we can negotiate a fair price that ensures she does not suffer any loss. Could you please assist me?" The old man glanced at the identification card, hesitating for a moment. However, he remained unconvinced and stated, "Even if you are not a bad person, my granddaughter would never sell it. She is quite fond of that piece. You should just give up." Xiao Yang quickly responded, "Sir, how about this? Could you call your granddaughter first and briefly explain the situation to her? If she is unwilling, I will not pursue the purchase. What do you say?" After a period of silence, the old man weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Eventually, he sighed and said, "Fine, I will call her and ask. But I cannot guarantee she will want to speak with you." With that, the old man took out his phone to dial his granddaughter's number. Xiao Yang watched anxiously, silently hoping for a favorable outcome. Soon, the old man connected the call, and a sweet voice came through the line, "Grandpa, what's the matter?" Clearing his throat, the old man prepared to explain Xiao Yang's desire to purchase the ancient jade while expressing his own predicament of being cornered by the persistent young man. Thus, he made a phone call to inquire whether she would be willing to come and discuss matters. To his surprise, his granddaughter readily agreed, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sure, Grandpa. I'll come to see him right away." The old man was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a prompt response from her. After hanging up, he glanced at Xiao Yang and cautioned, "My granddaughter is on her way, so please do not entertain any notions about her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy and quickly nodded, assuring the elder, "Rest assured, sir, I am not that kind of person." Before long, Xiao Yang spotted a girl approaching with a high ponytail. She appeared to be around 20 years old, her long legs strikingly alluring, exuding a youthful vibrance reminiscent of a heroine stepping out of a comic book, and she had a delightful smile. She approached the old man, beamed at him, and chirped, "Grandpa." Her gaze then shifted to Xiao Yang, observing him with curiosity. Xiao Yang promptly stepped forward, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Xiao Yang. Your grandfather mentioned he had given you an ancient jade ornament in the shape of a trapezoid adorned with dual phoenix and dragon motifs from the Western Zhou dynasty. I have a keen interest in this piece. Would you consider selling it to me?" The girl tilted her head, appraising him from head to toe, her lips curving into a slight smile that revealed dimples as she cheerfully replied, "Sure. However, I have a condition. Today is my birthday, and you must accompany me to my birthday party and pretend to be my boyfriend. If you agree, I will sell you the jade afterward." Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Attending her birthday party and masquerading as her boyfriend presented a rather tricky situation. Yet, the thought of the ancient jade compelled him to ponder for a few seconds before resolutely agreeing. All right, I accept your terms. But is there anything specific I should be aware of while pretending to be your boyfriend? Gu Xiao, delighted by his acceptance, laughed heartily. Oh, there's nothing particularly special to note. Just act like a boyfriend. I will introduce you, and you can follow my lead. Just be sharp-witted. My friends are quite astute. Xiao Yang nodded helplessly. Fine, I will do my best. However, let us agree that after the party, you will sell me that jade. Gu Xiao confidently patted her chest and assured him, you can count on me. I keep my promises. As long as you perform well, the jade will undoubtedly be yours. The old man, observing their agreement, furrowed his brow and remarked, you young people really know how to stir things up. But Xiao, do not overstep. Do not put the young man in an awkward position. Gu Xiao playfully linked arms with her grandfather and sweetly replied, I know, Grandpa. You can rest easy. I have everything under control. Subsequently, she took Xiao Yang by the hand, leading him to the birthday party. As they walked, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of nervousness, contemplating how to effectively portray the role of her boyfriend. Before long, they arrived at the venue for the birthday celebration. It was an exquisitely decorated restaurant, already bustling with guests, laughter and joy resonating throughout the space. Upon entering, a throng of people immediately surrounded Gu Xiao. Xiao, happy birthday. How radiant you look today. The crowd showered her with compliments. Gu Xiao smiled and greeted everyone one by one, then gracefully linked her arm with Xiao Yang's and sweetly announced, This is my boyfriend, Xiao Yang. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Xiao Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Under the intense gaze of so many, Xiao Yang felt a wave of unease wash over him. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure, managing a faint smile as he said, Hello, everyone. Just then, Gu Xiao's close friend, Li Jia, approached with a puzzled expression, inquiring, When did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. Chapter 5. He cannot provide the life you desire. Only I can. Li Jia gazed at Xiao Yang and Gu Xiao with suspicion. As Gu Xiao's close friend, she was well aware of her romantic involvements, yet she had never heard of this Xiao Yang. Gu Xiao, maintaining her composure, said, We've actually been together for several months now. We just hadn't found an opportunity to formally introduce each other until today, coinciding with my birthday. As she spoke, she affectionately leaned closer to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang managed a faint smile, gently wrapping his arm around her waist in an effort to appear casual. Xiao, you wouldn't be pretending to have a boyfriend just to fend off Li Xiao's advances, would you? A girl in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, many curious eyes turned towards Xiao Yang and Gu Xiao, whispering among themselves. Gu Xiao felt a pang of anxiety, but remained poised as she replied, Of course not. Xiao Yang and I are genuinely in love. Please don't spread such nonsense. At that moment, a dapper young man in a suit approached, his brow furrowed and a hint of displeasure in his eyes as he looked at Gu Xiao. Xiao, do you really have a boyfriend? He inquired. It was Li Wei, who had been pursuing her. Gu Xiao calmly responded, Yes, Li Wei, I do have a boyfriend now. And I hope you will cease your pursuit. Li Wei glanced at Xiao Yang, whose attire seemed scarcely worth 100 yuan, and disdain filled his gaze. With a scoff, he remarked him, Come now, Xiao, don't joke. He is so poor. How can he possibly be worthy of you? Xiao Yang felt a surge of anger at this remark and was about to retort when Gu Xiao discreetly squeezed his hand, signaling him to remain composed. She then turned to Li Wei and declared, I don't care about his wealth. I love him, and that is enough. Unrelenting, Li Wei persisted, Xiao, if you were with me, I could provide you with the finest life. I can fulfill your every desire. What can he offer you? Xiao Yang could no longer contain himself and replied, Feelings cannot be measured by money. Gu Xiao tightly clutched Xiao Yang's arm and affirmed, Indeed, love is not quantified by wealth. Li Wei gazed darkly at Gu Xiao's hand intertwined with Xiao Yang's, coldly stating, Xiao, today is your birthday. I do not wish to create an unpleasant scene. However, I urge you to reconsider. He cannot provide the life you seek. Only I can. After giving Xiao Yang a penetrating look, he turned and walked away. Once Li Wei had departed, Gu Xiao pulled Xiao Yang into a corner and whispered, You must convincingly portray my boyfriend. There can be no mistakes. If the truth comes out, I want to sell you the ancient jade. Be cautious. Xiao Yang nodded helplessly, inwardly chuckling at the complexity of this charade. Yet, for the sake of that piece of ancient jade, he was determined to persevere. Suddenly, music began to play, and the party officially commenced. The host ascended the stage and proclaimed, "Today marks the birthday of our beautiful Miss Gu Xiao. Let us all wish her a happy birthday." The crowd erupted in applause, collectively exclaiming, "Happy birthday." Gu Xiao took hold of Xiao Yang's hand, leading him to the center of the stage, and addressed the audience. "Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. I am particularly joyful today, and I am grateful for your presence." With these words, she cast a heartfelt glance at Xiao Yang, who reciprocated with an affectionate gaze. Meanwhile, Li Wei observed the flirtatious exchanges between Xiao Yang and Gu Xiao with mounting irritation. His fists clenched in agitation. "Li Xiao, that Xiao Yang must have been summoned by Gu Xiao to provoke you. You mustn't take it to heart." A young man approached Li Wei, attempting to curry favor. "Find out who this Xiao Yang truly is." Li Wei inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Rest assured, give me 5 minutes, and I will promptly send you his information." The young man replied confidently. 5 minutes later, he approached Li Wei, excitement radiating from him as he declared, "Li Xiao, I have discovered that this Xiao Yang is merely a delivery man with no significant background. He only met Gu Xiao today and is not her boyfriend." Li Wei's heart soared upon hearing this. He then fixed a cold stare upon Gu Xiao, muttering to himself, "Do you think I will relinquish my pursuit simply because you brought a man to feign being your boyfriend? Even if he were truly your boyfriend, I would not concede. Shall I summon a few individuals to teach Xiao Yang a lesson and compel him to reveal the truth?" The young man suggested obsequiously. "Certainly." Li Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he nodded calmly. The young man then beckoned a few others eager to impress Li Wei, and they discreetly approached Xiao Yang. They gathered near him, feigning enjoyment while secretly observing his every move. "Keep a close watch. When he heads to the restroom, we will follow and deal with him," the young man whispered. The others nodded in agreement, and thus, they continued to monitor Xiao Yang in silence. At that moment, Xiao Yang was engaged in toasting with Gu Xiao. Typically unaccustomed to drinking, he found himself reciprocating every toast made in her honor, unwittingly consuming quite a substantial amount of liquor. Feeling a pressing need to relieve himself, he announced softly to Gu Xiao, "I need to use the restroom." Noticing his intent, Gu Xiao furrowed her brow and cautioned, "Make sure to return promptly. Don't take too long, or others may become suspicious." Xiao Yang nodded and turned towards the restroom. As soon as he departed, the young man, along with several others, feigned nonchalance and stealthily followed him. Upon entering the restroom, before Xiao Yang could even settle in, the young man and his companions swiftly encircled him, cornering him against the wall. Feeling a surge of unease, yet maintaining his composure, Xiao Yang regarded the young man with a steady gaze. "Xiao Yang, you are merely an actor hired by Gu Xiao to pose as her boyfriend, aren't you? Speak up. How much did she pay you? As long as you step outside and clarify that you are merely a pretend couple, we are prepared to offer you double the money. What do you say?" Xiao Yang's expression shifted, and he calmly replied, "I am uncertain of what you are referring to." The young man, upon hearing Xiao Yang's response, changed his countenance and stepped forward menacingly, threateningly stating, "Xiao Yang, I advise you to comply obediently. Do not provoke us with your defiance. Otherwise, we might just have to loosen your bones." As he spoke, he waved his fist in front of Xiao Yang. While the men beside him cracked their knuckles in anticipation, Xiao Yang remained composed. Ever since he had acquired the gift of clairvoyance, he realized that his body was growing stronger with each passing moment, no longer resembling his former self. He felt robust, akin to an ox, and regarded the visibly debauched individuals before him with disdain. A slight smirk graced his lips as he mockingly replied, "Oh, is that so? Then feel free to give it a try and see who truly loosens whose bones." The young man was utterly incensed by Xiao Yang's demeanor and bellowed, "Get him! Show this brat what we are capable of." Chapter 6. The Jade Pendant of the Green Three Rams. Qing Dynasty Jade Pendant, as the words fell. The group of men lunged at Xiao Yang like ravenous wolves. With a swift sidestep, Xiao Yang effortlessly evaded the first man's attack, then, leveraging the momentum, delivered a powerful kick that sent the assailant staggering backward, crashing to the ground. The remaining men paused momentarily, taken aback, but their numbers emboldened them, and they soon closed in again. Xiao Yang, discerning a flaw in one of the men, unleashed a punch that struck the man squarely in the abdomen. The man gasped in pain, doubling over and collapsing to the floor, unable to rise. Following this, Xiao Yang executed a spinning kick, toppling another man who charged at him. The youth, witnessing his companions being swiftly subdued by Xiao Yang, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet, he stubbornly proclaimed, "You dare to fight back? We are under the protection of young Master Li, and he will not let this go." In response, Xiao Yang seized the youth by his collar, lifting him effortlessly and smashing him against the adjacent wall, where his head met the surface with a resounding thud. Afterward, Xiao Yang tossed him to the ground and planted his foot firmly upon the youth's face, looking down coldly as he declared, "I grant you 3 seconds to leave immediately." The youth gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet, and aided his fallen companions as they slunk away from the restroom in disgrace. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Had he known that impersonating Gu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend would lead to such troubles, he would have refrained from attending. Yet, recalling the ancient jade, he steeled himself and resolved to endure. After settling the water bill, Xiao Yang exited the restroom with composure. Upon seeing him return, Gu Xiaoxiao hurried over and whispered, "Why did you take so long? Are you all right?" Xiao Yang smiled reassuringly, saying, "I'm fine, just encountered a few pesky flies, but I've dealt with them." Gu Xiaoxiao scrutinized him closely, noting he had come to no harm, then glanced at the disheveled youths emerging from the restroom. She quickly pieced together the situation, surprised that Xiao Yang had emerged unscathed while the others looked utterly defeated. "I'm so sorry, Xiao Yang. I didn't anticipate it would cause you such trouble. Rest assured, after the birthday banquet, I will sell you that ancient jade." Gu Xiaoxiao gazed earnestly at him. "That would be splendid." Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the youth, accompanied by his companions, approached Li Wei with a defeated demeanor. Li Wei observed the imprint of a shoe on the youth's face, his lips twitching slightly as he absorbed the news of their defeat at Xiao Yang's hands. "Young Master Li, Xiao Yang is incredibly skilled. We are no match for him. He is likely the bodyguard hired by the Gu family for Gu Xiaoxiao. Ordinary people cannot approach him, even in numbers." The youth cast a wary glance at Xiao Yang, who stood beside Gu Xiaoxiao, still haunted by the encounter. Li Wei, unfazed, replied calmly, "What if he is skilled? Without backing, he remains but an insignificant insect. Pay him no mind. I will have someone deal with him later." Li Wei approached Gu Xiaoxiao, holding an antique wooden box. "Xiaoxiao, this is a gift I have prepared for you. Please, open it and take a look." Wherever he went, Li Wei was the center of attention, and upon reaching Gu Xiaoxiao, he instantly captivated the gaze of everyone present. Gu Xiaoxiao accepted the wooden box he offered and opened it in front of all. In the next moment, the contents were revealed, a jade pendant. This jade pendant measured 4 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width, exhibiting a rich green hue, with deeper green accents in certain areas. It was rectangular with rounded corners, one side intricately carved with the auspicious 3 Yangs motif, while the other depicted mountains and grass. "Xiao, I know you have a fondness for antiques. This pendant, known as the Chui Senyang Pei, is an authentic piece from the Qing dynasty, valued at 5 million. It symbolizes good fortune and is a carefully selected birthday gift for you. I hope you cherish it," Li Wei proclaimed with confidence. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. A jade pendant worth 5 million, just like that? How extravagant. Truly, Li Xiao lives grandly. They murmured, their envy palpable, particularly among several women who cast jealous glances at Gu Xiaoxiao. Nearby, Xiao Yang, upon catching sight of the jade pendant, promptly activated his clairvoyance to discern its authenticity. Chui Senyang Pei, a high-quality imitation from the Qing dynasty, worth only 150,000, he thought, casting a peculiar glance at Li Wei, realizing he had just gifted Gu Xiaoxiao a counterfeit. Gu Xiaoxiao was equally taken aback by Li Wei's claim of the pendant's 5 million valuation, recognizing it as the most extravagant gift she had received thus far. Yet, she harbored reservations about Li Wei's character. His indulgent lifestyle and frequent womanizing were distasteful to her. Nevertheless, it was her birthday, and she felt compelled to accept any gifts presented. With a calm demeanor, she nodded at Li Wei, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your gift." Li Wei smiled, saying, "Xiao, you must wear this pendant. It will invigorate your spirit and greatly benefit your health." Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at the pendant he had given her, feeling a wave of disdain wash over her as she furrowed her brow. She had no desire to wear it. At that moment, Xiao Yang could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward to expose Li Wei's deception. "Li Wei, do not deceive people here. You brought an imitation and claimed it was genuine. Wearing this will not invigorate. Rather, it will harm one's health." What are your true intentions? Are you attempting to harm Xiao Xiao? Hearing this, Li Wei's expression darkened as he glared at Xiao Yang, his anger palpable. Xiao Yang, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. On what grounds do you assert that my pendant is a fake? I purchased it for 5 million from a connoisseur. How could it possibly be counterfeit? It is indeed a counterfeit, Xiao Yang replied matter-of-factly. What evidence do you have? Li Wei retorted, his gaze icy as he clenched his teeth. He could not fathom that the pendant he had acquired for 5 million could be a fake. Believing Xiao Yang was merely seeking trouble, Xiao Yang, unhurried, responded, evidence? It is rather straightforward. Observe the material of this jade pendant. It is indeed of superior quality, characterized by its warm, delicate texture and a natural, gentle luster. In contrast, your piece appears somewhat similar at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern its coarse texture and unnaturally artificial sheen, clearly indicating it is a synthetic imitation. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of the carving is rigid and lacks vitality, falling far short of the artistry found in authentic pieces. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize this as a counterfeit at first sight. As Xiao Yang articulated his analysis, the onlookers drew nearer, some of whom seemed to grasp the implications of his words. Nonetheless, they were reluctant to voice the truth, fearing the repercussions of offending Li Wei, which would serve no beneficial purpose for them. Li Wei, noticing the peculiar expressions on some faces, perceived that they might be inclined to agree with Xiao Yang's assessment. His demeanor darkened, and a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Had he truly acquired a fake? Yet, he remained obstinate, retorting coldly, "This is merely your opinion. You are intentionally slandering me, perhaps to showcase yourself in front of Xiao Xiao." Xiao Yang scoffed and replied, "If you remain unconvinced, we could enlist the expertise of a genuine connoisseur to authenticate the piece and ascertain the truth of my claims. Should this jade pendant prove to be genuine, I shall publicly apologize without hesitation. However, if it is indeed an imitation, you must refrain from pursuing Xiao Xiao further. What say you? Are you willing to take the wager?" Chapter 7. Dare to bet? Li Wei, provoked by Xiao Yang, found himself in a predicament. However, faced with so many witnesses, he could not afford to back down. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "A bet it shall be. Do you think I fear you?" He continued, "But should this jade pendant turn out to be authentic, you must not only apologize to me, but also leave Xiao Xiao immediately, never to appear by her side again." Without hesitation, Xiao Yang acquiesced, agreed. "It is settled." The crowd around them buzzed with excitement at the prospect of the wager. A young man beside Li Wei promptly retrieved his phone, contacting an expert in antique appraisal to facilitate the verification. In no time, an antique expert arrived. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Li Wei, and he approached with an amiable demeanor, greeting him warmly. "Li Xiao, it has been a while." Li Wei reciprocated the handshake with a smile. Observing this interaction, Xiao Yang's expression shifted. The expert's acquaintance with Li Wei posed complications. Li Wei, brimming with confidence, glanced at Xiao Yang and handed the jade pendant to the expert, stating, "Expert Zhang, could you please appraise this jade pendant? An insufferable person insists it is a counterfeit. I would appreciate your thorough examination." Expert Zhang accepted the pendant, producing a magnifying glass, and began his meticulous appraisal. He scrutinized the pendant from various angles, occasionally touching it, examining it for an extended period. After a while, Expert Zhang's expression altered dramatically. He discerned that the pendant was indeed a counterfeit, rife with flaws in both material and craftsmanship. Yet, fearing the repercussions of offending Li Wei, who wielded considerable influence, he resolved to compromise his integrity and utter a falsehood. Raising his head, he smiled at Li Wei and proclaimed, "Li Xiao, this pendant is undoubtedly authentic. Considering the exquisite quality of the jade and the craftsmanship, it is a rare masterpiece." Li Wei erupted in laughter, turning to Xiao Yang, and said, "Xiao Yang, what do you have to say now? Expert Zhang is an authority in this field. If he asserts the pendant is genuine, then it is. You must accept your defeat." Fuming internally, Xiao Yang pointed at Expert Zhang and retorted, "You are clearly lying through your teeth. This pendant is a counterfeit. You cannot possibly be oblivious to that. You are simply afraid of offending him, which is why you are deliberately misleading us." Expert Zhang's demeanor darkened as he responded, "Young man, one must speak with evidence. I have been in this profession for decades. How could your novice opinion surpass mine? I have made this determination based on my professional expertise. This pendant is indeed authentic. If you are dissatisfied, You may seek another expert for verification, but I assure you the outcome will be the same. The onlookers began to regard expert Zhang's assertions as credible, given his authoritative status, and their glances toward Xiao Yang were tinged with skepticism, suspecting he might be seeking trouble. Gu Xiao whispered to Xiao Yang, "Are you certain this is a counterfeit?" With unwavering confidence, Xiao Yang replied, "Absolutely. This pendant is indeed a counterfeit." Li Wei scoffed from the side, saying, "Xiao Yang, I see you're merely being stubborn. Expert Zhang has already verified this as a genuine artifact, yet you still refuse to acknowledge it. Apologize to me publicly right now and leave Xiao at once." Xiao Yang replied calmly, "Li Wei, do not revel in your triumph too soon. I shall now demonstrate the authenticity of this jade pendant." Li Wei disdainfully snorted, "Very well. I am eager to see how you intend to prove it." Xiao Yang cast a cold glance at Li Wei. "Do not rush. Since I have claimed I will provide proof, rest assured I shall make you a believer." He then reached for the jade pendant, his penetrating gaze fixed upon it. At that moment, Xiao Yang suddenly felt the spiritual energy within him, inherited through his penetrating vision, begin to stir restlessly, as if drawn by an unseen force. He soon sensed he could absorb the jade's essence. With a composed demeanor, he channeled the spiritual energy within him, attempting to resonate with the jade's inner essence. Gradually, the jade's spiritual energy was drawn into his body, and the pendant began to undergo a transformation. The originally vibrant green jade started to fade, ultimately turning white, resembling an ordinary stone. "What is happening?" At that instant, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Li Wei stared incredulously at the pendant, as though he had encountered a ghost. Observing Li Wei's astonished expression, Xiao Yang coldly remarked, "Li Wei, this pendant is merely a counterfeit. The jade within is artificially crafted. Now, do you have anything left to say?" After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Li Wei regained his composure and angrily retorted, "Xiao Yang, you must have employed some trick to damage the pendant." He remained unwilling to accept that the 5 million he spent on the pendant was for a fake. Xiao Yang snorted dismissively. "This pendant was a forgery from the outset. You were deceived without even realizing it. That so-called expert Zhang was clearly afraid of offending you. Hence he misrepresented the truth." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the onlookers glanced at the now worthless pendant and began to believe him. However, they dared not openly criticize Li Wei, whispering amongst themselves instead. Who would have thought that Li Wei would gift a counterfeit to Xiao? Was it intentional? Or was he genuinely deceived? If it weren't for Xiao Yang, we might have been fooled by Li Wei as well. The murmurs caused Li Wei's face to shift from red to pale. Xiao Yang's gaze shifted to expert Zhang. "You claim to be an expert, yet you misled us out of fear of Li Wei. Now, what do you have to say?" Expert Zhang, sensing the tension, forced a smile, rendered speechless. He cast a fearful glance at Li Wei. "Young Master Li, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Without waiting for Li Wei's consent, he hurried away. The crowd, witnessing this, became increasingly convinced that Xiao Yang was indeed correct. Li Wei had purchased a counterfeit. "Li Wei, accept your losses gracefully. Do not continue to pester Xiao." Xiao Yang coldly admonished. In response, Li Wei arrogantly glared at Xiao Yang. "Do you think I need your guidance? Who do you think you are?" Li Wei would never admit defeat. The phrase simply does not exist in his lexicon. He intended to resort to trickery, confident that Xiao Yang could do nothing to him. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, truly tempted to teach Li Wei a lesson. He was infuriatingly insufferable. Gu Xiao glared at Li Wei with indignation. "Li Wei, how could you gift me a counterfeit? This is utterly unacceptable." Li Wei hastily defended himself. Xiao, I had no idea it was fake. I genuinely spent 5 million on it. I never intended to deceive you. Please, do not misunderstand. I truly care for you and have changed so much. It has been ages since I last interacted with any woman. Is that so?" Gu Xiao regarded him with skepticism, unable to believe his words. Xiao, it is the truth. I swear on my life." Li Wei raised his hand in a gesture of sincerity. However, Xiao Yang, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, "Li Wei, you claim it has been a long time since you've been with a woman. Yet who is the one that planted the hickeys on your neck?" Chapter 8. The truth unveiled. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Li Wei was immediately struck with panic. Instinctively, he tugged at his collar, attempting to conceal the telltale mark on his neck. With a hint of guilt, he attempted to feign innocence, exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, what grass mark are you talking about on my neck? Do not slander me." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's accusation, Gu Xiao cast a suspicious glance at Li Wei's neck. striving to discern whether any evidence of the mark was present. The surrounding onlookers, too, turned their curious gazes toward Li Wei's neck. Xiao Yang let out a derisive laugh and challenged, "You claim there is no mark on your neck. Then why not unveil your shirt for all to see? Are you bold enough to do so?" Li Wei's frustration boiled over as he glared at Xiao Yang, fully aware that he could not expose his collar for all to witness. If the unmistakable mark were revealed, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Li Wei, show me your neck," Gu Xiaoxiao demanded angrily. She had always thought that Li Wei was merely persistently pursuing her. She never imagined he could engage in such indiscretions. Li Wei's expression shifted at Gu Xiaoxiao's words. If she were to see the mark, the image he had carefully crafted before her would be utterly destroyed. Yet, if he refused to let her see, her trust in him would surely dissipate. As Li Wei hesitated, Xiao Yang interjected, "What, are you afraid? While you cling to Xiao Xiao? You are entangled with other women outside. How repulsive." Li Wei shot an indignant glare at Xiao Yang, feigning innocence. "Xiao Xiao, do not listen to his fabrications. He seeks to sow discord between us. There is truly no mark on my neck. You must believe me." Gu Xiaoxiao felt increasingly disillusioned with Li Wei. "If you truly have nothing to hide, why are you reluctant to let me see?" At that moment, someone in the crowd suggested, "Li Wei, just show everyone. If there is nothing, it will clear your name." Others chimed in agreement. Li Wei felt as though he were being scorched over an open flame. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Fine, I will show you, but you must all apologize to me afterward, especially you, Xiao Yang." As he slowly pulled his collar down slightly, he did not fully reveal his neck. Just as the crowd leaned in to catch a glimpse, Li Wei abruptly covered his neck again, asserting, "See, nothing is there." "Xiao Yang, what do you have to say now?" Xiao Yang scoffed. "Li Wei, your guilty conscience betrays you. If you truly have nothing to hide, you should confidently reveal your neck for all to see." Gu Xiaoxiao added, "Li Wei, stop hiding. If you do not show me clearly today, I will never trust you again." At her words, Li Wei's heart quivered. Then, with a sudden flash of inspiration, he pointed to a young man nearby. "Xiao Xiao, I do have a mark on my neck, but it is not a grass mark. It is from a playful scuffle with him last night." The young man instantly caught on. "Indeed, the mark on Li Wei's neck was made by me. We can attest to this." The men behind Li Wei spoke without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that Li Wei would conjure such a rationale. Observing the support from those beside him, Li Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cast a fierce glare at Xiao Yang, questioning his motives for repeatedly slandering him. In response, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, maintaining his perceptive gaze. He not only noticed the hickeys adorning Li Wei's neck, but also discerned the presence of something within Li Wei's pocket. With an enigmatic look, Xiao Yang addressed Li Wei, "You claim that the hickeys on your neck were inflicted by them. Now, I must inquire about the woman's undergarments concealed within your pocket." A chill ran down Li Wei's spine upon hearing these words. He was baffled by how Xiao Yang had discovered the presence of women's underwear in his possession. This peculiar habit of his involved keeping a woman's panties as a memento after their encounters. Very few were privy to this secret, not even those closest to him. Yet, how did Xiao Yang know? He even questioned whether Xiao Yang had conducted an investigation into his life. However, he was certain that this was their first meeting, and they had been strangers until now. How could Xiao Yang possibly be aware of such intimate details? He could never confess, for doing so would irrevocably sever his connections with Gu Xiaoxiao. Thus, he feigned anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yang and retorting, "Xiao Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have women's underwear in my pocket? That is sheer slander." Xiao Yang, unfazed, replied, "You know better than anyone whether I speak the truth. If you are truly innocent, then reveal the contents of your pocket for all to see, and the matter will be clarified." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's assertion, Gu Xiaoxiao's complexion drained of color as she glared at Li Wei, demanding, "Li Wei, do you really have women's underwear in your pocket?" "Xiao Xiao, don't listen to his fabrications." "I do not," Li Wei protested, instinctively covering his pocket with his hand. His gaze frantic, unable to meet Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes. The surrounding crowd erupted in fervent chatter, their attention fixated on Li Wei's pocket, pointing and speculating. Could it be true? How could Li Wei engage in such behavior? Oh dear, perhaps there is some truth to it. Look at how flustered he is. Noticing Li Wei's reluctance to reveal the contents of his pocket, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. He then glanced at Li Jia, who stood a short distance from Li Wei. His perceptive gaze confirmed that Li Jia was not wearing underwear, but had donned a bra. Remarkably, The bra bore a striking resemblance to the underwear in Li Wei's pocket. They appeared to belong to the same set. If his assumptions were correct, the underwear in Li Wei's possession must belong to Li Jia, who, as Gu Xiaoxiao's close friend, had spent the night with Li Wei and given him her underwear. This revelation was too shocking to fathom. Li Jia, feeling the weight of Xiao Yang's gaze, instinctively took a step away from Li Wei, her heart racing. Li Jia, since Li Wei dares not retrieve the contents of his pocket, why don't you assist him in doing so? Xiao Yang suddenly suggested to Li Jia. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Li Jia trembled slightly, perplexed by his unexpected remark. Feeling guilty, she shook her head vigorously. I won't do it. Li Wei cast a worried glance at Li Jia, intending to divert the conversation. He turned to Gu Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, today is your birthday. Let us continue celebrating it. However, Gu Xiaoxiao was not inclined to let Li Wei off the hook. We can set aside the matter of my birthday, but I must know whether there are indeed women's undergarments in your pocket. With that, she strode towards Li Wei, preparing to inspect his pocket. Chapter 9. The imitation of the Western Zhou double phoenix dragon pattern. As Li Wei noticed Gu Xiaoxiao approaching, he instinctively took a step back and quickly signaled to those around him. In an instant, they positioned themselves in front of Gu Xiaoxiao. With a cold tone, Gu Xiaoxiao commanded, step aside. However, the group looked sheepish and did not budge. Xiao Yang, seeing the obstruction, decisively strode over and forcefully shoved them aside with his shoulder. He then advanced to Li Wei's side, firmly gripping his shoulder, allowing Gu Xiaoxiao to proceed with her search. Xiaoxiao, I've got him restrained. You can search him yourself. Li Wei, pinned by Xiao Yang, found himself unable to break free and threatened venomously. Xiao Yang, let go of me. Yet, Xiao Yang paid him no heed, maintaining his grip to render Li Wei immobile. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao arrived before Li Wei without hesitation and began her search. Xiaoxiao, don't. Li Wei panicked, attempting to evade her reach. Just then, Xiao Yang tightly seized Li Wei's wrist and applied pressure. A sharp pain shot through Li Wei's wrist, leaving him unable to escape Gu Xiaoxiao's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiaoxiao slipped her hand into Li Wei's pocket and extracted a pair of women's underwear, causing an immediate silence to envelop the scene. Li Wei's complexion drained of color, becoming as pale as a sheet, and he felt his world collapsing. Shaking with rage, Gu Xiaoxiao glared at the underwear in her hand, unable to fathom that Li Wei could stoop to such despicable actions. Li Wei, do not ever pursue me again. I never wish to see you again in my life. Li Wei, with a ghastly expression, pleaded, Xiaoxiao, this is a misunderstanding. I have no idea how that underwear ended up in my pocket. Someone must have planted it. I do not wish to see you anymore. Leave, Gu Xiaoxiao declared, utterly disillusioned with him. Li Wei's expression shifted as he hastily glanced at Li Jia, signaling her to intercede on his behalf. After all, Li Jia was Gu Xiaoxiao's close friend, someone with whom she shared everything and often heeded her advice. Feeling guilty yet compelled, Li Jia mustered the courage to speak. Xiaoxiao, I think you should give Li Xiao a chance. Perhaps he truly is innocent. Gu Xiaoxiao frowned at Li Jia's words. Jia, you witnessed everything. How could you believe he is innocent? Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Yang interjected, Li Jia, if you continue to defend Li Wei, could it be that the underwear from his pocket actually belongs to you? Li Jia hurriedly shook her head. It's not mine. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Yang in confusion. Xiao Yang, are you mistaken? Li Jia is my close friend. How could her underwear possibly be in Li Wei's possession? Xiao Yang spoke with unwavering certainty. Xiaoxiao, if you doubt my words, you can accompany Li Jia to the restroom to verify. If I'm not mistaken, Li Jia is currently not wearing any underwear. Li Jia, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, was filled with indignation and exclaimed furiously, Xiao Yang, how could you utter such despicable and shameless remarks? Gu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and looked at Li Jia with suspicion. Jia, please do not be so agitated. Since Xiao Yang has said this, it must be based on some truth. Come with me to the restroom. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's words, Li Jia's heart raced even more. With a quivering voice, she replied, Xiaoxiao, how can you possibly believe what he says? He is merely an outsider. We have been close friends for so many years. He is deliberately sowing discord between us. How could I possibly not be wearing undergarments? How scandalous it would be if that were to spread. I shall not go. I cannot afford to lose face. Xiao Yang, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh and remarked, Li Jia, spare us your pretense of pity. Your guilt is glaringly obvious. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, those around him nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his statement. Immediately, all eyes turned to Li Jia, awaiting her decision. Li Jia cast a furtive glance at Li Wei, silently hoping he would devise a solution. However, Li Wei appeared equally anxious and helpless, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Li Jia's steadfast refusal, Gu Xiaoxiao resolved to cease her futile discourse and forcibly escort her to the restroom. She called out to several women, saying, "Sisters, I kindly ask for your assistance in bringing Li Jia to the restroom." The women nodded in assent, converging upon Li Jia, grasping her arms and clothing with urgency, dragging her towards the restroom. Li Jia struggled desperately, exclaiming, "Let me go. Smile, you cannot treat me this way. I am your closest confidant." At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was hardly concerned with anything else. She clutched Li Jia's arm tightly, insisting, "Jia, stop struggling. This matter must reach a conclusion today." Amidst the crowd's tugging, Li Jia was gradually dragged towards the restroom. She continuously turned her head to glance at Li Wei, hoping he would intervene, but Li Wei merely stood there, uncertain of what to do. Soon, Li Jia was forcibly pulled into the restroom by the group. Xiao Yang watched the restroom with a smile, his keen eyesight instantly discerning the situation within. Inside the restroom, Li Jia was desperately resisting. However, her struggles were futile in the presence of Gu Xiaoxiao and the other women. Before long, they had stripped her evening gown away. The moment Gu Xiaoxiao caught sight of the bra Li Jia was wearing, she trembled. It matched the underwear she had taken from Li Wei's pocket. Subsequently, she lifted Li Jia's skirt with determination. In the next moment, she beheld everything. Li Jiayu. Gu Xiaoxiao was filled with rage. Indeed, Li Jia was not wearing any underwear. All of this serves to validate Xiao Yang's assertions. The truth has finally been unveiled. With a sharp slap, Gu Xiaoxiao struck Li Jia's face with great force, causing one side of Li Jia's visage to swell significantly, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. "Li Jia, you deceitful wretch. I foolishly regarded you as a close friend." Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxiao, accompanied by several women, mercilessly assaulted Li Jia. In the end, Li Jia lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Gu Xiaoxiao severed all ties with her former friend, declaring them strangers from that moment onward. Taking a deep breath, she emerged from the restroom alongside several other women, her spirit for celebrating her birthday completely extinguished. She chose to ignore Li Wei, instead linking arms with Xiao Yang and leaving the scene without a backward glance. Once outside, Gu Xiaoxiao led Xiao Yang into a bar, ordering an array of drinks. "Xiao Yang, I am grateful to you for revealing the true nature of Li Wei and Li Jia. I shall uphold my promise to you. This piece of ancient jade I bestow upon you," she declared, presenting him with a replica of a Western Zhou double phoenix dragon-patterned ornament. Chapter 10. The Imperial Mansion. Billion Yuan Villa. Xiao Yang accepted the imitation Western Zhou double phoenix dragon-patterned trapezoidal ornament that Gu Xiaoxiao handed him. With his keen perception, he discerned that it was indeed the accompanying jade of the imitation ornament he held. At this juncture, both pieces of ancient jade were in his possession, perfectly complementing each other, their combined worth potentially doubling. A solitary piece of ancient jade was valued at 500,000. Thus, the two together could fetch 1 million. However, when united, their worth could exceed 2 million. The sole regret was that both ancient jades were mere high-quality replicas. Had they been authentic, their value would soar into the tens of millions. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he been able to find the genuine articles, he could have instantaneously transformed into a millionaire. Nevertheless, these two replicas were commendable, valued at least at 2 million. Suppressing his inner excitement, Xiao Yang carefully stowed the ancient jade away. With the items secured, he prepared to take his leave, but Gu Xiaoxiao insisted on his company for a drink. Concerned for her safety in a bar alone, he acquiesced and remained to drink with her. After a while, both felt the effects of inebriation. Xiao Yang rubbed his temples, and at that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly embraced him, exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, it's my birthday today. Thank you for keeping me company." "Xiao Yang, you're intoxicated. Let me take you home," he replied, rising unsteadily but supporting Gu Xiaoxiao as they prepared to exit the bar. The two stumbled out, and Xiao Yang hailed a taxi parked at the roadside, assisting Gu Xiaoxiao into the vehicle before joining her. He inquired about her residence, intending to escort her home first. "Imperial Mansion," Gu Xiaoxiao replied, her head tilting as she nestled against Xiao Yang's shoulder and fell asleep. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Xiao Yang, though he could not place it. As Gu Xiaoxiao leaned against him, A delicate fragrance mingled with the scent of alcohol wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. The taxi driver soon arrived at the imperial mansion. As Xiao Yang helped Gu Xiaoxiao out, he realized he was standing in a luxurious villa community. The imperial mansion, Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was one of the most opulent enclaves for the wealthy in the capital, a place where only billionaires could afford to reside. Each villa in the imperial mansion was a standalone structure, with prices starting at 100 million and the best-located houses reportedly beginning at 1 billion. Xiao Yang could hardly fathom that Gu Xiaoxiao lived in such a place. She was indeed a genuine heiress. Swiftly, he assisted Gu Xiaoxiao to a standalone villa, which was of average standing within the imperial mansion. "Where's the key?" Xiao Yang gently shook Gu Xiaoxiao awake. She blinked, her eyes sparkling, and replied coyly, "In my pocket." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang glanced at her jeans and reached into her pocket to retrieve the key. In an instant, his hand brushed against Gu Xiaoxiao's thigh, soft and warm, causing his heart to race. Gu Xiaoxiao shivered at the contact, her ears flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze, biting her lip and avoiding Xiao Yang's eyes. He took a deep breath, finally managing to extract the key from her pocket, unlocking the villa's grand entrance before guiding Gu Xiaoxiao inside. Xiao Yang supported Gu Xiaoxiao as they entered the living room. Casting a glance at the bedroom door nearby, he gently guided her into the bedroom. Upon reaching the sanctuary of the room, he delicately placed Gu Xiaoxiao onto the bed and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao unexpectedly wrapped her hand around his neck, pulling him down onto the bed with a sudden strength. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, finding himself sprawled upon her. He sensed his hand pressing against something soft, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that it rested upon her ample bosom. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Despite her petite appearance, he was astonished by her abundant endowment. Feeling a surge of panic, he attempted to rise, but Gu Xiaoxiao ensnared his head in her embrace, holding him tightly. Instantly, he felt enveloped in warmth, soft and comforting. Yet, he struggled to breathe, sensing the onset of suffocation. As he fought to free himself, Gu Xiaoxiao playfully bit his earlobe. "Xiao Yang, don't go. Stay with me tonight. I'm afraid alone," she whispered, her warm breath caressing his ear. A shiver ran down his spine, and his breath quickened. Coupled with the effects of the alcohol he had consumed, his eyes reddened as he lost control. Subsequently, he pulled Gu Xiaoxiao tightly into his embrace, his gaze burning with desire as he looked down at her, longing to claim her right then and there. Gu Xiaoxiao met his gaze, sensing the fierce intensity within his eyes, as if he intended to devour her whole. A flicker of fear mingled with a hint of anticipation ignited within her. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she licked her lips, and then, with a boldness that surprised even herself, she leaned in and seized his lips in a kiss. Xiao Yang's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Throughout his life, he had been the model student, avoiding fights and early romances, dedicating himself solely to his studies. Thus, he had never experienced love or had a girlfriend. Although some girls had pursued him, his poverty had deterred him from reciprocating their affections. Despite having shared a bed with Lin Shuer, it was she who had led the encounter, and he had remained oblivious to the nuances of romance, never having kissed before. Consequently, he found himself bewildered by Gu Xiaoxiao's kiss. Yet, as a man, he instinctively responded to her advances, albeit awkwardly. To his surprise, he soon realized that Gu Xiaoxiao was equally inexperienced. It appeared that this was her first kiss as well. They kissed for what felt like an eternity, their clumsy attempts resembling two novices fumbling through the act, leaving them both flushed and breathless, yet with little progress. Having never engaged in such experiences before, he recalled the adult films he had watched with classmates during late-night sessions at the internet CAF, where the couples seemed to extend their tongues. Thus, he tried to pry open Gu Xiaoxiao's mouth. However, she stubbornly clenched her teeth, and despite his efforts, he could not succeed. Frustration mounted as he pondered how the reality differed so starkly from the cinematic portrayals. Why was this so difficult when the movies depicted it with such ease? However, he soon shifted his attention elsewhere, gazing at Gu Xiaoxiao's flawless figure, his hands instinctively caressing her. Gradually, he found himself unsatisfied with the current situation. He instinctively reached to unfasten the button of Gu Xiaoxiao's jeans, yet it proved stubbornly resistant, tightly secured. No. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly regained some clarity. Realizing what Xiao Yang was attempting, she grasped his hand, urging him to cease his efforts. Yet, Xiao Yang paid her no heed. One hand held hers firmly while the other persistently endeavored to undo the button. Chapter 11. The Auction House of the Imperial City. Ultimately, Xiao Yang found himself unable to unfasten the button of Gu Xiaoxiao's jeans, and with her incessant resistance, he had no choice but to relent. Thus, he continued to embrace Gu Xiaoxiao, showering her with kisses. After half an hour, Xiao Yang began to feel a bit dizzy. The effects of the alcohol he had consumed were now surfacing. His eyelids felt heavy, and he was overwhelmed by fatigue. The following morning, as Xiao Yang opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Gu Xiaoxiao nestled in his arms. Momentarily taken aback, he recalled that after escorting her home the previous night, they had ended up in bed together, yet he could not recall the events that transpired thereafter. He glanced down at his attire, finding himself clad only in his underwear, and upon observing Gu Xiaoxiao, he noted that her top had mysteriously vanished, while her jeans remained intact. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao awakened, her eyes meeting Xiao Yang's gaze, which was inadvertently fixated on her chest. "Ah," she exclaimed, quickly pulling the nearby blanket to cover her body. As she nestled under the covers, she realized her upper body was bare, while her jeans were still on, which brought her a sense of relief. Then, memories of the previous night flooded back, after both had become intoxicated. It was she who had taken the initiative to pull Xiao Yang onto the bed and had also been the one to kiss him. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not raise her gaze to meet his. Recalling their intimate exchanges, she was relieved to note that they had not crossed the final threshold of their relationship. The fact that Xiao Yang was unable to unfasten her jeans brought her a mix of amusement and delight. We didn't, actually go all the way, did we?" Xiao Yang asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone as he looked at Gu Xiaoxiao's intact jeans, recalling his earlier attempts to unbutton them. The thought of this incident becoming public filled him with a sense of humiliation. "Probably not," Gu Xiaoxiao replied, her face aflame as she shook her head. She discreetly shifted her legs, discovering that there was no discomfort, contrary to what her friends had described about a woman's first experience being painful. The absence of pain assured her that she remained unblemished. "By the way, let's agree that what happened last night stays between us. We'll pretend it never occurred," Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly declared, lifting her gaze to meet Xiao Yang's, her face still flushed, but her expression resolute. "All right, okay," Xiao Yang stammered, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Feeling increasingly awkward, he hastily dressed, eager to escape the situation, and exclaimed, "I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now." Watching Xiao Yang flee, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Once he had departed, she realized she had forgotten to add him to her contacts. Hurriedly donning her clothes, she dashed after him, only to find that Xiao Yang had already vanished, leaving her with a tinge of disappointment. Although nothing transpired between them last night, the departure of Xiao Yang left Gu Xiaoxiao pondering whether they would meet again. In this era, lacking contact information renders it exceedingly difficult for one to encounter another. Sigh. Gu Xiaoxiao exhaled softly, retreating to her room, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her heart. "Gu Xiaoxiao, what are you contemplating?" Suddenly, she resolutely shook her head. After all, she and Xiao Yang had merely met once, and it could hardly be classified as love at first sight. Was it not simply the absence of exchange contact details? It was not a monumental issue, and she swiftly regained her composure. She reassured herself that if fate permitted, they would cross paths again. Should they fail to meet in the future, it would merely signify that their destinies were not intertwined, and they would serve as fleeting passers-by in each other's lives. Upon exiting the gates of the luxurious Dihao Yiping community, Xiao Yang paused by the roadside and glanced back at the villa behind him, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. The memory of returning home with Gu Xiaoxiao while intoxicated stirred a wave of emotion within him. However, upon recalling that Gu Xiaoxiao resided in such a villa valued in the millions, he acknowledged the vast chasm that lay between them. Her family background far surpassed his own. He was but the son of a poor man, existing in a different realm altogether. Although a tinge of melancholy lingered in his heart, he took a deep breath and steadied his emotions. He had encountered similar situations numerous times during his school years. Many girls had confessed their feelings to him, yet he had never reciprocated, particularly those from affluent families. He understood his own poverty and felt unworthy, fearing he would only hinder their lives. Thus, this sense of melancholy was not new to him, and he adeptly adjusted his feelings. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the 2 pieces of ancient jade he had purchased at a bargain yesterday, still untested for their worth. He believed that these jade pieces, if sent to auction, could fetch over 2 million. He resolved to sell them without delay. Casting a lingering glance at Dihao Yiping, he turned and departed. At that moment, his aspirations for wealth surged to a zenith. Once, he had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity, aware that significant opportunities were beyond his reach. Yet now, with his newfound ability to see through objects, his perspective had shifted. Possessing the power to appraise treasures granted him the prospect of becoming affluent. Who wishes to remain impoverished throughout their life? Not him. He yearned to be wealthy. He did not want to miss opportunities to respond to the affections of the girls he admired due to his financial constraints, repeatedly letting chances slip away. Clenching his fists, he hailed a taxi and made his way directly to Panjiayuan. The Panjiayuan antique market thrived during the day, bustling with antique collectors and tourists from across the nation. Upon arriving at the antique street, Xiao Yang prepared to visit an auction house to ascertain whether he could sell the jade pieces in his possession. Soon, he arrived at the renowned D Capital Auction House, one of the most prestigious auction houses in the country, boasting branches nationwide and a formidable reputation for professionalism. Xiao Yang entered the auction house lobby, and soon a young and beautiful female staff member approached him with a professional smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired. "Hello. I have 2 pieces of ancient jade that I would like to auction through your esteemed establishment," Xiao Yang replied directly, presenting the jade pieces. Upon seeing them, the young woman's eyes sparkled with interest, and she politely responded, "Sir, we need to authenticate your ancient jade. Please follow me." With that, she gracefully swayed her slender waist as she led the way. Xiao Yang silently secured the jade pieces and followed closely behind her. Unable to resist the allure of her curves, he momentarily activated his X-ray vision, indulging in the sight before quickly deactivating it and entering the authentication room with the enchanting lady. Chapter 12. The Master Appraiser inside the appraisal room. A beautiful woman gestured towards a distinguished elderly gentleman and said to Xiao Yang, "Sir, this is Mr. Zhang, our esteemed master appraiser at the auction house. He needs to verify the authenticity of your antique jade." Xiao Yang nodded and willingly presented the 2 pieces of jade to Mr. Zhang. After receiving the jade, Mr. Zhang examined them meticulously, even employing a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. Eventually, a frown creased his forehead as he glanced at Xiao Yang and sighed, "Young man, if only these 2 pieces were genuine." Understanding that Mr. Zhang had discerned the jade to be replicas, Xiao Yang felt a deep respect for his appraisal expertise. "Mr. Zhang, could you tell me the value of these 2 pieces?" Xiao Yang asked directly. Mr. Zhang scrutinized Xiao Yang and replied, "Although these are merely replicas, their worth is still remarkable. Particularly since they are a pair, their combined value could reach around 2 million. If auctioned, they might fetch an even higher price. However, auctions are fraught with risks. They could either fail to reach 2 million or not sell at all." At this juncture, Mr. Zhang looked at Xiao Yang and continued, "If you are inclined, I can authorize a direct purchase of 2 million right now. Alternatively, we can arrange for an auction, but you would need to wait a while for promotional preparations." Upon hearing Mr. Zhang's proposal, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation. The valuation from his clairvoyance was indeed 2 million, and Mr. Zhang's offer was not arbitrary. While an auction might yield a greater sum, it also carried the risk of failing to sell and required time for organization. After deliberation, Xiao Yang decided to sell directly. He turned to Mr. Zhang and said, "Mr. Zhang, I will sell them to you." "Very well, I shall arrange for the transfer immediately." Mr. Zhang responded with satisfaction. He promptly informed the beautiful staff member about the transaction. After obtaining Xiao Yang's bank account details, it wasn't long before 2 million was transferred. Upon checking his phone, Xiao Yang found his balance had increased by 2 million, stirring excitement within him. This marked the second considerable sum he had earned since acquiring his clairvoyance. Previously, he had won 800,000 from a lottery, given his mother 500,000, spent 100,000 on one of the antique jades, and was left with 200,000. With the recent 2 million added, he now had a total of 220,000, officially a millionaire. "Young man, should you come across any antiques in the future, feel free to bring them to our auction house. I will assist you with free appraisals and organize auctions." Mr. Zhang said with a warm smile. "Absolutely," Xiao Yang replied without hesitation. He intended to continue discovering treasures through his clairvoyance and selling them. And the auction house was indeed a commendable choice, known for its excellent reputation and professionalism. After departing from the auction house, Xiao Yang did not leave Panjiayuan, but resolved to continue seeking hidden gems there. though he currently possesses over 2 million in the imperial capital. Such an amount is scarcely sufficient to purchase a mere restroom. The thought of acquiring a restroom reminded him of the 1 million in mortgage debt that still loomed over him. Since graduating from university, he had diligently worked to secure a home in his hometown, allowing his parents to reside there while he toiled in the imperial capital to repay the mortgage. Now, with newfound wealth, he promptly deposited 1 million into the account designated for settling his mortgage. Subsequently, he applied for an early repayment through an app, anticipating approval, so that next month's automatic deduction would clear his debt. With that settled, he ventured towards the antique street, eager to employ his discerning eye for hidden treasures. As he passed an antique shop, his perceptive gaze unexpectedly fell upon a familiar figure. At that moment, his sight was enhanced, rendering anyone he beheld nearly transparent, regardless of gender. There, he recognized a distinctive tattoo, a butterfly adorning the shoulder of a woman with her back turned towards him. This tattoo was all too familiar. It was Lin Shuer. Xiao Yang's expression grew peculiar as he recalled that day at the hotel when Lin Shuer, seeking vengeance against her unfaithful fiancé, had pulled him into an adjacent room and initiated an intimate encounter. In that moment, as he had been behind her, he had caught sight of the butterfly tattoo, a vivid memory now resurfacing. He hadn't expected to encounter Lin Shuer here, and an air of awkwardness enveloped him. Although they had shared a moment, they were essentially strangers without further connection, prompting him to wish to avoid her. However, just then, Lin Shuer turned and exited the antique shop, her gaze meeting his, and they found themselves momentarily locked in a stare, both faces flushing with color. "Hello," Xiao Yang awkwardly greeted her. Lin Shuer, equally flushed, nodded in acknowledgement. "What a coincidence. What brings you here?" "I came to try my luck, hoping to find a hidden gem," Xiao Yang replied, scratching his nose. "Are you knowledgeable about appraisal?" Lin Shuer inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest as she stepped closer to him. Instantly, Xiao Yang caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, and memories of their passionate encounter at the hotel surged in his mind, causing his breath to quicken. "A little," he replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. For some reason, proximity to Lin Shuer stirred an uncontrollable urge within him to embrace her, perhaps due to their shared history. "That is wonderful. Could you help me select an antique? My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and I wish to gift him something special, but I lack the knowledge of appraisal. Would you assist me?" Lin Shuer exclaimed, grasping Xiao Yang's hand as though it were a lifeline. She had spent over an hour wandering the antique street, apprehensive of purchasing a counterfeit due to her inexperience, and now, hearing that Xiao Yang had some expertise, she was eager for his guidance in choosing the perfect antique. As Xiao Yang felt Lin Shuer embrace his arm, he was immediately struck by the astonishing pressure emanating from her bosom, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. His heart momentarily swayed. Nevertheless, he quickly regained control of his emotions and nodded at Lin Shuer, affirming his willingness. Possessing the ability of X-ray vision, appraising antiques was hardly a challenge for him. Moreover, given their unique relationship, assisting Lin Shuer in selecting an antique was merely a trifling task. Additionally, he was genuinely inclined to help her. "That's wonderful, thank you," Lin Shuer exclaimed, her excitement causing her to shake Xiao Yang's arm. However, she soon realized the intimacy of their closeness, and, feeling shy, she released her grip, her face flushed and her gaze cast downwards, radiating an enchanting allure. Chapter 13. The Purple Clay Peach-Shaped Teapot. Genuine articles from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Xiao Yang gazed at Lin Shuer, whose beauty was almost intoxicating, and found himself yearning to embrace her passionately. However, reason cautioned him against such impulses. Although they had shared an intimate moment, their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. He took a deep breath, suppressing his desires. Soon after, he followed Lin Shuer into an antique shop. "What kind of antique are you looking to purchase?" Xiao Yang inquired. "My grandfather will celebrate his 80th birthday next week, and I wish to buy an antique that symbolizes my heartfelt intentions for him," Lin Shuer replied earnestly. "In that case, you might consider jade antiques. Jade represents warmth and longevity, embodying auspicious meanings such as the jade rui, jade longevity peach, or jade gourd. Of course, porcelain is also a fine choice, with patterns that conceal blessings of longevity," Xiao Yang explained to Lin Shuer. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer nodded with delight, feeling fortunate to have found someone so knowledgeable. "Let us explore the jade antiques," she exclaimed, pulling Xiao Yang towards the jade section, where she began to select carefully. Before them stood a row of jade rui, exuding a sense of antiquity. However, Xiao Yang's discerning eyes quickly revealed that they were all forgeries, impeccably crafted replicas that could easily deceive the untrained eye. Yet, for Xiao Yang, these counterfeits were transparent. Lin Shuer picked up a jade ruby and approached Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, what do you think of this jade ruby? She asked. Upon inspection, Xiao Yang shook his head. This jade ruby is a forgery. It will not do. Disheartened, Lin Shuer set the jade ruby aside and began to choose another attractive piece. But Xiao Yang continued to shake his head. Noticing her persistence, he leaned closer and whispered, all these jade ruby are forgeries. Do not select any. Lin Shuer turned back in astonishment to look at Xiao Yang, then glanced at the entire row of jade ruby, realizing that they were all imitations. How outrageous. Xiao Yang, surely there must be some genuine articles among them? She exclaimed, unable to fathom the extent of the deception. In Panjiayuan's antique market, out of 10,000 items, 9,999 are fakes. Finding a genuine piece is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Let us seek out another antique shop, Xiao Yang remarked, having surveyed the shop with his keen insight and deducing that nearly all items were imitations. Even the few authentic pieces he spotted held little value, worth at most a few thousand, far from the price range suitable for a birthday gift of significance. Lin Shuer had previously expressed her desire for a genuine article valued at least in the hundreds of thousands, and ideally, a hidden gem worth millions. Very well. Lin Shuer acquiesced and followed Xiao Yang out of the antique shop. They soon entered a store specializing in jade, where the inventory was predominantly jade ruby, jade longevity peaches, and jade gourds. As Lin Shuer approached a row of jade longevity peaches, preparing to select one, Xiao Yang came over to inform her, these are all forgeries as well. There is no need to choose. She then made her way towards the jade gourd section. With a swift glance from Xiao Yang's penetrating vision, he discerned that all the jade gourds were mere fakes. Let us proceed to the next establishment. After meticulously examining the antique shop's collection, which was entirely composed of imitations, he guided Lin Shuer out of the store. They then ventured into a porcelain shop. Upon reaching the section adorned with the character for longevity, they beheld an array of plates and bowls, as well as porcelain vases embellished with motifs such as pine and crane for longevity and peach of immortality. These exquisite decorations were directly associated with the theme of longevity, and the porcelain itself was relatively well preserved. Alas, a fleeting scan through his clairvoyant sight revealed that these porcelain items were all counterfeit. Many were mass-produced in factories, merely resembling antiques in appearance, yet holding little monetary value. Let us move on to the next shop, Xiao Yang remarked, having observed that this store did not possess what they sought. As they departed, Lin Shuer could not restrain her curiosity and inquired how he could ascertain that those antiques were fakes with just a glance. Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for an answer, for the existence of his extraordinary vision was a secret he could not divulge. He could only concoct a vague excuse. It's merely my experience. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer widened her eyes, unable to counter his reasoning, and ultimately chose to obediently follow Xiao Yang to the next antique shop. They traversed several more antique stores, yet none yielded suitable finds. At that moment, as they exited another shop, Xiao Yang spotted an elderly woman setting up her stall in a nearby alley. The stall was adorned with a plethora of vintage trinkets, among which a purple clay teapot shaped like a longevity peach captured Xiao Yang's attention. This piece, dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, was authentic and valued at 3 million. The instant his penetrating vision fell upon the porcelain, a surge of information flooded his mind. Elated, he realized that after such an arduous search, he had stumbled upon a genuine treasure at this seemingly ordinary stall. Without hesitation, he approached the elderly woman's display, casting his gaze upon the teapot. Its design, embodying the longevity peach and pine tree, combined both practicality and aesthetic appeal, making it ideal for tea-loving elders. Lin Shuer, puzzled, followed Xiao Yang to the elderly woman's stall. Observing Xiao Yang's intense focus on the porcelain, she felt a flicker of excitement within her. Recognizing that he had likely discovered something of great value, she remained composed, determined not to disrupt Xiao Yang's plans. After scrutinizing the porcelain for a few moments, Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the seated elderly woman and inquired, "Grandmother, what is the price of this porcelain piece?" The elderly woman, noticing Xiao Yang's interest in her porcelain, beamed and said, "Young man, this porcelain has been passed down through my family for generations. If you wish to purchase it, I would require 5,000 yuan." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. The price was not exorbitant for such an item. However, he could not acquiesce immediately, for the old woman might reconsider and raise her price. Thus, he feigned reluctance and replied, "Grandmother, 5,000 yuan seems a bit steep. I genuinely admire this porcelain. Could you perhaps lower the price a little?" "Young man," she earnestly responded, "I am not a professional vendor, but my family is facing some difficulties. Selling this cherished heirloom for 5,000 yuan is quite reasonable. I cannot reduce the price further." Xiao Yang, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding the truth of her claim. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, "Grandmother, how about I offer you 3,000 yuan for it?" Chapter 14. Descendants of the Eight Banners. Former martial champions. The elderly woman shook her head, insisting, "Young man, I can only sell it for 5,000. My family is in urgent need of money. I cannot lower the price." Seeing her steadfastness, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Lin Shuer, noticing his expression, whispered in his ear, "Xiao Yang, could this porcelain be genuine?" Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively, responding softly, "Then let us buy it," Lin Shuer declared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang glanced at her but remained silent. Lin Shuer then turned to the elderly woman and smiled, saying, "Grandma, 5,000 it is. I shall purchase it." As she prepared to transfer the money via her mobile phone, the elderly woman shyly replied, "I do not possess a smartphone. Do you have cash?" Both Xiao Yang and Lin Shuer were taken aback. In today's society, it is common for people to carry no cash, relying solely on their phones. Just then, the elderly woman pulled out an old keypad phone, one that could only make calls and send texts. "Xiao Yang, please wait for me. I will go withdraw some cash." Lin Shuer decisively turned and headed to the nearest bank. Fortunately, there were several bank branches along Panjiayuan Antique Street, and she chose the closest one while Xiao Yang stayed behind, conversing with the elderly woman and holding the porcelain. During their exchange, Xiao Yang learned that these items were indeed old relics from the woman's family. She shared that her ancestors had once been descendants of the Eight Banners and had produced martial champions, though they had fallen from grace. Now, her grandson was preparing to marry and required a dowry of several 100,000. Thus, she had no choice but to sell her family heirlooms to help save for the dowry. "I have only one grandson. He is the sole heir of our family. I would sell anything to ensure he marries. Our lineage must not die out." Through their conversation, Xiao Yang understood the elderly woman's deep-rooted beliefs in lineage and the continuation of her family line. "By the way, Grandma, do you have any other antique items at home?" Xiao Yang inquired suddenly, pondering that the objects she had brought to sell might not be the only treasure she possessed. "I have quite a few more. I bring some to sell each day, while the rest remain at home," the elderly woman replied. "Grandma, may I visit your home to take a look?" Xiao Yang's eyes brightened. "Not today. I still have to sell these antiques. Perhaps tomorrow?" The elderly woman hesitated. "Very well. Please share your address with me, and I will come by tomorrow." The elderly woman readily provided her address, revealing that she lived in a Sihiyuan, a traditional courtyard residence. Such properties in the capital are exceptionally valuable. Within the first ring road, they can be worth fortunes, with well-located Sihiyuans fetching billions. However, most native residents of the capital typically do not sell their homes, choosing instead to reside in them. Xiao Yang eagerly anticipated his meeting with the elderly woman the following day. She resided in a traditional courtyard house, descended from a lineage of Eight Banners nobility, and had even produced a martial arts champion. Perhaps her home harbored a treasure trove of antiques, and he might uncover something remarkable on the morrow. At that moment, Lin Shuer returned after withdrawing cash, presenting 5,000 yuan in crisp bills to the elderly woman. After meticulously counting the money and confirming the amount, the transaction was deemed complete. Elated with her newly acquired antique, Lin Shuer took Xiao Yang's hand and urged, "Xiao Yang, will you accompany me next week to celebrate my grandfather's birthday?" Xiao Yang hesitated, feeling it inappropriate for an outsider like him to attend. Yet, Lin Shuer insisted, "You helped me select these antiques. It wouldn't be a burden for you to join me." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, her head turned shyly to the side, her cheeks flushing briefly before regaining composure, eagerly awaiting Xiao Yang's response. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yang nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you." "Thank you, Xiao Yang," Lin Shuer exclaimed, her joy evident. They continued to meander through the antique street, with Xiao Yang activating his keen perception, hoping to discover more hidden treasures. At that moment, a group of young men approached, and upon spotting Xiao Yang, their lips curled into sly smirks, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. When they noticed Lin Schwerer by his side, their eyes widened, revealing a fervent admiration. I can't believe Xiao Yang knows such a stunning beauty. He truly hides his talents. Zhang Yuan remarked, greedily eyeing Lin Schwerer's flawless figure. This Xiao Yang is just a poor outsider. What right does he have to be with someone like her? Can he even provide for her? Let's go and undermine him. Li Jun chuckled maliciously. Indeed, only we are worthy of such a beauty. Let the best man win. Whoever wins her heart claims her. Zhao Gao chimed in, grinning. Having reached a consensus, the trio strode confidently toward Xiao Yang. Oh, Xiao Yang, long time no see. Still in the capital? Li Jun said with a mocking tone. Upon seeing the trio, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. He had never enjoyed a harmonious relationship with them during their university days and had narrowly avoided physical confrontations on several occasions. They had always looked down upon him, and he never expected to encounter them here. Instinctively, he wished to turn away and distance himself from them. Having graduated, he sought to avoid further entanglements. However, Li Jun and his companions were unwilling to let him off so easily. They approached, blocking his path, casting deliberate glances towards Lin Schwerer, their gazes brazen and voracious, as if they wished to devour her whole. Under the scrutiny of Li Jun and his cohorts, Lin Schwerer felt a profound discomfort. Annoyance surged within her, and she yearned to deliver a resounding slap across their faces. Xiao Yang, who is this enchanting lady? Are you not going to introduce us? Zhang Yuan inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Xiao Yang. Are we so familiar? Xiao Yang retorted coldly, fixing a frosty gaze upon Zhang Yuan. What kind of attitude is that, Xiao Yang? Li Jun's temper flared at this disrespect. In their university days, Xiao Yang would never have dared to speak to them in such a manner. Chapter 15. The painting within the painting get lost. Xiao Yang, weary of engaging in futile banter with these three despicable individuals, reflected on his past. In university, his family's financial struggles had instilled a sense of inferiority within him. Coupled with his parents' admonitions to avoid conflicts with classmates, he endured it all. However, now that he has graduated, equipped with the gift of insight, he no longer fears these three insignificant characters. Xiao Yang, you've grown some backbone, daring to speak back to us. Li Jun seethed, as he recalled Xiao Yang's submissive demeanor. Even when they spat in Xiao Yang's face, he merely wiped it away in silence. What emboldened him to converse in such a manner now? Do you think you're impressive just because you've latched onto a wealthy woman? Zhang Yuan retorted angrily, envious of Xiao Yang's association with the beautiful and affluent Lin Schwerer. Beauty, do not be deceived by his appearance. He is merely a poor boy with no capabilities. You would be far better off with us. My family is local to the capital, with houses and cars to my name. Being with me is a far superior choice than being with him. You three toads presume to court a swan? Take a moment to look in the mirror and reflect on your own appearances. Lin Schwerer could no longer contain herself, unleashing her scorn. Who are you calling a toad? Li Jun glared at Lin Schwerer in fury. I am referring to you. Just look at your misshapen face, as if a washing machine abandoned by the heavens. And the acne on your face resembles the warts on a toad. How dare you emerge in such a frightful state? What if you scare the children? Lin Schwerer's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Li Jun questioning his very existence. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Gao stood by, utterly speechless. After dismantling Li Jun, Lin Schwerer turned her sharp tongue on Zhang Yuan and Zhao Gao, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated, searching for words to defend themselves, but finding none. At that moment, the crowd around them began to swell. Observing this, Lin Schwerer boldly exclaimed, "Help! They are harassing me. When did we ever harass you?" The faces of Li Jun and his companions paled. Upon hearing Lin Schwerer's declaration, coupled with her striking beauty, the onlookers immediately believed her, swiftly encircling the trio. You three perverts, daring to harass this lovely lady in broad daylight. You must be punished severely. Take them to the police station and let the authorities teach them a lesson. Don't let them escape. Capture them. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, surged forward to restrain Li Jun and his companions, preventing their escape. Terrified, the trio sought to flee, but the crowd's fervor was overwhelming, binding them tightly. We did not harass her. This is a misunderstanding, Li Jun bellowed. Yet, no one believed him. The crowd, resolute, escorted them to the nearby police station. Xiao Yang stood by, astonished, unable to restrain a thumbs-up directed at Lin Schwerer. He had not anticipated that she could so effortlessly handle the three of them. Come on, Xiao Yang, let us continue our shopping. Lin Shueter smiled sweetly as she linked arms with Xiao Yang, continuing their stroll through the antique street. Following the recent incident, their bond had grown considerably closer, and Xiao Yang swiftly cast aside the earlier events, enjoying the leisurely outing with Lin Shueter. His piercing gaze remained active, yet alas, the antique shops on either side contained little of genuine worth. As they meandered, Lin Shueter's phone suddenly chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression shifted, and after answering, her demeanor turned grave. Once she ended the call, she turned to Xiao Yang, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. I will call you next week. Do remember to attend my grandfather's birthday celebration." "Sure." Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Watching Lin Shueter's retreating figure, he withdrew his gaze and continued to explore the antique street alone. As he wandered, his keen eye caught sight of a familiar silhouette. It was her. Xiao Yang spotted a woman standing with her back to him inside an antique shop. Through his extraordinary vision, he could see beyond her clothing, revealing a prominent mole on her lower back, one he recognized well from a previous encounter. This woman was Ji Shui, who had once sold him a piece of ancient jade to cover her mother's medical expenses. Now, Ji Shui was again attempting to sell antiques, clutching a painting that exuded an air of antiquity. Regrettably, she was soon ejected by the shopkeeper, who declared the painting a forgery devoid of value. However, through Xiao Yang's discerning gaze, he perceived that the painting held a hidden secret. It was a painting within a painting. Wealthy individuals in ancient times often collected calligraphy and paintings. Yet these prized possessions were susceptible to theft. To counter this, they devised a clever ruse, painting a new image over the original, thus concealing the true artwork from potential thieves. The painting Ji Shui held was precisely such a masterpiece. To the untrained eye, only the exterior image would be visible, causing many to overlook the treasure hidden within. At that moment, the antiquities dealer failed to recognize its true nature and ushered Ji Shui outside. Seeing Ji Shui emerge, dejected, Xiao Yang promptly approached her. "What a coincidence, it's wonderful to see you again," he greeted warmly. Ji Shui looked up, her eyes lighting up upon recognizing Xiao Yang, the one who had alleviated her urgent plight by purchasing the jade. Instinctively raising the painting, she said, "Take a look at this painting." Xiao Yang accepted the artwork from her hands and unfolded it, revealing what appeared to be a standard landscape painting. While it bore signs of age, it seemed devoid of significant value. Yet, Xiao Yang was well aware of the priceless treasure concealed within. "This painting is quite intriguing. How much do you intend to sell it for?" he inquired with a smile, gazing at Ji Shui. Upon noticing Xiao Yang's interest in her painting, Ji Shui eagerly exclaimed, "I would like to sell this piece for 100,000 yuan. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow at her words, feeling it was rather exorbitant. "Could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" Ji Shui quickly responded, "This painting has adorned my family's wall since my birth. It was gifted to my ancestor by a friend and is undoubtedly worth 100,000 yuan. I am truly in urgent need of funds." Xiao Yang, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't you manage to gather the money for your mother's surgery last time? Why do you still need more?" At this, Ji Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. "My mother's condition has worsened. The doctor has stated that another 100,000 yuan is required for surgery. I have no choice but to sell our family's ancient paintings." Chapter 16. The Emperor's Visit to Shu, a masterpiece by Li Si-sun from the Tang Dynasty. Upon listening to Ji Shui's explanation, Xiao Yang felt a sudden awakening within him. He glanced once more at the painting, which indeed held immense value. Even if acquired for 100,000, he could potentially reap returns of several tens or even hundreds of times that amount. He no longer engaged in haggling. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed several individuals casting deliberate glances at the artwork in his possession. Fearing that a knowledgeable connoisseur might recognize the painting's authenticity and compete with him, he decisively said to Ji Shui, "All right, 100,000 it is. I shall purchase it." Ji Shui, still contemplating how to persuade Xiao Yang to buy her painting, was taken aback by his immediate agreement. Her mouth fell open, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It was not until Xiao Yang gently patted her shoulder that she regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang transferred the sum of 100,000 to Ji Shui. "Thank you so much," Ji Shui exclaimed, her joy palpable. Eagerly, she turned to leave, anxious to pay for her mother's surgery. "Wait a moment, let us become friends," Xiao Yang called out to Ji Shui. Upon hearing this, her face turned crimson, and she shyly nodded. Her heart raced, and erratic thoughts flooded her mind. Could it be that he has taken an interest in me? If he were to pursue me, should I accept? He appears quite admirable. I just wonder if he is fickle. Xiao Yang, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He quickly added Ji Shui as a friend and then said, "In the future, if you have more antiques to sell, simply contact me directly. No need to visit antique shops." He believed Ji Shui possessed other valuable antiquities, and indeed, many of her items were genuine. Rather than allowing her to sell her treasures to antique stores, it would be far more advantageous for him to acquire them directly, allowing him to uncover hidden gems. Oh. All right. Ji Shui nodded, her face still flushed. Having just entertained many thoughts regarding Xiao Yang's intentions, she was surprised by the nature of their exchange. She felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide, relieved that Xiao Yang remained unaware of her inner musings. After bidding Ji Shui farewell, Xiao Yang set off towards the Imperial Capital Auction House, clutching the ancient painting he had acquired for 100,000. Uncertain of its true worth, he intended to seek out Elder Zhang for an appraisal and to explore the possibility of selling it directly. Soon, Xiao Yang arrived at the Imperial Capital Auction House. Upon entering, he was greeted by the charming staff member who had previously attended to him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? I have an ancient painting that I would like Elder Zhang to appraise, and I also wish to auction it through your house," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "Very well, please follow me." The staff member responded with a smile, turning to lead him to the appraisal room. Xiao Yang continued to follow closely behind her, captivated by her enchanting figure as she swayed her slender waist ahead. Unable to resist, he activated his X-ray vision once more, indulging in a visual feast before making his way to the appraisal room. Inside, Old Master Zhang was engrossed in evaluating a piece of porcelain. Upon noticing Xiao Yang's entrance, he set aside his work and looked up with a smile. "Young man, you've returned." When his gaze fell upon the ancient painting in Xiao Yang's hand, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting him to step forward. With a grin, Xiao Yang requested, "Old Master Zhang, could you assist me in appraising this ancient painting?" "Of course." Zhang eagerly accepted the painting from Xiao Yang and carefully spread it out on a nearby table. As he unfurled it, a frown creased his brow. It appeared to be an ordinary landscape painting. Casting a glance at Xiao Yang, who seemed remarkably confident, he felt compelled to scrutinize the artwork further. Since Xiao Yang had brought it for appraisal, it suggested that there was more to this painting than met the eye, and he needed to look beyond its surface. As he continued to examine it, he suddenly picked up a magnifying glass for a closer inspection and soon discerned some intriguing details. "How fascinating," Zhang murmured to himself, his curiosity piqued. He gently rubbed his fingertip along the edge of the painting and instantly sensed a difference. The area he touched revealed a slight peeling, leading him to realize that beneath this painting lay another one. His eyes widened with excitement as he recognized the significance. This was a painting within a painting. His heart raced with exhilaration, akin to unboxing a mystery gift. For no one could predict what the hidden masterpiece might be. If it turned out to be a treasure from an ancient master, it could be worth a fortune. Even if it wasn't from the most renowned artists, it would still hold considerable value. Generally, artworks crafted as paintings within paintings are historically significant and rarely lack worth. Taking a deep breath to suppress his enthusiasm, Zhang turned to Xiao Yang and proclaimed, "Young man, congratulations. This is indeed a painting within a painting." Seeing Old Master Zhang genuinely affirm the painting's complexity deepened Xiao Yang's admiration for his appraisal skills. While Xiao Yang had discerned the hidden artwork through his X-ray vision, Zhang had relied solely on his expertise. "By the way, young man, would you prefer that I extract the inner painting now, or would you like to do it yourself?" Zhang inquired suddenly. Xiao Yang replied with a smile, "Old Master Zhang, I would appreciate your assistance in extracting it." At this, Zhang's expression turned serious. "Young man, I must caution you that I cannot guarantee the painting will remain undamaged during the extraction process. However, we can formalize an agreement. Should I accidentally damage the painting while extracting it, I will compensate you at its assessed value." Upon hearing Zhang's offer, Xiao Yang felt a surge of respect for him. He was pleasantly surprised that Zhang had suggested signing an agreement. This arrangement presented Xiao Yang with only advantages. Without hesitation, he agreed to the terms of the contract. After both parties had signed the agreement, Master Zhang took out his precise instruments and began to dismantle the painting. He needed to carefully remove the surface layer without damaging the original artwork beneath, a task of considerable difficulty that most appraisers would dare not attempt. Xiao Yang observed patiently as Master Zhang meticulously peeled away the surface layer, gradually revealing the authentic painting hidden within. As more of the top layer was removed, the true artwork became increasingly visible, identical to what Xiao Yang had perceived with his enhanced vision. This painting is one of the representative works of the renowned Tang Dynasty artist Li Xixuan, depicting the scene of Emperor Xuanzong fleeing to Shu during the Insha Rebellion. The composition is grand in scale and vibrant in color, though it had been lost to time. Xiao Yang had not anticipated discovering the genuine piece in this location. Chapter 17. The auction of the stored painting. As Zhang Lao gradually peeled away the surface of the painting, he began to discern a portion of the true artwork within. Upon beholding the authentic visage of the painting, he was deeply moved. Could it truly be? A shiver coursed through him, his heart racing with excitement. Although only a fragment of the genuine artwork was revealed, he had already formed a vague conjecture about its identity. If his suspicions were correct, then this painting would indeed be priceless. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, he continued to carefully dismantle the artwork, growing increasingly cautious with each movement. Even though he had uncovered a part of it, every subsequent action required utmost precision. A minor misstep could potentially damage the painting, thus diminishing its value. Therefore, he took a deep breath and approached the task with enhanced patience. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow, pausing to rest after a while. His hands were slightly fatigued, primarily due to the overwhelming excitement. As the contents of the genuine painting continued to emerge, he had begun to surmise its identity. Zhang Lao, have some water and take your time. Xiao Yang, noticing Zhang Lao's labored breathing, poured a cup of tea and offered it to him. He too was concerned that any mistake could jeopardize the painting's integrity. All right. Zhang Lao accepted the tea and took a sip, resting for a few minutes before succumbing to the urge to continue unveiling the artwork. Xiao Yang waited silently. An hour later, through Zhang Lao's diligent efforts, the painting's true form was fully revealed. Throughout this process, he had exhibited flawless precision, successfully unveiling it without a single error. It was indeed the Emperor Ming's fortune in Shu, a genuine masterpiece by the renowned Tang Dynasty artist Li Xixuan, utterly astonishing. Zhang Lao's eyes remained fixated on the painting, disbelief washing over him. It felt like a dream. This artwork had been exceptionally renowned in ancient times, but had been lost to history for many years. In the present day, numerous collectors sought this piece, yet none had succeeded in locating it, and even those who claimed to have found it possessed mere forgeries. However, he was unequivocally certain that this painting was authentic. It was as though he had encountered an unparalleled beauty stripped bare before him. He could hardly tear his gaze away, enchanted, even tempted to reach out and touch it. Upon hearing Zhang Lao's appraisal, Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Lao's expertise in authentication was indeed remarkable. He was deserving of his status as a top-tier appraiser. With Zhang Lao's certification, the painting could confidently proceed to auction. My young friend, this Emperor Ming's fortune in Shu is a long-lost genuine article, worth an immense fortune. I am prepared to offer you 10 million for it. Would you be willing to sell? After gazing at the painting for a moment, Zhang Lao turned to Xiao Yang, his desire to acquire the piece fervent. This painting, having been lost for so long, was sought after by many. By purchasing it for 10 million, he could either add it to his collection or auction it for an even greater profit. Moreover, its collectible value was extraordinarily high. If one were to hold on to it for a few years, the price could potentially double. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart quivered. He had not anticipated that Elder Zhang would be willing to offer $1 million. This prospect stirred his interest. However, upon reflection, he pondered whether such a generous offer might suggest that the painting could fetch an even higher price. Thus, he calmly inquired, Elder Zhang, would it be permissible for me to auction this painting? Elder Zhang felt a pang of regret upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Yet he understood that the young man's decision was prudent. Had he stumbled upon such a long-lost ancient artwork, he too would undoubtedly consider an auction rather than settling for a mere price. Therefore, he refrained from pressing the matter further and nodded in agreement. Of course, you may auction it, but I must clarify that if you choose to proceed with our auction house, you should be aware that there is a possibility the painting might not sell, but it may also command a high price. We will need to sign an agreement. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang nodded. I am aware of that, Elder Zhang. Please assist me in organizing the auction. Elder Zhang acquiesced. Very well, let us sign the agreement now. Our auction house in the capital will handle the auction for you. However, you may need to wait a while, as we will need to conduct promotional activities prior to the auction. I will call you when the time comes. Excellent, Xiao Yang replied, nodding once more. Subsequently, Elder Zhang instructed a beautiful staff member nearby to prepare the agreement on her computer. After reviewing it and finding no issues, Xiao Yang signed his name and affixed his seal. Elder Zhang similarly signed and sealed the document. Once the agreement was finalized, Xiao Yang's painting remained at the capital auction house. Being one of the largest auction houses in the nation, he felt assured that it was in good hands. After arranging a suitable time with Elder Zhang, he departed from the capital auction house. Now, he simply needed to await the promotional efforts of the auction house, and they would notify him when it was time to attend. After leaving the auction house, Xiao Yang strolled leisurely through the antique street. As he wandered, he found himself in the stone gambling area. Upon entering, he surveyed the various raw stones on display with his keen eye, discovering that his ability allowed him to see inside the stones. To his delight, he observed that most of the stones were dull and gray, indicating a lack of jade within. His heart soared at this revelation. He had not anticipated that his powers would extend to stone gambling. Intrigued, he ambled along the street with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the stalls of raw stones on either side. Soon, his attention was captured by an unremarkable raw stone that contained a fist-sized piece of green jade. Approaching the stall with an air of nonchalance, he picked up the stone and examined it closely, feigning the demeanor of an expert. The stall owner, noticing a potential buyer, warmly approached Xiao Yang, saying, "Young man, this raw stone comes from an old quarry of top-notch quality. I assure you, you won't regret your purchase." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled and said, "Boss, what grandiose claims you make. Can you guarantee that I will certainly acquire jade if I make a purchase?" The boss, feeling somewhat awkward, shook his head and replied, "I cannot make such a guarantee." "Very well, then," Xiao Yang inquired, "how much do you intend to sell it for?" The boss, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "If you are truly interested, you can have it for 1,000 yuan." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes and remarked, "Boss, do you take me for a fool? This piece of raw stone is hardly the size of a pea, and you dare to sell it for 1,000. Here is my offer. I will give you 200 yuan, and I will take it away." Chapter 18. The visionary's fortuitous find of green jade. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young man, 200 is far below my cost price. Are you here to cause trouble? Well then, perhaps you should reconsider your pricing." Xiao Yang replied with a smile, "Let us settle on 800. Take it or leave it." The owner grimaced, feigning distress. However, Xiao Yang shook his head. "I am no novice. I understand the nuances of this trade. I shan't haggle further. Let us make it simple. 400 is my final offer. If you choose to sell, I shall purchase. If not, I will seek elsewhere." With that, Xiao Yang regarded the proprietor calmly. The owner furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Yang deeply. After considerable internal deliberation, he recalled that this rough stone had languished at his stall for over a month, untouched. Should he let this opportunity slip, he could be waiting indefinitely for a buyer. Although 400 represented a modest profit, it was still 2 to 3 times his cost price, hardly a loss. Thus, feigning reluctance, the owner conceded, "All right, 400 it is. You may take it." He handed the rough stone to Xiao Yang and produced his payment QR code. Xiao Yang internally scoffed at the owner's performance, but chose not to expose him. Such is the nature of the stone gambling business. The seller must earn a little. Resolutely, he scanned the QR code with his phone, completed the payment of 400, and accepted the rough stone. "Young man, would you like me to help you unveil it? It's complimentary," the proprietor offered, rubbing his hands together. "Yes, please do." Xiao Yang, relieved to find assistance, handed the rough stone to the owner. The proprietor took the stone and approached the nearby cutting machine. As the machine hummed to life, he began to meticulously slice away the exterior of the rough stone. With the first cut, the original surface was peeled back, revealing a dull gray interior. The owner shook his head, murmuring, "Most likely, it's a lost cause." He continued to operate the cutting machine, stripping away the outer layer entirely. Gradually, a glimmer of green emerged, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. How can this be? He had been certain that the stone would yield no jade, yet here was green jade before him. A wave of regret washed over him. He had unwittingly sold this jade-laden rough stone to Xiao Yang for a mere 400. In that moment, he felt a pang of longing, wishing to claim the green jade for himself. Yet, he was acutely aware of the rules of stone gambling. The transaction was complete, regardless of the jade's quality. Once sold, he could not lay claim to it. His heart ached as he reluctantly assisted Xiao Yang in extracting the green jade in its entirety. With a heavy heart, he handed the jade to Xiao Yang, saying, "Congratulations, young man. You've struck gold with this green jade." The owner gazed at Xiao Yang with a tinge of sorrow, while Xiao Yang accepted the jade, elated. "Thank you, kind sir. Your rough stone is of exceptional quality. I am truly grateful." Xiao Yang's words pierced the heart of the owner, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As the verdant jade was unearthed, it drew the attention of surrounding tourists, many of whom were gambling stones from across the nation. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang procure a piece of green jade for a mere 400, envy and jealousy stirred among the onlookers, who swiftly gathered around him. Simultaneously, several jade merchants and business owners approached, fixated on the jade in Xiao Yang's hands. One merchant, without hesitation, stepped forward and inquired, "Young man, are you willing to sell this piece of jade? I am prepared to offer 300,000. Boss, 300,000 is far too low. Please be serious." Xiao Yang replied calmly, casting a glance at the jeweler. The merchant, realizing Xiao Yang was knowledgeable, felt embarrassed and quickly adjusted his offer. "Very well. I shall give you 500,000. Yet, Xiao Yang merely shook his head. "Young man, I offer 600,000. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man approached, his eyes also fixed on the jade. "I bid 700,000. Almost instantaneously, another jeweler joined in with his offer. In the blink of an eye, at least 4 or 5 merchants and owners were bidding, and the price of the jade soared, soon surpassing 1 million. Observing this, Xiao Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As more bids came in, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the highest bidder shall claim it. Who offers the most?" Upon hearing this, the merchants and owners cursed him for his cunning but had no choice but to continue bidding. "I bid 1,300,000. I bid 1,400,000. Xiao Yang watched with pleasure as the offers increased. Meanwhile, the original stone owner, witnessing the escalating price, felt as though he might vomit blood. He had never anticipated that the stone he sold for 400 would be worth so much. His heart ached with envy as he gazed at Xiao Yang. The surrounding tourists looked on, their eyes filled with admiration for Xiao Yang, particularly the stone gamblers, who were addicted to the thrill of chance, visiting the stone street daily in hopes of fortune. Yet, they had never encountered such luck. Witnessing Xiao Yang's fortuitous find only deepened their envy. 2 million. At that moment, a stunning woman in a qipao approached, her curvaceous figure captivating everyone's attention. Both men and women were drawn to her, mesmerized by her alluring form and perfect physique, many nearly drooling in admiration. What a beautiful woman! Even Xiao Yang could not resist activating his enhanced vision, taking a thorough look at her figure. In an instant, her clothing vanished before his eyes, revealing a breathtakingly voluptuous body, complemented by an angelic face. She was indeed a paragon of beauty. Although the woman appeared to be in her 30s, her beauty was undeniable, causing many jewelers and businessmen to forget their bids as they gazed at her intently. "Gentlemen, this exquisite piece of green jade is highly coveted by her. Perhaps you might concede it to me?" Yao cast a flirtatious glance at the group of jewelers and businessmen competing against her. Instantly, these older men were entranced, unable to resist nodding in agreement. "Enchantress." Other female jewelers and businesswomen could not help but scoff, yet they were overtaken by jealousy at Yao's striking beauty. "Handsome, would you sell it to me for 2 million? What do you say?" Yao's captivating gaze fell upon Xiao Yang as she sinuously approached him, her waist swaying like a serpent. Chapter 19. The enchanting beauty with a serpent waist acquires the green jade for 3 million at this moment. Xiao Yang was employing his X-ray vision to observe Yao's figure. As Yao approached, he was overwhelmed by an intoxicating fragrance, causing his nose to bleed almost uncontrollably. He hastily cleared his throat, deactivating his vision, and discreetly wiped his nose with his sleeve. Yao furrowed her brows at Xiao Yang, instinctively halting her steps, hesitant to draw nearer. In that fleeting moment, she experienced a disquieting sensation, as if she were transparent before Xiao Yang, every inch of her being laid bare to his gaze. This feeling left her quite uncomfortable. "Beauty, my word alone does not suffice. You must consult them. Should they refrain from bidding, this green jade will be yours." Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, determined not to be paralyzed by the presence of beauty. Upon hearing this, Yao glanced at the older gentleman nearby. The lecherous looks they cast her way prompted them to shake their heads in unison, indicating they would not raise their bids further. However, the female jewelers and businesswomen would not indulge Yao's aspirations. Their envy of her beauty fueled their resistance to her attempt to acquire the jade for a mere 2 million. Without hesitation, one of the female jewelers declared, "I bid 2,100,000. Others quickly followed suit, and the price soared past 250,000 in no time. Internally, Xiao Yang cursed these women but forced a smile as she continued to raise her bids. Yet, it seemed these women had made it their mission to outbid her. Every time she raised her offer, they countered with even higher amounts. Xiao Yang, observing the fierce competition, felt a sense of amusement. The higher the price escalated, the greater his potential profit. The women's relentless bidding frustrated Xiao Yang, who finally coldly declared, 3 million. If anyone can surpass this amount, I shall concede. With that proclamation, she fixed her gaze icily upon the other women, who hesitated at her bold bid. 3 million exceeded their budget. They had initially planned to seize a bargain. At this price, their profits would dwindle significantly. After deliberation, they chose to withdraw. Seeing the other women relent and cease their bids, Xiao Yang felt a pang of regret, wishing for an even higher price for the jade. Xiao Yang, noticing the absence of further offers, let out a soft huff, her alluring eyes landing on Xiao Yang. Handsome, since no one else is bidding. This green jade shall be sold to me for 3 million. Xiao Yang, somewhat discontented, glanced back at the older men who were transfixed by Xiao Yao's presence. Unable to move, he could not help but call out, 3 million once. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Xiao Yang, infuriated by Xiao Yang's words, felt an urge to march over and strike him. Yet, she restrained herself. His query was merely a reasonable solicitation for bids, and she could only watch anxiously, praying for no further offers. 3 million twice, is there anyone else? Xiao Yang pressed on, still reluctant to concede. Yet, no one answered. Ultimately, he had no choice but to sell the green jade to Xiao Yang for 3 million. As Xiao Yang observed that no one had placed a bid, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Without hesitation, she promptly transferred 3 million to Xiao Yang, securing the exquisite green jade. Upon receiving the 3 million, Xiao Yang felt exceedingly satisfied. Indeed, his clairvoyant vision was proving to be a lucrative asset. Nearby, the owner of the rough stone gazed in disbelief as Xiao Yang had turned a mere 400 into 3 million with the jade. With the money now in hand, Xiao Yang wasted no time in departing, eager to continue his stone gambling endeavors. The street was vast, and he was confident that another jade might await discovery. After Xiao Yang left, Xiao Yang thoughtfully regarded his retreating figure, then discreetly followed him, sensing that there was something distinct about him. Unlike the other men who appeared dull-witted in her presence, Xiao Yang remained unaffected, calmly inquiring about prices. This man was indeed remarkable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, Xiao Yang trailed him, while his focus remained fixed on the rough stones displayed at the stalls. Through the lens of his clairvoyant vision, the stones appeared entirely transparent. He noticed that most of them were dull and lackluster, with only a few containing specks of green, red, or blue, which were ultimately deemed worthless, not resembling complete jade. As he continued his exploration, his steps abruptly halted at one stall, where he spotted a rough stone the size of a bowl, which contained a piece of blue jade. He discreetly bent down to retrieve the stone and inquired about its price. The owner, without hesitation, declared, "For this stone, you can have it for 5,000. 5,000. Good sir, you are asking an exorbitant price. This stone is worth no more than 500. Xiao Yang retorted sharply. The owner, unfazed, replied, "This is no ordinary stone. It hails from an esteemed source in old Myanmar. Just yesterday, someone paid 10,000 for a stone that yielded a jade worth 1 million. This is premium merchandise. Sir, I am not easily deceived. How about 600, and I shall take it?" Xiao Yang suggested, rolling his eyes. Recognizing that he could not hoodwink Xiao Yang, the owner relented. "Very well, I will offer you a 20 discount. You can have it for 4,000. No, it remains 600. Xiao Yang insisted. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in from the side. "Excuse me, how much for that rough stone? I wish to buy it." Xiao Yang turned to see Xiao Yang, who had somehow appeared at his side and was now attempting to snatch the stone from his grasp. The enchanting scent of her perfume wafted into Xiao Yang's senses, momentarily distracting him. Frowning slightly, he tightened his grip on the stone and calmly stated, "My dear, I spotted this stone first. One must honor the principle of first come, first served." As Xiao Yang saw Xiao Yang hide the stone behind him, she advanced to seize it. He took a step back, and she followed, asserting, "You have yet to pay. Anyone can buy this stone, right, owner?" Upon hearing Yao Yao's inquiry, the boss wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and nodded without hesitation. Indeed, he had yet to settle the payment. My dear lady, if you wish to purchase, I can offer you a 50% discount. Xiao Yang observed the boss's foolish demeanor, clearly smitten by Yao Yao, and internally lamented his predicament. It seemed that Yao Yao intended to intercept his opportunity. Thank you, boss, I shall buy it. Yao Yao exclaimed, undeterred by the generous offer. Wait a moment, I arrived first. This purchase is mine. Xiao Yang interjected, realizing he could no longer bargain with the boss as he readied himself to secure the raw stone, for it contained a piece of blue jade within. Chapter 20. Collaborative Stone Gambling. Profits split 50-50. Xiao Yang was concerned that his boss might be captivated by Yao Yao, so he promptly took out his phone to make a payment, only to have Yao Yao seize his hand. Hand over this raw stone to me, would you? She pouted, instantly shifting into a charming mode, leaning in closely and wrapping her arms around Xiao Yang's, giving it a gentle shake. Xiao Yang instinctively gasped in surprise. With Yao Yao's enchanting figure, the moment she swayed, he felt an astonishing softness, and his instinctive ability to see through things activated, revealing a scene that made him blush profusely. Realizing his predicament, he quickly turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. This raw stone is mine. I want to give it up. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, struggling to voice his objection. Just let her have it. She really likes it, okay? The art of a woman's plea was most potent, especially from a stunning beauty like Yao Yao. Few men could withstand such charm, and Xiao Yang was nearly losing his resolve. Kid, the beauty is pleading. Don't be so ungrateful. The boss next to them gazed at Xiao Yang with a mix of envy and jealousy, particularly witnessing Yao Yao affectionately holding Xiao Yang's arm. He imagined how glorious it would be if she were to embrace him instead. He thought that even dying the next second would be worth it. Without hesitation, he declared to Xiao Yang, no matter how much you offer for this raw stone, I want to sell it to you. It's for this lovely lady. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was at a loss for words. The boss, entranced by Yao Yao, was adamant about selling the raw stone solely to her, leaving Xiao Yang with no recourse. Ultimately, the boss snatched the raw stone from Xiao Yang's grasp and eagerly presented it to Yao Yao. My lady, I'll give you a 50% discount on this raw stone. Yao Yao, overjoyed, flirtatiously cast a glance at the boss. You're such a wonderful person. The boss trembled at her sweet words, feeling utterly enchanted. Watching the boss's infatuated demeanor, Xiao Yang felt helpless. There was no way to force a purchase from someone unwilling to sell. In the end, Yao Yao acquired the raw stone at half price and requested the boss to cut it open on the spot. The boss nodded eagerly, carefully slicing the stone piece by piece until he unveiled a stunning blue jadeite. Ah, blue jadeite. The moment the boss saw the coveted gem, his lips twitched, and he snapped back to reality. He had indeed been seduced by Yao Yao's beauty, but upon discovering the jadeite, his heart ached. He had just sold it to her at a bargain price. Now, with the blue jadeite revealed, Yao Yao stood to gain several fold. This piece was worth at least $1 million. Congratulations on uncovering the blue jadeite, my lady. The boss handed the gem to Yao Yao with a complicated expression. Yao Yao was elated. She had not anticipated that this raw stone would contain such a treasure. She cast a deep glance at Xiao Yang, realizing that her impulsive desire to snatch the stone from him stemmed from her instinct that he was not an ordinary person. Little did she know, this decision would lead to such a delightful surprise. Upon catching sight of the blue jade, Xiao Yang could only shake his head in resignation before turning to leave. However, no sooner had he taken a few steps than Yao Yao hurried after him, clutching the blue jade in her hand. Hey, handsome, how about we collaborate on some stone gambling? Having immersed herself in the world of stone gambling for nearly a decade, Yao Yao had never encountered someone with Xiao Yang's remarkable skill. The fact that he had purchased 2 raw stones, both yielding jade, was an unprecedented stroke of luck in her experience. Convinced that Xiao Yang was a hidden master of the craft, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. I'm not interested, Xiao Yang replied without hesitation, still brooding over the fact that Yao Yao had snatched his blue jade. Noticing his sulking demeanor, Yao Yao quickly deduced the source of his irritation. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she promptly returned the blue jade to him, saying, You must be upset that I took your blue jade, right? Here, I'm giving it back. Xiao Yang was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Yao Yao, surprised that she would return it so readily. What are you staring at me for? Handsome, haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Yao Yao smiled brightly, then brazenly draped her arm over his shoulder, pulling him closer. In that instant, Xiao Yang felt the overwhelming allure of her enchanting figure, causing him to gasp in surprise. This woman was truly mesmerizing. "Please, don't do this. I'm not sure I can handle it," he stammered, hastily extricating himself from her embrace. Yao Yao's closeness stirred a tumult of emotions within him, igniting a reckless urge to hold her tightly. But with so many onlookers around, he had to restrain himself. "Let us collaborate on stone gambling. We can split the winnings 50-50. What do you say?" Yao Yao suddenly adopted a serious expression as she regarded him intently. "Why would I want to partner with you?" Xiao Yang asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He feared that Yao Yao might have discerned his secret ability to see through the stones. A secret he was not willing to reveal to anyone. "Come on, don't be so tense. I'm not going to bite." Yao Yao attempted to ease his apprehension with a charming smile, hoping to put him at ease. "Find someone else to partner with," Xiao Yang retorted, wishing to be left alone to quietly search for treasures. The thought of Yao Yao following him and discovering his ability was unsettling. He had learned from Zhang Wuji's mother that beautiful women were often deceptive, and he couldn't afford to trust Yao Yao easily. "Just give me a chance to collaborate with you." Yao Yao pouted as she clung tightly to his arm, shaking it playfully in a bid to win him over. "Wait, stop shaking," Xiao Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed by her relentless charm, feeling as though she were compelling him to commit a transgression in public. Yet Yao Yao persisted, continuing to shake his arm. Taking a deep breath, he firmly grasped her shoulders to halt her movements. "Give me a reason to partner with you." Xiao Yang gazed intently at Yao Yao, hoping to dissuade her from her course of action. His reasoning. Yao Yao furrowed her brow, a fleeting expression of contemplation crossing her exquisite features. Observing her deep in thought, Xiao Yang mistakenly believed his question had stumped her. However, in that very moment, Yao Yao deviated from the expected, suddenly leaning closer and lightly brushing her lips against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. "You." Xiao Yang was taken aback. This woman was being rather audacious, publicly kissing him in such a manner. "Is that reason sufficient?" Yao Yao inquired playfully, her cheeks flushed, gazing at Xiao Yang with a charming allure. Chapter 21. The Stone Gamble. Xiao Yang gently caressed his cheek, reflecting on the sensation of the recent kiss, soft and tender. Yao Yao gazed at him with a flirtatious charm, uncertain of the boldness that had overtaken her. Yet, she felt that after such a kiss, Xiao Yang would surely acquiesce to her desires. Xiao Yang shook his head vigorously, sensing something amiss. It seemed Yao Yao had him under her spell. Just one kiss, and she expected him to yield. No. He could not allow himself to be swayed merely by the presence of a beautiful woman. Thus, he shook his head in defiance. Why was this happening? Yao Yao was taken aback. She had thought her victory was certain, only to find Xiao Yang unyielding. Had her kiss been in vain? Anger surged within her. Countless men pursued her, and yet, she had mustered the courage to kiss Xiao Yang, only to be met with resistance. The frustration was palpable, causing her to feel an ache in her heart. "Unless you kiss me again." Xiao Yang thought that being swayed by a single kiss was beneath his dignity. Another kiss would be acceptable. "You." Yao Yao felt her heart race, astonished at Xiao Yang's audacity. With a playful smile, Xiao Yang teased, "What? No kiss? If not, I shall take my leave." He turned to walk away without a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Yao Yao gritted her teeth and strode forward to grasp his hand. "Just kiss me," she declared, leaning in for another kiss. However, this time, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. The first kiss had been a means to gain the upper hand, but now she felt ensnared in his gaze, causing her discomfort. Cursed man. Yao Yao cursed internally, yet she summoned her courage and kissed Xiao Yang once more, longing for the softness of his lips against hers. Stirring a flutter in her heart, Xiao Yang gazed at Yao Yao with intense fervor, wishing he could sweep her up and kiss her passionately. Startled by the heat of his gaze, Yao Yao instinctively took a few steps back, eyeing him warily, as though he might pounce upon her. She tightened her grip on her Chi Pao's neckline defensively. "What are you staring at, you lecher?" Yao Yao spat at him. Truly captivating. Xiao Yang feigned seriousness as he admired her alluring figure, unable to resist peering deeper with his enhanced vision, revealing her stunning form, a sight both deadly and enchanting. "Humph." Still staring, Yao Yao, unable to contain her irritation, approached and tugged at Xiao Yang's ear. He winced at the sudden pain, hastily shutting his enhanced vision, wiping his nose as blood threatened to spill. "Let go, that hurts." Xiao Yang dared not look again. Not only was he overwhelmed, but Yao Yao's fiery nature had nearly torn his ear off. Humph, if you dare gaze at me like that again, I shall deliver a blow. Yao Yao glared at him, teeth clenched. Subsequently, Xiao Yang and Yao Yao forged a collaborative alliance, preparing to embark on their stone gambling venture together. However, Xiao Yang made a request. All the raw stones must be purchased with your money, and should we win, we shall split the profits 50-50. You are trying to cheat me. Yao Yao rolled her eyes. How could that be considered cheating? I am the one responsible for the stone gambling. This is a skillful endeavor. Xiao Yang replied earnestly. All right then. Yao Yao acquiesced. Subsequently, the two strolled towards the stone gambling street. Xiao Yang activated his X-ray vision, casting a discreet glance at Yao Yao beside him. Were he to gamble alone, he would undoubtedly select those raw stones containing jade, purchasing one and winning another. Yet, with Yao Yao accompanying him, he could not proceed in such a manner. If she were to discover his ability to pinpoint raw stones with jade, it would spell trouble, so he resolved to restrain himself. Thus, he nonchalantly surveyed a nearby gambling stall, preparing to miss on purpose once. Before his X-ray vision, all raw stones appeared transparent. He identified a stone priced at 10,000 yuan, which was devoid of jade. Xiao Yang chose it without hesitation. He approached the vendor and began to haggle. Yao Yao's eyes lit up upon seeing Xiao Yang fixate on another raw stone, instinctively believing it contained jade. Consequently, after Xiao Yang negotiated the price, she promptly transferred 8,000 yuan to the vendor, requesting an immediate cut. With anticipation in her gaze, the vendor sliced open the stone, revealing nothing inside. Her 8,000 yuan had gone down the drain. She stood there, dumbfounded, incredulously staring at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, maintaining a serious expression, replied, "How can one gamble on stones without a loss? If I could guarantee jade in every stone, you would have to call me a deity." After hearing this, Yao Yao found herself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. No one could assure that every raw stone would contain jade. With this thought, Yao Yao felt considerably better, and she continued to follow Xiao Yang in the gambling endeavor. Noticing Yao Yao's sullen demeanor, Xiao Yang cleared his throat internally and decided to tease her further. He promptly chose another raw stone, this one priced at 50,000 yuan and also devoid of jade. After haggling, the vendor agreed to sell it for 40,000. Xiao Yang instructed Yao Yao to pay, hesitant and worried that this stone might also lack jade, thus rendering her 40,000 yuan worthless. Yao Yao hesitated. However, seeing Xiao Yang's confident demeanor, she chose to trust him once more. She instructed the vendor to cut the stone on the spot. Her eyes were glued to the raw stone as the vendor activated the cutting machine. It was swiftly sliced open. When the stone was revealed, dull and empty, Yao Yao was left stunned. She had not anticipated Xiao Yang to miss yet again. She harbored a modicum of doubt about her initial judgment, having believed that Xiao Yang was a master of stone gambling. Yet, it now appeared that this might not be the case. She cast a skeptical glance at him. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Yang promptly retorted, "What kind of look is that? If you think my stone gambling skills are lacking, then perhaps we should cease our collaboration, and you may seek another partner." As he spoke, he gazed at Yao Yao with an air of anticipation, deliberately attempting to pressure her into leaving. Should she depart, he would be free to engage in stone gambling on his own, in secrecy. Yao Yao furrowed her brow, perplexed by Xiao Yang's behavior. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth and resolved to continue gambling alongside him, believing that his misstep was merely a part of the process. She firmly trusted that Xiao Yang was indeed a stone gambling expert. Let us proceed with the gambling. Without further ado, Yao Yao took Xiao Yang's arm and led him to the next stone gambling stall. Chapter 22. The stone gambling shop. Xiao Yang, observing Yao Yao's reluctance to leave, found himself somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to drive her away, yet her steadfastness compelled him to adopt a more drastic approach. Determined to persuade her to depart, he led her into a stone gambling shop. Typically, the raw stones sold at stalls outside are relatively inexpensive. However, within the confines of a gambling shop, the prices escalate dramatically, with some stones fetching millions. Xiao Yang had no intention of leading Yao Yao to purchase stones worth such exorbitant sums. His aim was to ensure she incurred a loss of around 1 or 200,000, which he believed would ultimately prompt her to leave. Upon entering the shop, a staff member greeted them warmly, but Xiao Yang waved him off, indicating they would browse on their own. The staff member, understanding the cue, retreated. As they ventured deeper into the shop, Xiao Yang activated his X-ray vision, surveying all the raw stones available. The stones were categorized by size, with the smaller ones clustered near the entrance for convenience, as most gamblers tended to opt for these affordable options. In contrast, the larger, pricier stones were situated further inside the shop. Ignoring the inexpensive stones, Xiao Yang approached a collection of stones priced in the tens of thousands. Yao felt a twinge of anxiety as they neared these hefty stones. In front of them lay a dozen stones, each resembling a basin in size, with prices starting from over 100,000, including one that was priced at over 200,000. Normally, she would never consider such stones. While the likelihood of finding jade was somewhat higher, the risk of losing money was equally significant. Losing tens of thousands could be devastating. However, since she had chosen to collaborate with Xiao Yang, she felt compelled to accompany him in this endeavor, even if it meant purchasing a stone. Clenching her teeth, she silently followed him, uncertain of Xiao Yang's expertise in stone gambling. If he were not skilled, she could suffer substantial losses, and she could only hope he possessed the necessary acumen. Xiao Yang's X-ray vision scrutinized the array of stones, revealing that most were indeed worthless, with only 2 containing jade. Yet he deliberately overlooked those 2 and instead focused on a stone devoid of jade, priced at 150,000. This one, he decided. He beckoned to a nearby staff member, who hurried over. "Sir, which stone have you chosen? Our shop offers complimentary stone analysis. If you prefer, we can also arrange to ship it directly to your home." Xiao Yang replied calmly, "I would like this stone. Can you offer a discount?" The staff member glanced at the 150,000 stone and replied, "If you are truly interested, I can grant you a 10% discount. Make it 20%. Xiao Yang countered. "That's not possible." The staff member shook his head vigorously, seeing no chance to acquire the raw stone at an 8% discount. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, if it must be 9%, so be it." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Yao beside him. "Please, make the payment." Reluctantly, Yao retrieved her phone. The 9% discount meant the price was 135,000 yuan. A sense of apprehension crept over her. What if her investment went to waste? Yet, under Xiao Yang's unwavering stare, she had no choice but to scan the payment code and transfer the sum of 135,000 yuan to the attendant. Thus, the raw stone became theirs. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang instructed the attendant to help them cut the stone. The attendant bent down to lift the substantial piece, which was about the size of a basin and carried a fair weight. However, he was robust and managed to carry it alone to the cutting machine. He then personally operated the machine, preparing to slice the stone open. Yao, her face etched with anxiety, fixated on the attendant, worried that the stone would yield no jade, rendering her 135,000 yuan a waste. Xiao Yang, in stark contrast, stood calmly with his arms crossed, fully aware that the stone contained no jade. His intent was deliberate, as he was curious to see whether Yao would abandon him this time. The attendant, visibly tense, began to dissect the stone. Though he had worked in the shop for several years, few clients purchased stones of such high value, and his opportunity to handle them had been limited. Thus, he appeared both nervous and meticulous. He gradually peeled away the outer layer, revealing a dull, grayish interior. The attendant furrowed his brow and continued his task. As he slowly removed the stone's surface, it remained gray and unremarkable. A sinking feeling settled within him as he recognized that this raw stone likely harbored no jade. Yao's complexion shifted as she observed the unfolding scene. An ominous premonition struck her. Her 135,000 yuan might be lost. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced at Xiao Yang, relieved to find him still composed. Perhaps the stone still held some hope. However, as the attendant fully unveiled the stone, revealing nothing but dullness, Yao's expression turned completely despondent. Her investment had vanished without a trace. Anger surged within her as she turned to Xiao Yang, feeling betrayed. "Xiao Yang, what is going on? Why are we still left with worthless stones?" Her frustration was palpable. Xiao Yang, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "That's the nature of stone gambling. One moment you are rich, the next you are poor. The odds of finding jade are akin to winning the lottery. If you believe my skills are lacking, you are free to leave." His indifferent demeanor infuriated Yao, causing her to experience pain anew. She felt an overwhelming urge to walk away, but the thought of her nearly 200,000 yuan loss held her back. Consequently, despite her anger, she took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Inwardly, She reassured herself that Xiao Yang might simply be experiencing a streak of bad luck, and perhaps the next attempt would yield success. Xiao Yang observed Yao Yao's angry demeanor from the sidelines and concluded that she ought to leave. However, this girl, despite brooding in silence for quite some time, remained steadfastly by his side, which left him feeling quite helpless. You must consider this carefully. If you continue to collaborate with me in the stone gambling venture, you may incur even greater losses. Noticing that Yao Yao showed no intention of departing, Xiao Yang deliberately uttered these words, hoping to provoke her into leaving. Only with Yao Yao gone could he fully engage in the gamble, for her presence constrained him, as he feared that she might uncover his ability to see through objects. Chapter 23. The green jadeite. Yao Yao gritted her teeth. In the world of stone gambling, there are both losses and gains. Let us continue, she declared resolutely. Xiao Yang, observing her unwavering determination to stay, felt a surge of frustration. It appeared she was truly reluctant to depart, almost as if she had taken a liking to him. Escaping this predicament would prove quite challenging. Perhaps one more trick would suffice. He resolved to deceive Yao Yao once again. Should she remain after this, he would acquiesce to her presence. With his keen vision, he surveyed the array of raw stones before him and fixated on one priced at 180,000. This stone, devoid of jadeite, was the target of his ploy. He calmly pointed it out to Yao Yao, instructing her, "Purchase this stone." "Does this stone contain jadeite?" Yao Yao hesitated, refraining from rushing to pay, as she earnestly questioned Xiao Yang, having grown wary of his previous tricks. "Based on my experience, there is a 50% chance it contains jadeite," Xiao Yang replied with a grave demeanor. "You." Yao Yao was left speechless, at a loss for words, deeming his response to be mere platitude. Yet, with no other option, she clenched her jaw and paid the 180,000, instructing a nearby attendant to cut the stone. The attendant, taken aback by Yao Yao's lavishness, marveled at her audacity. She was indeed a wealthy woman. He then maneuvered the cutting machine, slicing through the stone. When it was revealed that the stone held no jadeite, Yao Yao nearly fainted from rage, her frustration swelling. "Xiao Yang, you!" Xiao Yang, observing the fury etched across Yao Yao's face, felt a twinge of guilt. He had tricked her 4 times, resulting in a loss of nearly 400,000. Yet he steadfastly remarked, "Such is the nature of stone gambling. Perhaps you should reconsider collaborating with me." "No way. I have already lost 30 or 40,000. You must help me recover my losses," Yao Yao retorted through gritted teeth, refusing to concede defeat. Seeing her refusal to leave, Xiao Yang abandoned the thought of forcing her away and resolved to engage earnestly in the stone gambling, aiming to recoup her losses. "Xiao Yang, please take this seriously and refrain from causing me further losses. I'm nearly at my wit's end," Yao Yao pleaded, shaking his arm with an air of desperation. "I need some motivation." Xiao Yang pointed to his face, subtly hinting for her to kiss him. Yao Yao shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You rogue! You made me lose 400,000, and now you expect a kiss? Only if you win. That was your promise." Xiao Yang replied with a grin. Yao Yao, feeling a pang of realization at his mischievous smile, understood she might be falling into his trap. "I meant it, if you win. A kiss is certainly not out of the question." "All right, it's settled." Xiao Yang nodded eagerly, his gaze shifting to a pile of raw stones. He pointed at one that he believed contained jadeite, proclaiming, "Buy this one." Yao Yao followed his finger and shivered involuntarily. "Xiao Yang, are you certain this stone contains jadeite? It's priced at 500,000. Fearful of investing such a sum in yet another worthless stone, she dreaded the thought of losing nearly 1,000,000. Despite her affluence, she could not help but feel a tremor of fear within. "Do not be afraid, trust me," Xiao Yang declared with confidence. "I find it hard to believe you." Yao Yao replied weakly. Though her words suggested hesitation, her actions were resolute, as she promptly retrieved her phone and transferred 500,000, acquiring the raw stone and requesting the attendant to cut it open. The attendant inhaled deeply, nervously cradling the stone as he approached the cutting machine, where he began his meticulous work. Yao Yao's gaze was fixed on the machine, while Xiao Yang stood with his arms crossed, exuding indifference. He was already aware that the stone contained jade. Noticing Yao Yao's anxious demeanor, he could not resist teasing her. "Yao Yao, don't panic. At worst, we'll just lose 50,000. We shall try again, and next time we are sure to find jade. Please be quiet." Yao Yao was too tense to engage in conversation, resolutely deciding that if this stone turned out to be worthless, She would part ways with Xiao Yang and never trust him again. Just then, a sharp sound echoed as the attendant made a significant cut into the exterior of the raw stone, instantly revealing a glimmer of green. It's green. It's green. The attendant exclaimed excitedly. Yao Yao's attention snapped to the stone, and she immediately clutched Xiao Yang's arm in exhilaration. It's green, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang glanced down at her hand, gripping his arm, feeling the pressure of her excitement, which was almost overwhelming, especially as she began to shake with joy. Calm down. It's merely green. Before long, the attendant had completely sliced open the stone, unveiling a flawless piece of green jade. This jade is worth at least several million. The attendant gasped in astonishment. Having witnessed numerous fortunes lost and gained in his tenure, he was well aware of the stakes involved in such endeavors. Congratulations. He promptly congratulated Yao Yao and Xiao Yang, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. He frequently participated in stone gambling, but his attempts had rarely yielded success. Yao Yao, thrilled, cradled the jade in her arms, examining it when a group of fellow stone gamblers swiftly surrounded her, eager to make offers for her newfound treasure. Not for sale. Yao Yao firmly refused. As a female gem dealer who often frequented the stone gambling streets for jade procurement, she could not possibly part with such a rare piece now that she had finally cut a green jade. Though this jade was valued at a mere few million, once processed into pendants or jewelry, it could fetch over 10 million. Beautiful lady, I will offer you 5 million for it. Yet, some gamblers remained undeterred, attempting to entice her with higher bids. I'll offer 8 million. One exclaimed, raising the stakes by 3 million. Apologies, but we are colleagues in this trade. Yao Yao replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, the bidders quickly realized the futility of their pursuit, shaking their heads in resignation before departing. In the blink of an eye, all the stone gamblers around them had vanished. Why didn't you sell it for 8 million? Xiao Yang asked, gazing at Yao Yao with a perplexed expression. He perceived the vibrant green jade to be worth a fortune. It was baffling that Yao Yao chose not to sell it. Are you foolish? I plan to transform it into exquisite jade pendants and jewelry, which can effortlessly double my investment. Yao Yao replied. Ah, so you are a capitalist. Xiao Yang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he regarded Yao Yao with astonishment, surprised to discover that she, at such a young age, had already become a businesswoman. Just as Yao Yao was about to speak, her gaze fell upon a man entering through the front door. Instantly, her expression shifted, and she dashed into Xiao Yang's embrace, concealing her face behind her hair. Xiao Yang, quickly hold me. Don't let that person see me. Chapter 24. Your girlfriend will borrow me for a few days. I'll give you 100,000. Xiao Yang, bewildered, held Yao Yao in his arms and followed her gaze towards the entrance, where he beheld a strikingly handsome young man, approximately 185 meters tall, accompanied by several subordinates as he entered the establishment. The youth's appearance was extraordinarily captivating. Aside from his pronounced dark circles suggesting a life of indulgence, his physique and looks were of the highest caliber, akin to that of a male celebrity. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of everyone present in the stone gambling shop, regardless of age or gender, who couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled, mistaking him for a prominent star. After all, Panjiayuan was situated in the capital, and it was not uncommon for celebrities to frequent the area for stone gambling and treasure hunting. Young Master Long, you've arrived. The manager of the stone gambling shop, upon seeing the young man, promptly rushed over to attend to him, recognizing him as a valued client. Manager Wang, do you have any new goods? Long Zhan inquired calmly. Indeed. Manager Wang nodded, then led Long Zhan deeper into the shop, heading directly towards Xiao Yang and the others. Upon noticing Long Zhan's approach, Yao Yao became visibly anxious and quickly buried her face in Xiao Yang's embrace, her hair shielding her features. Xiao Yang understood that Yao Yao was familiar with Long Zhan and was intentionally avoiding him. He was more than happy to hold Yao Yao close, especially given her alluring figure. In her attempt to evade Long Zhan, she seemed to meld into Xiao Yang's body, evoking a sense of pleasure in him that was nearly overwhelming. Instinctively, he wrapped his arm around her waist, immediately feeling the allure of her sinuous form. Truly a reputation well-earned. Where are you placing your hands? Yao Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she softly admonished Xiao Yang not to wander. Yet, Xiao Yang paid no heed. The atmosphere had escalated. And who could say if such tantalizing opportunities would arise again? His hands, emboldened, ventured further. Please, don't. Yao Yao trembled, nearly losing her balance. Incensed by Xiao Yang's audacity, she quickly grasped his hands, urging him to cease. Xiao Yang, still yearning for more, was interrupted as Long Zhan, guided by Manager Wang, had now arrived beside them. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang refrained from further indiscretions. Yao Yao's tension was palpable. She dared not lift her head. However, upon Long Zhan's arrival, he couldn't resist casting a glance at Yao Yao nestled in Xiao Yang's embrace. Although he couldn't discern her face, her stunning figure instantly captured his attention. In his life, he harbored two passions, his first being women, and the second, stone gambling. Whenever he encountered a beautiful woman, he seldom let the opportunity slip by, regardless of her relationship status. In that moment, he found himself rooted to the spot, abandoning thoughts of stone gambling, and instead approached Xiao Yang. "Bro, is this your girlfriend?" Long Zhan leered at Yao Yao, whose figure was still nestled within Xiao Yang's arms. Xiao Yang felt the weight of Long Zhan's gaze shamelessly wandering over Yao Yao's alluring form. Although Yao Yao was not his girlfriend, a flicker of discontent stirred within him. He coldly retorted, "Where's your gaze directed?" As he spoke, he embraced Yao Yao and swiftly turned his body to shield her from Long Zhan's gaze. With his view obstructed, Long Zhan's demeanor soured immediately. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly addressed Xiao Yang. "My friend, let me borrow your girlfriend for a few days, and I shall pay you 100,000. Go entertain your mother." Xiao Yang retorted, unable to contain his anger, even though Yao Yao was not his girlfriend. Hearing Long Zhan's words incited his fury. "Who do you think you're insulting? Daring to offend young Master Long, you are courting death." Before Long Zhan could respond, several of his subordinates erupted in rage and advanced towards Xiao Yang. One of them attempted to strike Xiao Yang, while the others focused on Yao Yao, preparing to forcibly remove her from his arms. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Long Zhan would audaciously attempt to abduct a woman in broad daylight. "Get away," he exclaimed, deftly evading the grasp of one assailant and delivering a kick to the individual's knee, causing him to collapse before Xiao Yang. The others were astonished, having not foreseen Xiao Yang's prowess. Since acquiring his X-ray vision, Xiao Yang's abilities had been honing with each passing moment, and he was now far superior to his former self. While Long Zhan's underlings were not mere commoners, they were no match for Xiao Yang, especially with his X-ray vision granting him a slow-motion perception of their movements. To him, their actions appeared to unfold at a tenth of the normal speed, revealing myriad vulnerabilities that he could easily exploit. Yao Yao, nestled in Xiao Yang's arms, felt a surge of alarm as she observed Long Zhan's aggression toward him. Instinctively, she yearned to intervene, yet the fear of being discovered by Long Zhan left her in a state of inner turmoil. At that moment, the assailants targeting Yao Yao redirected their aggression towards Xiao Yang. With a cold snort, Xiao Yang focused his X-ray vision on them. In their slowed movements, they revealed glaring openings, and he swiftly delivered a kick to each of their knees. In the blink of an eye, they all collapsed before him, kneeling in unison. Long Zhan inhaled sharply, astonished. Though he had brought mere bodyguards, they typically enjoyed an air of invincibility, and yet they had been so easily subdued by Xiao Yang. "Those who dare to strike me are courting death," Long Zhan fumed, though a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He had long set his sights on Yao Yao, but had been searching for a pretext. Now that Xiao Yang had assaulted his men, he could justify claiming Yao Yao for himself. Without hesitation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Manager Wang, who sighed inwardly but had no choice but to summon the store's staff. Moments later, 7 or 8 burly employees surrounded Xiao Yang. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yang shot a cold glance at the encircling staff and then at Manager Wang. Although he was unafraid of these individuals, he had no desire to engage in a senseless brawl, aware that such altercations could lead to unwanted consequences. However, observing Manager Wang's subservient demeanor towards Long Zhan, one could discern that reason would prove futile today. Only brute force would suffice. "Break his legs and seize his girlfriend," Long Zhan commanded with malevolence, discarding any pretense and revealing his true, lascivious nature. Subsequently, the 7 or 8 employees of the stone gambling shop, along with several of Long Zhan's kneeling subordinates, rose together, charging towards Xiao Yang. "Stop!" Yao Yao, who had been sheltered in Xiao Yang's embrace, realized she could no longer remain hidden. If she did, Xiao Yang would find himself in trouble. Although she was reluctant to confront Long Zhan, she had no choice but to reveal herself. Thus, she promptly lifted her head, exposing her true self, and cast a frosty glare at Long Zhan. Chapter 25. A Contest of Stone Gambling Techniques. Upon hearing Yao Yao's voice, Long Zhan felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. When Yao Yao lifted her head, he momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a dark expression. Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Who is he? Long Zhan's jealousy surged instantly, and he regarded Xiao Yang with a terrifying hostility. He had never anticipated that the goddess he had long pursued would be nestled in Xiao Yang's embrace. It dawned upon him that Yao Yao was hiding from him. Yet their bond appeared to be quite intimate, igniting his jealousy further. For nearly a week, Long Zhan had relentlessly pursued Yao Yao, yet she had resolutely ignored him, deliberately evading his presence. He had not even held her hand, a matter of considerable significance to him. Typically, he could win over a woman in just 2 days. Often even within a single day, a week was unprecedented for him. Ever since their last encounter, he had been infatuated with Yao Yao, embarking on a fervent quest for her affection. However, his usual methods of courtship seemed futile in her presence. Normally, when he fancied a girl, he would shower her with lavish gifts, initially offering a sum of 100,000, which generally garnered her favor. He would then smoothly invite her to dine and shop, taking her to the finest restaurants, followed by shopping sprees where he would indulge her with designer bags and cosmetics. In a mere day, he could seal the deal, often leading to more intimate encounters that very evening. Yet, Yao Yao was impervious to his charms. Despite his persistent efforts over the past week, she remained utterly unresponsive, only to unexpectedly find solace in Xiao Yang's embrace, which incited his wrath. What was he lacking? Wealth? Physique? Looks? Heritage? He possessed all these attributes in abundance. He was a capitalist, after all. Yao Yao cast a disdainful glance at Long Zhan, for she detested men like him, those who frivolously squandered their wealth and disrespected women. She had made significant efforts to avoid him, only to encounter him again, which she found exceedingly unfortunate. He is my man. Can't you see? Yao Yao, please don't deceive me. You are single. Where would a man come from? Long Zhan scoffed at her claims, having previously investigated her background. He knew that Yao Yao had always been single, with no male companions whatsoever, thus concluding that Xiao Yang could not possibly be her partner. While he reveled in exploiting women, it was only those without connections. Yao Yao, despite having started her own jewelry business from scratch, lacked any notable lineage or status, which emboldened him to pursue her. At this moment, witnessing Yao Yao so intimately close to Xiao Yang felt akin to having his own woman snatched away. I say he is, thus he is. Yao Yao replied coldly. Kid, I advise you to keep your distance. He is not someone you can dare touch. Long Zhan immediately threatened Xiao Yang. Oh, and what if I don't? Xiao Yang had little tolerance for threats. In his school days, lacking background and wealth, he had to endure such intimidation. But now, possessing the gift of foresight, he was no longer an ordinary person. Long Zhan's threat would not be tolerated. Subsequently, in front of Long Zhan, he directly embraced Yao Yao and kissed her lips. Caught off guard, Yao Yao was stunned by Xiao Yang's boldness. She never anticipated that he would dare to act in such a manner. While she understood that Xiao Yang might have intended to provoke Long Zhan with this kiss, she remained bewildered. Release her, you scoundrel. Long Zhan, witnessing Xiao Yang's audacity, was consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing he could strike Yao Yao down, despite having never laid a hand on her. Xiao Yang's kiss felt like a blatant disregard for his authority. Make sure he pays for this. Instantly, his subordinates, along with several store attendants, charged towards Xiao Yang. Regaining her composure, Yao Yao hurriedly pushed Xiao Yang away and shouted at Long Zhan. Long Zhan, command them to retreat, or I shall never speak to you again. Upon hearing her words, Long Zhan, albeit reluctantly, ordered his men to stand down. Yao Yao, what makes him superior to me? Why would you choose such a fool? Have I not treated you well? Long Zhan was deeply wounded, his heart shattered. Throughout his life, he had never been denied anything he desired, but with Yao Yao, he experienced the agony of heartbreak. He felt as though he had suffered a loss in love, the pain resonating within him. This was the feeling he had always sought. While he had always been the one to cause heartbreak, it was now Yao Yao who made him feel this way, intensifying his obsession with her and fueling his desire to win her affection. He's inferior to you in every aspect. Yao Yao retorted without hesitation. What? How could that be? Long Zhan nearly choked on his indignation. Stung by her words, he felt both angered and slightly disheartened. Glancing at Xiao Yang, he acknowledged that Xiao Yang's looks were indeed somewhat superior, perhaps even comparable to his own, which left him feeling slightly defeated. However, he quickly regained his composure. Aside from appearance, he was confident that he possessed attributes that surpassed Xiao Yang's. He was wealthier. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao scoffed. He is a master of stone gambling. You cannot compare to his prowess. Long Zhan straightened his posture, filled with confidence. He is more skilled at stone gambling than I am? You must be jesting. In Panjiayuan, my gambling skills rank among the top 10, and among the younger generation, I am unrivaled. Indeed, Long Zhan's stone gambling skills were unparalleled among his peers in Panjiayuan, and there were few in the entire capital who could match his talent. Manager Wang, standing beside Long Zhan, seized the opportunity to flatter him, lavishing praise upon him without hesitation. Since you claim to be superior, shall we see how you fare against him in a gamble? Yao Yao challenged, skeptical of Long Zhan's abilities. Though she was unaware of Long Zhan's true skill, she had witnessed Xiao Yang's talent firsthand. Very well, how shall we compete? Long Zhan's eyes sparkled at the prospect of a challenge. He excelled in both seducing women and stone gambling, and in these two domains, he believed himself to be without rival among the younger generation. He utterly disregarded Xiao Yang. The moment Xiao Yang agreed to the stone gambling challenge, he would relish the opportunity to mercilessly torment him. Upon hearing Yao Yao's words, Xiao Yang frowned slightly, yet he refrained from uttering a single word, harboring a deep disdain for Long Zhan. Since Yao Yao had urged him to compete against Long Zhan, he resolved to teach Long Zhan a lesson, ensuring he would pay dearly for his arrogance. Xiao Yang, will you engage in the stone gambling with him and thoroughly discipline him? Yao Yao's gaze turned towards Xiao Yang, her eyes brimming with a plea, yearning for him to take action and avenge her grievances, though she feared he might decline. In response, Xiao Yang nodded without hesitation, affirming, absolutely. Chapter 26. Each selects 10 rough stones. The loser bears all costs. Observing that Xiao Yang dared to wager stones against him, Long Zhan scoffed. Soon, you shall comprehend the essence of skill. Unwavering, Xiao Yang retorted, I hope you won't be crying later. Yao Yao, sensing an impending argument, hurriedly positioned herself between the two, exclaiming, since we have decided to compete in this stone betting, we must first establish the rules. Long Zhan, brimming with arrogance, declared, you may set the rules. I will comply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's mind whirled with mischief, intent on giving Long Zhan a lesson in humility. Therefore, he confidently proposed, we shall each select 10 pieces of rough stone, with no price limit. The one who uncovers more jade wins. The loser shall bear the entire cost of purchasing the stones, and all jade discovered will belong to the victor. What do you think? Long Zhan chuckled heartily at Xiao Yang's declaration. You said it yourself. I did not coerce you. His overwhelming confidence led him to believe that Xiao Yang would undoubtedly lose, and he fully acquiesced to the terms. After all, he had never feared any opponent in the realm of stone betting. Xiao Yang, are you confident? Yao Yao gasped, alarmed by the stakes, fearing for Xiao Yang's potential loss. Rest assured, I shall not be the one to lose, Xiao Yang declared with self-assurance. Eagerly, Long Zhan and Xiao Yang commenced their competition, each selecting 10 rough stones within the confines of the stone betting establishment. The stones ranged in price from a modest 100 to extravagant amounts reaching millions, allowing them the freedom to choose any piece they desired. Long Zhan wasted no time gravitating towards a rough stone priced at 500,000, convinced of his inevitable victory and certain that Xiao Yang would falter. He deliberately chose the most expensive stones, anticipating that when the time came to purchase them, Xiao Yang would bear the brunt of the costs, thus ensnaring him in a financial trap. However, before selecting the stones, he mockingly glanced at Xiao Yang, saying, I hope you won't find yourself short of funds. He then suggested a verification of funds to ensure Xiao Yang could cover the expenses. Xiao Yang promptly revealed his account balance on his phone, having received 3 million from Yao Yao for a piece of jade she purchased from him. Long Zhan, taken aback by Xiao Yang's substantial funds, was surprised to learn of his financial capability. Once assured of Xiao Yang's resources, he felt at ease and then revealed his own account balance, which exceeded 10 million. This was merely the amount visible on his phone, not accounting for the funds in his bank account. Well then, since both of you have verified your funds, let the selection of rough stones commence, Yao Yao announced, taking on the role of referee. Thus, Xiao Yang and Long Zhan began their selection process. Long Zhan unhesitatingly chose a rough stone priced at 500,000, followed by his second choice. He specifically sought stones priced above several hundred thousand, pieces he typically refrained from purchasing during his previous visits. After all, no one could guarantee that jade lay within. If luck were to elude him, those hundreds of thousands would be a wasted investment. At this moment, he unceremoniously extracted each of the rough stones. Confident in his gambling acumen, the reason these stones were priced so high was their significant potential to contain jade, far surpassing the likelihood of discovering jade in those priced in the hundreds or thousands. Xiao Yang did not select any stones. Instead, he calmly observed the rough stones chosen by Long Zhan. With a mere glance from his X-ray vision, he discerned which of Long Zhan's selections harbored jade. At this juncture, Long Zhan had chosen 3 rough stones, each priced above 500,000. Xiao Yang's keen sight revealed that among these 3, only one contained jade, while the other 2 were worthless rocks. Why haven't you made a selection? Are you afraid? Long Zhan taunted upon noticing Xiao Yang's lack of choices. Having already selected 3 stones, Xiao Yang paid him no mind, feigning the act of selecting stones while internally contemplating the need to remain inconspicuous. He resolved to exercise restraint, aiming to outwit Long Zhan without revealing his extraordinary insight. After pondering Long Zhan's choices, he approached, intent on selecting rough stones in the same price range. Long Zhan, taken aback by Xiao Yang's presence beside him, observed him selecting stones priced in the hundreds of thousands and smirked, deeming Xiao Yang overconfident. Meanwhile, Yao Yao, standing nearby, felt a twinge of anxiety for Xiao Yang. Although she believed in his prowess, the stakes were high, and a misstep could lead to significant losses. Both were selecting stones of considerable value, and the eventual loser would bear the entire financial burden, potentially exceeding 10 million. With only 3 million in his account, Xiao Yang could face dire consequences should he fail. She clenched her teeth, resolute in her determination. If Xiao Yang were unable to pay, she would find a way to assist him. Yet, she fervently hoped for his victory, wishing for him to outsmart Long Zhan decisively. Soon, Long Zhan selected 5 rough stones, each priced at 500,000, with one even reaching 1 million. The total for these 5 stones amounted to 3 million, effectively draining Xiao Yang's savings. However, Long Zhan had no intention of stopping there. He aimed not only to deplete Xiao Yang's resources, but also to plunge him into debt. Thus, he continued to select stones, swiftly choosing the remaining 5, which collectively totaled 4 million. With the previous 5 stones 3 million, the grand total reached 8 million. He inwardly sneered, intent on bringing Xiao Yang to financial ruin. Xiao Yang, utilizing his X-ray vision, surveyed the 10 stones Long Zhan had selected. Among them, 3 contained jade, while the other 7 were devoid of value. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he acknowledged Long Zhan's impressive gambling skills. Selecting 3 out of 10 stones with jade was no small feat, unfortunately for Long Zhan. He had crossed paths with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. He merely needed to select 4 stones containing jade to secure his victory. Thus, he acted with resolute determination. His X-ray vision swiftly scanned the stones before him, and without hesitation, he chose a stone that harbored jade, priced at 1 million. He then selected a second stone, valued at 1.5 million. Prioritizing the selection of 4 jade-bearing stones, he subsequently opted for the most expensive among the remaining 6. In less than half a minute, he had made his selections from the 10 stones, with the total price soaring to an astonishing 12 million. If he was to outsmart Long Zhan, he intended to do so with utmost severity, ensuring that Long Zhan would suffer a significant financial loss. Chapter 27. The raw stones valued at 20 million. Yao Yao was taken aback when she saw Xiao Yang select 10 raw stones in one go, with a total price reaching 12 million. Concern began to gnaw at her. What if Xiao Yang were to lose? The combined value of Xiao Yang's 10 raw stones was 12 million, while Long Zhan's 10 stones were worth 8 million, bringing the total to 20 million. Even she found it difficult to muster such a substantial amount of cash on short notice. If Xiao Yang were to lose, would he truly be able to bear such a financial burden? She could not possibly gather 20 million to assist him. Fear crept into her heart, prompting her to whisper urgently to Xiao Yang, "Do you truly have confidence? If you lose, the liability is 2 million. Not a problem." Xiao Yang replied calmly. Seeing his tranquility, Yao Yao felt a measure of relief and chose to place her trust in him. On the other side, Long Zhan felt a tremor of unease upon witnessing Xiao Yang's selection of the 12 million raw stones. A realization dawned on him. Perhaps he had underestimated Xiao Yang. Clearly, Xiao Yang was no fool. He must possess considerable skill. In an instant, Long Zhan dismissed his previous contempt and resolved to approach the competition with seriousness. Feeling the weight of pressure settle upon him, for this was a contest of 20 million. Should he falter, he too would be liable for the payment. However, he did not possess such a vast sum of cash. His mobile balance was merely 10 million, and his bank account held just a few million. Although he was indeed a wealthy heir, the allowance from his family was limited to just over 10 million, leaving him with insufficient funds. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at Xiao Yang and coldly declared, "Do you think that by selecting raw stones worth over 10 million, I am intimidated? Let us cut them open now and see whose jade is more abundant." He then summoned Manager Wang to assist in the cutting of the raw stones. Manager Wang brought over 2 robust staff members, each operating a cutting machine, ready to slice open the stones selected by both Xiao Yang and Long Zhan. Xiao Yang watched Long Zhan with a glint of derision in his eyes, already anticipating the expression of defeat on Long Zhan's face. The 2 staff members began the cutting process, placing a stone on each machine and meticulously peeling away the outer layer. As the skin of the stone gradually fell away, the hidden interior was unveiled to the audience. Xiao Yang's first raw stone revealed no jade. As the staff member continued to slice through the stone, the interior became visible to all. Long Zhan, upon seeing that Xiao Yang's first stone bore no jade, felt a wave of relief wash over him and could not resist taunting, "With your gambling skills, how dare you compete with me? It's nothing short of self-inflicted suffering." However, as his words faded, the other staff member unveiled Long Zhan's first raw stone, which too was devoid of jade, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. "You have no jade either. Why mock Xiao Yang?" Yao Yao seized the opportunity to retort, leaving Long Zhan feeling vexed. "Humph, continue cutting." Long Zhan let out a cold snort, urging the 2 attendants to continue slicing their second rough stone. As the exterior of the second stone fell away, its contents were unveiled. Xiao Yang's second rough stone, as he had deliberately orchestrated, contained no jade. His prior stones had similarly yielded nothing. However, Long Zhan's second rough stone revealed a glimmer of jade. When a flash of green light emerged, Long Zhan could not help but burst into laughter, pointing at Xiao Yang and proclaiming, "Do you see this? This is what skill looks like. Look at yourself, 2 stones devoid of jade. What can you possibly compare with me?" Internally, Long Zhan was brimming with pride, seizing the opportunity to mercilessly mock Xiao Yang. Yet, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, regarding him with the gaze reserved for a fool. Seeing Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, devoid of anger or embarrassment, Long Zhan felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. "What are you so pleased about? This is merely the second stone. There are still 8 more to go?" Yao Yao could no longer tolerate Long Zhan's arrogance, believing it outrageous that he would commence his taunting after just the second stone. Until all the rough stones were cut, no one could claim victory. She had faith that Xiao Yang would ultimately prevail and found Long Zhan's haughty demeanor insufferable. "Humph. Let us continue cutting. I am determined to ensure he loses convincingly." Long Zhan, infuriated by Yao Yao's unwavering support for Xiao Yang, felt a surge of jealousy and an intensified desire to triumph over him. The 2 attendants proceeded to cut the third rough stone, which, for Xiao Yang, again proved to be worthless. Surprisingly, Long Zhan's third rough stone also yielded nothing. This time, he refrained from mockery and instructed the attendants to continue with the 4th stone. Soon, the 4th stone was revealed. Xiao Yang's remained a worthless rock, while Long Zhan's also turned out to be devoid of value. Long Zhan's lips pursed in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a surplus of waste stones. He had been hoping for just one more piece of jade to further taunt Xiao Yang. But upon seeing his own worthless stone, he fell silent and urged the attendants to proceed with the next rough stone. The 5th rough stone brought no fortune for Xiao Yang, yet Long Zhan triumphantly unveiled a piece of red jade. With hands on his hips, he mockingly pointed at Xiao Yang, declaring, "I have already found 2 pieces of jade, while you have yet to uncover even one. If you concede now, I might consider sparing you." "Fool," Xiao Yang replied calmly. "Who are you calling a fool?" Long Zhan exploded with rage, incredulous that Xiao Yang would dare to speak to him in such a manner, especially when he held the upper hand. "I'm speaking of you, fool." Xiao Yang met his gaze with a tranquil intensity. Fine, fine. Soon everyone will know who the real fool is." Long Zhan took a deep breath, instructing the attendants to continue cutting the rough stones, intent on making Xiao Yang admit defeat and acknowledge himself as the true fool. By the 6th stone, both Xiao Yang and Long Zhan once again ended up with worthless stones. Yet, in Long Zhan's heart, he already believed himself the victor. Thus far, both had uncovered 6 rough stones. Yet he possessed 2 precious jade stones, while Xiao Yang had none. With only 4 rough stones remaining, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence in his victory, certain that Xiao Yang was destined to lose. As the 7th rough stone was unveiled, Xiao Yang revealed a green jade. Long Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. However, upon witnessing that his own 7th rough stone also yielded a green jade, he breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of mockery, exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, I have already acquired 3 pieces of jade, while you possess but 1. Unless all 3 of your remaining rough stones reveal jade, your defeat is inevitable. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and apologize, swearing never to approach Yao Yao again, and I may consider sparing you." Chapter 28. 7 Emeralds. Long Zhan, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? There are still 3 uncut stones remaining, Yao Yao exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration as Long Zhan continued to mock Xiao Yang. Pay him no heed. Soon enough, he will be begging us for mercy. Xiao Yang gently patted Yao Yao's shoulder, signaling her to disregard Long Zhan's taunts. Heh, I have already granted you a chance. Since you have squandered it, even if you weep and plead for my clemency later, I shall not relent. Long Zhan scoffed coldly upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Continue cutting. Xiao Yang, disinterested in engaging with Long Zhan, instructed the staff to proceed with the cutting of the raw stones. The staff commenced with the 8th stone, revealing a piece of blue emerald on Xiao Yang's side, while Long Zhan was left with a worthless rock. Observing this, Long Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. Now Xiao Yang possessed 2 emeralds, and although he had 3, the odds of his victory had dwindled. He dared not mock Xiao Yang any further, inwardly praying that the remaining 2 stones would yield at least 1 emerald. If he could achieve that, victory would be assured. Yao Yao, witnessing Xiao Yang's success with 2 emeralds, grew anxious as only 2 raw stones remained. If neither of those contained emeralds, victory would slip from Xiao Yang's grasp. Thus, she was consumed by worry, fervently hoping for Xiao Yang's triumph. Cut. Xiao Yang commanded calmly to the 2 staff members, urging them to continue with the 9th stone. The staff, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, felt the tension mount. As they sliced through the outer layer of the 9th stone, a flash of red light appeared, revealing a red emerald on Xiao Yang's side. While Long Zhan was still left with a worthless rock, Long Zhan's face paled. Xiao Yang now had 3 emeralds, matching his own count, bringing them to a stalemate. The outcome hinged on the final raw stone. Should Long Zhan reveal an emerald while Xiao Yang unearths a worthless rock, victory would be his. Conversely, if Xiao Yang found an emerald and he did not, defeat would be inevitable. Thus, he too felt the pressure mounting. In stark contrast, Xiao Yang maintained his serene demeanor, which only heightened Long Zhan's anxiety. He could not fathom the source of Xiao Yang's unshakable confidence, nor why he seemed utterly unfazed throughout this ordeal. I must win, Long Zhan silently declared, fervently wishing for his final raw stone to contain emerald. At that moment, the 2 staff members began to cut the last raw stone, their hands trembling slightly. However, being seasoned veterans, they quickly regained their composure and meticulously peeled away the stone's outer layer. As the layers fell away, the contents of the raw stones gradually emerged before the eager eyes of the onlookers. When Long Zhan beheld the dull, gray interior of his final stone, devoid of any emerald, he was rendered speechless, his entire being trembling. He could not have anticipated that his last raw stone would be nothing but a worthless rock. Subsequently, he cast a glance of trepidation towards Xiao Yang's final piece of raw stone, silently praying that it too bore no jade. Should Xiao Yang's stone prove to be a worthless rock, they would stand even, neither victorious nor defeated. Upon witnessing the stone skin of Xiao Yang's piece peeling away to reveal a dull gray interior, he breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that it lacked jade. However, at that moment, the attendant made a decisive cut, unveiling a flash of verdant light. The instant Dragon Zhan beheld such a vibrant hue, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly collapsed. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yang's last stone would contain jade. This revelation meant that Xiao Yang possessed 4 pieces of jade. While he only had 3, he had lost. Impossible. Dragon Zhan found it unbearable to accept this outcome. In the realm of stone gambling at Panjiayuan, he was a master, unmatched among the younger generation, always invincible. In this domain, he claimed the 2nd position, for no one dared to claim the 1st. Yet now he faced defeat, and in the presence of so many onlookers, he could not endure such a blow. Xiao Yang, You have triumphed. Yao Yao was equally anxious. But when she witnessed the emergence of the fourth piece of jade, she completely relaxed, excitedly embracing Xiao Yang's arm. She was overwhelmed with joy, never expecting Xiao Yang to turn the tables and secure victory. Dragon John, you have lost. According to the rules, you must bear the cost of 20 million. Yao Yao stated to Dragon John without hesitation. Observing Dragon John's disheveled appearance brought her immense satisfaction. She had longed to teach him a lesson but had never found the opportunity. Now, with Xiao Yang aiding her in delivering a well-deserved reprimand to Dragon John, she felt a sense of relief, exhilarated at the thought of him having to pay 20 million. No. Dragon John felt momentarily disoriented, struggling to grasp the reality of his defeat. No excuses, a bet is a bet. Hurry and pay, clown. Xiao Yang taunted without hesitation. Previously, Dragon John had relentlessly mocked him, and now, with the outcome revealed, he finally relished the chance to openly deride Dragon John. What a relief. Hearing Xiao Yang's words nearly made Dragon John spit blood. Not only had he lost in front of everyone, but he also had to pay 20 million, bringing shame upon himself. The troubling matter was that he did not possess 20 million. His total assets barely amounted to 15 million, leaving him 5 million short. Clenching his fists, he found himself at a loss. Xiao Yang cast a cold glance at Dragon John before unhesitatingly collecting all 7 pieces of jade. According to the rules, the loser must bear the expenses of all 20 raw stones, while the jade extracted belongs entirely to the victor. The value of these 7 pieces of jade would likely total several tens of millions. He had struck gold. Yao Yao gazed at Xiao Yang with envy, astonished at how effortlessly he had acquired 7 pieces of jade. Young Master Long, look. Manager Wang observed Xiao Yang gathering the 7 pieces of jade, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. He then approached Dragon John, intending to demand the 20 million owed, for according to the rules, it was the loser who must pay. Although he harbored some trepidation towards the Long family behind Long John, he felt compelled to reclaim the 20 million. Otherwise, his employer would surely not show him mercy. Your share is inevitable. Why the urgency? Long John replied irritably. Yet internally, he was in a state of distress. He currently possessed not even 20 million. At most, he could muster 15 million. What was he to do about the remaining 5 million? Young Master Long, how do you intend to make the payment? Manager Wang observed Long John's reluctance to part with the funds, and his heart tightened. Subsequently, he discreetly signaled to the nearby staff. In the next moment, 7 or 8 robust employees approached without hesitation, encircling Long John. If Long John refused to pay, he could not afford to let him leave. If necessary, he would have to seek assistance from the Long family. Manager Wang, what is the meaning of this? Long John glared at Manager Wang, his expression darkening in disbelief that he had summoned people to surround him. Chapter 29. Borrowing 50 million. Once again, a stone gambling contest. Manager Wang beamed at Long John and said, Young Master Long, you see, I am but a mere employee. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Despite his words, his actions betrayed a different intention, as 7 or 8 staff members encircled Long John and his companions. Long John's expression darkened upon witnessing this, realizing that if he did not pay, Manager Wang would not let him off easily. Anger surged within him. He had been a loyal patron of this stone gambling establishment, often spending hundreds of thousands or even millions on raw stones. It was disheartening to find himself surrounded simply for failing to make a payment this once. How utterly pragmatic. Complaining under his breath, he reluctantly conceded. I will transfer the funds right now. He then proceeded to transfer a sum of 15 million to Manager Wang. Young Master Long, you still owe 5 million. Manager Wang sighed in relief upon receiving the 15 million, yet he insisted on collecting the full amount. I have no money on me at the moment. I will owe you, and I will write you an IOU. Long John gritted his teeth. Young Master Long, your family is wealthy. Why not call for the funds? Manager Wang was unwilling to write an IOU, fully aware that once he did, the money might never be recovered. Left with no choice, Long John cursed under his breath as he took out his phone to plead for money from his family. When his father learned that he was once again asking for funds, he unleashed a torrent of scolding. In the end, however, he still managed to transfer 10 million to Long John. Afterward, Long John sent the remaining 5 million to Manager Wang. With the money received, Manager Wang, wearing a satisfied smile, instructed the staff to disperse. Long John shot a cold glance at Manager Wang, vowing inwardly never to return to this stone gambling establishment. especially since he had not been permitted to write an IOU. At that moment, Xiao Yang and Yao Yao prepared to depart. Long Zhan, seething with resentment as he watched their retreating figures, called out to them, "Stop! Am I allowing you to leave?" Xiao Yang and Yao Yao halted and turned to face Long Zhan. "What? Do you wish to challenge me in stone gambling again?" Xiao Yang teased, sensing that if Long Zhan was inclined to continue betting, he would not mind seeing him incur further losses. "I merely had an off day when I lost to you. I demand a rematch." Long Zhan glared fiercely at Xiao Yang, convinced that misfortune had merely led to his defeat. Confident in his stone gambling skills, he resolved to face Xiao Yang once more. This time, he was determined to win back everything he had lost. "What do you intend to wager?" "You have no money left," Xiao Yang replied calmly. With only 5 million remaining, Long Zhan's prospects appeared dim, and Xiao Yang was uninterested. He sought a more substantial opportunity to ensnare Long Zhan. 5 million was insufficient. "Who says I have no money? I shall borrow some." Long Zhan, incensed by Xiao Yang's insinuation of his poverty, wasted no time in pulling out his phone to call his close friends for a loan. However, to his dismay, many responded with an inability to assist. Some, upon hearing the request for financial aid, promptly hung up the phone. Curse it, those who usually call each other brothers, when it comes to borrowing money, suddenly become penniless. After making 7 or 8 calls, he failed to secure a single cent. Infuriated to the point where he nearly smashed his phone. "If you are out of funds, then we shall take our leave." Upon witnessing Long Zhan's inability to procure any money, Xiao Yang lost interest in continuing the game and prepared to depart with Yao Yao. "Wait!" Long Zhan called out to Xiao Yang, and after gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone to call his sister. His so-called good brothers refused to lend him a dime, but his sister would not forsake him. As soon as he spoke, she agreed to lend him 50 million, leaving him utterly astonished. "Sister, lend me the money for now, and I promise to pay you back soon. I am in urgent need of this sum for my business." After much coaxing, his sister finally consented to lend him 50 million. Upon seeing Long Zhan secure the funds, Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed, and he no longer felt the urgency to leave. Since Long Zhan was prepared to bestow money upon him, how could he refuse? Manager Wang, noticing that Long Zhan and Xiao Yang intended to continue their stone gambling, felt a surge of excitement. He approached them, eager to facilitate their selection of raw stones within his establishment. However, Long Zhan spat contemptuously at him, exclaiming, "I shall never set foot in your shop again." With that, he swaggered out of the gambling den, signaling for Xiao Yang and Yao Yao to follow him as he sought another stone gambling venue. Manager Wang, feeling a pang of regret as he watched Long Zhan and Xiao Yang head to another shop, wished to retain their patronage, but both ignored him. Ultimately, Long Zhan and Xiao Yang arrived at a neighboring stone gambling shop located in Panjiayuan, which was grander in scale, even surpassing the previous establishment. Xiao Yang's discerning eye revealed that this shop boasted a substantial collection of jade raw stones. After entering, Long Zhan made a beeline for the most expensive section of raw stones. Following closely, Xiao Yang observed that the starting price for these stones was in the millions, with some fetching tens of millions. In an instant, he comprehended Long Zhan's intentions to ensnare him. However, a slight smirk graced Xiao Yang's lips. If Long Zhan sought to deceive him, he too was eager to outwit Long Zhan. Since Long Zhan had chosen such a prime location, he intended to make the most of it. An idea swiftly formed in his mind. With Long Zhan now possessing 55 million in cash, he would devise a scheme to claim it for himself. Yao Yao, noticing Long Zhan leading Xiao Yang to the priciest section, felt a twinge of concern. Yet, seeing Xiao Yang's confident demeanor reassured her. The manager of the gambling shop, upon observing Long Zhan and Xiao Yang heading directly to the most expensive area, recognized the arrival of significant patrons. Knowing Long Zhan to be the young master of the Long family, a wealthy individual, he hurried over to personally attend to them. "Young Master Long, welcome. Which raw stone catches your eye? I shall personally assist you in unveiling it." The manager was exceedingly enthusiastic. "I wish to compete in stone gambling with him," Long Zhan succinctly explained, and the manager instantly grasped the situation. His excitement surged, aware that a substantial transaction was forthcoming. He promptly summoned the staff, preparing to extend the highest level of service to Xiao Yang and Long Zhan. Long Zhan cast a cold gaze at Xiao Yang and said, "Xiao Yang, once again we shall each select 10 pieces of raw stone, and we will see who can extract more jade. The victor shall claim all the jade, while the vanquished bears the costs. I wish to add one more condition. If I emerge victorious, you must surrender all 7 pieces of jade you have just acquired." Upon hearing Long Zhan's words, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, with an inscrutable expression, he glanced at Long Zhan and replied calmly, "Since you have added a condition, I shall impose one of my own. If I win, you must compensate me with an amount equivalent to the value of these 7 pieces of jade. How does that sound?" Chapter 30. The 10 million yuan jadeite raw stone. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan furrowed his brows but then nodded decisively. "Very well." Xiao Yang, noticing Long Zhan's agreement, worried that mere words might not suffice. Thus, he instructed the manager to draft an agreement outlining their terms. The manager promptly prepared the contract. After reviewing the document and confirming that everything was in order, both parties affixed their signatures and seals. "By the way, could you assist me in appraising the value of these 7 jade pieces?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, then presented the 7 jade stones for the manager's estimation. The manager, an expert in the realm of stone gambling, possessed a keen understanding of jade pricing. Upon seeing the astonishing value of the 7 jade pieces Xiao Yang produced, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He courteously accepted the jade from Xiao Yang and began his meticulous assessment. Before long, the manager calculated the total worth of the 7 jade pieces and smiled at Xiao Yang, saying, "Sir, your 7 jade pieces are valued at approximately 30 million yuan." Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy upon hearing the manager's appraisal. He had not anticipated that these 7 pieces could be worth 30 million, which meant he was now a millionaire. He then turned to Long Zhan, seeking his agreement on this valuation. Without hesitation, Long Zhan concurred with the price. "To ensure everything is secure, I will entrust these 7 jade pieces to the manager, and you will transfer the 30 million to him. When the outcome is determined, the manager will award the money and jade to the victor." How does that sound? Xiao Yang contemplated this arrangement. Although he had signed a contract with Long Zhan, he knew that should Long Zhan later renege on his promise to pay him 30 million, there would be little recourse. Thus, he devised this strategy. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proposal, Long Zhan's expression darkened, realizing that Xiao Yang did not fully trust him. He felt averse to transferring the money to the manager, but recognized that failing to comply would mean Xiao Yang would not gamble with him. Long Zhan had intentions of reclaiming everything he had lost by outsmarting Xiao Yang in this bet. Hence, after careful consideration, he concluded that his stone gambling skills would lead him to victory. The previous loss had merely been a stroke of bad luck. This time, he was determined to give it his all and emerge victorious. With that resolve, he nodded in agreement to transfer the funds to the manager. Subsequently, Xiao Yang handed the 7 jade pieces to the manager, who also received the 30 million from Long Zhan, serving as a witness for both parties. Let the game begin. Once the manager had received both the jade and the money, he assumed the role of referee. Xiao Yang and Long Zhan then moved towards the area filled with raw stones, all priced at over 1 million, with some even reaching tens of millions. Xiao Yang's keen sight allowed him to discern at a glance which stones contained jade and which were merely worthless rock. However, he chose not to select first. Instead, he glanced at Long Zhan, allowing him to choose first, which would enable Xiao Yang to masterfully manipulate the situation to his advantage. Long Zhan cast a fierce glare at Xiao Yang. Subsequently, he strode unhesitatingly towards a raw stone priced at 10 million, choosing it as his first selection. This time, he intended to ensnare Xiao Yang thoroughly. Upon witnessing Long Zhan's choice of a 10 million raw stone, a subtle smirk graced Xiao Yang's lips. As he mused internally about Long Zhan's audacity, hastily presenting him with such a lucrative opportunity. Initially, Xiao Yang had calculated that Long Zhan would possess only 25 million, and he had intended to exploit that sum. However, upon seeing Long Zhan select the 10 million raw stone right away, he too relinquished his restraint and confidently approached another raw stone of the same price, making it his inaugural choice. The manager, observing that both Long Zhan and Xiao Yang had opted for 10 million raw stones, felt a surge of excitement within. These 2 raw stones had languished in their gambling stone shop for several years without a single buyer, merely existing as lifeless entities on display. Raw stones only become real money when sold. At this moment, with both 10 million raw stones sold, the manager's performance metrics skyrocketed, granting him commissions sufficient to sustain him for 3 years. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Both Long Zhan and Xiao Yang were intent on outsmarting each other, selecting only the highest-priced raw stones, dismissing those priced in the hundreds of thousands entirely. After their selections of the most expensive 10 million raw stones, their gazes shifted towards those valued at 7 to 8 million, as well as those in the 4 to 5 million range. Long Zhan's second choice was an 8 million raw stone, prompting Xiao Yang to likewise select another raw stone priced at 8 million without hesitation. Their choices were nearly identical in value, which left the nearby manager overjoyed. Yao, anxiously clenching her fists, was drenched in sweat, scarcely daring to exhale. She could only pray that Xiao Yang would emerge victorious, for a loss this time would entail significant repercussions, considering the raw stones they had chosen. The loser would bear all expenses, and upon reflection, she feared that selling her jewelry store might not suffice to cover the losses. Consequently, she was deeply apprehensive about Xiao Yang's potential defeat. Xiao Yang, employing his clairvoyant vision, glanced at the raw stones Long Zhan had selected. Long Zhan had already chosen 5 raw stones, each with a minimum price of 5 million, indicating that the total value of these 5 stones had surpassed 30 million. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang had also selected 5 raw stones, their worth comparable to Long Zhan's, exceeding 30 million as well. This implied that the total value of the raw stones chosen by both competitors had reached an astonishing 60 million, with more selections yet to be made. Xiao Yang regarded Long Zhan with a calm demeanor, assured that regardless of Long Zhan's choices, victory would ultimately be his. He cast a cold glance at Long Zhan, who, having exhausted the most expensive raw stones, was left to select among those valued at 2 to 3 million. Subsequently, he meticulously picked 5 raw stones averaging 3 million each, totaling a mere 15 million. However, when combined with the 5 stones he had selected previously, the overall value had soared to an impressive 50 million. The prices on Xiao Yang's side are also quite similar. The rough stones selected by the two have exceeded 100 million. Xiao Yang cast a glance at the 10 rough stones chosen by Long Zhan, noticing that 4 of them contained jadeite. Long Zhan's skills in gem gambling are indeed remarkable, with 4 out of 10 stones yielding jadeite, marking him as a proficient player. Alas, he faces Xiao Yang. Calmly, Xiao Yang selected his final few rough stones, and among the 10 he chose, 5 contained jadeite, ensuring his victory over Long Zhan. Observing that Xiao Yang had also selected 10 rough stones, Long Zhan, brimming with confidence, turned to the manager beside him and said, "Manager, now, please assist us in cutting open all the rough stones." Chapter 31. Another 9 pieces of jade. Upon hearing Long Zhan's words, the manager trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the prospect of such a significant transaction. The 20 rough stones selected by Long Zhan and Xiao Yang were the most expensive in their gambling stone shop, with a total value approaching 100 million. He had never encountered such a distinguished customer before. The thought of the substantial commission from these 20 rough stones left him nearly speechless with exhilaration. However, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he personally operated the cutting machine, preparing to slice open all the rough stones belonging to Xiao Yang and Long Zhan. The manager approached Long Zhan's rough stone, instructing several staff members to transport one of the stones to the cutting machine and secure it in place. He then took control of the machine, commencing the cutting of the stone's exterior. As the outer layer gradually peeled away, the interior was revealed, and to his dismay, it turned out to be a worthless stone. After completing the cut, Long Zhan furrowed his brow slightly. However, he remained unfazed, knowing there were still 9 more stones to unveil. Once the manager finished with Long Zhan's stone, he instructed the staff to bring one of Xiao Yang's rough stones to the cutting machine. As he began to cut, it too was revealed to be a worthless stone. Seeing Xiao Yang's first rough stone yield nothing of value, Long Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. They were now even, leaving the outcome dependent on the remaining 9 stones. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the manager immediately proceeded to cut Long Zhan's second rough stone. Upon slicing it open, a glimmer of green light emerged. Witnessing the appearance of a green jade, Long Zhan felt a surge of excitement, clenching his fist. Nevertheless, he maintained his focus on Xiao Yang's second rough stone. As the manager began to cut it, the result was yet another worthless stone, prompting an internal cheer from Long Zhan. However, this time he refrained from mocking Xiao Yang, aware that it was unwise to celebrate too soon. Only the final victor would be the true winner. Yao, observing Xiao Yang's consecutive worthless stones while Long Zhan had already uncovered a piece of jade, felt a twinge of concern. Yet, seeing Xiao Yang's calm demeanor reassured her. If he remained unperturbed, there was no reason for her to be anxious. Let's sit aside and enjoy some tea while we wait, she suggested. Xiao Yang felt no anxiety. The outcome had long been predetermined. He led Yao Yao to a corner, where they sat down as a considerate staff member poured them each a cup of tea. While they sipped their tea, they watched the manager continue to slice the rough stones. In contrast, Long Zhan was far from relaxed. He stood beside the cutting machine, his gaze fixed intently on the rough stones. When he glanced back to see Xiao Yang calmly enjoying tea, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. Why was Xiao Yang so confident? Did he genuinely believe he had secured victory? Long Zhan refused to accept this. Such pretentiousness. He scoffed, returning his focus to the manager. The manager proceeded to cut Long Zhan's third rough stone, which, upon opening, revealed yet another worthless stone. After the third piece of raw stone was cut, a red jadeite was revealed. Upon witnessing the emergence of jadeite, Long Zhan felt a twinge of pressure. He clenched his fists, intently watching the manager as he proceeded to slice the raw stone. Soon, the fourth piece was cut, yielding nothing but waste for both parties. The manager then began to cut the fifth piece, and to their surprise, both sides uncovered a piece of green jadeite. At this juncture, each had successfully extracted 2 pieces of jadeite, resulting in a stalemate. Long Zhan observed Xiao Yang leisurely sipping tea, and his anxiety began to mount. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. If he were to lose this round, he would not only owe Xiao Yang 30 million, but also bear the costs of the 20 raw stones, which amounted to nearly 100 million. This meant he would be liable for a staggering total of 130 million. However, he possessed only 55 million, and panic began to set in. No, I cannot possibly lose. Long Zhan inwardly roared, firmly believing in his imminent victory. This time, it must be Xiao Yang who faces defeat. The thought of Xiao Yang being burdened with 100 million in costs, in addition to losing 7 pieces of jadeite, filled him with a flicker of anticipation. Drink up. I am eager to witness how you handle the outcome. Long Zhan cast a cold glance at the tea-drinking Xiao Yang, already envisioning the aftermath of Xiao Yang's loss. At that moment, as the manager cut the 7th piece of raw stone, Long Zhan's piece yielded yet another jadeite. In contrast, Xiao Yang's revealed itself as mere waste. Wonderful. Long Zhan's heart soared with joy. He now possessed 3 pieces of jadeite, while Xiao Yang had only 2, with 3 raw stones remaining for both. Let us proceed. Long Zhan, filled with impatience, was eager to see Xiao Yang's reaction upon losing. Hence, he urged the manager to continue with the 8th raw stone. Fortune favored Long Zhan once more, as he extracted yet another piece of jadeite from the 8th stone, bringing his total to 4 pieces. He was elated. However, upon cutting Xiao Yang's 8th stone, it too revealed a piece of jadeite. Long Zhan furrowed his brow but remained relatively unconcerned. He held 4 pieces, while Xiao Yang had merely 3. For Xiao Yang to triumph, he would need jadeite from both of his remaining stones, a prospect Long Zhan deemed unlikely. The manager, noticing the abundance of jadeite on both sides, saw Long Zhan holding a temporary advantage. Taking a deep breath, he began to operate the cutting machine to slice the 9th raw stone. As the 9th stone was cut, Long Zhan's piece resulted in waste, causing a shift in his expression. Concurrently, when Xiao Yang's 9th stone yielded yet another piece of jadeite, Long Zhan's countenance darkened. Now, both sides had 4 pieces of jadeite, with the final outcome hinging on the last raw stone, which could also result in a tie. There must be jadeite. Long Zhan's eyes were fixed intently on his last raw stone, fervently praying for a jadeite to emerge from within. If that were the case, he could ensure he would not lose. However, as the manager sliced through his final raw stone, an icy shiver coursed through him, nearly causing him to collapse. Upon the final stone being cleaved, it revealed itself to be nothing but a worthless rock. This unfortunate revelation indicated that out of his 10 stones, only 4 contained jade, while Xiao Yang had already secured 4 jade pieces. Should Xiao Yang's final stone yield jade, victory would certainly be his, resulting in the protagonist's defeat. Consequently, a wave of anxiety washed over him as he fixated on Xiao Yang's last stone, fervently wishing for it to be a mere waste. If it were indeed a worthless rock, they would remain tied. Yet, if Xiao Yang were to unveil jade, his fate would be sealed. Worthless rock, worthless rock. His heart echoed this plea, yet the outcome had already been inscribed in the stars. As the manager sliced through Xiao Yang's final stone, a glimmer of green light emerged. Chapter 32. winning 30 million and 16 pieces of jadeite upon witnessing the emergence of the final piece of jadeite from Xiao Yang's last raw stone. Long Zhan felt a shiver run through his entire being. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yang's last raw stone would yield jadeite, signifying that Xiao Yang had successfully cut 5 pieces while he had only 4. He had lost yet again. The terrifying prospect of defeat overwhelmed him. The total value of 20 pieces of jadeite amounted to 100 million. Thus, he owed Xiao Yang 30 million, culminating in a staggering total of 130 million. Yet, he possessed a mere 55 million, far from sufficient. The manager, observing the verdant jadeite before him and the utterly devastated Long Zhan, felt a fleeting pang of sympathy. Nonetheless, he was obliged to adhere to the standard procedures. With a smile, he addressed Xiao Yang, congratulating him on his victory. These 9 pieces of jadeite are yours, along with the 7 pieces you previously entrusted to me and the 30 million. I shall hand them all over to you now. The manager promptly presented the 9 pieces of jadeite he had cut, along with the 7 pieces previously held by him, and transferred Long Zhan's 30 million directly to Xiao Yang. In total, Xiao Yang received 16 pieces of jadeite and 30 million in cash, a remarkable windfall. The earlier 7 pieces of jadeite were valued at approximately 30 million, while the 9 just cut were valued at around 40 million. Adding Long Zhan's 30 million, Xiao Yang had nearly reached 100 million. He had become a billionaire. Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his gaze turning to the despondent Long Zhan, seated on the ground. Thank you, Long Zhan. You are a wonderful person, and it has been a pleasure betting stones with you. Should you feel discontent, feel free to seek me out anytime. As he spoke, he regarded Long Zhan with eager anticipation. Long Zhan had truly been his fortuitous benefactor, delivering him a fortune of 100 million across just 2 betting sessions, an achievement that even his clairvoyant ability in betting had not afforded him so quickly. Long Zhan, upon hearing Xiao Yang's teasing words, felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly coughing up blood. He was engulfed in existential doubt. He could hardly believe he had lost once more. Young Master Long, how will you settle the payment for these 20 raw stones? At that moment, the manager approached Long Zhan, demanding payment for the 20 raw stones, which amounted to a total of 100 million. Long Zhan felt a tremor of dread. He possessed only 25 million, leaving him short by 75 million with no means to pay. Can I write an IOU? He asked weakly, looking at the manager. That is not permissible. You must provide the payment. The manager replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the shop's attendants began to encircle Long Zhan and his few subordinates. Witnessing this, Long Zhan was engulfed by despair, his animosity towards Xiao Yang intensifying. Not only had he failed to deceive Xiao Yang, but he had also been ruthlessly outmaneuvered. Xiao Yang, reveling in Long Zhan's financial predicament, felt a deep sense of satisfaction, while Yao Yao beside him found great vindication in the situation. Let us depart. Xiao Yang had already discerned the inevitable fate awaiting Long Zhan. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to linger and observe the unfolding drama. He took Yao Yao by the hand and departed. Long Zhan, watching their retreating figures, seethed with resentment. However, his manager seized him by the collar, lifting him from the ground, exclaiming, Young Master Long, you must find a way to pay this sum of 100 million. Once Xiao Yang and Yao Yao had left, Yao Yao could no longer contain her laughter, erupting into joyous fits. Xiao Yang, did you see the expression on Long Zhan's face? It was utterly hilarious, so satisfying. Ha ha. Her laughter was infectious, and she had never felt so elated, reveling in Long Zhan's misfortune. Xiao Yang too was unable to suppress his amusement, for everything was within his control. Long Zhan's attempt to gamble with him was merely an act of self-sabotage. Xiao Yang, you now possess 16 pieces of jade. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to sell them? Yao Yao suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, gazing intently at him. Of course, I intend to sell. Xiao Yang replied without hesitation. Could you sell them to me? I will purchase them at market price, Yao Yao pleaded, her eyes sparkling with desire as she clung to his arm, playfully shaking it, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him. Certainly, but you shall pay me 70 million, Xiao Yang remarked, casting a glance at Yao Yao's apparent wealth, mentally chiding her for her cunning. Can we negotiate a lower price? I do not possess that much cash, Yao Yao said, looking at him with a pitiful expression, feigning vulnerability. 70 million is already a bargain. If I were to take them to auction, selling for 80 million would be effortless, if not more. Xiao Yang shook his head, resolute. Yao, realizing her allure had failed to sway him, felt a pang of disappointment. Taking a deep breath, she proposed, Xiao Yang, I can give you half now, and the remainder once I earn some money. Would that be acceptable? Are you suggesting to incur a debt? Xiao Yang questioned, regarding her skeptically. I can write an IOU. I truly do not have that much cash at hand. Give me a week, and I assure you the rest will be paid. Yao insisted earnestly. She was confident that she could transform the 16 pieces of jade into exquisite jewelry, which would easily sell within a week. Transforming the jade into pendants would likely yield a profit of double the investment, ensuring she could repay Xiao Yang without issue. How can I trust you? What if you fail to repay? As you well know, those in debt are the ancestors, while those lending are the grandchildren. Xiao Yang remained unconvinced. I am not that kind of person. I promise, a week is all I need. Will you trust me? Yao, now somewhat anxious, was unwilling to let go of the 16 pieces of jade, for she believed that by processing them into jewelry, she could potentially amass a fortune of 100 million. If you wish for me to believe in you, it is not an impossibility. Xiao Yang's gaze roamed over Yao's figure, his eyes causing a chill to run down her spine as she instantly grasped his intentions. She swiftly clutched her collar, regarding Xiao Yang with an expression of wariness. What do you mean, Xiao Yang? Are you suggesting that I should sell my body? Indeed, aside from your physical form, what else could possibly inspire my trust in you? Xiao Yang replied with utmost seriousness. Yao glared at Xiao Yang, her mind weighing the considerations. She would never compromise her integrity. Xiao Yang, with a mischievous smile, relished in teasing her. I shall not sell my body. She huffed, her eyes reddening with indignation. Seeing her anger, Xiao Yang quickly interjected with a grin. You've misunderstood. I have no desire for your body. I simply wish for you to grant me a kiss. Chapter 33. A Month of Warmth. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Yao was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face flushing crimson. She then shot Xiao Yang a playful glare, exclaiming, Why didn't you clarify this earlier? Xiao Yang chuckled mischievously. Are you still interested in buying? Of course I am. Yao replied, as she seized Xiao Yang's arm and leaned in, intending to plant a kiss on his lips. However, just as her lips were about to meet his face, Xiao Yang suddenly turned his head, capturing her lips with his own. In that instant, Yao's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of indignation flashing across her gaze. She struggled fiercely, attempting to push him away, but Xiao Yang's strength was overwhelming, leaving her utterly defenseless. Eventually, she succumbed, her body going limp as she collapsed into his embrace. Passers-by witnessed the couple kissing in the street, many standing in stunned silence. Naturally, most had grown accustomed to such displays, merely viewing them as a young couple seeking thrill in public. Some even took out their phones to capture the moment. Noticing the onlookers preparing to record, Xiao Yang quickly released Yao, not wishing to make headlines the following day. Finally able to catch her breath, Yao felt as though she had nearly suffocated from the kiss. You rogue, she chastised Xiao Yang, her cheeks still flushed, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground as she noticed the crowd's curious stares. Realizing the throng was too large, Xiao Yang cleared his throat and grasped Yao's hand, leading her away from the crowd. They hurriedly made their way to a quieter spot, where he finally let go of her hand. However, the moment he released her, Yao lunged at him, biting down on his shoulder with all her might, leaving a distinct mark. Xiao Yang gasped in pain, attempting to pry her off. But her grip was too fierce. He could only endure with a wry smile until she finally relented. Once she released him, he lifted his shirt to reveal a bleeding shoulder adorned with deep bite marks. Are you a dog or something? He exclaimed. Humph. That's what you get for not adhering to proper decorum. Yao retorted, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon seeing the marks on his shoulder. Yao, do you know? In our past life, we were acquainted. Xiao Yang suddenly remarked, gazing at her with a wistful expression. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know you. Yao rolled her eyes. Xiao Yang earnestly explained, It was one autumn. You chased me for quite a distance, leaving a bite mark on my hand. Back then, I was known as El Dongbin. Yao paused, then realized Xiao Yang was accusing her of being a dog, ungrateful for his kindness. Enraged, she lunged at him again, intent on biting him once more. This time, however, Xiao Yang was prepared. As she charged at him, he wrapped his arms around her. In the next moment, he held her curvaceous form tightly against him. Xiao Yang felt the incredible warmth radiating from her, akin to cradling a piece of warm jade. His heart raced, his gaze igniting with fervor, and he found himself yearning to claim Yao Yao right then and there. Xiao Yang, let me go. Yao Yao sensed something amiss with Xiao Yang. She looked up, seeing an expression on his face that suggested he might devour her, and fear gripped her heart. Trembling, she curled up in his embrace, silently pleading for him to remain rational and not act impulsively. She genuinely worried about what he might do. Xiao Yang gazed at Yao Yao's exquisite beauty and devilish figure, taking a deep breath to suppress the surging impulses within him. He was not merely a creature of base instincts, and once he regained his composure, he looked at Yao Yao and insisted, quickly right in eye. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Yao wriggled free from his arms, took out her phone, and drafted an electronic contract to send to him. After briefly reviewing the document, Xiao Yang added a stipulation. If you fail to repay me within a week, you shall warm my bed for a month. You, shameless. Yao Yao glared at Xiao Yang, unable to agree to such terms. However, Xiao Yang was adamant about including this condition, and despite her reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. Satisfied, Xiao Yang signed the contract. Once the agreement was finalized, Xiao Yang's mind began to conjure images of a week hence. Envisioning Yao Yao failing to repay him, and thus fulfilling her obligation to warm his bed for a month. The thought thrilled him to the point of salivation. Wipe that drool off your chin. I will definitely repay you within a week. You shan't have your way, Yao Yao remarked, noticing the gleam of anticipation in Xiao Yang's eyes, and she felt a flush of embarrassment, casting him a reproachful glance. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Yang handed Yao Yao 16 pieces of jade, while she transferred 30 million to him. I will certainly repay the remaining 40 million within a week, Yao Yao declared. No rush, if you cannot repay it. A month of warming my bed will suffice. Xiao Yang replied with a grin. Go to hell, you insufferable man. Yao Yao shot him a glare before bidding him farewell and departing. She needed to hastily return the 16 pieces of jade for processing and sell them to avoid the fate of warming Xiao Yang's bed for a month. Xiao Yang watched as Yao Yao's stunning silhouette faded from view, activating his vision to take a final lingering look before reluctantly shutting it off. He then turned to stroll in the opposite direction along the antique street. Continuing his treasure hunt along the bustling market, he ambled with hands clasped behind his back, using his enhanced vision to inspect the antiquities around him. At that moment, he caught sight of an ancient painting, and as soon as he laid eyes on it, his vision provided an immediate prompt, painting within a painting. Excited, he hurried towards the artwork. Once beside it, he carefully lifted the painting, scrutinizing it with his enhanced sight. The surface depicted a bamboo ink painting, yet within it lay another image that resembled a map. Noticing Xiao Yang's keen interest, the shopkeeper eagerly introduced the piece. Young man, this painting is a genuine artifact from the Tang dynasty. You can take it for just 300,000. Upon hearing his employer's words, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, retorted, Boss, do you take me for a fool? This painting is clearly a counterfeit. As someone well-versed in this field, I can assert that its market value is at most 5,000 yuan. The moment the boss absorbed Xiao Yang's remarks, a flicker of embarrassment passed through his eyes. Realizing that Xiao Yang was no novice, he felt a twinge of reluctance to deceive him further. 5,000 yuan, I'll take it. If not, so be it. Xiao Yang gazed deeply at the artwork, suppressing his inner excitement and striving to maintain an indifferent facade, wary of revealing any clues to his employer. Chapter 34. The fragment of the treasure map. Upon realizing that Xiao Yang possessed a discerning understanding, the proprietor ceased his attempts at deception and agreed to a price of 5,000 yuan. Containing his inner excitement, Xiao Yang promptly transferred the amount to the owner. Acquiring the artwork, he then hastened to a secluded corner, eager to unveil the painting once more. Before his eyes lay a fragmented map. His discerning gaze penetrated the innermost layer of the artwork, revealing an ancient map, albeit incomplete, likely a mere fragment of a once whole piece. His brow furrowed in concentration as his insight offered a hint that the painting was indeed authentic, yet its significance remained elusive. Could it be a map to buried treasure? After several minutes of contemplation, he resolved to take the painting to the Imperial Capital Auction House to consult with Master Zhang, hoping he could shed some light on its mysteries. As one of the largest auction houses in the nation, the Imperial Capital Auction House boasted unparalleled expertise in authentication. Master Zhang, a distinguished appraiser, was regarded as the pinnacle of his field. Appraisers were classified into 3 tiers: ordinary, advanced, and the rare elite. Most prestigious auction houses employed primarily advanced appraisers, while elite appraisers were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Xiao Yang carefully rolled up the painting and made his way to the auction house. Upon his arrival, the charming staff member who had previously assisted him brightened at the sight of him and promptly approached. "Mr. Xiao, how may I assist you today?" she inquired politely, her large, curious eyes fixed upon his handsome visage. "I seek Master Zhang," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "Certainly, please follow me," she nodded, turning to lead the way, her slender waist captivating him as always. As he walked behind her, he activated his discerning vision once more, admiring the staff member's exquisite figure, which ignited a fervor within him. Before long, Xiao Yang found himself once again in the presence of Master Zhang, to whom he directly presented the painting. Master Zhang, astonished by Xiao Yang's rapid return with yet another ancient piece, marveled at the possibility that Xiao Yang must possess a substantial collection of authentic antiquities at home. After receiving the artwork, Master Zhang scrutinized it closely, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Xiao Yang, this is yet another painting within a painting," he exclaimed, taken aback. Just recently, Xiao Yang had brought a similar piece for authentication, which the auction house was currently promoting for an upcoming sale. The coincidence of another painting within a painting was unexpected. "Yes," Xiao Yang affirmed. Although aware of Master Zhang's exceptional skills, he was impressed that it took the master mere minutes to discern the complexity of this artwork, a testament to the prowess of an elite appraiser. "Shall I assist you in unveiling it?" Master Zhang inquired. "Indeed, I would be grateful for your help, Master Zhang." Xiao Yang nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Elder Zhang signed a contract with Xiao Yang once more, stipulating that should he damage the painting during the unearthing process, he would compensate for the loss at its full value. Only after signing the contract did Elder Zhang earnestly commence the task of uncovering the painting. He intended to tear away the outermost layer, thereby revealing the artwork concealed beneath. Xiao Yang sat nearby, sipping tea poured by a beautiful staff member, silently observing Elder Zhang as he worked. Although he was already aware that the inner depiction was a map, it remained incomplete, and he had no notion of its significance. Eagerly awaiting Elder Zhang's insights once the unveiling was complete. As time passed gradually, Elder Zhang took even longer this time than the last. The painting appeared exceptionally ancient, particularly the outer layer, which had decayed to a significant extent, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, he risked damaging the inner painting, the condition of which remained uncertain. If he were to inadvertently ruin it, he would be held liable for compensation. After an hour, Elder Zhang finally succeeded in tearing away the outer layer, exposing the inner painting. He was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a map, an unexpected revelation that took him by surprise, particularly given its fragmented state. Upon witnessing the unveiling of the map, Xiao Yang immediately rose and approached Elder Zhang, the two of them fixated on the artwork before them. "Elder Zhang, this appears to be a fragment of a map. Do you know what it represents?" Xiao Yang inquired. However, Elder Zhang did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map. It evoked a sense of familiarity within him, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. He turned to Xiao Yang and said, "At present, I cannot ascertain what this map signifies, but it seems to be a fragment of a treasure map." "A treasure map?" Xiao Yang's heart raced. Although he had suspected that the painting might indeed be a treasure map, he was nonetheless astonished when Elder Zhang confirmed it as such. A wave of excitement washed over him. If this truly was a treasure map, could he piece together the other fragments to unveil the treasure? Indeed, this is a fragment of a treasure map, yet it constitutes merely 1/10 of the whole, Elder Zhang remarked solemnly. 1/10. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this segment represented only a fraction of the entire map. Thus, he needed to locate the remaining 9/10 to complete the treasure map. "Xiao Yang, please wait a moment. I will call a few individuals to come and take a look," Elder Zhang informed him. "All right." Xiao Yang nodded, returning to his seat to sip his tea, while Elder Zhang retrieved his phone to make a call. After half an hour of waiting, several elderly gentlemen with silver hair soon arrived, accompanied by an exquisitely beautiful young woman of noble demeanor. The moment she entered, her presence captivated Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, this is the daughter of the owner of our Imperial Capital Auction House, Zhao Min." Elder Zhang promptly introduced the young lady to Xiao Yang, a wealthy beauty. Xiao Yang was taken aback, astonished by the impressive background of this young woman. Zhao Min scrutinized Xiao Yang with great seriousness, extending her hand for a handshake. As Xiao Yang clasped her hand, he was struck by its softness. Unable to resist, he activated his vision to sneak a glance at Zhao Min's figure, only to discover that she was wearing cartoon-themed lingerie, white in color. A stark contrast indeed. "Old Zhang, is this the treasure map you mentioned?" Zhao Min inquired as she approached the map, examining it intently. Meanwhile, a few elderly gentlemen with snow-white hair also approached. They were distinguished appraisers from the Imperial Capital Auction House. "Indeed, miss, please take a good look and ascertain which treasure this map pertains to," Old Zhang advised earnestly. Chapter 35. Nurhasai's treasure. Zhao Min's gaze settled upon the fragment of the treasure map laid on the table, drawing the attention of several senior appraisers who gathered around. Their eyes fixed intently on the incomplete map. However, most of them furrowed their brows in confusion, for they could not ascertain the treasure to which this map pertained. Yet, after a moment of scrutiny, a glimmer of insight flickered in Zhao Min's eyes, a fleeting moment noticed by the observant Xiao Yang, who realized that she might have recognized its significance. Feigning ignorance, Zhao Min addressed Zhang Lao, stating, "I too am unfamiliar with this map. It likely holds little value." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Lao's brow furrowed as he scrutinized her with a penetrating gaze before inquiring with the other senior appraisers. However, they all shook their heads in unison, expressing their own lack of recognition regarding the map. The artifact appeared to be quite ancient, possibly a treasure map belonging to an esteemed noble from a bygone era. Yet its severe damage rendered it nearly worthless unless the remaining portions could be recovered. With calm demeanor, Zhao Min spoke again, her gaze intentionally drifting toward Xiao Yang, signaling discreetly to Zhang Lao. Zhang Lao immediately turned his attention to Xiao Yang, stating, "We truly cannot identify this map. If you wish to sell it, we could offer you 1 million. After finishing his proposition, he awaited Xiao Yang's response. Zhao Min pretended to look away, though her ears were attuned, internally hoping that Xiao Yang would agree to sell. Upon hearing Zhang Lao's offer, Xiao Yang's perceptive vision instantly discerned Zhao Min's eager expression, revealing her anticipation. He understood that she was attempting to outsmart him, seeking to acquire the map at a bargain. Without hesitation, he rolled up the fragment and declared, "Since you do not recognize it, I shall seek other auction houses. Surely someone else will." As he prepared to leave the Imperial Capital Auction House, Zhao Min felt a surge of urgency. Her intention had merely been to gauge Xiao Yang's willingness, but his resolute demeanor caught her off guard. She quickly signaled to Zhang Lao, who seized Xiao Yang's hand, urging, "Please, name your price." Xiao Yang regarded Zhang Lao with a knowing smile, then glanced back at Zhao Min, still turned away from him. "I believe this map possesses considerable collectible value. I shall not sell it," he asserted, freeing himself from Zhang Lao's grasp and preparing to depart. He was aware of Zhao Min's intent to manipulate him, and he had no intention of falling for her ploy. Although uncertain of the map's exact worth, it was evident from Zhao Min's demeanor that its value was substantial. Determined to leave, Xiao Yang could not be restrained by Zhang Lao, nor could Zhao Min remain passive any longer. She swiftly turned back, calling out to him, "Wait a moment." Xiao Yang halted, turning to face her with a cheerful smile, silently observing her. Zhao Min's cheeks flushed with warmth. She suddenly found herself perplexed by Xiao Yang, uncertain whether he had truly grasped the map's value or if he merely sought to deceive her. "Xiao Yang, this map you possess serves little purpose in your collection. You would be better off selling it to us for 5 million. After Zhao Min spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yang, as she had indeed made a considerable offer. 5 million for a fragment of a map was an exceedingly generous price. "No, I refuse to sell," Xiao Yang declared, turning on his heel without a moment's hesitation. Zhao Min quickly approached and grasped his arm. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to take it by force if I refuse to sell?" Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Min. They locked eyes, each attempting to decipher the other's thoughts. Yet, when Zhao Min met the depths of Xiao Yang's gaze, an unsettling chill ran down her spine. Under his penetrating stare, she felt as if she were rendered invisible, stripped of her very attire. At that moment, Xiao Yang indeed possessed a power of perception. Before him, Zhao Min's clothing appeared non-existent, her every blemish and strand of hair laid bare to his sight. Startled, Zhao Min instinctively stepped back, covering her chest. In that fleeting instant, it felt as though Xiao Yang had seen right through her, an uncomfortable sensation washing over her. "Xiao Yang, you misunderstand. Our Imperial Capital Auction House prides itself on integrity. We would never resort to theft." Old Zhang interjected hastily, stepping forward. Then what does it mean that you won't let me leave? Xiao Yang replied coolly. Zhao Min exchanged a glance with old Zhang, then took a deep breath and addressed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, this map is of little use to you, and may even invite trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang regarded Zhao Min with calm resolve. Enough with the roundabout schemes. Simply tell me what treasure this map leads to, or I shall take my leave. Realizing she could no longer deceive Xiao Yang, Zhao Min sighed, her resolve crumbling. She nodded to old Zhang, who promptly ushered the other senior appraisers from the room, closing the door behind them, leaving only Xiao Yang and Zhao Min together. With the others gone, a flicker of joy ignited within Xiao Yang. He sensed that Zhao Min was about to reveal the truth. His heart raced with anticipation, eager to uncover the treasure this map concealed. Xiao Yang, I can disclose the nature of this map, but you must swear not to divulge this information. Zhao Min's gaze bore into him, her expression grave. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang raised his hand and made the vow. Satisfied, Zhao Min gestured for him to sit beside her. She poured a cup of tea for him, then for herself, and as they sipped their tea, they began to converse. Xiao Yang's attention remained steadfast on Zhao Min, awaiting the revelation. After contemplating her words carefully and casting a deep glance at him, she finally spoke. Xiao Yang, this map is a fragment of the treasure map belonging to Nurhasai. It depicts the treasures looted by the Qing army before they crossed into the pass. Nurhasai concealed all the treasures he plundered in a secret location, leaving behind this treasure map. However, centuries have elapsed, and no one has been able to ascertain the whereabouts of Nurhasai's riches. The map has been divided into 10 fragments, and no one has ever managed to piece them together. It has remained lost among the populace. The map you hold is one of these 10 fragments. Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, Xiao Yang was taken aback, completely unaware that the fragment in his possession had such significant origins, being linked to Nurhasai's treasure. Chapter 36. Viewing the ZY community, 100,000 per square meter. Upon realizing that this fragment was a treasure map belonging to Nurhasai, Xiao Yang made a resolute decision. He would not sell this incomplete map, but rather keep it for himself. Should he one day gather 10 such maps, he could singularly claim Nurhasai's treasure. Moreover, endowed with the power of X-ray vision, his chances of uncovering the remaining fragments surpassed those of anyone else. As long as they fell within his line of sight, he would be able to perceive them. Was it not through his unique ability that he discovered this fragment? Others might encounter it, yet remain oblivious, while he could see it clearly. Xiao Yang, you should sell this fragment to us. It is nearly impossible for one individual to assemble all 10 fragments. Zhao Min subtly urged him, emphasizing the limitations of individual capabilities, asserting that only a colossal entity like the Imperial Capital Auction House had the opportunity to piece together the complete map. Do you truly wish for this fragment? Have you already gathered the other 9? Xiao Yang countered. Of course not. Zhao Min shook her head in denial. Then, if you have not gathered them, what use would this fragment be to you? How does that differ from my possession of it? Xiao Yang pressed further. Zhao Min was momentarily rendered speechless, her frustration mounting. Xiao Yang was steadfast in his refusal to sell the fragment, yet she was exceedingly eager to acquire it. Though the Imperial Capital Auction House had not managed to collect all 9 fragments, they had obtained several. Now, faced with this particular piece in Xiao Yang's possession, she was determined to secure it at all costs. Xiao Yang, let me be frank. Numerous factions are in pursuit of Nurhasai's treasure map. Holding onto it could jeopardize your safety, potentially leading to dire consequences. As Zhao Min noticed Xiao Yang's unyielding stance, she resorted to intimidation, though her words bore truth. Many powerful entities in the imperial capital were indeed hunting for this treasure map. Should another faction discover that Xiao Yang possessed a fragment, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it, putting his life at grave risk. Upon hearing Zhao Min's warning, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, recognizing her intimidation for what it was. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have likely discarded this perilous burden. However, he was far from ordinary. Ever since acquiring his X-ray vision, every moment had seen him grow stronger, though he remained uncertain of his exact prowess. Yet, he felt confident that he could easily fend off 7 or 8 ordinary people. As for his true capabilities, he could not ascertain without practical experience. Miss Zhao, are you attempting to intimidate me? Xiao Yang inquired calmly. Zhao Min, feeling exasperated, replied. Xiao Yang, I am not threatening you. I am merely conveying the reality. Consider this. This fragment is linked to Nurhasai's treasure, and countless factions are on the hunt. If others were to learn of its presence in your possession, Do you believe you could protect it? Do you think they would approach you with gentleness? Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. She spoke the truth. He grasped the underlying principle, akin to being targeted by capitalists. There had once been an individual who invented a method to drive a car using water. However, he has caught the attention of capitalists, and ultimately, this individual vanished without a trace. Presently, his situation mirrors this, yet only the Beijing auction house is privy to the fact that he possesses the incomplete map. As long as the auction house maintains silence, no one will be aware that the fragmentary map resides in his possession. Thus, he calmly gazes at Zhao Min, asserting that if they refrain from speaking, no one will discover the map's existence in his hands. Zhao Min, however, shook her head, replying, Xiao Yang, do not be so naive. The methods employed by those forces are beyond your imagination. From the moment you acquired this incomplete map, you have already attracted their attention. Even if we remain silent, they will find you. Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, realizing that she was merely attempting to intimidate him into surrendering the treasure map to the Beijing auction house. Enough with your threats. What a coincidence that would be. If someone were indeed to come and seize it, it would be you who attempts to take it from me. With that, Xiao Yang stood up, stretched lazily, and decided not to engage in further trivial banter with Zhao Min, as he intended to keep the map for himself. Xiao Yang, think carefully. Leaving this incomplete map at the Beijing auction house is far safer than keeping it with you. You are in danger. Zhao Min persisted in trying to persuade him. Xiao Yang smiled at her, responding, very well, Miss Zhao, I shall keep this map for myself. Should you manage to gather the other 9 fragments, we may consider a collaboration. I would be more than willing to join you in uncovering the treasure. With that, he turned, unhesitatingly opened the door, and departed from the Beijing auction house. Zhao Min watched his retreating figure, clenching her fists tightly. Xiao Yang was impervious to her influence, leaving her feeling powerless. After exiting the Beijing auction house, Xiao Yang did not wander far, but instead stepped into a nearby corner, quietly activating his X-ray vision. Penetrating the walls of the auction house, and directly observing Zhao Min and Elder Zhang within the room. They were engaged in discussion, but due to the distance, Xiao Yang could not hear their words. However, by reading their lips, he discerned that Zhao Min intended for Elder Zhang to send someone to follow him. A cold smile crept across his face. Indeed, the Beijing auction house had set its sights on the fragmentary map in his possession and would not relent. It was likely that the auction house's personnel would soon attempt to seize or steal his map. Yet, he felt no fear. With his X-ray vision, he would detect any approaching threats at the earliest moment. Xiao Yang calmly turned and left the Panjiayuan antique market. He had already amassed a considerable fortune during his time there. He was now a millionaire. No, a billionaire. His mind momentarily drifted, as if in a dream, just days ago. He had been a member of society's lower echelons, subsisting on delivering takeout, living without hope, akin to a walking corpse. Yet now, due to his X-ray vision, he had transformed into a billionaire, altering his destiny. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he immediately opened a housing app to begin searching for a home. Since he had acquired wealth, why continue renting? It was time to purchase a house. In the capital, purchasing a residence was once a dream he scarcely dared to entertain. However, it has now transformed into a tangible reality. With several tens of millions at his disposal, acquiring a property is comfortably within reach. After careful consideration of the location, he ultimately opted for a second-hand residential complex near Panjiayuan, featuring a relatively new unit that requires no renovations, merely a suitcase to move in. He meticulously selected several options before reaching out to a real estate agent to arrange viewings. The ZY community, the most opulent locale near Panjiayuan, commands a staggering price of 100,000 per square meter, making a 100 square meter unit cost a cool 10 million. Before long, he arrived at the ZY community on his electric scooter, where he met the agent, a strikingly attractive young woman clad in a professional suit, exuding confidence and allure, with long, captivating legs accentuated by black stockings. Mr. Xiao, over here, she called out warmly, beckoning him with enthusiasm. Chapter 37, a full cash purchase of 13.5 million. Xiao Yang approached the beautiful real estate agent, captivated by the delightful fragrance of her perfume. His gaze was instantly drawn to her long legs adorned in black stockings, prompting him to activate his X-ray vision without hesitation, indulging in the view, nearly causing a nosebleed. Mr. Xiao, my name is Wang Shui. Shall we begin by viewing the apartment in Building 1? Wang Shui enthusiastically led Xiao Yang into the Jiwei community, guiding him towards the building and taking the elevator to the 7th floor. Mr. Xiao, the Jiwei community consists of low-rise buildings with a maximum height of 10 stories. The property management and security are reliable, and the utilities are provided by the municipality with a plot ratio of only 1:5. Wang Shui explained, producing a key to unlock the door. Xiao Yang calmly glanced at the interior, which was indeed lavishly decorated. To the naked eye, it appeared quite appealing. However, he promptly activated his X-ray vision, discerning that the materials used for the decoration were, in fact, of inferior quality, what is commonly referred to as a term for poorly constructed apartments. Let us move on to the next one, Xiao Yang declared, his interest waning after identifying the subpar quality of the property. He had no desire to jeopardize his health. "Ah, Mr. Xiao, I just opened the door. Aren't you going to take a look?" Wang Shui was taken aback. "There is no need to inspect this substandard apartment," Xiao Yang replied calmly. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Had I known you weren't interested in such properties, I wouldn't have brought you here." Wang Shui quickly regained her composure. She hurried to clarify that it was not her intention to show Xiao Yang a poorly constructed apartment. Moreover, this particular unit was one he had expressed interest in online, and he had not specified his aversion to such properties. "Are all the units you've selected for me of the same poor quality? If so, I shall forego any further viewings." Xiao Yang addressed Wang Shui. He realized it was his oversight for not communicating clearly with her beforehand. He had not anticipated that such an attractive facade would conceal a substandard construction. "There are a few that are, but there is one that is not. Would you like to see it?" Wang Shui pondered before responding. "Yes." She led Xiao Yang to the unit that met his standards. As soon as Wang Shui unlocked the door, Xiao Yang activated his X-ray vision once more, scrutinizing every detail. The materials used for this apartment were transparent under his gaze. It was well furnished with high-quality materials and was not a. Furthermore, it had been renovated several years prior, resulting in minimal formaldehyde levels. Xiao Yang meticulously inspected the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, and balcony, uncovering no hidden issues. After his thorough examination, he turned to Wang Shui to discuss the price. "How much is this apartment?" he inquired. "Mr. Xiao, this is a spacious 3-bedroom unit measuring 120 square meters, and the owner is looking to sell for 14 million. Wang Shui replied earnestly. Noticing Xiao Yang's interest in purchasing the apartment, she felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing the deal might fall through, while simultaneously hoping for a successful transaction. "Negotiate with the owner for a lower price. I will pay in full," Xiao Yang instructed Wang Shui. "All right, I will call the owner immediately," Wang Shui responded, her heart racing at the unexpected revelation that Xiao Yang intended to make a full cash purchase. Could it be that she is a rich second generation? Her gaze towards Xiao Yang was tinged with a hint of allure. After years of selling properties, she had never encountered such a young and handsome heir. While Wang Shui was on the phone with the landlord, Xiao Yang stood by the balcony window, hands behind his back. He gazed out, overlooking the entirety of Panjiayuan, and the view was expansive. This apartment was the pinnacle of the complex. He was determined to own a home in the capital, never to rent again. Only those who have rented can truly understand the tribulations of it. Moving is exhausting, and one encounters various types of landlords. Good landlords are a blessing, while bad ones can be a torment. Wang Shui swiftly negotiated with the landlord and approached Xiao Yang. "Mr. Xiao, I have discussed the price with the landlord. He can offer you a discount of 500,000. Can it be reduced further?" Xiao Yang frowned slightly. "That's not possible. This is the landlord's bottom line," Wang Shui replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "All right, have the landlord come over so we can sign the contract directly." Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, too weary to haggle. After all, he had tens of millions at his disposal. Money was merely a means to indulge and find happiness. He did not wish to waste time bargaining over a few 100,000. Wang Shui excitedly contacted the landlord, arranging for him to come and sign the contract with Xiao Yang. The process of purchasing a second-hand property can be quite cumbersome, typically requiring about a month to complete. Soon, the landlord arrived, a middle-aged man. After confirming Xiao Yang's intent to buy, they agreed on the price, with Wang Shui assisting in the paperwork. "Mr. Xiao, you just need to be patient. Within a month, the property should be transferred to you," Wang Shui said earnestly. "All right," Xiao Yang nodded, then entrusted Wang Shui with all subsequent procedures, and the landlord was quite cooperative. After leaving ZY community, Xiao Yang returned to his rental apartment, where he shared a room with others. He occupied a modest 10-square-meter unit with a shared bathroom. He had lived there for 2 years, and he didn't even know what his roommates looked like. He directly terminated his rental agreement with the landlord, discarding unimportant items and packing the essentials into a safe. Dragging the safe behind him, he made his way to a 5-star hotel. He had never stayed in a 5-star hotel before, and now that he had the means, he intended to indulge himself. He planned to stay for a month while awaiting the transfer of his new home. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, he confidently booked a month's stay, paying handsomely. The receptionist regarded him with awe. That night, after a refreshing shower and as he was preparing to rest, there was a knock at his door. Activating his X-ray vision, he peered through the door and saw the hotel receptionist standing outside. Curiously, he opened the door. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "Sir, may I inquire if you are interested in our presidential service?" The receptionist looked at Xiao Yang with a mysterious air. "Presidential service? What is that?" he responded, bewildered, wondering if such a service truly existed in a 5-star hotel. Upon hearing her words, the receptionist gracefully entered Xiao Yang's room and closed the door behind her. With a hint of flirtation, she remarked, "Presidential service is designed to provide you with treatment akin to that of a president." Xiao Yang, intrigued by this proposition, felt a stir of excitement within him. Having once been too impoverished to even step through the doors of a 5-star establishment, the prospect of experiencing such luxurious treatment was undeniably alluring. "All right, arrange one for me," he replied without hesitation. However, he quickly added, "By the way, how much does it cost?" It was imperative for him to ascertain the price, as this presidential service sounded remarkably extravagant, and he suspected it would come with a hefty price tag. "Sir, we offer packages priced at 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million. Which package would you like to choose?" The receptionist inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Xiao Yang. Chapter 38. Presidential Service at a 5-star Hotel. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart quivered. He had not anticipated such a significant disparity in the pricing of presidential services. 10,000, 100,000, a million. What could the 10,000 yuan service entail? Although Xiao Yang had acquired wealth, he refrained from impulsive spending until he comprehended the true nature of this presidential service. "Sir, if you desire, I can arrange it for you right now." The young lady spoke with an air of ambiguity and mystery. "How will it be arranged?" Xiao Yang's curiosity was piqued. "Please follow me," she said, swaying her slender waist as she led the way. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow but, driven by intrigue, followed her out of the room. The young lady guided him swiftly to the elevator, where they both stepped inside. She pressed the button for the basement level 3. The elevator descended rapidly to the designated floor, and Xiao Yang followed her outside, discovering an underground parking garage. She led him to a secluded corner of the lot, where a door awaited. The young lady entered, and Xiao Yang, without hesitation, followed her inside, only to find a dimly lit passage descending sharply at a 45-degree angle. The young lady activated her phone's flashlight, while Xiao Yang, without a second thought, employed his X-ray vision. In an instant, his eyes pierced through the darkness, revealing a passage that extended deep underground. Far below, he discerned a lavish hall bustling with activity, a clandestine gambling den. Xiao Yang stood agape, utterly astonished that such an establishment existed beneath a 5-star hotel. However, the young lady did not lead him to the gambling den. Instead, she veered into a side corridor. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Xiao Yang observed that at the end of this path lay several exquisitely decorated rooms. Within those chambers were numerous stunning women clad only in bikinis. Xiao Yang's heart raced. He silently trailed behind the young lady until they reached the corridor's end. They arrived at a grand hall featuring a sofa, where she gestured for Xiao Yang to sit. Then, she clapped her hands. In an instant, a dozen alluring women in bikinis emerged from the adjacent room. The women, averaging around 20 years of age, possessed fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, adorned in a variety of bikinis, some in lace, others in leopard print, and more in various styles. Xiao Yang was mesmerized, his senses overwhelmed by the spectacle. His mouth went dry, and he felt the heat rising to his cheeks. "Sir, this is the 10,000 yuan presidential service. You may choose any beauty you desire, and she shall belong to you for the night." The young lady smiled warmly at him. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yang's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the array of beautiful women before him, each possessing remarkable looks. Though they were adorned with makeup, their features were undeniably exquisite. Any one of them could be considered a paragon of beauty. Should these enchanting ladies venture out, they would undoubtedly be revered by countless admirers as goddesses. Yet, at present, they find themselves as mere participants in this presidential service, where for a mere 10,000, one can indulge for a night. Xiao Yang was overwhelmed by the dazzling array before him, grappling with indecision. Must he choose only one? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired. The selection proved daunting. Faced with the beauty of each, he felt utterly lost. Each lady was exquisite, each a marvel in her own right. For 10,000, only one could be selected, but if one desired more, an additional 10,000 would secure another choice. The young lady smiled as she spoke. To add one more for 10,000, what if I wish to have them all? Xiao Yang asked, intrigued. There are a total of 13 here. If you provide 130,000, they will all be yours for the night, she replied, observing Xiao Yang with a peculiar expression. Even the 13 ladies widened their eyes in astonishment, intrigued by the prospect of a customer desiring them all. 130,000. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Ever since that fateful day in the hotel with Lin Shuer, he had tasted the sweetness of such indulgence and felt a yearning that left him restless. Previously, in his solitary existence, he had not entertained such thoughts. One encounter had sufficed. Yet, after that experience, the desire haunted him nightly. With no girlfriend, and the state unlikely to grant him one without cause, he found himself in a state of distress. Sir, have you made your decision? The young lady gently prompted, noticing Xiao Yang lost in contemplation. Coming back to reality, he gazed at the 13 eager beauties before him. Indeed, he wanted them all. With a sudden resolve, he shook his head and thought, why not pursue the desires of his heart? I shall take them all, Xiao Yang declared, waving his hand grandly as he retrieved his phone and transferred the 130,000 to the young lady, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, upon witnessing the transaction complete, her expression brightened as she nodded at the 13 ladies. In an instant, they surrounded Xiao Yang, and he felt himself adrift in a sea of exuberance. Sir, I have prepared a spacious suite for you, the young lady remarked with a chuckle, observing the scene. Rising, Xiao Yang followed her to the advertised grand bedroom. Moments later, he entered a room exceeding 100 square meters, featuring a generously wide bed, ample space for him and the 13 beauties. The young lady kindly closed the door, leaving only Xiao Yang and the 13 ladies within. Eagerly, the ladies approached, ready to disrobe him. Yet, Xiao Yang's keen perception caught a glimpse of an underground gambling den below. Sparking an idea in his mind, he halted the ladies who were about to remove his attire. Wait, why don't we play a game of dodiju? The 13 beautiful women were utterly astonished. They had never encountered such a guest. While other men would be overly eager, Xiao Yang was intent on playing a game of landlords with them. Indeed, you shall play landlords with me, Xiao Yang proclaimed with a smile. This left the 13 women utterly bewildered. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss. Observing their perplexed expressions, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and, in a serious tone, proposed, how about you accompany me in this game, and I shall reward each of you with 10,000 yuan for 1 hour of your time? Really? The eyes of the 13 women sparkled with excitement. Without further ado, Xiao Yang instructed each of them to retrieve their mobile phones, promptly transferring 10,000 yuan to each in real time. Then, with a meaningful glance, he added, now, shall we engage in a game of landlords? Chapter 39. The starlet upon witnessing Xiao Yang's prompt generosity of 10,000 yuan. The 13 stunning women quickly procured a deck of cards and settled onto the bed to engage in a game of landlord. Initially, 2 of the beauties teamed up against Xiao Yang, while the others awaited their turn. As one of the women dealt the cards, Xiao Yang suppressed his excitement and activated his X-ray vision without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the cards before him were laid bare. Elated, he realized he could see through the cards. He had intentionally invited these beautiful women to play, intending to hone his skills with their participation. With the advantage of his vision, it was akin to playing with open hands, ensuring his victory with no risk of loss. What stake shall we play for? 1,000 for a bomb. How does that sound? Xiao Yang proposed with a cheerful smile. A flicker of greed crossed the eyes of the 2 women, who readily agreed. They then tactfully decided to join forces as farmers, allowing Xiao Yang to take the role of the landlord. In that instant, he comprehended their strategy. They intended to collaborate against him. Pretending to be unaware, he calmly observed their cards through his vision and silently played his hand. As the game unfolded, he effortlessly triumphed, claiming 2 bombs and prompting each beauty to part with 2,000 yuan. The next round commenced. However, with his X-ray vision, no matter how favorable their cards. It was nearly impossible for the two women to best him. When faced with multiple bombs, Xiao Yang devised strategies to win. Conversely, when the bombs were scarce, he feigned losses. Thus, the game ebbed and flowed, yet unbeknownst to them, the initial 10,000 yuan had swiftly returned to Xiao Yang's possession. Only when the two women realized their funds had evaporated did they acknowledge their predicament. Yet, their gambling addiction had taken hold, and they were determined to recoup their losses. Gritting their teeth, they resolved to continue wagering against Xiao Yang until they had relinquished tens of thousands of yuan in savings. Once the two had exhausted their money, it was time for the other women in line to take their turn. However, this proved to be somewhat time-consuming. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang suggested, "How about you send two individuals to play against me? You may collaborate, with stakes of 10,000 for a bomb." Upon hearing his words, the 13 beauties exchanged glances, but ultimately could not resist the allure of a bomb at 10,000 yuan. They acquiesced, selecting the two most skilled card players among them to challenge Xiao Yang. Yet, regardless of their proficiency, they appeared as novices in the face of his X-ray vision, enduring a thorough thrashing. In less than half an hour, all of the women's funds had been entirely depleted. Xiao Yang calculated his gains. Aside from the initial 130,000 yuan he had provided, he had also amassed an additional 200 to 300,000, effectively draining the women of their wealth. "We're done." After losing several 100,000 yuan, the 13 beauties finally recognized that if they continued, they would end up losing even their undergarments to Xiao Yang. Despite incurring considerable financial losses, they managed to restrain themselves, refraining from further gambling. Although they earned money rapidly, such losses were simply unbearable. Xiao Yang sighed regretfully. These women earned 10,000 in a single night, equivalent to the monthly wage of an ordinary individual, indicating they must possess some wealth. Regrettably, Xiao Yang had only won 230,000, averaging a gain of 20,000 per person. Nevertheless, he recovered the 130,000 he had spent on these 13 beauties, netting an additional profit of approximately 100,000. The 13 women gazed at Xiao Yang with a sense of lament, having suffered significant losses, both financially and personally. As they decided to cease gambling, Xiao Yang's interest shifted towards their physical allure. Subsequently, 2 hours later, he exited the room feeling invigorated. Upon his emergence, the attendant eagerly approached him, inquiring about his experience. "Not bad. The money was well spent." Xiao Yang coughed lightly, clearly pleased. "Sir, would you care to learn about our 10,000 presidential service or the $1 million presidential service?" The attendant suddenly whispered in his ear. "What does the 10,000 entail?" Xiao Yang inquired. With a mysterious smile, she replied, "Allow me to show you." Driven by curiosity, he followed her into another private room, where he was greeted by the sight of 4 or 5 enchanting women. To his astonishment, he recognized them. They were not just any women, but television stars. Although they often played supporting roles, their presence on the big screen was frequent. "Sir, I assume you are familiar with them, so I need not elaborate. They are priced at 10,000 each." The attendant remarked with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. He had presumed these stars to be untouchable, only to discover they were much like ordinary individuals. "What about the $1 million service?" He could not help but ask. With a smile, the attendant explained, "The million requires prior booking. We feature some of the hottest stars." Xiao Yang gasped in astonishment. Images of today's most celebrated actresses flashed through his mind. Could they truly be present here? Sensing his intrigue, the attendant continued, "Sir, the million is merely the starting price. Some exceptionally renowned figures may command tens of millions." Realizing the implications of her words, Xiao Yang could not help but marvel at the astonishing wealth of celebrities. One night's earnings could surpass what an ordinary person might earn in a lifetime. "Are you interested in the $1 million option?" she asked curiously. "Perhaps not," Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. His stamina had yet to recover from the previous exertions. "And which of them catches your eye?" she inquired with a playful smile, surveying the 4 or 5 familiar faces from television. Xiao Yang resolved not to let this opportunity pass him by. Consider it a charitable endeavor. "I'll take them all." Xiao Yang spoke decisively, leaving the 4 or 5 female celebrities utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such audacity from him. After he transferred 500,000 to the young lady, she quietly exited the private room, leaving Xiao Yang alone with the 5 women. Although they felt a twinge of shame, There was also an undeniable thrill in the air. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang approached, embracing them on either side, and suggested they play do di ju. Under his enticing guidance, the 5 women succumbed to temptation and eagerly agreed to join him in the game. Ultimately, they lost everything, down to their very undergarments. After each had lost 100,000, they dared not continue. Alas, they had been thoroughly taken advantage of. The 5 women cast melancholic glances at Xiao Yang, lamenting the day's misfortune. Since the game was off the table, they pondered what other pursuits they might engage in. Xiao Yang chuckled mischievously. An hour later, as he emerged from the private room, the young lady looked at him with a beaming smile. With a glance through his perceptive vision at the underground gambling den below, he suddenly inquired, "Is there perhaps some hidden service available here?" Chapter 40. Discovering antiques in the courtyard. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the young lady's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. She composed herself and replied nonchalantly, "There's nothing more available. This is all we offer. If you require 1,000,000, I can make a reservation for you." Xiao Yang's gaze remained calm as he observed the subtle astonishment in her eyes. Yet, she refrained from revealing the truth. Why was that? He yearned to visit the underground gambling den. Perhaps fortune awaited him there. After all, his piercing vision could see through the cards, making it akin to picking up money. Now, however, this woman's reluctance to divulge any information about the underground gambling venue left him hesitant to inquire further. Is there truly no other service available? Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask again. The moment he uttered those words, a distinct glimmer of caution flashed in the young lady's eyes, as if she suspected him to be an undercover investigator. She subtly shook her head and firmly stated, "Sir, we do not offer any other services." Disappointment washed over Xiao Yang as he decided not to press further, sensing her growing wariness towards him. He cast a lingering glance at the underground gambling den below. Ultimately, he had to follow the young lady out and return to the hotel. "Sir, if you require presidential services in the future, please call the front desk directly," she said before hastily departing. As she left, Xiao Yang's penetrating vision caught her furrowing her brow, casting wary glances in his direction, her suspicion intensifying. Could she possibly think me a police officer? Xiao Yang chuckled at the absurdity, realizing that the young lady might indeed see him as law enforcement. He shook his head in resignation and retreated to his room, feeling fatigued from the day's exertions. Lying on the warm bed, he fondly reminisced about the delightful moments he had shared with the women earlier, and before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed onto Xiao Yang's face, coaxing him to gently open his eyes. Habitually, he activated his penetrating vision and discovered a couple in the adjacent room engaged in intimate activities, igniting a spark of irritation within him. In frustration, he muttered to himself as he made his way to the bathroom for a cold shower. After drying his hair, he headed to the dining hall for breakfast, unable to resist peering beneath the surface with his extraordinary sight. To his astonishment, the underground gambling den was now deserted. It appeared that patrons only frequented it during the night. As he planned to stay at the hotel for a month, he resolved to devise a way to experience the underground gambling den himself. With his unique vision, he was confident he could dominate the tables. Yet, having subtly inquired about the venue the previous night, he found the young lady unwilling to divulge any information. He would have to find another means to achieve his goal. As he surveyed the dining area filled with patrons, a familiar figure caught his eye. A striking woman clad in a flowing white gown exuded an air of elegance, her beauty and captivating figure commanding attention. The reason Xiao Yang found her familiar was that he had spotted this woman at an underground gambling den the previous day, engaging in a game of flush. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he resolved to approach her in hopes of gleaning information about the clandestine gambling scene. If she could lead him into the world of underground gaming, it would be a splendid opportunity. Thus, he approached her with a bowl in hand and inquired, "Excuse me, are you here alone?" Zhao Jieji looked up, puzzled by his question. Upon seeing Xiao Yang's tall and handsome figure, she smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed. May I take a seat here?" Xiao Yang spoke courteously as he gazed at her, and she responded with a nod of approval. Subsequently, he settled himself opposite her, placing his bowl down, and began to engage in conversation. Having rarely initiated conversations with women, he was pleasantly surprised that his somewhat awkward approach had yielded success. It seemed that good looks did have their advantages. Their dialogue flowed pleasantly, and Xiao Yang quickly learned her name. She hailed from Hong Kong. "I am here in the capital for tourism, as well as to explore market opportunities, preparing to establish a business here," Zhao Jieji shared, enjoying their exchange. Xiao Yang refrained from probing into the specifics of her business exploration. His primary objective was to cultivate familiarity with Xiao Jia, with the hope of eventually persuading her to introduce him to the underground gambling scene. After chatting for a little over 10 minutes, Xiao Jia suddenly said, "Xiao Yang, I'm sorry, but I have to leave now." "All right," he replied, watching her depart with a furrowed brow. Despite their enjoyable conversation, it would be inappropriate to broach the subject of underground gambling so abruptly. He decided that over the next few days, he would focus on building rapport with Xiao Jia before seeking an opportune moment to inquire further. At that moment, Xiao Yang's phone rang. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of an elderly lady. "Young man, we agreed yesterday that you would come to my house today to look at some antiques. Do you have time now?" Instantly recognizing the situation, Xiao Yang responded, "Grandma, I have time. Please give me your address, and I will come right over." After she provided the address, he memorized it and promptly stood up, leaving the hotel. He hailed a taxi, relayed the address to the driver, and soon they arrived at the elderly lady's residence. Her home was located within the first ring road of the capital, a traditional Sihuan courtyard. The elderly lady's family had a distinguished lineage, descending from the 8 banners and boasting a martial arts champion among their ancestors, though their fortunes had waned over time. Nevertheless, even in its decline, the Sihuan could fetch tens of millions, perhaps even over 100 million, should it be sold, owing to its prime location. This was Xiao Yang's first visit to a Sihuan. He stood at the entrance and knocked on the door. "Grandma, are you home?" "Young man, you've come." The elderly lady quickly opened the door, and upon seeing Xiao Yang standing outside, she warmly grasped his hand and ushered him inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Yang was captivated by its charm. This courtyard likely boasted a history spanning several centuries, with an array of antiquities exuding an air of age. He suppressed the urge to activate his X-ray vision, for he was presently in the home of an elderly lady. And it would be rather inappropriate to do so. What if he were to glimpse something that ought not to be seen? "Grandmother, are you alone in the house?" Xiao Yang inquired. "Yes, indeed. My grandson has gone to work, and my husband has gone to the park for some exercise. It's just me here," the elderly lady replied. With that, she ushered Xiao Yang into the living room, where an octagonal table was already adorned with an assortment of densely packed antiques. "Dear young man, do take a look at these antiques of mine. Is there anything that piques your interest?" the grandmother warmly offered. Chapter 41. The Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou Kiln Celadon Carved Peony and Tang Grass Pattern de la Vase. Xiao Yang promptly activated his X-ray vision, and the antiques on the 8 immortals table became instantly clear to him. In that fleeting moment, he gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated that 3 exceptionally valuable antiques would be present on such a table. The remaining items were all aged artifacts, genuine yet not particularly valuable, each worth only a few thousand. However, the 3 antiques in question were of a caliber worth millions. The first piece was a Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou Kiln Celadon Carved Peony and Tang Grass Pattern de la Vase, adorned with exquisite carving techniques and a unique shape. Its glaze was warm and the patterns vivid, valued at no less than 2 million. The second was a Tianqi Tongbao coin, a rare ancient currency minted by Su Shouhui in 1358, with a limited production span of merely a year and an exceedingly low surviving quantity. The elegant script rendered it a prized antique, worth around 1 million. The third was a set of bronze bells from the Warring States period, known as the Zhenghe Yichime bells, the most numerous, best preserved, and harmonically complete set discovered to date, epitomizing the pinnacle of bronze casting technology from that era. Holding immense musical, historical, and artistic value, estimated at a minimum of 3 million. In an instant, the details of these 3 antiques appeared vividly in Xiao Yang's mind, prompting him to take a deep breath. The X-ray vision merely provided him with an estimated value. The actual sale price would depend on the auction house's specifications. Should it be a large auction house with numerous bidders, the items could fetch an even higher price. Conversely, if it were a smaller auction house, there was a risk of the items failing to sell or commanding a lesser price. Xiao Yang was astonished to discover such valuable antiques at the old woman's home. It seemed the courtyard contained quite a treasure trove. Truly, it was a family of considerable status, renowned for producing martial champions in ancient times. He cast a lingering glance at the 3 antiques before turning to the old woman beside him. "Grandma, how much are you willing to sell these 3 antiques for?" Xiao Yang selected the 3 items and presented them before the old woman, inviting her to set a price. Provided her asking price was reasonable, he was prepared to make a purchase. The old woman, delighted by Xiao Yang's interest in buying all 3 pieces, pointed to the Northern Song Dynasty Yaozhou Kiln Celadon vase and said, "For this vase, I would like 10,000. Then she gestured towards the Tianqi Tongbao coin, adding, "You may have this coin for 1,000. Finally, she indicated the Warring States bronze bells, remarking, "This bell appears to be of better quality. I would like 20,000 for it." After stating her prices, the old woman gazed at Xiao Yang with anticipation. In truth, she had no clear understanding of the antique's worth. She simply estimated based on their age and offered a random price, uncertain if Xiao Yang would agree. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of joy flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The price set by the elderly woman was quite reasonable. These 3 antiques were each valued at over $1 million, and he had only spent a few thousand to acquire them, which could easily be resold for several million, or even tens of millions. This was far more advantageous than a mere transaction. Xiao Yang decided against haggling any further with the old lady. Having purchased them for just a few thousand was already a significant bargain. Thus, he smiled at her and said, "Grandma, let us agree on the price you mentioned. I shall buy all 3 antiques." The elderly woman felt a surge of joy upon hearing Xiao Yang's decision. These cherished relics had been in her possession for many years. If it weren't for her grandson's urgent need for a dowry for his impending marriage, she would not have considered selling them. Seeing Xiao Yang so readily agree to purchase all 3 brought her great happiness. Xiao Yang took out his phone, preparing to transfer the payment to the old lady. However, she awkwardly shook her head and said, "Young man, you seem to have forgotten that my phone cannot process transfers." Xiao Yang suddenly recalled that when they had bought an antique from her the previous day, she had mentioned her phone was incapable of such transactions, and they had used cash instead. He felt a wave of worry. He did not possess several thousand in cash on him. If he were to go to the bank now, it would be quite a trek. Unfortunately, there was no one else at the elderly woman's home. If a younger individual were present, he could have easily completed the transfer. Frowning, he pondered whether he should indeed go to the bank. Suddenly, he thought of the old lady's grandson and suggested, "Grandma, why not call your grandson and ask him to return? I can transfer the money to him." The elderly woman hesitated and replied, "My grandson is likely at work. I'm unsure if he will answer the call." Despite her words, she retrieved her old mobile phone and dialed her grandson's number. Xiao Yang patiently waited nearby, and soon the call connected. She explained the situation to him, and her grandson, being a reasonable young man, agreed to take a leave from work to come home. After the call, the elderly woman, slightly embarrassed, turned to Xiao Yang and said, "Young man, my grandson will be here shortly. Please have a cup of tea while you wait." Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the elderly woman led him to a stool in the living room and poured him a cup of tea. As he sipped the warm beverage, he waited. Half an hour later, a young man burst through the door with great enthusiasm. He was handsome and tall, resembling his grandmother. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang promptly stood up and greeted him warmly. The elderly woman quickly informed Xiao Yang that this young man was indeed her grandson. She then relayed the details of Xiao Yang's intention to purchase the 3 antiques. Upon hearing this, the young man frowned slightly. His eyes darted towards the antiques, and upon hearing the price mentioned by his grandmother, his expression shifted. He then turned to Xiao Yang and inquired, "Handsome, would it be possible for you to offer a bit more for these 3 antiques?" Xiao Yang was taken aback when the young man opened his mouth with such a statement. His expression shifted slightly. He had already negotiated a price with the old woman and was merely awaiting the young man's return to collect the payment. To his dismay, the young man unexpectedly raised the price. This left Xiao Yang feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Upon hearing the young man's words, the old woman quickly grasped his hand and reproached him. "Grandson, why have you suddenly increased the price? I had already settled on a price with this young man." The young man, upon hearing this, displayed a faint wry smile. Before quietly explaining to his grandmother, "Grandma, my girlfriend insists that I buy her an additional 100 grams of gold, along with some hardware. Our funds are insufficient. We are still short by several thousand." "What? Wasn't it already agreed upon? How can she demand so much more?" The old woman's expression darkened, her anger simmering inside. "Grandma, she said that if I don't comply, she won't marry me." The young man lamented helplessly. The old woman, filled with wrath, sighed deeply. Yet for the sake of her grandson's impending marriage, she could only look apologetically at Xiao Yang and say, "Young man, I truly apologize. Perhaps you could take another look at our antiques and see if there is anything you like. Feel free to purchase a few more pieces. Chapter 42. The Bronze Bell of the Marquis of Zheng from the Warring States period. Auctioned at the Imperial Capital Auction House, the elderly woman understood that they were in the wrong. Thus she refrained from insisting, as her grandson had suggested, that Xiao Yang add more money for the 3 antiques. Instead, she encouraged him to purchase additional items. Xiao Yang, who had been listening to the exchange between the young man and the old woman, was taken aback to learn that the young man's sudden price increase was prompted by his girlfriend's last-minute request for an extra 100 grams of gold and some metal goods. He had already known that the elderly woman was selling antiques to raise the bride price for her grandson, but he never anticipated that the sum would grow so exorbitantly. Demanding gold as well. With the price of gold soaring to unprecedented heights, buying gold at such a juncture seemed utterly foolish. Xiao Yang inwardly lamented that had he encountered such a woman, he would have severed ties long ago. Of course, each individual's circumstances differ, and he felt it inappropriate to voice further opinions. Turning to the elderly woman, he remarked, "Grandmother, I have examined your antiques, and I am particularly fond of these 3 pieces. Please, let me know how much more you require." He had already employed his keen sight to assess all the antiques. Aside from the 3 valued over $1 million, the rest held little worth, and he decided against further dealings. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the old woman hastily replied, "Young man, that won't do. We have already agreed on a price. I cannot ask for more. Why not take a few additional antiques instead?" As she spoke, she began to gather several antiques from the 8 immortals table, intending to offer them to Xiao Yang, who promptly declined. The young man beside her felt a twinge of embarrassment and also brought forth several antiques, saying, "Handsome, we were in the wrong. Please accept these additional antiques." Xiao Yang, noticing the young man's gesture, found his impression of him considerably improved, yet he still refused all the items. "All right, my friend. Just tell me how much you need in total," Xiao Yang stated, gazing at the young man. The young man exchanged a glance with the elderly woman. Upon realizing that Xiao Yang would not accept their offerings, they ceased their insistence. After a moment of contemplation, the young man said, "I need 80,000. His face flushed with embarrassment. He could not bring himself to meet Xiao Yang's gaze. The elderly woman also felt quite awkward. She had initially priced the 3 antiques at 31,000, yet now the asking price had escalated by nearly 50,000. Xiao Yang frowned upon hearing the price. Although it was indeed inflated by around 50,000, it posed little issue for him, as purchasing these 3 antiques for 80,000 would still allow him to profit several million upon reselling. Therefore, he did not hesitate and readily agreed. "Very well. I shall transfer 80,000 to you now." Without further ado, Xiao Yang took out his phone and commenced the transaction. The young man was elated, while the elderly woman grew increasingly bashful. In no time, Xiao Yang had successfully transferred 80,000 to the young man. Upon seeing the funds received, the young man exhaled in relief. With this sum, he should be able to proceed with his marriage smoothly. After Xiao Yang transferred the funds to the young man, he pondered for a moment and earnestly remarked, "My friend, although I am unaware of your specific circumstances, I believe your girlfriend may not be suitable for you. Even if you were to marry her, life would likely not be pleasant, and you might find it challenging to meet her needs." Typically, such observations would be beyond the purview of an outsider. However, he could not restrain himself, feeling that the woman the young man encountered was not of good character. The elderly woman nearby, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, furrowed her brow, for she too recognized that her grandson's choice of partner was not fitting. Yet, with her grandson reaching an age where marriage was pressing, she feared that if he did not wed soon, the family lineage might face extinction. The elderly lady harbored her own plans. She intended to encourage her grandson to marry quickly and have children, believing that even if a divorce occurred, the birth of a son would secure the family's future. In her view, as long as there was a continuation of the line, other concerns were secondary. The young man, upon hearing Xiao Yang, changed his expression slightly. He understood the implications of Xiao Yang's words. Yet, such matters often involved mutual consent, and he found himself with little choice. Should he part ways, the prospect of remarriage would likely be daunting. "Thank you, my friend. We understand your sentiment. However, our family situation is difficult, and finding another partner would be even more challenging," sighed the elderly woman, shaking her head. Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. Instead, he quietly gathered the 3 antiques and took his leave. The elderly woman and the young man accompanied Xiao Yang to the entrance, and once he departed, they returned home with expressions laden with complexity. Clutching the three antiques, Xiao Yang made his way directly to Panjiayuan. His heart swelled with excitement. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon these treasures at the elderly woman's home. He planned to visit the Beijing auction house to ascertain how much these antiques could fetch. Soon, he arrived at Panjiayuan and entered the grand hall of the Beijing auction house. As he stepped inside, the enchanting staff member who had previously attended to him brightened at the sight of him and promptly approached. Having met several times before, the blushing attendant greeted him. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" "I am here to see Mr. Zhang," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "Very well, please follow me," the attendant said, leading the way. Xiao Yang quietly followed, casting a glance at her graceful figure, and he discreetly activated his perceptive abilities to indulge in the view. Before long, Xiao Yang met Mr. Zhang, who lit up upon seeing him. Without delay, Xiao Yang presented the three antiques for appraisal, clearly stating his intention to auction them at the Beijing auction house. Mr. Zhang received the items with earnestness and began his evaluation. In a short while, he completed the appraisal of the three antiques, and he was utterly astonished to discover that each piece brought by Xiao Yang was an authentic treasure, each valued at over 1 million. His curiosity deepened. Who exactly was Xiao Yang, and how did he consistently acquire such genuine artifacts? Nonetheless, curiosity aside, he understood the protocols. There were questions one ought not to ask. "Xiao Yang, you previously entrusted an antique to our Imperial Capital Auction House for consignment. We have been promoting it these days, and since you have brought in these three pieces, we could auction them alongside that item. We will contact you when the auction takes place. How does that sound?" Elder Zhang said with a smile. "That sounds good." Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Elder Zhang turned to Xiao Yang and inquired, "Xiao Yang, have you considered selling that fragmented map to our Imperial Capital Auction House, or would you prefer us to assist you in its preservation?" Chapter 43. The fragment of the treasure map and Zhang Lao's warning. Xiao Yang was taken aback to learn that the Imperial Capital Auction House had not abandoned its pursuit of the fragment of the treasure map in his possession. Upon hearing Zhang Lao's words, he resolutely declined, stating, "Zhang Lao, I have already made it clear, I will not sell this fragment to you." Zhang Lao, observing Xiao Yang's unwavering stance, sighed inwardly, fully aware that his attempt was in vain. He then regarded Xiao Yang with a serious demeanor and cautioned, "Xiao Yang, you must exercise caution. We have received information that certain factions intend to take action against you to seize the treasure map fragment." Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed upon hearing Zhang Lao's statement, fixating intently on him. Zhang Lao met his gaze with calmness. Acknowledging that Xiao Yang suspected the Imperial Capital Auction House might be behind this threat, yet he spoke the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang responded, "Zhang Lao, thank you for your warning. Could you inform me of who might target me?" Zhang Lao shook his head, replying, "I cannot divulge the identities of those who may come after you. However, those obsessed with Nurhasai's treasure will undoubtedly seek the fragment in your possession. They are already aware that it lies with you." As Zhang Lao spoke, he scrutinized Xiao Yang's expression, noting his calm demeanor, which prompted him to furrow his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to reiterate, "Xiao Yang, I am advising you for your own good. You cannot safeguard that fragment. The factions are far more formidable than you imagine. The law holds no sway over them, and your life is at risk. I assure you, if you hand over the fragment to us, we will ensure your safety when the treasure is unearthed." Xiao Yang regarded Zhang Lao with a bemused smile, replying, "Very well, Zhang Lao, I understand your intent. However, I shall not surrender the fragment to anyone. It remains as I have stated. Should you gather the remaining 9 fragments, then you may approach me for collaboration." With that, he turned decisively and departed. Zhang Lao watched Xiao Yang's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, Zhao Min emerged from the adjacent room, her expression dark and troubled. Upon seeing her, Zhang Lao greeted her respectfully, yet Zhao Min's eyes remained fixed on Xiao Yang's back, her fists clenched in frustration. She could hardly believe that Xiao Yang would refuse to yield the fragment. "Zhang Lao, keep a close watch on him. We must not allow other factions to snatch the fragment away," Zhao Min declared through gritted teeth. She had contemplated sending someone to forcibly retrieve the fragment from Xiao Yang, but Zhang Lao had dissuaded her. He believed that Xiao Yang's repeated success in procuring authentic antiques indicated that he possessed considerable skill, or perhaps even a hidden background. Xiao Yang's true origins might not align with their investigation, which painted him as a mere pauper, but rather, he could be someone deeply concealed from their scrutiny. Thus, until they unraveled the truth about Xiao Yang's background, The Imperial Capital Auction House could not afford to act against him, or at least not be the first to strike. They are preparing to let other forces act against Xiao Yang first to see the outcome. If those individuals face no repercussions for their actions, then they will intervene. There is also a possibility that if those people seize Xiao Yang's fragmentary map, they can reclaim it from them, necessitating constant vigilance over Xiao Yang. However, they are fully prepared. The fragmentary map must belong to them. Rest assured, Miss, I have arranged for someone to follow Xiao Yang. We will be fully aware of any developments. Zhang Lao said with a smile. Very well, I leave Xiao Yang's matters in your hands. Should his fragmentary map unfortunately fall into the hands of other forces, you must find a way to retrieve it. The map must belong to our Imperial Capital Auction House. Zhao Min said calmly. Yes, miss. Zhang Lao nodded. Meanwhile, after leaving the Imperial Capital Auction House, Xiao Yang glanced back with his X-ray vision and saw Zhao Min hiding in a nearby room. He was aware that Zhao Min harbored ulterior motives, aiming to obtain the fragmentary map in his possession. Yet, he would not relinquish this map to anyone. At that moment, he noticed a few individuals stealthily trailing him. A smirk appeared on his lips. These individuals were likely sent by the Imperial Capital Auction House to follow him. However, in the face of his X-ray vision, they were utterly exposed. He could easily see them, but he pretended not to notice and continued to stroll along the street. These individuals had been shadowing him since yesterday, yet they had not taken any action, and he had chosen to ignore them. As he walked down the street, his X-ray vision caught sight of a stone gambling stall on the roadside, where a raw stone containing green jade was displayed. His eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he approached the owner to inquire about the price of the raw stone. The owner promptly held up a finger and said, Young man, give me 10,000 yuan, and this raw stone will be yours. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched. The stone was only the size of a fist, worth merely a few hundred yuan in the market. Yet the owner dared to ask for 10,000 yuan, treating him as a fool. Sir, this raw stone is valued at merely a few hundred yuan in Panjiayuan. Are you trying to deceive me? Please offer a reasonable price. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply and looked calmly at the owner. Noticing Xiao Yang's extraordinary demeanor, the owner realized he was not a mere tourist and could not be easily fooled. He then smiled and said, All right, let us skip the pleasantries. I'll offer a firm price of 800 yuan. Xiao Yang shook his head, replying, Please, lower the price a bit more. You can make a cut yourself. The owner frowned and looked at Xiao Yang, stating solemnly, 700 yuan is the lowest I can go. Xiao Yang grinned at the owner, saying, 500 yuan. And I'll take it. I know you won't suffer a loss. The owner's expression soured as he gazed at Xiao Yang. He had seldom encountered someone as adept at bargaining as him, making it exceedingly difficult to deceive. After careful consideration, he recalled that the cost price of that raw stone was merely a few dozen yuan. Though he would earn slightly less by selling it for 500, it was still a tenfold profit. Thus, he feigned a look of great reluctance and said, All right, 500 it is, take it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang promptly took out his phone, ready to transfer the money to the proprietor. However, just as he was about to send the 500, a robust male voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Wait a moment. I shall take that raw stone. Whatever he offers, I will pay double. Chapter 44. The Perspective Eye and Betting on Stones. Green Jade. Xiao Yang turned around and beheld a robust man, approximately in his 30s, striding towards him with intent. His gaze fixated on the raw stone in Xiao Yang's hand. Maintaining his composure, Xiao Yang silently clasped the stone, for he had already completed the transaction. It rightfully belonged to him now. Upon hearing the man offer to pay double the price, the shop owner's expression shifted, regret gnawing at his insides. He had sold too soon. He yearned to persuade Xiao Yang to return the stone, refund him, and sell it to the man instead. However, Xiao Yang had already settled the payment, and such an action was against the established rules of gambling on stones. The transaction was final. As long as Xiao Yang had paid, even if he were to unearth a magnificent imperial green jade, the owner could only watch helplessly, rendered powerless. Should he breach the rules, his standing in Panjiayuan would be jeopardized. Thus, the owner was left to lament, his teeth grinding in frustration. How much did he buy it for? I will give you double. Sell it to me, the man implored, casting a glance at Xiao Yang before addressing the owner once more. The owner, with a wry smile, replied, If only you had arrived earlier. I have already sold it to him. If you wish to buy, you must negotiate with him. He shook his head in resignation, urging the man to approach Xiao Yang. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened, and his gaze swiftly shifted back to Xiao Yang. "Buddy, how much did you purchase this raw stone for? I will pay you double." Xiao Yang met the man's eyes calmly and resolutely declined. "I'm afraid I cannot sell. Buddy, if you find the offer insufficient, feel free to propose a price." The man persisted. Xiao Yang regarded him with a knowing glance before lowering his gaze to the raw stone in his grasp. Within this stone lay a piece of green jade, which, by market standards, would be valued at over $1 million. $2 million. Xiao Yang declared without hesitation, deliberately quoting a price that reflected the jade's value at double, intending to deter the man from pursuing the matter further. "What?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had misheard. A stone the size of a fist, and Xiao Yang was demanding $2 million. "Are you jesting with me?" He spat, his expression darkening. "You asked me to name a price. I have done so, yet you refuse." Xiao Yang remarked nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the man's menacing demeanor. "I am serious about purchasing the stone, yet you mock me. What do you intend?" The man stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Xiao Yang. "If you cannot afford it, then do not buy, fool." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, finding the man's reaction utterly perplexing. Were it not for the fact that he had never encountered this man before, he might have suspected the fellow was seeking to provoke him deliberately. "Who are you calling a fool?" the man bellowed, advancing with the intent to seize Xiao Yang by the collar. However, Xiao Yang deftly sidestepped, evading his grasp. "Get lost. Do not push me to strike you." Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed as he sensed that the man was deliberately targeting him. "No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You seek your own demise." A flicker of menace crossed the man's eyes as he lunged at Xiao Yang once more. With his enhanced vision activated, Xiao Yang perceived the man's movements in slow motion, effortlessly evading the attack, as if toying with a monkey, which incited the man's rage to an explosive degree. At that moment, onlookers, noticing the altercation between Xiao Yang and the man, converged around them. Xiao Yang's expression shifted. The crowd was overwhelming. He coldly regarded the man, demanding, "What do you truly desire? Apologize and return the piece of raw stone to me." The man snarled in response, "In your dreams." Xiao Yang's gaze hardened, resolving to take decisive action. As the man aimed a punch at Xiao Yang's face, Xiao Yang, with his enhanced sight, effortlessly dodged, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, colliding with several bystanders. "You dare strike me?" the man cursed, clutching his stomach as he struggled to rise. He then shouted to the surrounding crowd, "A person has attacked me. Help me restrain him." Immediately, several individuals from the crowd surged forward, intent on assisting the man in capturing Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang glanced at these men and instantly recognized them as the man's accomplices. They were staging a performance. The group approached him, proclaiming that he should not have struck anyone and that they intended to apprehend him and deliver him to the authorities. They then reached out, attempting to seize Xiao Yang's arms to restrain him. The man glared at Xiao Yang with malice, subtly signaling to his companions. Xiao Yang's enhanced vision fixated on the approaching figures as he calmly stepped backward. At that moment, the group encircled him, extending their hands to grasp him. With no room to evade, Xiao Yang found himself trapped. Two of the men secured his arms, while a smaller man stealthily approached from behind, his hands probing into Xiao Yang's pockets. His movements were remarkably swift. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's enhanced sight, he likely would not have noticed. Xiao Yang's enhanced vision observed the small man's hand meticulously searching his body, gradually locating the fragment of the map concealed at his lower back, poised to seize it. "You seek death." Xiao Yang's expression shifted as he instantly comprehended the intent of these individuals. They were after his map fragment. He recalled Elder Zhang's warning that someone would attempt to confront him and snatch his map, and he was astonished at how swiftly this had occurred. Just as the small man's hand was about to grasp the map fragment, Xiao Yang decisively reached out and seized the man's wrist, applying a firm grip. "Ah!" In the next moment, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the small man let out a piercing scream. Astonished that Xiao Yang could remain aware of his presence amidst such chaos and respond with precision. "What are you doing? You dare to strike me?" The small man immediately cried out, falsely accusing Xiao Yang of assault. In an instant, those surrounding Xiao Yang were consumed with rage, each one cracking their knuckles, poised to strike him and rescue the diminutive man. "Get lost." Xiao Yang delivered a frigid kick to the small man's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Simultaneously, he swiftly dispatched the other men to the ground. Through the lens of his enhanced vision, They appeared to move in slow motion, and none could withstand his onslaught. Did you see that? He is attacking indiscriminately. Someone, please help us apprehend him. The group shouted frantically, attempting to incite the onlookers to aid them in capturing Xiao Yang. In the following moment, the crowd surged forward in anger, misled and eager to see Xiao Yang. Observing this, the culprits exchanged glances, ready to exploit the chaos to further pilfer the remnants of the map from Xiao Yang. Chapter 45. The five thieves seized the chaos to steal the fragment of the treasure map as Xiao Yang observed the throng of onlookers rushing towards him. A palpable shift crossed his countenance. Yet, his focus remained steadfastly on a few men amidst the crowd. While evading the encroaching masses, he endeavored to break through to the periphery. His keen sight scrutinized those nearby, heightening his vigilance with each approaching figure. At that moment, the culprits seamlessly blended into the crowd, preparing to capitalize on the turmoil to approach Xiao Yang. He regarded these individuals with suspicion, sensing their thieving intent, their skills honed to a fine edge. Amidst the chaos, as they drew nearer, they opportunistically pilfered belongings from unsuspecting bystanders, snatching phones and wallets with alarming deftness. Witnessing the misled crowd being unwittingly manipulated as pawns left Xiao Yang at a loss for words. Soon, a throng encircled him, seizing his hands. Despite the advantage of his extraordinary vision, evading all was beyond his capacity. It is illegal to strike. You cannot leave. Accompany us to the police station. A few impassioned university students declared, their sense of justice igniting fervently as they held fast to Xiao Yang. He regarded them with the incredulity reserved for the naive, perceiving their unclouded innocence as folly. In that instant, the thieves, seizing the opportunity presented by the students' distraction, approached Xiao Yang without hesitation, their hands reaching towards him, intent on snatching the fragment of the treasure map. Your phones and wallets have been taken. You are aiding them, Xiao Yang exclaimed, exasperation lacing his tone. What? The students froze momentarily, then began to pat their bodies, realizing with dismay that their possessions had indeed vanished. Panic ensued. Where's my phone? Who has taken it? My wallet is missing. There's a thief among us. The students, now utterly consumed by alarm, turned their gaze frantically upon the multitude, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, unable to discern who had stolen their belongings. At that very moment, the hands of the thieves had already reached Xiao Yang. Yet a smile crept upon his lips. With resolute determination, he seized the wrist of one, yanking him into an embrace. Your phones and wallets are on him, he proclaimed loudly to the students. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the students' eyes darted to the man nestled in Xiao Yang's grasp. The thief's expression faltered, his mouth still spewing denials. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang deftly extracted several phones and wallets from the thief's bag. The students, witnessing the undeniable evidence of their stolen items, erupted in fury, rushing forth to apprehend the culprit. Lo and behold, you are a thief. How foolish of us to assist you, they exclaimed, their indignation palpable. Just moments prior, they had acted in goodwill to help this man capture Xiao Yang, only to discover he had so easily pilfered their belongings. Seizing the moment while the first thief was detained, Xiao Yang swiftly reached for another, drawing him close. Then, from this person's bag, several smartphones and wallets were extracted. He raised the items high and addressed the onlookers, asking, whose phone or wallet has gone missing? Come and claim your belongings. In the next moment, several individuals from the crowd, their faces pale with shock, approached to retrieve their possessions. They glared angrily at the man captured by Xiao Yang. How dare you, thief? We extended our goodwill, and you repaid us with theft. They demanded, seize this thief and take him to the police station. As these individuals advanced with fury, they grasped the man in Xiao Yang's hold, who appeared utterly despondent, having never anticipated that Xiao Yang would uncover their misdeeds. With Xiao Yang apprehending two thieves, the crowd ceased their charge towards him. Instead, they turned their ire towards the two culprits. Noticing that no one was coming after him, Xiao Yang, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, among you, there are still those whose phones and wallets are missing. Those very individuals who sought to confront me. Capture them. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the crowd erupted in outrage. Several people realized that indeed their smartphones and wallets were absent. They began searching for the remaining thieves who had yet to be caught. Meanwhile, the few remaining culprits attempted to stealthily retreat towards the back of the crowd, hoping to escape. However, they were quickly recognized, and a throng surged forward, pinning them to the ground and capturing them alive. In mere seconds, All the remaining culprits were apprehended by the gathered crowd, 5 in total, restrained and bound. How audacious you thieves are, exploiting our compassion and sense of justice to pilfer our belongings. There's no escape for you today. Straight to the police station. As the enraged crowd held the 5 thieves down, some took the opportunity to deliver harsh kicks to them. The thieves cried out in agony, "Who's kicking me? Oh, don't strike the face, please stop." They could hardly discern who was attacking them, only seeing a flurry of feet upon them. Some even aimed for their faces, leaving imprints from the blows, and one thief even lost a tooth. Seeing that the 5 thieves had been captured, Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. These individuals had attempted to steal his belongings and nearly succeeded. "My apologies, we were misled." Several university students sheepishly confessed to Xiao Yang. Had it not been for him, their phones and wallets would have been lost. Reflecting on how they had previously assisted the thieves in confronting Xiao Yang, each felt a wave of embarrassment. As the university students apologized to Xiao Yang, many others in the surrounding crowd felt similarly sheepish. They too had unwittingly aided the thieves in confronting Xiao Yang, and it was only through his intervention that their phones and wallets had been recovered. "Young man, it was our mistake. Please do not hold it against us," they pleaded. "Indeed, we were all misled." A multitude of people approached Xiao Yang, expressing their apologies and deep remorse. "It is of no consequence. Simply escort them to the police station." Xiao Yang replied with composure. Yes, we must first take them to the police station. We cannot allow them to escape." Upon hearing this, the crowd, filled with righteous indignation, eagerly seized the 5 thieves, preparing to deliver them to the authorities. "Release us, you foolish individuals. Do you have any idea who we are?" The 5 thieves, sensing the crowd's intent, panicked and began to threaten them with words. "Whoever you are, today you shall face justice at the police station," declared a group of earnest university students. "We are underlings of Brother Qiao from Panjiayuan. You should be aware, if you dare to apprehend us, you will face dire consequences," one of the thieves shouted defiantly. "What?" Many in the crowd, upon hearing the name of Brother Qiao from Panjiayuan, changed their expressions and immediately distanced themselves from the 5 thieves. In fact, they released their grip on the thieves as if struck by a sudden fear of this notorious figure. Chapter 46. Brother Qiao of Panjiayuan. The underworld boss. As the phrase Brother Qiao of Panjiayuan echoed through the air, a significant portion of the onlookers dispersed in an instant, leaving behind only those who remained utterly bewildered, unaware of who Brother Qiao truly was. Who is Brother Qiao of Panjiayuan? A few university students observed the crowd's reaction, retreating to the sidelines as if avoiding a plague, utterly confused by the mention of Brother Qiao. "Quickly flee. Do not linger in Panjiayuan. Brother Qiao is an underground kingpin, commanding hundreds of thieves. If he learns that you have apprehended his men, you are doomed." A seasoned stone gambler, familiar with the dealings of Panjiayuan, admonished the oblivious students. "What?" The students gasped in alarm, their fear palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, they released the thieves they had captured and hastily retreated, intent on returning to their university. The others, who had also been ignorant of Brother Qiao's identity, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing the gambler's warning. One by one, their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, the throngs of people had vanished, leaving the 5 thieves free once more. Observing the fear that Brother Qiao instilled in everyone, the thieves rose triumphantly from the ground, casting disdainful glances at the distant crowd. "You have shown wisdom. Humph, a bunch of fools," they jeered. The 5 thieves then turned their attention to Xiao Yang, who had not immediately fled but stood contemplatively. Realizing that these thieves were indeed minions of Brother Qiao, it was clear that Brother Qiao sought to seize his precious fragment of a map. "Kid, we are Qiao's men. If you know what is good for you, come with us," the foremost of the thieves threatened, their circle around Xiao Yang tightening once more. The distant onlookers regarded Xiao Yang with sympathy, believing he was doomed now that he had caught the attention of Brother Qiao. Why didn't he run away? If he had left Panjiayuan at the first chance, perhaps he would have been unscathed. He must be stunned into inaction. It's all over for him. Brother Qiao will not let him off lightly. They murmured among themselves, speculating on how he had offended Brother Qiao to attract such peril. Xiao Yang, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded the 5 thieves before him and inquired coldly, "Did Brother Qiao send you? Is that even a question?" The thieves retorted indignantly. The leader of the group then leaned in closer to Xiao Yang, whispering, "Listen, if you're smart, you'll hand over that map you have. We can pretend nothing ever occurred." At this, Xiao Yang's pupils constricted. They were indeed after his fragment of the map. What map? I don't understand what you're talking about. He feigned ignorance. The thieves seethed with rage. Kid, stop playing dumb. We know that map is on you. You'd best hand it over now, or you'll be in for a world of hurt. As the 5 individuals encircled Xiao Yang, preparing to act, he swiftly took the initiative. With a forceful kick, he struck the leader in a sensitive area, a resounding crack echoing through the air. The man fell to the ground, incapacitated and unable to rise. The remaining 4 thieves, witnessing the spectacle, felt a chill of shared terror. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. How dare you resist? You seek death, seize him. Without hesitation, the 4 thieves lunged at Xiao Yang, intent on delivering a beating. After all, no one dared to challenge them. Everyone knew they were affiliated with the notorious super brother from Panjiayuan, and none had the audacity to intervene. Xiao Yang, with his penetrating vision, observed the approaching thieves. In an instant, they appeared to move in slow motion. He calmly struck, delivering a decisive kick to each one, sending them crashing to the ground. Ah! Ouch! In mere moments, all 4 were sprawled on the floor. Xiao Yang, with a fierce determination, targeted their vulnerable areas, and one after another. They were rendered unable to rise. Go back and inform Super Brother that I possess no map. Should he dare provoke me again, he shall not find me merciful. With a menacing foot planted on the chest of the lead thief, he looked down imperiously. You are doomed. Super Brother will not spare you. The lead thief continued to threaten, but Xiao Yang, without a word, spat directly into his mouth. The thief sputtered, nearly choking, desperate to expel the foulness threatening to overwhelm him. With calm resolve, Xiao Yang turned and departed the scene. Not long after his exit, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged from the crowd, assisting the 5 fallen thieves. He ran that way. They pointed in the direction Xiao Yang had taken. Pursue him. The group, resolute and unhesitant, dashed after Xiao Yang, who had already left Panjiayuan. At that moment, he found himself in a taxi. Realizing that Super Brother had set his sights on his treasure map fragment, a troublesome adversary indeed. As the underground kingpin, Xiao Yang knew he could no longer frequent Panjiayuan. Super Brother would undoubtedly seek revenge. With hundreds of thieves at his command, any appearance in Panjiayuan would likely draw immediate attention. Soon, Xiao Yang returned to his 5-star hotel, making his way to his room. As he stepped into the elevator, the front desk attendant promptly took out her phone and made a call. Xiao Yang has returned, she announced before swiftly hanging up. Shortly thereafter, several men arrived at the hotel, led by a strikingly handsome young man exuding a commanding presence. The front desk attendant provided them with Xiao Yang's room number without hesitation. The young man, undeterred, led his companions toward Xiao Yang's room. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yang retrieved the fragment of the treasure map from the small of his back. This tattered map, now coveted by an unknown number of individuals, foreshadowed a tumultuous period ahead. Yet, he resolutely refused to relinquish it, regardless of who sought its possession. Just then, his ears perked up as he discerned the sound of hurried footsteps, multiple individuals drawing nearer with each passing moment. Without hesitation, he activated his X-ray vision. In the next instant, his gaze penetrated the wall, revealing several men advancing towards his room in the corridor. A frown creased his brow. These men were undoubtedly approaching him. Could it be that Xiao Gu had arrived? Chapter 47. The Ji family of the imperial capital, a calamity diverted knock, knock, knock soon. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, standing calmly behind the door, refraining from opening it. Who is it? He pretended to inquire. Hello, we are hotel staff. Could you please open the door? Came the composed voice of a young man outside. However, Xiao Yang coldly regarded them, choosing silence. These individuals were steeped in deception and bore ill intentions. Observing Xiao Yang's lack of response, the young man outside furrowed his brow slightly. He then nodded to his several accomplices, and one of them stepped forward without hesitation, prepared to force the door open. This person was a skilled locksmith. He produced a wire and effortlessly inserted it into the keyhole, swiftly unlocking the door. Xiao Yang made no attempt to intervene, instead watching calmly as they entered the room. Upon their entrance, the young man was taken aback to find Xiao Yang standing at the threshold. Who are you? Xiao Yang inquired with a tranquil demeanor. The young man smiled faintly. We are hotel staff. As he spoke, one of his subordinates promptly locked the door behind them, encircling Xiao Yang. Observing the encirclement, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, fixing his gaze upon the young man. Was it Brother Xiao who sent you? He questioned. Brother Xiao? Who is that? The young man frowned in confusion. Xiao Yang scrutinized the young man closely. Seeing the genuine puzzlement on his face, he felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that these individuals were not affiliated with Brother Xiao? If so, why had they approached him without cause? Brother Xiao from Panjiayuan. Xiao Yang clarified. Oh, him. He lacks the authority to command me, the young man declared arrogantly. Xiao Yang's confusion deepened. This young man appeared to dismiss Brother Xiao entirely. Who then was he? Could he be associated with the other forces that old Zhang had mentioned? What do you intend to do? Xiao Yang coldly questioned, discreetly clenching his fists. Don't be alarmed. We mean you no harm. We merely wish to have a chat, the young man said with a disarming smile, noting Xiao Yang's guarded demeanor. And what shall we discuss? Xiao Yang maintained his vigilance. I've heard you purchased a painting. I wonder if you could sell it to me? The young man fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this young man was after the remnants of the treasure map, likely affiliated with the other forces mentioned by old Zhang. Yet, which faction was he from? Regrettably, the painting you seek has already been taken by Brother Chao's men from Panjiayuan. Xiao Yang feigned resignation. Taken? The young man paused, scrutinizing Xiao Yang with suspicion, attempting to discern if he was being deceived. Xiao Yang nodded resolutely. Before you arrived, Brother Xiao sent some thieves to steal that painting from me. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the young man furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang's eyes. Realizing that Xiao Yang was not lying, a jolt of unease surged within him. Could it be that the fragmented map had indeed fallen into the hands of Brother Xiao from Panjiayuan? The young man could no longer maintain his composure. He then looked at Xiao Yang, his tone icy as he warned, You had better not deceive me. If I discover that you have lied, I will not spare you. After delivering this stern ultimatum, he turned without hesitation, departing with his subordinates, coming and going in a flurry. Xiao Yang watched the young man retreat, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had indeed deceived the youth, intending for him to seek out Brother Xiao, hoping for a mutual conflict between them. Young master, do you truly believe him? One of the subordinates could not help but inquire after the young man had left, sensing that Xiao Yang had not spoken the truth. He does not appear to be lying. You four investigate at Panjiayuan to see if that fragment has truly been acquired by Brother Xiao. I will await your return at the hotel, the young man replied calmly. Understood, young master. The young man's subordinates promptly departed for Panjiayuan. Not long after, they returned to relay their findings to the young man. Young master, according to our investigation, it is true that Brother Chao's subordinates have stolen it. However, we cannot ascertain whether the fragment has been taken away. After their inquiries at Panjiayuan, they uncovered the truth. Xiao Yang had indeed been surrounded by 5 of Brother Chao's subordinates. Yet, whether the fragment had been stolen remained a mystery. It might have been taken, or it could still be in Xiao Yang's possession. Upon hearing this, the young man's brow furrowed even tighter. He then instructed one of his subordinates, Go to Panjiayuan and inform Brother Xiao that if he possesses that fragment, we, the Ji family, are willing to pay 10 times the price. Yes, young master. The subordinate turned without hesitation and left. The young man, along with the remaining subordinates, stayed behind in the hotel, silently awaiting news. As night fell, the subordinate returned, bearing the marks of a recent altercation, his face bruised and battered. Upon entering, he lamented to the young man, Young master, Brother Xiao claimed he knows nothing of the map and had me beaten. The young man's expression darkened upon hearing this. He glanced at the bruised face of his subordinate and coldly remarked, How audacious, to disregard our esteemed Ji family. I shall pay him a visit. With that, he prepared to confront Brother Xiao at Panjiayuan to defend his subordinate. Without a moment's pause, his subordinates followed closely behind him as they departed. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hotel room, Xiao Yang, with his penetrating gaze, quietly observed the departing figures of the young man and his entourage. He had been monitoring their actions and, upon witnessing their exit, furrowed his brow slightly. Although the distance was considerable, preventing him from overhearing their conversation, he could surmise the events that had transpired, especially given the condition of the bruised subordinate. At this moment, the young man stormed out in a fit of anger, presumably heading to Panjiayuan to confront Brother Xiao, which brought a sense of relief to him. His ploy to divert attention had seemingly succeeded. As long as the young man's focus remained on Brother Xiao, he would be momentarily free from any troublesome encounters. Just as Xiao Yang was about to deactivate his clairvoyance, he suddenly spotted the woman he had met earlier that day, Zhao Jiejia from Hong Kong. returning to the hotel entrance. His eyes brightened. His earlier attempt to befriend Xiao Jie was motivated by the hope of gaining access to the underground gambling den beneath the hotel. After Xiao Jie had left that morning, she had not returned until now. He wondered if she would venture to the underground gambling den that night. Xiao Yang resolved to step outside and chance upon her, hoping to engage in conversation and perhaps find an opportunity for her to escort him to the clandestine gambling establishment. Chapter 48. The small knife cuts the raw stone. Green Jade. Xiao Yang's keen gaze was fixated on Xiao Jie. He then feigned a chance encounter, suddenly appearing before her. What a coincidence. It's delightful to see you again. Xiao Yang exclaimed with a smile. Xiao Yang, are you heading out? Xiao Jie replied, equally surprised to see him. Just taking a leisurely stroll. What about you, just back? Xiao Yang responded nonchalantly. Yes, just returned. Xiao Jie nodded with a smile. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I plan to take a shower first. Xiao Jie answered. Then go ahead and freshen up. I shall treat you to some barbecue. Xiao Yang suggested tentatively. Sounds great. Just give me a moment. Xiao Jie agreed with a nod. Xiao Yang was elated and decided to wait for her in the hotel lobby. Half an hour later, Xiao Jie emerged from her shower, and together they ventured out, intending to enjoy barbecue at a nearby street of snacks. Xiao Yang was pleasantly surprised at how effortlessly he had managed to invite Xiao Jie out. He planned to deepen their connection during their meal and, subsequently, find a way to persuade her to introduce him to an underground gambling venue. After ordering an array of barbecue dishes, they began to eat and chat. Meanwhile, a group of individuals from Panjiayuan had descended upon the five-star hotel, inquiring about Xiao Yang's whereabouts at the front desk. He's gone out. The group furrowed their brows upon hearing this. They silently positioned themselves near the hotel, preparing to wait for Xiao Yang's return so they could devise a plan to capture him. Not long after, a young man, filled with rage, returned to the hotel accompanied by his subordinates. They headed straight for Xiao Yang's room. Upon using a wire to unlock the door and searching the premises, they discovered that Xiao Yang was not present. The young man frowned, and after questioning the front desk, he learned that Xiao Yang was indeed absent, which infuriated him. Cursing under his breath, he led his subordinates to Xiao Yang's room, determined to wait for his return. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Xiao Jie were still at the barbecue stall, oblivious to the two factions lying in wait for him at the hotel. Shall we have a drink? Xiao Yang inquired tentatively. Sure. Xiao Jie nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Yang ordered a few bottles of beer, and as they drank and conversed, the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang inquired about Xiao Jie's business ventures in the capital. She candidly replied, I am in the business of jewelry and jade. I came to the capital for an inspection, hoping to see if I could establish a jewelry company here. Upon hearing that Xiao Jie was in the jade business, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Jade was indeed his area of expertise. You should visit Panjiayuan. The stone gambling business there is thriving, and many people cut jade every day. He intended to leverage the jade connection to strengthen his relationship with Xiao Jie. I already visited Panjiayuan today. I genuinely plan to open a jewelry company there, Xiao Jie said with a smile. By the way, are you quite familiar with Panjiayuan? Xiao Jie suddenly turned to Xiao Yang and inquired, Is that a given? I've been frequenting Panjiayuan daily. I am quite familiar with the art of stone gambling. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Are you adept at gambling with stones? Xiao Jie's eyes sparkled with intrigue, fixated on Xiao Yang. Absolutely, Xiao Yang declared, thumping his chest confidently. Wonderful. Xiao Yang, if you manage to unearth jade from your stone gambling, would you be willing to sell it to our company? We are currently in dire need of jade. Xiao Jie gazed at Xiao Yang with eager anticipation. Certainly, that would be a trivial matter. Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed as he gradually discovered a means to forge a closer bond with Xiao Jie. With her company in need of jade and his expertise in stone gambling and jade cutting, their rapport deepened significantly. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Yang. He retrieved a rough stone from his pocket, a piece he had purchased earlier that day while gambling at Panjiayuan. He had competed against a subordinate of the local stone gambling master for this very stone and had yet to cut it open. As Xiao Jie observed Xiao Yang producing the rough stone, her attention was immediately captivated. She scrutinized the exterior of the stone but frowned slightly, for its quality appeared lacking, and the likelihood of discovering jade within seemed slim. Not necessarily, Xiao Yang replied with a mysterious smile. Could there really be jade? Xiao Jie asked, her curiosity piqued. Only one way to find out, Xiao Yang stated, requesting a small knife from the vendor, ready to personally cut open the rough stone. Under normal circumstances, a knife from a barbecue stall would be inadequate for such a task, but Xiao Yang was no ordinary individual. That knife won't suffice. A professional cutting machine is required. Zhao Jijia interjected, unable to resist offering her advice. In her understanding, such stones necessitated specialized tools for cutting, and ordinary knives were far from sufficient. I'll give it a try. Xiao Yang chuckled. He then channeled his internal energy directly into the knife. In the next moment, the blade became exceedingly sharp. Grasping the rough stone with his left hand, he effortlessly sliced off a small piece of the outer layer, as though he were peeling an apple. Zhao Jijia stood beside him, dumbfounded and incredulous. She felt that Xiao Yang was cutting the rough stone with astonishing ease, akin to peeling a potato. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the rough stone, discovering its remarkable hardness. "Let me try," she exclaimed, taking the knife from Xiao Yang, eager to attempt cutting it herself. However, no matter how much force she applied, she could not penetrate the outer layer. Zhao Jijia stared at the knife and the rough stone in disbelief, perplexed. "Allow me." Xiao Yang reclaimed the knife and rough stone from her grasp and, much like before, effortlessly peeled away the outer layer. Zhao Jijia was astounded. Grasping the stone skin, which was indeed quite hard, she was filled with curiosity about how Xiao Yang had accomplished this feat. When she inquired, Xiao Yang simply attributed it to his strength. Suddenly, a glimmer of green light emerged. "It's green." Zhao Jijia was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief, as she never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary piece of rough stone would conceal jadeite within. "Xiao Yang, how did you manage this?" Her curiosity about Xiao Yang intensified, and she was eager to learn how he discerned the presence of jadeite within the stone. "Let's discuss it after I slice it open." With Zhao Jijia's curiosity successfully piqued, Xiao Yang chuckled softly. He then proceeded to slice away the outer layer of the stone. Finally, a pristine piece of green jadeite emerged in his hand. Zhao Jijia quickly snatched the jadeite from Xiao Yang, scrutinizing it meticulously. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yang, you must be a master at stone gambling. How about we collaborate?" Chapter 49. Collaboration. Supplying jade to the jewelry company. Upon hearing Zhao Jijia's words, Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy within. He had achieved the desired effect, successfully capturing Zhao Jijia's attention. "How shall we collaborate?" Xiao Yang feigned ignorance, deliberately inquiring. "You are a master of gambling on stones, and I am preparing to establish a jewelry company that urgently requires a substantial supply of jade. Henceforth, you will provide our company with jade, and I assure you, the price will be quite favorable. What do you say?" Zhao Jijia gazed at Xiao Yang with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction and replied with a smile, "Certainly. I would be delighted to collaborate with a beauty such as yourself." "Wonderful. Cheers." Zhao Jijia exclaimed with excitement. She had not anticipated encountering such a skilled gambler in the capital so soon after her arrival for a few days of inspection. With Xiao Yang, a master in gambling on stones, supplying jade, their jewelry company would undoubtedly open smoothly, without concerns regarding the quality of jade. Her greatest challenge in establishing the jewelry company in the capital was precisely the issue of sourcing jade. After all, jade is not as ubiquitous as cabbages. It requires skilled gamblers to wager on stones and then cut them. However, the competition in the capital was fierce, with numerous jewelry companies sending representatives daily to Panjiayuan South Stone Gambling Street to purchase jade from successful gamblers. This implied that she would need to compete with many jewelry companies, making it uncertain whether she could acquire the jade she desired, and the prices would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Now, by forging a partnership with Xiao Yang, ensuring that all the jade he procured would be sold to their company, she could alleviate her worries about the jade supply and secure a more reasonable price. Most importantly, coming from Hong Kong, she was unfamiliar with the capital. Even if she established a jewelry company, it would lack renown and competitiveness, making it challenging to obtain valuable jade. Cheers. Xiao Yang noted that his relationship with Zhao Jijia had significantly improved, and they had established a partnership. He felt quite content and raised his glass to toast with her. After finishing a glass of wine, Zhao Jijia eagerly addressed Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, are you selling this piece of green jade? Name your price. I'll buy it directly. Since we have formed a partnership, I shall gift you this piece of green jade without charge." Xiao Yang replied to Zhao Jijia. His decision was well considered. By offering this piece of jade, he aimed to deepen their relationship. which would not only facilitate their future collaboration, but also assist him in inquiring about the underground gambling den beneath the hotel. That simply cannot be. Since we have established a partnership, this piece of green jade should be valued at its rightful price. I cannot accept it for free, Xiao Jijia stated with a serious expression. She was unwilling to accept Xiao Yang's jade without compensation and resolved to purchase it at market value. Seeing Xiao Jijia's insistence, Xiao Yang recognized an opportunity and said earnestly, Jijia, I insist on gifting you this piece of jade. If you feel uncomfortable, I would like to inquire about a certain piece of information. You need only share it with me. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xiao Jijia, intrigued, inquired, What news do you have? Xiao Yang took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding slowly. I have heard that beneath the 5-star hotel we are staying in, there exists an underground gambling den. However, when I inquired at the front desk, they denied its existence. Do you know how one might access this gambling den? Xiao Jijia. Upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, I thought it was something significant. The gambling den you mentioned does indeed exist. Yet, it is not accessible to the general public. Most are unaware of its existence. Entry requires an invitation from a member. Xiao Yang listened intently, gradually comprehending why the front desk had remained silent about the underground gambling den. It became clear that due to concerns about being discovered, strangers were typically not permitted entry unless vouched for by a current member. If you wish to partake, I can guarantee your entry, Xiao Jijia offered with a smile. In that moment, she realized that Xiao Yang's invitation for barbecue and the gift of green jade were merely preludes to this endeavor. Understanding his intentions, she felt it would be no trouble at all to escort him inside. Really? I cannot thank you enough, Xiao Yang exclaimed, elated. Xiao Jijia suddenly gazed deeply into his eyes and asked meaningfully, Xiao Yang, you're not planning to deceive me, are you? Xiao Yang felt a sudden jolt of realization. She suspected him to be an undercover officer. He quickly reassured her, Jijia, rest assured, I would never betray your trust. My only desire is to satisfy my curiosity and experience the gambling den. Upon hearing his earnest words, Xiao Jijia scrutinized him intently. Noticing no deceit in his demeanor, she laughed and said, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Are you interested in going tonight? Absolutely. If you are willing to accompany me, I would be grateful, Xiao Yang replied eagerly. Well, we have nearly finished our meal. Let us go now, Xiao Jijia declared, rising to her feet. All right. Xiao Yang quickly emptied his glass and wiped his mouth with a napkin. After settling the bill, he followed Xiao Jijia out. He also presented her with the green jade, which she accepted without hesitation, pondering over him as they made their way toward the 5-star hotel. Before long, they returned to the hotel, and upon entering the lobby, Xiao Jijia led Xiao Yang down a corridor within the hall. As the two individuals stepped into the corridor, a throng of people entered from outside, comprising the subordinates of the renowned Panjiayuan Chao. They had been awaiting Xiao Yang's return and, upon sighting him, promptly followed him into the corridor. Xiao Yang quickly became aware of the entourage trailing behind him. Their lack of subtlety was evident as they boldly approached. Among them was one of the 5 thieves from earlier in the day. Realizing that Xiao's men had come to seek him out, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and, alongside Xiao Jijia, ventured deeper into the corridor until they reached the elevator entrance. There, 2 imposing figures stood guard, extending their arms to block their passage. In response, Xiao Jijia calmly produced a black card from her possession and handed it to the 2 hulking men. Chapter 50. The underground gambling den beneath the hotel. After the 2 burly men finished inspecting the card presented by Xiao Jijia, their gaze shifted to Xiao Yang, who stood beside her. Without hesitation, Xiao Jijia declared, He is my invited guest. The 2 men nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently clearing the way and assisting them in accessing the elevator. Once Xiao Jijia and Xiao Yang entered the elevator, the 2 burly men closed the doors behind them. At that moment, the subordinates of Brother Chao from Panjiayuan approached. The 2 burly men, undeterred, extended their arms to block the group. Step aside, commanded the leader. One of the 5 thieves from earlier in the day, casting a cold glare at the 2 men, pressuring them to yield. Non-members are prohibited from entry, the burly men firmly replied, standing resolutely at the elevator entrance like 2 sentinels, preventing the group from advancing. We are Chao's men from Panjiayuan. Those who are wise will step aside, the thief leader coldly retorted. Get lost, was the only response from the burly men, their eyes glinting with menace as they stared down the intruders. Brothers, pull them aside, commanded the leader of the thieves, determined to force their way in. With Xiao Yang already in the elevator, They needed to catch up quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Yang would escape, and failing the task would not bode well for them with Brother Qiao. At his command, the group charged towards the two burly men. Yet, within 30 seconds, the entire group lay sprawled on the ground, easily subdued by the two men who dragged them away like discarded ragdolls. Soon, the group was tossed out at the hotel's entrance, where the burly men issued a fierce warning before returning to the elevator. The defeated group rose from the ground, supporting one another, their faces bruised and battered. "Just wait. I'm going to call Qiao right now." The leader of the thieves cursed angrily, turning away with his comrades in a disheveled retreat. Meanwhile, in Xiao Yang's room, a young man and his subordinates had been waiting for a considerable time, yet Xiao Yang had yet to arrive. "Young master, do you think Xiao Yang might not return tonight? Are we to wait indefinitely?" One subordinate asked, his complexion grim. "Let us wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up, we shall return tomorrow." The young man gritted his teeth in determination. At that moment, the hotel front desk called the young man. "Young Master Ji, Xiao Yang has entered the gambling den." "What?" Ji Long was at a loss for words. They had been waiting in Xiao Yang's room, completely unaware that he had already gone to the underground gambling den. Had their wait been in vain? After hanging up, Ji Long, along with his subordinates, made his way to the elevator without hesitation, quickly arriving before the two burly men. Ji Long produced a card from his pocket and presented it to them. After inspecting the card, the burly men nodded and opened the elevator, allowing him entry. However, Ji Long could only bring one person with him. He chose his most formidable bodyguard to accompany him into the elevator, while the rest waited outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Zhao Jijia descended into the depths of the underground via the elevator. Upon exiting the lift, they found themselves in a corridor that led them to a formidable iron gate after walking several meters. This gate, weighing 1,000 pounds, was guarded by two imposing figures resembling sentinels. As they approached, the guards extended their hands, signaling them to halt. Zhao Jijia skillfully produced her card and presented it to the guards. After a thorough inspection, the guards deemed it acceptable and gently pressed a button beside them, causing the gate to part from the center. As Zhao Jijia ushered Xiao Yang through the gate, they were greeted by the expansive sight of a gambling hall, already bustling with patrons engaged in various card games. Their arrival went unnoticed by the crowd. With practiced ease, Zhao Jijia led Xiao Yang toward the chip exchange window, where a queue had already formed. They stood in line, and soon it was their turn. Zhao Jijia glanced at Xiao Yang and explained that the chips ranged from a minimum of 10,000 to a staggering 100 million, advising him to exchange chips according to his needs. Should he choose to cease playing later, he could effortlessly redeem the chips for cash. After Zhao Jijia elucidated the situation, Xiao Yang comprehended that this atmosphere was reminiscent of the gambling scenes depicted in Hong Kong cinema. Observing his surroundings, he felt as though he had stepped into a film featuring the legendary gambling god. After Zhao Jijia exchanged her chips, Xiao Yang pondered briefly before opting to acquire 100,000 worth of chips. Once they finished at the exchange, they ventured into the hall. Within the central area, numerous gaming tables awaited, offering a variety of games such as flush, dice, and jiajinhua. Beautiful female dealers, all in their 20s and clad in revealing attire, dealt cards with an alluring charm that rendered spectators parched with desire. Many men's eyes were fixated on the exposed portions of their bodies, captivated to the point of distraction, yet none dared to act upon their impulses. Those who ventured to touch the dealers would swiftly find themselves escorted away by the casino's security. Tales abounded of individuals who had dared to harass the dealers, only to suffer dire consequences. "Xiao Yang, would you like to join me in play, or shall we partake separately?" Zhao Jijia inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hailing from Hong Kong, renowned for its casinos, she considered such establishments her second home. Thus, whenever she visited a new city, her first destination would invariably be its underground casino, yearning for a thrilling experience. Upon hearing Zhao Jijia's question, Xiao Yang surveyed the gaming tables. Ever since the previous night, he had contemplated indulging in the games, and now, with Zhao Jijia's suggestion, he naturally leaned towards playing alone. After all, he wished to keep the secret of his X-ray vision hidden from her. Consequently, he replied, "Then let us play separately." Zhao Jijia nodded, cautioning Xiao Yang against causing any disturbances in this place. Subsequently, she embraced her chips and made her way to a distant gambling table. Once Zhao Jijia had departed, Xiao Yang turned in the opposite direction, approaching another table nearby. He refrained from joining the game, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. The table already hosted 10 players engaged in a game of Xiao Jinhua, a fundamental yet exhilarating form of play that many find appealing due to its simplicity and thrill. Without hesitation, he activated his clairvoyance. In the next moment, he discerned the cards of all 10 players at the table with crystal clarity, his heart swelling with elation. Chapter 51. Playing Xiao Jinhua with X-ray vision. Upon confirming that his X-ray vision could perceive all the cards in the game of Xiao Jinhua, Xiao Yang resolved to take his place at the table. In the presence of his extraordinary ability, the players around him appeared as if their cards were laid bare. He could dictate the outcome at will, winning or losing as he pleased. Tonight, he intended to make a significant impact. Xiao Yang remained patient, quietly observing the 10 players gathered at the table. Most of them were ordinary gamblers relying solely on luck, yet he noticed a few individuals exhibiting some skill, likely skilled cheats. However, to his X-ray vision, their cunning tactics were utterly transparent. They were as vulnerable as infants before him, posing no threat whatsoever. After approximately 10 minutes of observation, Xiao Yang felt it was time to join the game. Just then, a player who had lost all his chips stood up, cursing under his breath. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang approached and took a seat at the table. As he settled in, a middle-aged man beside him erupted in anger, demanding to know what he was doing, claiming to have been waiting for a long time and accusing Xiao Yang of cutting in line. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, retorting, "Have I cut in line? Your slow pace in claiming a spot is your own issue." With that, he turned away, disregarding the man's outburst. Seething with frustration, the middle-aged man contemplated striking Xiao Yang, but physical altercations were strictly prohibited in the gambling venue. Any such act would result in immediate expulsion by security. Thus, though he loathed Xiao Yang for taking his place, he could only mutter curses under his breath while harboring resentment. Others nearby, eager to play, were similarly displeased by Xiao Yang's boldness, but could only watch helplessly. Observing for another 10 minutes, Xiao Yang had already noted that at other tables, players were standing up and claiming their spots based on merit. There was no concept of queuing. The middle-aged man's attempt to intimidate him into relinquishing his seat was futile. The 9 players at the table regarded Xiao Yang with fleeting glances before quickly dismissing him. The beautiful dealer, upon noticing Xiao Yang's arrival, flashed him a captivating smile before commencing the deal. Each player received 3 cards, adhering to the rules of Xiao Jinhua. The dealer swiftly dealt the cards, and the first player to her right wasted no time in announcing his move. In Xiao Jinhua, players can either reveal their cards or keep them concealed. Without hesitation, this player tossed in a wager of 10,000 chips, declaring, "I'll go all in." The minimum bet at Xiao Yang's table was indeed 10,000 chips. The second player could choose not to look at their cards and match the 10,000, or, should they wish to peek and continue, they would need to raise the bet to 20,000. After a moment's contemplation, the second player grabbed their cards, took a glance, and, cursing, discarded them in frustration. The third player then followed suit, confidently matching the 10,000 bet. Then it was the turn of the fourth player. Xiao Yang, with his clairvoyant vision, surveyed the cards of all the players at the table and discerned that his hand was not the strongest. However, he remained unperturbed, quietly observing the players in front of him. Upon noticing that the majority chose to play conservatively, with some possessing significantly stronger hands, he realized that victory in this round was beyond his grasp. Consequently, he decisively picked up his cards, feigned a glance, and, imitating the others, disdainfully discarded them. After Xiao Yang folded, 6 players remained at the table, all opting for a conservative play. Initially, they wagered merely 10,000, but gradually escalated to 20,000 and then to 50,000, causing the chips on the table to accumulate rapidly. A glance at the burgeoning pile revealed that it soon surpassed 1,000,000, and Xiao Yang was taken aback by the wealth displayed by these players. Having lost the minimum bet of 10,000, he was left with 90,000, sufficient for only 9 more rounds. He needed to secure a win within these 9 rounds, or else his entire stake would be depleted. A shiver coursed through him. Indeed, the gambling table was notorious for swiftly bestowing fortunes and just as quickly reclaiming them. 100,000, for many, represented a year's worth of savings, yet here it was merely enough for 10 plays. Before long, the first round concluded, and as anticipated, the player with the strongest hand, as revealed by Xiao Yang's vision, emerged victorious, claiming over 1,000,000 chips with a gleeful demeanor as he gathered them to himself. The second round commenced shortly thereafter. After the beautiful dealer dealt the cards, Xiao Yang surveyed the table with his clairvoyant sight. only to discover that several hands surpassed his own. His cards were disappointingly weak, prompting a frown. When his turn arrived, he glanced at his hand once more and promptly folded. Just as he discarded his cards, a middle-aged man standing behind him began to mock him without hesitation. "You don't even dare to play conservatively, folding twice in a row. What are you even doing? Don't hog the seat. Vacate it for someone else." Upon hearing the man's taunts, Xiao Yang turned back and shot him a cold glare. "Silence. Just because you're speaking doesn't mean anyone considers you wise." The middle-aged man, incensed, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Xiao Yang. However, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon him, and upon turning, he found a security guard watching him intently. Instantly, he was cowed into submission, resorting only to a few more insults directed at Xiao Yang, who remained unfazed. Xiao Yang observed the second round in silence, contemplating his situation. Despite his clairvoyance, he was not one to cheat. Victory was contingent upon luck and acquiring the strongest hand. Otherwise, in normal circumstances, folding was his only recourse. A glance at his remaining chips revealed only 80,000 left, allowing for just 8 more rounds. He silently prayed for better fortune in the upcoming hands. If only he could draw the strongest card, victory would be within his reach. The second round concluded swiftly, with the winner claiming 900,000 in chips, and soon it was time for the third round. As the cards were dealt, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. This time, fortune favored him, and he had drawn the strongest hand. He suppressed the excitement within him. He was determined to win this round. When it was his turn, he followed suit with the others and declared a bet of 10,000. The middle-aged man behind him, noticing that Xiao Yang had not folded his cards but instead matched the bet, could not help but sneer, "You are bound to lose this round. It would be wise to relinquish all your chips." Xiao Yang paid him no mind, knowing that once he emerged victorious, this man would be left humiliated. Soon, aside from those who were folding, there remained 7 players at the table, all of whom similarly placed a bet of 10,000. After one round, a player without hesitation raised the bet to 20,000, prompting the others to follow suit. Xiao Yang, too, without a moment's hesitation, matched the bet with a declaration of 20,000. Chapter 52, a fortuitous beginning with 500,000 at the gambling table. 7 players refrained from revealing their cards, all opting to follow suit with a blind bet. The second round concluded swiftly, a blind wager of 20,000. As the third round commenced, everyone continued to wager 20,000 in silence. Xiao Yang followed suit, but soon furrowed his brow, for he was left with merely 20,000 chips, which meant he could only afford one more round. In the subsequent round, he would have to reveal his cards, otherwise he would find himself out of chips. And without chips, he would be compelled to fold. He silently hoped that the others would refrain from raising the stakes. A raise would leave him without options. As the third round finished, they moved to the fourth. 20,000. Fortunately, the first player did not raise, but instead matched the 20,000 bet. Xiao Yang feigned relief as the others followed suit, each placing their 20,000 blind bet. When it was Xiao Yang's turn, he decisively tossed his 2,000 chips onto the table, declaring, "I reveal my cards." His proclamation left the other 6 players momentarily stunned. Instantly, discontent rippled through them. "What are you doing? It's only the 4th round, and you're revealing your cards? Is this how you play?" they exclaimed. "You're just trying to annoy us. Who told you to show your cards? At least play a few more rounds before doing so. What is the meaning of this?" The 6 players at the table regarded Xiao Yang with dissatisfaction, perceiving him as a disruptor who tarnished the enjoyment of their game. The pleasure they derived from the blind betting process was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yang's sudden revelation, akin to discovering a fly in their meal. Seizing the opportunity, a middle-aged man behind Xiao Yang jeered, "You must be out of chips, you pauper. I told you your chips would dwindle once they're gone. Just scram and vacate your seat." The middle-aged man, convinced that Xiao Yang's chips were nearly exhausted, was eager to claim his spot. Upon hearing the man's taunt and observing the emptiness before Xiao Yang, the other 6 players erupted in scorn. How absurd for a pauper to think he could play with such a paltry sum. They derided. "Fine, let him reveal his cards. May he lose everything and leave us be. We need to establish a rule. Anyone with less than 500,000 chips should not sit at the table." Xiao Yang appeared unfazed by the vitriol surrounding him. Instead, he calmly grasped his cards, revealing them slowly, ultimately tossing them onto the table. 3 threes. A collective gasp escaped the 6 players who had previously scorned him, and they inwardly rejoiced that Xiao Yang had revealed his cards early. Had he not done so, they would have suffered significant losses. They wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved that their losses were minimal. 3 threes is an exceedingly rare hand, one of the highest possible, and they realized they could not possibly triumph over Xiao Yang. Indeed, after the 6 individuals revealed their cards, none possessed a hand greater than that of Xiao Yang, who triumphantly claimed victory in this round. He cast a cold glance at the 6 players, who had previously berated him with fervor. Upon the revelation of his hand, their insults ceased, a testament to human nature. Xiao Yang reached out and gathered all the chips from the table into his embrace, his total now exceeding 500,000. He felt a tinge of regret, pondering that if he had a few more chips, his winnings could have been even greater. Yet, 50,000 was still quite substantial. Behind him, a middle-aged man observed Xiao Yang's success with a flicker of jealousy in his eyes, muttering a curse under his breath. The 4th round commenced, and Xiao Yang, employing his perceptive gaze, assessed the cards of all players, only to shake his head in disappointment. In this round, some players possessed superior hands, one of whom was playing concealed cards, leaving Xiao Yang with little chance of victory. When his turn arrived, he glanced at his cards, muttered a curse, and discarded them. He actually folded. The middle-aged man regarded Xiao Yang thoughtfully, recognizing a pattern. Xiao Yang often examined his cards only to discard them. It was only in the previous round, where he had not looked at his hand but played concealed cards, that he had emerged victorious, as if he had an inherent knowledge of his impending win. Conversely, when he sensed defeat, he would reveal and discard his cards. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, convinced that Xiao Yang harbored a secret. Consequently, he ceased his verbal assaults and began to silently observe Xiao Yang, attempting to discern the nature of his hidden knowledge, even suspecting that he might be a cheat. Of course, having only played 4 rounds since joining the table, it was difficult to draw conclusions, and he resolved to continue watching. In the ensuing rounds, Xiao Yang consistently examined his cards before discarding them, as he never held the highest hand and thus could not win. Most players remained oblivious to Xiao Yang, save for the middle-aged man, who found his behavior increasingly suspect. Eventually, in a particular round, when Xiao Yang discerned that he possessed the highest card, he prepared to play with concealed cards. As the others contributed 10,000 to the pot, it was Xiao Yang's turn, and he too matched the 10,000. The middle-aged man, narrowing his eyes, noted that Xiao Yang had finally chosen to play concealed cards, and a hypothesis formed in his mind. Xiao Yang had won every time he played concealed cards. He was eager to see if Xiao Yang would triumph in this round. If he did, it would confirm the man's suspicions of Xiao Yang's dubious nature. Holding his breath, the middle-aged man silently observed Xiao Yang. The other players at the table, surprised by Xiao Yang's choice to play concealed cards, paid him little mind. Each focused on their own hands. Before long, only 5 players remained at the table, all opting for concealed cards. Concealed 2,000. The first player raised the stakes in the second round, prompting the others to follow suit. 50,000. As the third round commenced, that same player continued to raise, and the others, undeterred, matched the additional 50,000. The chips on the table rapidly amassed into a towering pile. Xiao Yang, without a moment's hesitation, decided to raise the stakes as well. 100,000. The other players swiftly followed suit with another raise. As the total reached 100,000, a few of the remaining players began to waver, as this amount was already quite substantial. One individual pondered for a moment, glanced at his cards, and after a brief examination, he cursed under his breath and tossed his cards aside. Another player deliberated briefly, then checked his hand. Upon seeing his cards, his eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he confidently raised by 200,000. When it was Xiao Yang's turn, he unhesitatingly matched the 100,000. The last player also matched the 100,000. When it came back to the first player, he resolutely raised by 200,000. Chapter 53. Are you a cheat? The individual observing the cards was taken aback when the first player bet 200,000 without revealing his hand. However, brimming with confidence in his own cards, he unhesitatingly placed a wager of 500,000, opting not to reveal his hand. The turn then shifted to Xiao Yang. Noticing the previous move, Xiao Yang feigned a moment of hesitation before placing a bet of 200,000, also choosing not to show his cards. The pressure escalated onto the last player, who, after much deliberation, resolved to reveal his hand. Upon viewing his cards, he found himself in a quandary. They were neither particularly strong nor weak. With 4 players remaining at the table, 2 concealing their hands and 1 having revealed, he was uncertain whether to proceed. 500,000. Reveal. Ultimately, he contemplated and chose to reveal his cards, gambling on the chance that his hand might be the strongest. He turned over his cards to reveal a pair of queens. The first player, seeing the reveal, frowned and scrutinized his own cards intently. As he did so, his expression soured, and in frustration, he discarded his hand. Next, it was the turn of the first player who had viewed his cards. Upon seeing that the revealing player only had a pair of queens, he gleefully displayed his own hand, saying, "Pardon me, but I have a straight 3, 4, 5. He felt victorious, already reaching for the chips on the table. "Wait. Why the rush? I haven't revealed my hand yet," Xiao Yang interjected, unable to contain himself as the other player reached for the chips. The player, however, dismissed him with a sneer, asserting, "You are concealing your hand. I have revealed mine. Your cards cannot surpass my own. Victory is assured." Xiao Yang chose not to engage further, instead lifting his cards and feigning a serious examination. Then, with feigned excitement, he unveiled his hand, declaring, "Forgive me, but I have a flush. I win." When the player beheld Xiao Yang's actual flush, he trembled in despair, collapsing into his seat. He had presumed victory was his, only to be outdone by Xiao Yang's unexpected triumph. The other onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, astonished by Xiao Yang's remarkable fortune in concealing a flush. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang gathered all the chips from the table into his possession, securing a staggering profit of nearly 1,500,000. Coupled with his initial 50,000, he now possessed a total of 2 million in chips. It was no wonder that so many were drawn to gambling. The allure of swift monetary gain was undeniable, although losses could be equally swift. The middle-aged man behind Xiao Yang squinted, his mind racing with suspicion. He became convinced that Xiao Yang must be cheating. After all, how could he be so fortuitous? Yet, he opted to remain silent, choosing to observe further. After winning 2 million, Xiao Yang relished his success and prepared to continue employing his perceptive abilities to amass more winnings. As the next round commenced, Xiao Yang employed his insight to glance at his cards, only to discover they were not the highest. Consequently, when his turn arrived, he decisively viewed his cards and subsequently folded. Once again, he chose to fold. The middle-aged man behind him narrowed his eyes at Xiao Yang's repeated decision to fold. In the subsequent rounds, Xiao Yang's fortune took a turn for the worse, as he failed to draw the most formidable cards. Consequently, he consistently observed his hand before discarding it. The middle-aged man behind him became increasingly convinced that Xiao Yang was indeed a cheat, until one particular round. When Xiao Yang's keen insight revealed that he possessed the highest card, he refrained from looking at his hand and opted to play concealed. As he did so, the middle-aged man's pupils dilated. Based on his observations, whenever Xiao Yang played concealed, he emerged victorious. He fixated on Xiao Yang, his heart racing with anticipation. Should Xiao Yang win this round, it would confirm his suspicions of foul play. In this round, 6 or 7 players chose to play concealed, collectively deciding against revealing their cards. They would engage in several rounds, waiting to see who would ultimately triumph, relying solely on luck to draw the highest card. Xiao Yang, however, was already aware that his hand was the most powerful, thus he showed no trepidation, directly joining the others in playing concealed. After 5 rounds, the stakes escalated from 10,000 to 500,000, until one player could no longer contain himself and revealed his cards. With excitement, he displayed a pair of kings, his heart racing at the prospect of winning. He silently prayed that the remaining 6 players held cards inferior to his. If so, victory was within his grasp, for the pot had swelled to a staggering 7 million. Upon seeing his pair of kings, the expressions of the other players shifted, and one by one, they began to reveal their cards. None exceeded the value of his pair of kings, prompting them to curse as they discarded their hands. However, one player, brimming with excitement, unveiled a straight consisting of 7, 8, and 9, a hand superior to his. This individual believed he had secured victory, especially since several players had already folded, leaving only Xiao Yang yet to reveal his cards. The player with the pair of kings angrily tossed his cards away, and all eyes turned to Xiao Yang. Feigning anxiety, he picked up his cards, examining them one by one. Yet, the middle-aged man behind him scoffed, convinced that Xiao Yang was merely putting on a show. If all went as expected, Xiao Yang was destined to win this round, and thus, the man's gaze remained fixed upon him. Under the scrutiny of the gathered players, Xiao Yang put on a theatrical performance. Soon enough, he revealed his cards, excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, Apologies, but I have a flush. I am the victor. Another flush. The player with the straight, upon seeing Xiao Yang's hand, erupted in a furious tirade, having believed himself the winner only to be outdone by Xiao Yang's unexpected flush. Elated, Xiao Yang gathered the 7 million in chips, pulling them toward him. The other players at the table looked upon him with envy, each silently lamenting why it was not they who had emerged victorious, but Xiao Yang instead. Cheater. The middle-aged man behind Xiao Yang, witnessing his unexpected victory, finally concluded that Xiao Yang was indeed a cheat. Yet, he found it perplexing that throughout the game, aside from the moment of revealing the cards, Xiao Yang had not touched them at all. How could he possibly win? Had Xiao Yang perhaps employed some underhanded trickery while examining the cards? The middle-aged man gazed at Xiao Yang, an internal smirk forming. Subsequently, he leaned in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Young man, you are a cheat, aren't you? Did you think your triumph would go unnoticed? I am already aware of your deceit. If you wish to keep your secret hidden from everyone else, you must relinquish half of your chips to me." Chapter 54. Accusations of Cheating. Present your evidence. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Xiao Yang's gaze flickered, and a sudden wave of panic surged within him. Instinctively, he feared that the man had discovered his ability to see through cards. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had not exhibited any signs of his gift, leading him to believe that no one could possibly suspect him. Why, then, was the middle-aged man accusing him of being a cheat? Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Xiao Yang turned to face the man, who wore an expression of confidence, as if he had already ensnared him. This only deepened Xiao Yang's unease. Calmly, he addressed the man, stating, "One can indulge in disordered eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Do you possess any evidence?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at this retort. He had merely conjectured that Xiao Yang was a cheat, and when pressed for proof, he realized he had none. However, he was determined not to let Xiao Yang escape unscathed. He was convinced of Xiao Yang's guilt, and with a chilling gaze, he whispered, "Young man, whether or not I possess evidence is inconsequential. What matters is that you have indeed cheated. If you do not comply with my request and relinquish half your chips, I shall inform everyone of your deceit." Relieved, Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared the middle-aged man was merely attempting to deceive him, lacking any real evidence of wrongdoing. Therefore, he responded unhurriedly, "Even if you were to announce my alleged cheating, who would believe you? Without evidence, who can substantiate your claims? Merely speaking does not suffice. I could just as easily declare you a cheat." The middle-aged man found himself momentarily speechless at Xiao Yang's retort. However, he quickly devised a plan and, with a disdainful smirk, replied, "Young man, I have offered you a chance to negotiate amicably. If you refuse, I will inform the gaming house that you are a cheat, and they will keep a close watch on you. At that point, should you be caught in the act, your hands could very well be forfeit." His intent was to intimidate Xiao Yang into submission, but Xiao Yang remained undeterred. His ability to see through the game rendered him invisible to suspicion. With a mocking laugh, he retorted coldly, "Speak to whomever you wish. I stand in the light, unafraid of shadows." With that, he turned away, resuming his game, disregarding the middle-aged man entirely. Frustrated by Xiao Yang's refusal to yield, the middle-aged man decided to escalate matters. He pointed at Xiao Yang and loudly proclaimed to all the players at the table, "He is a cheat. He has just cheated while playing with you." His accusations drew the attention of all players at the table, several of whom furrowed their brows in contemplation, recalling Xiao Yang's peculiar behavior. It seemed he truly had cheated. The player who had previously lost to Xiao Yang, having drawn a winning hand, immediately stepped forward to denounce him. Very well, if he dares to cheat, he must return every penny he has won. One by one, the others were swept into the tide of suspicion, convinced that Xiao Yang was indeed a cheat. Certainly, the majority of individuals, regardless of whether Xiao Yang has cheated or not, are quick to accuse him the moment someone suggests he has. It is only through such accusations that they believe the winnings Xiao Yang has amassed can be returned to them. In an instant, nearly everyone began to assert that Xiao Yang had indeed cheated, demanding he return all his winnings. Xiao Yang's expression shifted, taken aback by the audacity of the middle-aged man who dared to publicly accuse him of cheating. He turned back, casting a cold glare at the man, and then calmly addressed the crowd, stating, "If you claim I have cheated, then present your evidence." As these words left his lips, a hush fell over the gathering. None could provide proof of Xiao Yang's alleged wrongdoing. The accusations were merely the words of the middle-aged man, and it was upon that foundation that others echoed his claims. Observing the absence of evidence, Xiao Yang shot another cold glance at the middle-aged man, asserting, "You say I have cheated, then you must provide evidence. If you slander me, you owe me an apology." At once, all eyes turned to the middle-aged man, eager to see if he could substantiate his claims. The man, now visibly flustered, realized he possessed no evidence. His assertions were purely speculative. Yet, he quickly gathered his wits and decided to voice his conjectures. Thus, he proclaimed, "Consider this carefully. Every time he has a poor hand, he looks at the cards before folding, yet when he intends to win, he holds onto his cards and triumphs." As the crowd reflected on his words, they recalled that indeed, Xiao Yang's victories often followed this pattern. Suspicion filled their gazes as they regarded him. Although lacking tangible proof, a collective intuition emerged, suggesting that Xiao Yang must be a cheat. How else could he win with such precision? He must be a con artist. How could he consistently win when holding back? Clearly, he has cheated us. A wave of anger washed over the crowd as they directed their ire toward Xiao Yang, demanding he return their chips. Concurrently, some turned to the beautiful dealer, imploring, "You must ensure justice is served. He has cheated and taken our chips. According to the rules of the gaming house, his hands should be severed." The dealer's expression darkened in response to their demands. After considering the middle-aged man's accusations alongside her own observations, she too concluded that Xiao Yang had indeed cheated. Only a con artist could possess such uncanny knowledge of when to win and when to lose. However, every matter must be substantiated by evidence. Mere conjecture was insufficient to condemn Xiao Yang. Taking a deep breath, the dealer raised a hand for silence, and the crowd grew still. She then turned her gaze towards Xiao Yang, stating, "Sir, cheating is strictly prohibited in this establishment." Without hesitation, Xiao Yang met her gaze, replying, "Madam, they claim I have cheated. Does that mean I have? Everything must be supported by evidence. If you possess any, I shall have no further words. But you cannot unjustly accuse me based solely on hearsay." The dealer was momentarily speechless. She too lacked any evidence to substantiate the claims against him. Xiao Yang surveyed the surroundings and noticed the casino security had arrived. He declared loudly, "You cannot accuse me of cheating simply because I have won. If you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims, I shall willingly sever my own hand. However, if you wrongfully accuse me, you must provide an explanation." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. No one possessed any evidence. The middle-aged man did not, nor did the others, including the beautiful dealer. As the casino security approached and heard Xiao Yang's proclamation, they noted the absence of any proof against him and thus refrained from taking action. Ultimately, the beautiful dealer, left with no alternatives, addressed the crowd. "Very well, since there is no evidence, it indicates that this gentleman has not cheated. Let us continue the game." Chapter 55. Special Care. Bewildering the crowd upon hearing the alluring dealer's words, the crowd, though begrudgingly resigned, found themselves at a loss for evidence and could only grumble in discontent. The enchanting dealer prepared to preside over the next round. However, a few individuals at the gambling table cast a glance at Xiao Yang, silently rising to depart. They recognized him as a cheat, aware that continuing to play would only lead to their losses. Yet, a handful of others chose to remain, eyeing Xiao Yang with cautious scrutiny. Despite his previous victories, they noted that his wins could be traced back to discernible patterns. They resolved that should Xiao Yang choose to play conservatively, they would fold, rendering his winnings impossible. With several seats now vacant, some spectators eagerly occupied them, undeterred by Xiao Yang's presence. They had observed for quite some time and noted that, while Xiao Yang was suspected of cheating, his wins were not excessively outlandish. In fact, several players had even amassed greater fortunes than he. A middle-aged man, witnessing Xiao Yang evade suspicion, seethed with frustration yet felt powerless to act. As the new round commenced, Xiao Yang pondered his next move. He realized he could not rely on his previous tactics, as they had become predictable. Determined to adopt a fresh approach, he strategized anew. Meanwhile, two security personnel stood vigil behind him, their eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Lacking concrete proof of his deceit, they resolved to monitor him closely. Should any signs of cheating arise, they would act swiftly to apprehend him. One of the guards produced a walkie-talkie, addressing the monitoring room. "This is the main hall. Please observe table 13, as there are suspicions of cheating." The monitoring room acknowledged the request. Adjacent to the gambling hall, the surveillance room was replete with screens displaying various feeds. At that moment, the staff within focused intently on Xiao Yang at table 13. meticulously watching for any signs of foul play. The middle-aged man glanced at the nearby security and realized that the establishment had turned its scrutiny upon Xiao Yang. A smug smile crept across his face. Though he had yet to amass half of Xiao Yang's chips, he relished the thought that with the casino's watchful eye on him, Xiao Yang's chances of cheating were now severely diminished. "Serves you right," he muttered with disdain, envisioning the moment Xiao Yang would be caught. His hands severed as retribution for the space he had usurped. Xiao Yang, with his perceptive sight, noted the guard's unwavering attention but remained unfazed. His abilities were subtle enough that they went unnoticed. Thus, he felt no trepidation. He would play as he pleased. The players at the table had shifted significantly. Those who dared to participate believed they could trace Xiao Yang's cheating. By folding during his conservative plays, they could avoid loss. Additionally, they were acutely aware that the casino was now intently monitoring Xiao Yang. Should he attempt to cheat, the consequences would be dire. As they perceived that Xiao Yang would refrain from cheating, they felt emboldened to engage in the game. The enchanting dealer cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yang, internally convinced that he would indeed shy away from any deceit. After all, the casino had already set its sights on him. Should he attempt to cheat again, it would be tantamount to courting his own demise. Subsequently, the dealer began distributing cards, 10 players, each receiving 3 cards, and then the game commenced in silence. All were eager to test whether Xiao Yang would resort to trickery, hence they played cautiously, but suddenly, Xiao Yang decided to reveal his cards. All eyes were fixated on him, curious to discern his next move. A smirk graced Xiao Yang's lips as he calmly surveyed his cards and promptly discarded them. And thus it began anew. The middle-aged man observed Xiao Yang's actions, concluding that Xiao Yang must have deemed his hand unworthy. The players at the table knitted their brows, puzzled by the rationale behind Xiao Yang's decision. Nevertheless, with Xiao Yang having folded, they were free to play normally. Eventually, the first round concluded, and the second round commenced. In this round, Xiao Yang once again scrutinized his cards, yet this time, he chose not to fold. Xiao Yang's decision to see his cards without folding left everyone bewildered. He had always displayed 2 behaviors since joining the table, either folding or playing silently. Now, he had looked at his cards, yet opted to remain in the game. Many began to harbor doubts, questioning whether Xiao Yang's actions were a ploy to mislead them or if he genuinely held a strong hand. Some players glanced at their own cards, discarding theirs if they were weak, while others, with promising hands, decided to remain in the game alongside Xiao Yang to observe further. Ultimately, all players had examined their cards, leaving only 2 who chose to continue playing, intent on discovering whether Xiao Yang was indeed cheating. The 3 of them called the bet together. After 2 rounds of play, the 2 players grew anxious, sensing Xiao Yang's reluctance to reveal his cards. Fearing deceit, one player wagered 50,000 chips and promptly revealed his cards. The others followed suit. And to their shock, the player who had revealed his cards held the highest hand and emerged victorious. Instantly, the entire table was left in disbelief. Xiao Yang had lost. How could this be? According to their assumptions, Xiao Yang was expected to win, yet he had faltered. Surely, he must have refrained from cheating. Some speculated that Xiao Yang, now under scrutiny from the casino, had succumbed to fear, leading to his loss. This theory garnered widespread agreement. Conversely, others theorized that Xiao Yang had deliberately chosen not to cheat to confound them. Each player harbored distinct thoughts as they silently observed Xiao Yang. The second round began, and once more, Xiao Yang scrutinized his cards. Alas, he had yet to fold. What could his intentions possibly be? Everyone was utterly perplexed by Xiao Yang's actions. The more they pondered, the more bewildered they became, increasingly uncertain of his intentions. Even the beautiful dealer could not decipher what Xiao Yang was currently engaged in. As for the security personnel nearby, they remained vigilant, convinced that Xiao Yang had not resorted to cheating. Xiao Yang cast a glance at the crowd, a smirk playing on his lips. He intended to thoroughly confound them, rendering them incapable of grasping the game he was playing. Only by achieving this could he leverage his clairvoyance to win. Just wait. Soon I shall leave you with no place to lament. Xiao Yang chuckled coldly to himself, then continued his bewildering antics, determined to leave them utterly in the dark before claiming all their chips. Chapter 56. A game worth 40 million in this second round. After examining his cards, Xiao Yang refrained from folding and chose instead to call. The other players at the table were utterly perplexed, yet they had no choice but to follow suit with a resolute demeanor. Some opted to play conservatively, while others either called or folded. Xiao Yang's persistent calls left everyone astonished, prompting some to reveal their cards in the third round. Ultimately, Xiao Yang's hand was not the strongest, and he faced defeat. This left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Surely, he could not be a cheat. How else could he continuously lose? Perhaps he was deceiving them, deliberately throwing the game for their benefit. The players at the table were divided into two camps. One believed Xiao Yang was not a cheat, while the other suspected he was merely playing a ruse. Regardless of their opinions, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, resolutely adhering to his strategy. In the third and fourth rounds, he continued to examine his cards and call, losing each time. After suffering a series of defeats, the players grew complacent, convinced that he was not a cheat or perhaps too timid to employ such tactics. Consequently, they loosened their grip on their strategies. Seeing the opportune moment, a smile crept across Xiao Yang's face. As a new round commenced, his clairvoyant gaze swept over the 10 players at the table, revealing that he held the strongest hand. He did not play conservatively this time. Instead, he continued to examine his cards and call. The other players, having grown accustomed to his behavior, harbored no suspicions. The table was alive with activity, with 3 players opting to play conservatively while the remainder, including Xiao Yang, chose to call. A bet of 100,000 was placed. The first player, undeterred, raised the stakes, prompting Xiao Yang to match the 20,000 call. In the second round, the conservative players raised the stakes again to 200,000, while the callers matched it with 500,000. A subsequent bet of 400,000 ensued from the conservative players. The remaining players hesitated, realizing they would need to call 1 million to stay in the game. Ultimately, one player folded, while the others continued to call, each matching the 1 million bet. When it was Xiao Yang's turn, he confidently called the 1 million without a hint of hesitation. His actions drew no suspicion, as he had followed the same pattern in previous rounds. The other players had entirely overlooked his presence. As the turn came to the 3 conservative players, 2 of them deliberated briefly before deciding to reveal their cards. The last player, however, folded, while the other, after examining his hand, called the 1 million bet. The final conservative player pondered for a moment before decisively placing 1 million in chips onto the table, declaring, "I am all in for 1 million." This bold move astonished the card players, who hadn't anticipated such audacity. Nonetheless, each of them believed their hands to be superior. After a moment's contemplation, they unhesitatingly tossed in 2 million chips. Xiao Yang, without a moment's pause, matched their bet of 2 million. His call raised no eyebrows, as his actions mirrored those of the previous rounds, which had ended unfavorably for him. Thus, in the minds of the spectators, it was widely assumed that this round would also result in Xiao Yang's loss. At last, the few players who had been observing the cards all called the 2 million bet. The turn came to the last person who was playing covertly. This individual pondered briefly and felt the weight of pressure. However, gritting his teeth, he tossed 2 million chips onto the table, declaring, "I'm all in for 2 million." A collective gasp of surprise escaped the onlookers. This player's 2 million meant they would have to match 5 million if they wanted to stay in the game. Instantly, hesitation washed over several of them, as they feared that calling 5 million could lead to significant losses. Yet, they were equally convinced of their potential to win. As the group grappled with their dilemma, the covert player taunted them without hesitation. "If you lack the chips, fold. If you wish to stay in, do it quickly." Stung by his provocation, one player unflinchingly tossed 5 million chips into the pot, opting not to reveal his cards. Believing it would be too disadvantageous to do so, if anyone were to disclose their cards, it should be the others. Another player, after a moment of contemplation, also contributed 5 million, choosing to keep his cards hidden as well. Next, it fell to the individual seated to the left of Xiao Yang. This player was indecisive, torn between calling and folding. Xiao Yang felt a surge of anxiety. If this person chose not to reveal their cards, it would be his turn next. But he had insufficient chips to match 5 million. Should his chips fall short, he would be compelled to fold. Thus, he found himself fervently wishing for the player on his left to reveal their cards. After a lengthy hesitation, the player finally made a decisive move, throwing down 5 million chips with a resolute declaration, "I'm revealing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In this round, victory was assured for him, as he held the strongest hand. Once the left player revealed their cards, it turned out to be merely a straight. Witnessing this, the other players collectively exhaled in relief. After seeing the revealed cards, most of them wore expressions of disdain, for their hands surpassed that of the straight. Some held flushes, while others had higher straights. One by one, they unveiled their cards until it was the turn of the covert player. This individual felt a pang of anxiety as he cautiously flipped over his cards, only to discover he had a flush, and a remarkable one at that. His heart raced with elation, convinced of his victory. He prepared to sweep the pile of chips towards himself. The total amount on the table exceeded 30 million. He was about to strike it rich. But wait. Just as his hand grazed the chips, Xiao Yang coldly interjected and without hesitation, revealed his own hand. "I'm sorry, but I have a straight flush. I win." As he spoke, he pulled all the chips toward himself, amidst the incredulous gaze of the covert player. In this round, he had triumphed, amassing over 30 million, nearing 40 million in total. He had won nearly 40 million in chips. What a staggering amount. Both the players at the table and the onlookers were left in awe, their expressions reflecting a mixture of admiration, envy, and resentment. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man seated next to Xiao Yang was the first to leap up, accusing him of cheating once again. Xiao Yang gazed at the middle-aged man with a look of incredulity. Have I lost so many rounds that winning just once equates to cheating? Am I destined to perpetually lose? His words left the man speechless, and bystanders stared in astonishment, sensing that Xiao Yang might indeed be in the right, yet lacking any evidence to support their suspicions. Even the security personnel at the gambling establishment found themselves at a loss. They had witnessed all of Xiao Yang's actions, but had seen no indication of foul play. The beautiful dealer cast a penetrating glance at Xiao Yang before turning her icy stare towards the middle-aged man. "This gentleman has not cheated, so cease your baseless accusations." The man was momentarily silenced, unsure of how to respond. Following her rebuke, the dealer discreetly signaled to a nearby security guard, whispering in his ear, "Please summon Brother C," informing him that there is a skilled player here who requires his attention. Chapter 57. Card exchange. The security guard nodded briefly, then departed swiftly. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached the gambling table. Just as one player stood up, ceasing to play, the middle-aged man plopped down into the vacant seat. "Fourth brother, what brings you here?" exclaimed one astonished player at the table, recognizing the newcomer. This seasoned gambler was well acquainted with the man, known as Fourth Brother, a skilled player nurtured by the casino and notorious for his adeptness at unmasking cheaters. The mere presence of Fourth Brother indicated that a swindler lurked among them. The player's instinctive gaze shifted towards Xiao Yang, who had been the subject of speculation regarding his potential as a cheat, albeit without any evidence to substantiate these claims. With Fourth Brother's arrival, the player surmised that Xiao Yang was indeed the cheat the casino had dispatched someone to confront. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the player's eyes as he eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Xiao Yang being dealt with. Without hesitation, he stood up and relinquished his seat. As he rose, another player quickly occupied the spot, for not everyone recognized Fourth Brother. Only a handful of seasoned gamblers were aware of his identity, while the majority regarded him as an ordinary patron. Among the original players at the table, a few more recognized Fourth Brother and silently vacated their seats. Before long, nearly the entire table had undergone a complete turnover of players. The middle-aged man behind Xiao Yang observed Fourth Brother's arrival with a surge of elation. As a veteran gambler, he recognized Fourth Brother instantly. The sight of Fourth Brother meant that he was there to deal with Xiao Yang, and a cold smirk crept across his face as he stood silently beside Xiao Yang, waiting for the impending fallout. Xiao Yang calmly regarded Fourth Brother, seated across from him. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from this individual, who seemed to glance his way inadvertently, even offering a friendly smile that exuded warmth. Yet, inexplicably, Xiao Yang sensed that Fourth Brother was not to be underestimated. It appeared he was targeting him. Nonetheless, Xiao Yang felt unperturbed. Whether it was Fourth Brother or Fifth Brother, what could possibly challenge him in the presence of his penetrating gaze? The alluring dealer, upon seeing Fourth Brother's arrival, subtly nodded in acknowledgement before commencing to deal the cards. Soon, each player received 3 cards, and it was time for the first player to speak. This player, new and audacious, boldly declared, "I'm going all in for 100,000. The other players gasped in astonishment, for previously, the stakes had begun at 1,000. And here was someone escalating the wager to 10 times that amount. A few players, startled, hastily checked their cards before cursing and folding. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang examined his cards and chose to fold as well. Upon noticing Xiao Yang's decision, Fourth Brother furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to cheat and deal with Xiao Yang, but found himself thwarted by the latter's prompt fold. Subsequently, he glanced at his own cards and also chose to fold. Xiao Yang's discerning gaze quietly scrutinized fourth brother. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. He was determined to uncover the tactics of this fourth brother. Simultaneously, he was observing the other players at the gambling table, noting that they appeared relatively normal, with the exception of the enigmatic fourth brother, whose intentions he found inscrutable. The second round commenced swiftly. In this round, Xiao Yang continued to inspect his cards, ultimately discarding them due to their unsatisfactory nature. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang fold once more, fourth brother's lips twitched, feeling as though he struck a blow against cotton, possessing a wealth of cheating skills yet unable to deploy them effectively. In frustration, he could only scold himself as he glanced at his own lackluster hand, which he promptly discarded as well. Thus, Xiao Yang, having folded in the preceding 5 rounds, thoroughly incensed fourth brother. In the 6th round, Xiao Yang once again scrutinized his cards before discarding them. Fourth brother could no longer contain himself, his patience waned, and he was determined to secure a victory. Consequently, he opted to play a concealed hand. Observing that fourth brother had finally abandoned his previous strategy of folding, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, realizing that fourth brother was about to make a move. His keen perception focused intently on fourth brother, revealing that his hand was not the strongest. Without any cheating, fourth brother was destined to lose this round. He continued to observe closely. Soon, players began revealing their hands, and as they did, fourth brother reached for his cards on the table, quietly assessing them. Xiao Yang's perceptive gaze remained fixed on fourth brother's hand. Suddenly, he noticed several cards swiftly emerging from fourth brother's sleeve, which he exchanged at an astonishing speed for 3 sevens. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Indeed, fourth brother was a cheat. With the revelation of his 3 sevens, fourth brother undeniably triumphed in this round. Yet Xiao Yang fell into deep contemplation. Fourth brother's ability to rapidly exchange cards rendered Xiao Yang's perceptive vision virtually powerless. Even if Xiao Yang held the best hand, fourth brother could effortlessly replace it with an even stronger one at the last moment, ensuring Xiao Yang's defeat. Frowning, Xiao Yang realized that as long as fourth brother remained in play, victory would elude him, unless he devised a means to counter fourth brother's deceitful tactics. Xiao Yang diligently scrutinized fourth brother, discovering that he concealed numerous cards within his trousers. Moreover, after exchanging cards, fourth brother would return the discarded ones to the deck. This technique, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether to continue playing. He lacked the skills of a cheat and could only discern the cards of others. Nevertheless, as a new round began, Xiao Yang noticed fourth brother's gaze, seemingly intent on him. Taking a deep breath, he ceased his contemplation and resolved to proceed with the game, slowly formulating a plan. Fatefully, his perceptive vision revealed that in this round, he held the strongest hand. Stunned, he felt conflicted, unsure whether to play, while simultaneously fearing fourth brother would exchange cards. Ultimately, he decided to test the waters, curious if fourth brother would target him in this round. Thus, he feigned inspection of his cards and placed a bet of 20,000 chips. Across the table, upon witnessing Xiao Yang finally make a call, fourth brother's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had been biding his time, waiting for this moment to strike fiercely at Xiao Yang. A hefty wager of 100,000. Without even glancing at his cards, fourth brother boldly pushed a stack of chips worth 100,000 into the pot, leaving many in astonishment. Some players chose to fold after viewing their hands, while others followed suit by matching the 100,000 bet. A few, having seen their cards, tossed in 200,000 chips with confidence. Soon, it was Xiao Yang's turn. Observing fourth brother's wager of 100,000, he furrowed his brow slightly. Though fourth brother's hand appeared rather weak, he had the option to exchange cards. 200,000. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang decided to call the bet with a sum of 200,000, intending to see how the game would unfold. When it was fourth brother's turn again, he promptly shoved 400,000 chips into the pot, declaring a bold wager of 400,000. Chapter 58. I requested to inspect the cards, revealing a hand comprising 7/8. The other players, observing Brother C's substantial wager of 400,000, hesitated momentarily before glancing at their cards, subsequently discarding them. Those who had initially looked at their cards, after some contemplation, chose to fold, while a few decided to call with a bet of 1 million. Soon, it was Xiao Yang's turn. He noticed Brother C's gaze fixed intently upon him, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang resolved to test whether Brother C would exchange his cards. Without hesitation, He placed a bet of 1 million, declaring, 1 million, I reveal my hand. With that, he turned over his cards, revealing a flush, the highest hand among the players present. Yet, the possibility of Brother C exchanging cards lingered, introducing an element of uncertainty. After unveiling his cards, Xiao Yang's penetrating gaze remained locked on Brother C's hands. In the next moment, his keen insight perceived 3 cards materializing from Brother C's sleeve, 3 eights. In an astonishingly swift motion, Brother C seamlessly swapped his cards for the 3 eights. Witnessing this exchange, Xiao Yang's brow furrowed. The other players, upon seeing Xiao Yang's hand, cursed and discarded their cards, believing Xiao Yang had secured victory. However, only those familiar with Brother C knew that this round was unwinnable for Xiao Yang. Only Brother C could triumph. Once Brother C had revealed his 3 eights, he chuckled and said to Xiao Yang, my apologies, but I have 3 eights. This round is mine. As he stood up, preparing to gather his chips, Xiao Yang suddenly called out to him, wait. His piercing gaze was fixed on Brother C's sleeve, where the 3 exchanged cards were still concealed. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Brother C calmly met his gaze and inquired, what do you intend to do? Without hesitation, Xiao Yang pointed at Brother C's sleeve, declaring loudly, the 3 cards you exchanged are hidden within your sleeve. Let everyone see them. Brother C's heart trembled at Xiao Yang's assertion, astounded that Xiao Yang was aware of his card exchange and that they lay concealed in his sleeve. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, yet he maintained his composure, retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I exchange cards? There are so many witnesses. I did no such thing. Do not slander me. As Brother C spoke, Xiao Yang observed the 3 cards swiftly sliding from Brother C's sleeve to his armpit and then into his trouser pocket. This maneuver was executed with remarkable speed, invisible to the ordinary eye. Were it not for Xiao Yang's extraordinary sight, he too would have been oblivious. Xiao Yang, gazing intently at Brother C's pocket, remarked with a hint of irony, your card-swapping technique is truly impressive. How swiftly they found their way into your pocket. Brother C, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yang would discern the cards hidden in his pocket. Did Xiao Yang possess the gift of foresight? He regarded Xiao Yang with suspicion and coldly replied, what absurdity are you speaking? Are you unable to accept defeat? At that moment, the middle-aged man standing behind Xiao Yang stepped forward without hesitation to accuse him. Do not slander. How could 4th brother possibly change the cards? You are the one who should be accused of doing so. Several onlookers, unaware of the truth, quickly joined in to condemn Xiao Yang. Indeed, without evidence, you should refrain from making baseless accusations. When we previously suggested you were cheating, did you not respond in the same manner? Xiao Yang was taken aback by the sudden outcry against him. His gaze fixated on 4th brother's pocket, realizing that he was again attempting to conceal those 3 cards, now shifting them to beneath his feet. With so many voices rising against him, Xiao Yang inhaled deeply. Then, his attention turned to the cards on the table. At that moment, 4th brother had yet to return those 3 cards to the deck, presenting him with an opportunity. Without hesitation, he addressed the beautiful dealer beside him. I demand an inspection of these cards to ascertain whether all 4 suits among the 52 cards are present. Upon hearing this, the dealer's expression shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware that 4th brother had indeed swapped the cards. Moreover, the 3 exchanged cards had yet to be returned to the deck. Should an inspection occur now, it would undoubtedly reveal the presence of 3 additional cards, while the 3 genuine ones would be missing. Sir, there are rules in the casino. We cannot inspect simply because you demand it. Let us proceed to the next round. The beautiful dealer attempted to deflect the situation. Yet Xiao Yang remained resolute in his request for a card inspection. He firmly placed his hand upon hers, preventing her from reclaiming the cards. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her face paling. A few security guards approached without hesitation, ready to restrain Xiao Yang, but upon attempting to pull him away, they found themselves unable to move him. Xiao Yang regarded the dealer coldly. You are in cahoots with 4th brother, aren't you? Are you afraid that an inspection will reveal that he truly swapped the cards? You are speaking nonsense. The dealer's inner turmoil was palpable. Whether I am or not can be determined by inspecting the cards, Xiao Yang declared, shifting his gaze to the other players at the table. Everyone, what I say is true. The 3 cards 4th brother exchanged are on him. If we simply turn over these cards, we will discover which 3 are missing. Moreover, the 3 eights are extraneous. There are currently 7 eights in total. As Xiao Yang spoke, many players cast skeptical glances at 4th brother. Some bystanders, aware of fourth brother's reputation as a cheat, recognized the truth in Xiao Yang's claims. He had indeed swapped the cards. However, they remained silent, watching the unfolding drama as if it were a spectacle. Xiao Yang was now directly challenging the casino, which would undoubtedly not tolerate such defiance and would seek a means to deal with him. He makes a valid point. Perhaps we should inspect the cards, one player suggested. Unable to contain his curiosity, thinking that Xiao Yang would not make such an assertion without reason, and perhaps fourth brother truly had altered the cards. Subsequently, several players rose to support Xiao Yang. The beautiful dealer's expression darkened. She cast a fierce glance at Xiao Yang and said in a low voice, "I am still unaware if he has changed his cards, so please refrain from this unreasonable commotion." As she spoke, she prepared to gather the cards. Meanwhile, several security personnel forcefully approached to pull Xiao Yang away. However, he remained steadfast, observing the dealer's intent to collect the cards. With his extraordinary perception, he immediately discerned the 4/8 concealed within the hand. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly reached out, seized the 4/8, and forcefully revealed the cards. In the next instant, all present at the gambling table beheld the 4/8. Chapter 59, the 9 of hearts, the 10 of clubs, the ace of spades. 7/8 indeed. Could it be that he truly swapped the cards? How detestable. I harbor a profound disdain for cheaters. As the reality of 7/8 dawned upon everyone, a wave of fury surged through the crowd. They were merely ordinary gamblers, and with a cheat at the table, had their money not been lost in vain? How could they possibly triumph over a swindler? Instantly, all eyes converged on the fourth brother, each individual brimming with animosity, wishing they could dismember him on the spot. The beautiful dealer was taken aback as Xiao Yang abruptly revealed the cards. The evidence was irrefutable, her mouth agape, her complexion drained. She dared not utter a word. With the atmosphere charged with outrage, she realized that if she defended the fourth brother, she too would face the wrath of the crowd. The fourth brother, flustered, experienced the unsettling sensation of being caught cheating for the first time. Instinctively, he longed to flee the scene. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Leaving now would only solidify the accusations against him. Seize him. Don't let him escape. Cut off his hands. Several disgruntled gamblers, having lost their stakes, rushed to the fourth brother's side, gripping his shoulders and pinning him to the chair to prevent his escape. Others glared at him with fury, eager to pounce at any moment. Xiao Yang regarded the fourth brother with a cold gaze, reassured by the overwhelming evidence that the fourth brother could not evade justice. However, after the initial panic subsided, the fourth brother regained his cool demeanor. He stared back at Xiao Yang, asserting, "Perhaps there were indeed 7/8 in this deck. How can you prove that I switched the cards? Present your evidence." Xiao Yang was taken aback by the fourth brother's audacity in the face of imminent doom. A sardonic smile crept across his face as his keen eyes detected the 3 cards tucked beneath the fourth brother's right shoe. Yet, he refrained from revealing this information immediately, instead choosing to toy with the fourth brother. "If I prove your deceit, what will you do?" Xiao Yang asked calmly. The fourth brother felt a shiver run down his spine under Xiao Yang's piercing gaze. Nevertheless, he was confident that Xiao Yang lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims. He had honed his gambling skills under a master from Hong Kong. If you can prove my cheating, then do as you wish. But if you cannot, not only must you apologize, but I shall demand the severance of your hands. Do you dare accept this challenge?" The fourth brother provocatively stared at Xiao Yang, convinced that Xiao Yang would fail to provide proof. He intended to exact a price on Xiao Yang for daring to cheat at their gambling establishment. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers upon hearing the fourth brother's bold proclamation. His threat was directed at Xiao Yang's hands. All eyes turned to Xiao Yang, eager to discern whether he would dare accept the fourth brother's challenge. With a slight upturn of his lips, Xiao Yang revealed a knowing smile, responding without hesitation. "What do I have to fear? If I prove your deceit, I too shall demand the severance of your hands. Do you dare agree to this?" Upon hearing Xiao Yang's unwavering confidence, Si Gu felt a sudden twinge of unease within. However, after careful contemplation, he reassured himself that his methods were so clandestine that Xiao Yang could never discern them. Thus, victory was assured. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Xiao Yang's challenge. "Very well, it is settled," he proclaimed, casting his gaze upon the assembled onlookers. "You all shall bear witness. Whoever loses must fulfill the pact." At CGE's words, excitement rippled through the players at the gambling table, a collection of thrill-seekers drawn to the allure of risk. The prospect of Xiao Yang and Si Gu engaging in such a high-stakes gamble exhilarated them. One by one, the players thumped their chests, vowing to attest to the outcome. When the moment arrived, should anyone falter, they would collectively restrain that individual, compelling the security to exact a dire penalty. The beautiful croupier, witnessing the wager between Si Gu and Xiao Yang, shot a worried glance at Si Gu, who responded with a reassuring look. This eased her anxiety momentarily, only for her to cast a cold glare at Xiao Yang, as if regarding a mere specter. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man lurking behind Xiao Yang rejoiced inwardly at the audacity of the gamble, convinced that Xiao Yang was destined for defeat. After all, Si Gu was a seasoned card-sharp groomed by the establishment, incapable of losing. This fool walks willingly to his doom. His hand will surely meet the blade. Curiosity permeated the atmosphere among the players. They cared not for the fate of a severed hand, but rather yearned to see whether Xiao Yang could indeed expose Si Gu's deceit. Concurrently, Jilong entered the casino with several subordinates, intent on locating Xiao Yang. Upon entering the main hall, he spotted Xiao Yang and promptly directed his entourage towards him. Upon reaching Xiao Yang's table, he overheard the stakes being wagered, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He chose to observe quietly instead of approaching Xiao Yang immediately. "Master, what shall we do?" inquired one of Jilong's subordinates in hushed tones. "Let us watch the spectacle," Jilong replied without hesitation. "Understood, master." And so, Jilong and his companions silently observed the unfolding drama between Xiao Yang and Si Gu. At that moment, Si Gu's icy gaze bore down on Xiao Yang. "Since you claim you can prove my dishonesty, let us commence with your demonstration." With a mocking expression, Si Gu awaited to see how Xiao Yang would substantiate his assertion. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed on Xiao Yang, eager to witness his next move. Xiao Yang, calm and composed, glanced at Si Gu and then surveyed the cards on the table. He set aside the 7 and 8 of hearts, flipping over the remaining cards. A standard deck consists of 2 jokers and 52 cards, divided into 4 suits, each containing 13 cards. Xiao Yang meticulously categorized the cards by suit and soon identified the 3 missing pieces. "The deck is missing the 9 of hearts, the 10 of clubs, and the ace of spades," he stated with tranquility. Everyone on the scene nodded in agreement. They understood what Xiao Yang was saying. The 3 missing cards were now in his possession. If I were to find those 3 cards on him, it would prove that he had cheated. Xiao Yang continued. Indeed, it was reasonable. Yes, it made sense. Everyone wholeheartedly concurred with Xiao Yang's reasoning. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the 4th brother's expression shifted slightly. If Xiao Yang truly discovered those 3 cards on him, he would be defeated. Consequently, he unhesitatingly began to engage in deceitful actions, preparing to rid himself of the 3 cards. However, at that moment, Xiao Yang suddenly approached him, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder, and he realized, to his dismay, that he was rendered immobile. Chapter 60, The Proof of Cheating. As the 4th brother prepared to make his move, he suddenly felt as if he were ensnared, utterly devoid of strength, his limbs growing weak. He glanced up to find Xiao Yang beside him, a hand firmly pressing upon his shoulder. "What have you done to me?" The 4th brother gazed at Xiao Yang in terror, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost, immobilized, and he suspected Xiao Yang was behind it all. At that moment, he was rendered helpless, unable to execute any deceitful tricks, which sent him into a panic. Xiao Yang maintained his grip on the 4th brother while channeling his spiritual energy through his hand into the latter's body. Soon, the energy enveloped the 4th brother, primarily restraining his limbs to thwart any attempts at cheating. Xiao Yang was acutely aware that should he fail to secure the 4th brother's movements, the latter would undoubtedly attempt to conceal the 3 cards. Now, with the 4th brother subdued, Xiao Yang could effortlessly retrieve those cards from him. Thus, in response to the 4th brother's inquiry, Xiao Yang offered no explanation but coldly stated, "I require your cooperation. I am about to conduct a search." The 4th brother struggled desperately but remained immobile, casting a fearful glance at Xiao Yang before exclaiming, "By what right do you search me?" The beautiful croupier observed Xiao Yang restraining the 4th brother, who had suddenly become incapacitated, sensing something was amiss. At that moment, the 4th brother's pleading gaze met hers, and she instantly comprehended the situation. Subsequently, she discreetly signaled to a few security personnel nearby, who rushed forward, ready to intervene and separate Xiao Yang from the 4th brother. "Quickly pull him away." The 4th brother, seeing the security personnel approach, felt as if he had spotted a lifeline, urging them to hasten in their rescue. However, when the security guards grasped Xiao Yang in an attempt to pull him away, they found him unyielding. Xiao Yang stood firm like a mountain, impervious to their efforts. Despite their exertions, they could not budge him an inch. They gasped inwardly, having never encountered someone with such immense strength. What are you doing? I am proving he is cheating. Why are you interfering? Xiao Yang shot a cold glance at the security guards. He then addressed the surrounding players loudly. You all judge for yourselves. Those 3 cards are on him, and I need to search him, yet the security is obstructing me. Is this reasonable? Is there no law here? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the players glared at the security guards in outrage. What are you doing? Let him search. Step aside and allow him to conduct his search. If you protect him like this, could it be that he is indeed a cheat nurtured by your establishment? Such behavior from your venue is unacceptable. How can we dare to frequent your establishment in the future? Faced with the wrath of the players, the security guards ultimately had no choice but to relent, releasing Xiao Yang and refraining from further interference, as the players had encircled them. The 4th brother watched in dismay as the players rallied to permit Xiao Yang to search him while the security guards were driven away, and a sense of panic engulfed him. If Xiao Yang were to search him now, he would undoubtedly uncover those 3 cards. However, he was currently under Xiao Yang's control, completely immobilized and unable to cheat, leaving him in utter despair. The beautiful dealer beside them was also anxious, utterly at a loss, unsure of how to assist her companion. Brother C, rest assured, search him boldly. If anyone in the casino dares to intervene, we shall support you, a player declared resolutely. He had lost a significant amount of money at the casino and was now aware that Brother C might be a card shark cultivated by the establishment. Anger surged within him. He felt the casino was treating him like a fool, winning his money, and he needed to vent his frustrations. Indeed, we bear witness. No one can stop you, echoed the other players, rallying to support Xiao Yang. Naturally, each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. Some wished for Xiao Yang to expose Brother C's cheating, striking a blow to the casino's reputation. Many were aware that Brother C was a cheat, yet they had been powerless to act, forced to swallow their grievances. But now, with Xiao Yang publicly accusing Brother C, they saw a chance for retribution. Removing Brother C from the casino's ranks would mean fewer losses for them in the future. Seeing so many people rallying to his side filled Xiao Yang with joy. He had previously feared that the casino staff would forcibly intervene and remove him. With such support, he had nothing to fear. Subsequently, while maintaining his grip on Brother C, he seized one of Brother C's legs and placed it upon the gambling table. Brother C's expression changed drastically, fear flooding his heart. Those 3 cards were concealed beneath the sole of his shoe. Brother C glared at Xiao Yang in fury. Yet, Xiao Yang dismissed his angry gaze entirely. In front of everyone, he pointed at Brother C's leg and proclaimed loudly, if I am not mistaken, those 3 cards are nestled within the shoe on this very leg. The moment to witness a miracle is upon us. Do not blink. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, everyone excitedly focused on Brother C's leg, which was prominently displayed before them. Clear for all to see, Brother C was terrified, and the beautiful dealer beside him was panicking, completely unsure of how to proceed. As for the casino security, they found themselves blocked by the crowd and could only fret helplessly. Xiao Yang cast a mocking glance at Brother C. Without hesitation, he removed Brother C's leather shoe and tossed it onto the gambling table. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on that shoe, next craning to see whether cards lay within. As their gazes landed upon it, they indeed spotted 3 cards nestled in the shoe's sole. Xiao Yang tilted the shoe gently, allowing the 3 cards to tumble out, the 9 of hearts, the 10 of clubs, and the ace of spades. He had indeed been cheating. These were the very cards that had been missing. Cursed be he, for he truly was a cheat, and having just won so many chips from me. He must return them. As the truth of the 3 missing cards became unequivocally apparent to all, a wave of fury washed over the onlookers, directed squarely at the 4th brother. The players who had lost their chips to him, in particular, rose in indignation, vociferously demanding that he return every single chip he had won. The 4th brother, gazing at the incriminating cards on the table, slumped into his seat, overwhelmed by despair. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if he attempted to speak, his words would offer no clarity. Faced with the wrath of the aggrieved players, he found himself in utter hopelessness. There was no need for Xiao Yang to take any action. It was now abundantly clear to everyone that the 4th brother was indeed a cheat. The enraged players prepared to seize him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang's gaze, icy and unwavering, fixed upon the fourth brother as he spoke slowly. Now, I have conclusively proven your deceit. As per our agreement, you must forfeit your hands. Chapter 61. Severing the hands. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, fourth brother trembled involuntarily. His mind blank with disbelief. He had never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were filled with excitement, witnessing Xiao Yang's revelation of fourth brother's cheating. They eagerly awaited the spectacle of fourth brother having his hands severed, a rare occurrence indeed. Moreover, some were aware that fourth brother was a card shark nurtured by the gambling den, and now that Xiao Yang was challenging the establishment, they were curious how the gambling house would respond. Would they abandon fourth brother and have his hands chopped off, or would they protect him by confronting Xiao Yang? Many were in a state of exhilaration. Ji Long, who had been observing from the sidelines, watched as Xiao Yang effortlessly dismantled a seasoned cheat with just a few words. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Initially, he believed Xiao Yang would be easy to deal with, but now he realized that Xiao Yang was far more formidable than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to alter his approach towards Xiao Yang. His previous strategy would not suffice, and a new tactic was imperative. Young master, this Xiao Yang is not to be trifled with, Ji Long's subordinate remarked gravely, gazing intently at Xiao Yang. Let us activate Plan B, Ji Long declared solemnly. Yes, young master. Several subordinates nodded in agreement. Noticing fourth brother's silence, Xiao Yang coldly prompted, What is it? Did you not just state that if I proved you were cheating, you would sever your own hands? Are you now seeking to renege on your promise? At this, fourth brother finally regained his composure, glaring menacingly at Xiao Yang. Do you know who I am? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Xiao Yang, bemused by fourth brother's audacity to threaten him at such a juncture, let out a disdainful chuckle. He had overheard the players discussing fourth brother as a cheat supported by the gambling house, but he cared little for who had raised him. If he failed to substantiate fourth brother's cheating, it would undoubtedly be his own hands that would be severed. Thus, he was resolute in not letting fourth brother escape. He intended to make an example of him, demonstrating to the gambling house that he was not to be trifled with. Oh, do enlighten me. Who are you? Xiao Yang inquired, gazing steadily at fourth brother. Fourth brother opened his mouth, ready to declare himself a man of the gambling house, when he caught sight of the cold, piercing gaze of the beautiful dealer fixed upon him. A shiver ran down his spine. If he openly acknowledged his affiliation with the gambling house, it would be tantamount to slapping the establishment in the face. In that case, they would certainly not spare him, and his standing would be irreparably damaged. Consequently, he forcibly restrained himself. Casting a glance around, he noticed that the gambling house's security had turned away, no longer regarding him. A chill gripped his heart as he realized he had been abandoned by the very establishment he had served, outmatched and exposed by Xiao Yang. Had the gambling house been able to rescue him, they would have done so without hesitation. However, in this dire situation, no one could save him. Ultimately, he was fated to be cast aside. A wave of desolation washed over him. After years of loyalty to the gambling house, he never imagined that upon encountering trouble, they would show him no mercy, discarding him without a second thought. Would his hands truly be severed today? Although he had been aware that this day would come since he became a cheat, he never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Moreover, to be defeated by a mere youth left him deeply resentful. Yet what could be done? A loss is a loss. He must accept his punishment. I accept my punishment, he uttered in despair. In this dire situation, he realized that the higher-ups of the gambling house would not intervene on his behalf, and he understood that his fate was sealed. The best outcome he could hope for was to acknowledge his penalty and have his hands severed. Failing to comply would only incite the wrathful players to take his life, for no cheat ever meets a favorable end. He could only curse his ill fortune for crossing paths with the peculiar Xiao Yang. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and sever his hands. At that moment, a player urgently addressed the nearby security personnel. Whenever a cheat appeared in the gambling house, the staff would eagerly intervene to apprehend the culprit and sever their hands. Now that Brother 4 had been exposed as a cheat, the absence of immediate action from the security left the players agitated. Faced with the ire of the crowd, the security guards reluctantly approached Brother 4, intending to escort him away. Wait, where do you intend to take him? Surely you aren't considering letting him go outside. If this is to be done in front of everyone, it must be executed publicly, Xiao Yang calmly remarked, observing the guards. He suspected that if they took Brother 4 away, they would not carry out the punishment. After all, they were all on the same side. He needed Brother 4 to face his reckoning in full view of the audience. Don't go too far. Brother 4 glared at Xiao Yang in anger. If the guards dragged him outside, he might still have a glimmer of hope to plead for mercy and escape the severing of his hands. However, if Xiao Yang insisted on having him punished before everyone, then his hands would surely be ruined. Wherein lies my transgression? A wager entails accepting the outcome. Do you not agree? Xiao Yang proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding players expressed their agreement. He spoke the truth. He was correct. Accepting the consequences of one's bets is paramount. This despicable cheat has robbed us of our money, and we have not sought retribution. So what is the harm in severing his hands? Let us not waste more time on his empty words. Simply execute the punishment. This serves as a warning to all other cheats. The players were filled with fury, for the cheat was their utmost contempt. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. There was no need for him to speak further. Faced with the outraged players, the gambling house had no choice but to concede. The security guards instinctively glanced at the beautiful dealer, who nodded in resignation. Subsequently, the guards seized Brother 4, pinning his hands against the nearby table. One of the guards then produced an axe from his belt, preparing to sever Brother 4's hands. No. Please, no. The moment fourth brother laid eyes upon the axe, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, despite his earlier bravado. Confronted with the reality of the situation, he found himself trembling. He implored the security guards, with whom he had maintained a cordial relationship in the past. Yet, the guards were now at an impasse, compelled to act despite their trepidation. Should they refrain from intervening, the very fabric of the gambling establishment's regulations would unravel. Strike! A chorus of players exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they quivered in anticipation. They relished such displays of punishment. Each time a cheat was caught, the spectacle of retribution unfolded before all. Fourth brother, I must apologize, murmured the guard wielding the axe, before raising it high and bringing it down with unyielding force. Chapter 62. The Gambler and Sister 13. With a sudden, sharp sound, the hands of the fourth brother were severed by the security guard. His agonized scream sent chills down the spine of those who heard it. Xiao Yang stood nearby, his brow furrowing momentarily before he resumed his calm demeanor. He cast a tranquil glance at the writhing fourth brother, then turned and took a seat at the gambling table, continuing his card game. The other players, witnessing the brutal act, exhibited a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Gradually, they returned to the table, while the fourth brother was dragged away by the guards. Just as Xiao Yang was about to resume playing, Zhao Jiejie approached him from behind. The fragrance she wore wafted toward him, and upon turning, he found her standing close behind him. Lowering her head, Zhao Jiejie spoke softly, Xiao Yang. I never imagined you to be such a master of gambling. However, having incapacitated the cheater at the casino, they will not let you off easily. You should be cautious from now on, or perhaps consider leaving altogether. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yang recognized her concern for him, yet he remained unperturbed. As long as I do not cheat, they cannot lay a finger on me. He was confident in his ability to use his keen insight without detection. The casino would need a legitimate reason to target him, unless they caught him cheating. Zhao Jiejie regarded him thoughtfully for a moment. Very well, just be careful. I shall return to my game now. Go ahead. Xiao Yang nodded in response. Subsequently, Zhao Jiejie departed to another table. Xiao Yang returned his gaze to the surroundings, suddenly sensing a pair of eyes fixed upon him. Turning around, he spotted Ji Long watching him with a smile, even nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Yang squinted. He had already noticed Ji Long's presence and was taken aback that this individual had followed him to the casino. He glanced down at his chips, then back at Ji Long, deciding against continuing with the game of Jia Jinhua and opting for a different style of play. Moreover, sharing a table with Ji Long made him uncomfortable. He gathered all his chips, pocketed them, and left the table. Noticing Xiao Yang's departure, Ji Long furrowed his brow and promptly stood up, following in Xiao Yang's direction. Xiao Yang surveyed the numerous tables around him, each designated for different games, and quickly fixed his attention on a dice game. His extraordinary vision allowed him to see through not only cards, but also the dice. Without hesitation, he made his way to that table, where an empty seat awaited him, and he sat down without delay. Ji Long trailed behind him, and, seeing Xiao Yang at the new table, approached without hesitation. His bodyguard, exhibiting brute force, unceremoniously lifted a player who was in the midst of the game. The player, taken aback and wishing to protest, swallowed his words upon encountering the bodyguard's icy glare and imposing stature, grumbling internally as he departed. Ji Long settled into his seat, his gaze steady and calm as it rested upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang gazed at the arrival of Ji Long at the gambling table. a frown creasing his brow as he sensed that Ji-Long's intentions were far from benevolent. It appeared that wherever he went, Ji-Long would follow. Resolutely, Xiao Yang decided to remain, eager to discern Ji-Long's true motives. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room at the back of the casino, Manager Wang Hao coldly scrutinized the footage of Xiao Yang, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Keep a close watch on this fellow. The moment he is caught cheating, apprehend him and sever his hand, Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Having incurred a loss due to Xiao Yang's actions, he was determined not to let it go unpunished. However, despite reviewing the recordings of Xiao Yang playing cards with fourth brother multiple times, he had found no evidence of cheating, leaving him at a loss regarding how to deal with Xiao Yang. Yes, manager. Several individuals beside him nodded gravely, their eyes fixed on the monitor displaying Xiao Yang. They magnified the footage tenfold, intently observing Xiao Yang's hands and facial expressions, searching for any signs of deceit. Wang Hao cast another deep glance at Xiao Yang before addressing a strikingly beautiful woman beside him. 13th sister, go and engage with him. Understood, how go? 13th sister nodded, her alluring figure swaying as she departed the surveillance room. Soon, 13th sister arrived at the gambling table where Xiao Yang sat, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all eyes were drawn to her, captivated by her enchanting waist. Her allure was so profound that even the nearby beautiful dealer seemed to pale in comparison. Recognizing 13th sister immediately, several seasoned gamblers understood that the casino had sent someone to teach a lesson. Without hesitation, a few of them rose from their seats and left. Aware that with her presence, victory at the table was unattainable, it was better to stand and watch the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, they were curious about the purpose of 13th sister's visit. Observing the seasoned gamblers vacate their seats, 13th sister unhesitatingly took a seat at an empty chair, a charming smile gracing her lips as she surveyed everyone at the table. Her smile was captivating, instantly enchanting all present, including Ji-Long and Xiao Yang, whose gazes fell upon her face. Upon seeing 13th sister, Ji-Long's expression shifted. As a young master of the Ji family, he was well aware of the identities of the cheats within the casino. Noticing 13th sister, he frowned but quickly regained his composure. Xiao Yang's gaze lingered on 13th sister, his eyes narrowing as an instinctual feeling of something amiss washed over him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Regardless of who 13th sister was, it bore no significance to him, for with his ability to see through deception, he feared no one. Before long, the beautiful dealer began to shake the dice. The game of dice primarily revolves around predicting the outcomes, with the more skilled players able to guess the exact numbers. Xiao Yang calmly observed the dice held by the alluring croupier. After shaking the dice for several seconds, she placed them on the table, prompting all players at the betting table to make their guesses regarding the numbers or whether they would be large or small. Once some players made their decisions, they eagerly began placing their bets. The majority of participants wagered their chips on either big or small, while only a select few ventured to predict the specific numbers. However, with his extraordinary vision, Xiao Yang had already discerned the number concealed within the dice. 18 points, 100,000. Without a moment's hesitation, he staked his chips on the 18 points, making a modest initial bet of 100,000. Eager to test the waters and see if the enchanting croupier would attempt to deceive him. Chapter 63. Playing the fool to catch the wise. As Xiao Yang placed his bet of 100,000 on 18, both Ji-Long and the 13th sister's expressions sharpened. Their eyes lingered on Xiao Yang with a profound gaze. After completing his wager, Xiao Yang quietly closed his eyes, feigning slumber. In truth, the moment his eyes shut, his X-ray vision activated, allowing him to observe everyone at the gaming table while appearing to be in a state of repose. He focused particularly on Ji-Long and the 13th sister. When their gazes turned towards him, he instantly realized that they were aware of the dice's outcome, just as he had bet on 18. Curiously, both chose to bet on large rather than specific numbers, maintaining an unspoken agreement. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Yang's lips. Did they think themselves clever by underestimating him? He understood well that these two were likely seasoned cheats. Their decision to avoid betting on specific numbers, opting instead for a simple wager on large, was merely a ruse to mislead others, though they could not deceive him. Soon, all 10 players at the table had placed their bets, and a mountain of chips cluttered the surface. The beautiful dealer cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yang, then decisively opened the dice. Xiao Yang's X-ray vision fixated on her hands, revealing that she had not cheated. Upon unveiling the dice, the result was indeed 18. His brow furrowed slightly. Initially, he had intended to test the waters, gauging whether the dealer would engage in any trickery. However, her honesty indicated that his modest wager had not enticed her to cheat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to strategize carefully. With a successful bet on 18, he emerged victorious, earning 300,000 in chips according to the odds. Many players gazed at Xiao Yang in astonishment, utterly surprised that he had wagered on a specific number and triumphed. A few, with glimmers of intrigue in their eyes, decided to follow his lead in the next round, while others dismissed him as merely fortunate, scoffing at his success. Jilong shot a casual glance at Xiao Yang before diverting his attention elsewhere, while the 13th sister, beaming, regarded him with a flirtatious glance. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Perhaps others might be swayed by her beauty, but he remained impervious. The next round commenced swiftly. The beautiful dealer shook the dice for a full 30 seconds before placing them on the table, signaling the 10 players to commence their betting. A few players pondered briefly before immediately placing their bets on large or small, while others silently observed Xiao Yang, having resolved to follow whatever he chose to wager. Calmly, Xiao Yang's X-ray vision assessed the dice within, revealing a total of 15. He contemplated for a moment, refraining from placing a bet just yet. Instead, scanning the other players at the table. He planned to wait until all players had completed their wagers before making his own. For this time he intended to thoroughly test the waters. Thus, he remained composed, arms crossed, not in a hurry to place his bet, which left the other players quite anxious. They were all contemplating waiting for Xiao Yang to make his wager before following suit. However, Xiao Yang had no intention of betting. Cursing under their breath, they each proceeded to place their bets according to their own inclinations. Jilong and Sister 13 also refrained from hastily wagering. They glanced at Xiao Yang and, seeing his lack of action, furrowed their brows. Subsequently, the two casually tossed their chips onto the table for a high bet. Before long, every player at the table, except Xiao Yang, had placed their bets. Xiao Yang silently surveyed the chips on the table, mentally calculating. If he were to bet 2 million on 15, it would be just enough for the banker to pay off the other players. However, should he wager more than 1 million, the banker would incur a loss. Therefore, without hesitation, he tossed 2 million chips onto the table, betting on 15. If the beautiful dealer were to cheat, he would lose, but his objective would still be achieved. If the dealer did not cheat, the banker would lose 3 million chips, and he would need to continue testing the waters. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's 2 million bet, the dealer's expression shifted. Instinctively, she glanced at Sister 13. 13's gaze fell upon Xiao Yang's 2 million chips, her brow also slightly furrowing. She then subtly shook her head at the dealer. The dealer nodded, her mind forming a plan. Jilong, observing Xiao Yang's 2 million wager on 15, narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Xiao Yang without revealing any emotion. The other players were astonished by Xiao Yang's 2 million bet on 15. Particularly, those who had intended to follow his lead displayed fleeting expressions of regret. Had they waited a little longer, they could have joined him in the wager. Xiao Yang's boldness in betting 2 million on 15 indicated his confidence, making them feel as if they had lost a fortune. They resolved that in the next round, they would definitely follow Xiao Yang's lead, no matter how long they had to wait. With all bets placed, the dealer promptly revealed the dice. Xiao Yang's keen perception was fixated on the dealer's hand. This time, the dealer did not cheat. Upon opening the dice, the outcome was 15. Xiao Yang had won. His expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the dealer would display such patience and refrain from cheating. Was she employing a strategy to lure in bigger stakes? Xiao Yang's intuition seemed to grasp the dealer's intentions. In this round, the banker incurred a loss of 3 million. The next round commenced. This time, Xiao Yang peered into the dice, noting a total of 8. Without hesitation, he placed another 2 million chips on 8. Observing his wager, those who had intended to follow him swiftly tossed their chips onto 8 as well. 8, 1 million. 8, 2 million. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's consecutive victories in betting, these individuals began to suspect that he was a card shark, believing that following his lead would guarantee their success. Consequently, they unreservedly wagered the majority of their chips. The other players, upon observing this turn of events, were visibly taken aback. A few who had initially hesitated found themselves in a quandary. Ultimately, they steeled their resolve and tossed their chips onto the 8-point bet as well. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled at the sight of so many aligning their bets with his on 8. In no time, The stakes for the 8-point wager soared beyond 10 million. With a playful glint in his eye, he cast a sidelong glance at the alluring dealer and then at Sister 13. This time, he was eager to see whether the enchanting dealer would succumb to temptation and cheat outright or maintain her composure. The spectacle was about to unfold. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yang's lips. Chapter 64. Winning 20 million chips. As the total chips wagered by those following Xiao Yang surpassed 10 million, the countenance of the beautiful dealer shifted noticeably. She cast a discreet glance towards Sister 13. Observing the chips amounting to 8 points, Sister 13's expression stiffened momentarily. She gazed deeply at Xiao Yang, realizing that he was probing their intentions. This was a calculated scheme. If they did not act soon, once the 8 points were revealed, they would be liable for over 30 million chips. However, if they intervened, their strategy would be prematurely exposed. Sister 13 felt somewhat helpless. She had initially planned to wait before making a move, but it seemed they could no longer conceal their hand. With a resigned nod towards the beautiful dealer, she signaled her decision. Upon receiving Sister 13's nod, the dealer inhaled deeply, surveying all the players at the table. Noticing that everyone, including Ji Long and Sister 13, had completed their bets, she cast one last, significant glance at Xiao Yang. Without hesitation, she seized the dice, preparing to unveil them. Xiao Yang's keen eyes were fixed on the dealer's hand, and he observed a long strand of hair suddenly appear within her grasp. At the moment the dealer revealed the dice, this hair effortlessly slipped inside, subtly manipulating the 3 dice within. In the next instant, the values of the dice transformed from 8 points to 12. As the dealer unveiled the dice, everything appeared to transpire without a hint of suspicion. 12 points. The dealer maintained her professional smile, gazing at everyone before decisively reclaiming all the chips wagered on 8 points. 12 points. How could this be? Oh no, I've lost all my chips. How could it happen? Did he not predict the points correctly twice in a row? How could he be wrong this time? Upon seeing the 12 points, those who had wagered alongside Xiao Yang were instantly devastated. They had fantasized about winning triple their stakes, never anticipating the loss they would incur. Unable to accept this outcome, several gazes filled with fury turned towards Xiao Yang, attributing the blame for their misfortune entirely to him. If it weren't for Xiao Yang urging them to bet on 8 points, they wouldn't have suffered such a loss. One individual angrily pointed at Xiao Yang. Are you deliberately leading us to ruin? Indeed, you must provide us with an explanation. Another echoed coldly, observing the accusations directed at him after their losses. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. You chose to follow my lead in betting. If you lose, how can you blame me? Did I compel you to wager alongside me? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's retort, the two opened their mouths to respond, yet found themselves at a loss for words. They recognized the validity of his argument. Xiao Yang had not coerced them into placing bets with him. They had done so willingly, and thus could not hold him accountable for their losses. Consequently, they felt embarrassed and refrained from further disparaging Xiao Yang. It is commonplace at the gambling table for players to follow others' bets, yet there exists an unspoken rule. If you choose to follow someone else's wager and lose, you cannot blame them. Xiao Yang cast a cold glance at the two individuals, choosing to ignore them. Instead, he calmly surveyed the beautiful croupier, then glanced at Sister 13 and Ji Long. At this moment, he had discerned that all the players at the table were cheaters. The beautiful croupier was a fraud, and both Ji Long and Sister 13 were likely in on it as well. Now, he needed to proceed with utmost seriousness. The beautiful croupier swiftly commenced the next round. She shook the dice for 30 seconds before placing them on the table, inviting everyone to place their bets. This time, no one dared to follow Xiao Yang in placing a wager, fearing they might fall victim to his cunning. Xiao Yang, however, did not rush to bet. Instead, he quietly observed the chips being placed by all the players, casting another glance at the beautiful croupier. Hidden within her sleeve was still a strand of hair, enabling her to manipulate the game at will. Xiao Yang's keen vision revealed that the sum of the dice was 11. He noted that the majority of the chips on the table were bet on high numbers, and without hesitation, he opted for a low bet this time, choosing not to wager on the specific numbers. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's low bet, the croupier's expression shifted momentarily. The amount wagered on high was excessively large. If she revealed an 11, she would incur losses exceeding 5 million. Conversely, if she revealed a low number, the house would profit by several million. But it would be at Xiao Yang's advantage. The croupier wrestled with her conscience for a moment, ultimately deciding to cheat and alter the outcome to favor a low number. Thus, as she unveiled the dice, She deftly maneuvered the strand of hair into the dice, adjusting the numbers. In the following instant, the total shifted from 11 to 4, low. When the players beheld the dice, many lamented their misfortune, having bet on high and lost. Only a few emerged victorious at the table, with Xiao Yang being among them. His perceptive vision had unveiled the truth. The total was indeed 11. Yet, he had intentionally bet low, aware that for the house to reclaim its chips, the outcome must be adjusted to a low number. He had exploited this loophole, banking on the croupier's deceit. Everything was under his control. The croupier and Sister 13 exchanged glances, their faces pale with disbelief at how swiftly Xiao Yang had uncovered their scheme. Their expressions darkened. They had come to suppress Xiao Yang, not to allow him to accrue chips. Yet, they found themselves powerless. As the next round commenced, Xiao Yang continued to place his bets based on the chips at the table, ensuring the house could win. He also guaranteed his own success. After several rounds, Xiao Yang deftly amassed millions in chips. By the end of the series of games, he had accumulated an additional 20 million, casting a shadow over the faces of the beautiful croupier and Sister 13. Instead of suppressing Xiao Yang, they had inadvertently allowed his wealth to flourish. This could not continue. Sister 13 realized that if this persisted, Xiao Yang would soon walk away with all the chips at the table. She had to devise a strategy to counter him. Thus, she suddenly rose from her seat, surveying the room with a commanding presence, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to propose a change in our gameplay. It has become rather tedious to engage in the same manner repeatedly." Upon hearing the words of the 13th sister, the other players at the gambling table nodded in agreement. Their spirits lifted after suffering significant losses. The prospect of a new approach piqued their interest. Even Long cast his gaze towards the 13th sister. Throughout the game, he had maintained a composed demeanor, yet he had amassed a fortune of several million chips. Upon hearing the 13th sister's suggestion, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smirk. Recognizing that she could no longer contain herself, she was preparing to take action. Let us see what tricks this card shark possesses. Xiao Yang regarded the 13th sister with a penetrating gaze, eager to witness the formidable tactics she would employ against him. Chapter 65. A different approach. Upon noting that all players at the gambling table had no objections, Sister 13 cast a glance at Xiao Yang. He immediately responded with a smile, affirming his agreement. Pleased by his concurrence, Sister 13 then directed her gaze towards Long. Upon meeting her eyes, Long smiled slightly, expressing his willingness to comply with the proposed changes. Hearing Long's endorsement, Sister 13 nodded in satisfaction. She then surveyed the table before gesturing to the beautiful croupier, who acknowledged her signal and departed. Once the croupier had left, Sister 13 turned her attention to the other players, proclaiming, "Let us each roll a die. We shall compare whose roll is greater or lesser. What do you think?" The players, seasoned gamblers all, comprehended the rules immediately. They were well versed in such gameplay. Upon hearing Sister 13's suggestion, Xiao Yang swiftly grasped her intent. It was likely she would employ some trickery during the rolling of the dice, an excellent opportunity for those skilled in deceit. Long, after absorbing the proposed rules, felt a glimmer of amusement. Indeed, fortune favored him at this moment. Excellent. Each of us will roll a die, and whoever rolls the highest or the lowest shall be declared the winner. It is a fair game. Several players stood without hesitation, voicing their support for Sister 13's method. Sister 13 glanced at Long, who nodded in agreement. She then looked at Xiao Yang, who also affirmed with a decisive nod. Although this gameplay tested skill, he possessed more than just the ability to see through deception. Since everyone is in favor, I shall distribute the dice, Sister 13 announced, instructing the nearby security to provide each player with a die. With a total of 10 players at the table, each was given a die, and Sister 13 thoughtfully placed 6 dice within each. Listen carefully, everyone. Each of you has a total of 6 dice. The maximum score possible is 36, while the minimum is 1. Is that clear? Sister 13 addressed the players. Many at the table brightened at her words, quickly grasping her meaning, and they signaled their agreement. However, a few players pondered the challenge and chose to rise from their seats, vacating their positions. Rolling dice would require both skill and keen hearing, and they believed their abilities were insufficient. As they departed, several confident onlookers quickly took their places at the table, resulting in a swift change of faces among the players. In the end, those remaining at the table exuded a palpable confidence in their abilities. They were seasoned players, possessing a certain finesse when it came to rolling dice. Convinced of their impending victory, once it became evident that no one was leaving, Sister 13 smiled and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence the first round with a minimum bet of 100,000. For this initial round, we shall determine the victor by the highest roll. The player with the greatest total will claim the entire pot." "Agreed. No objections here," echoed the other players. Subsequently, each of the 10 participants placed their 100,000 chips upon the table, establishing the stakes. Once all the bets were in place, Sister 13 gave the signal, and the 10 players simultaneously grasped their dice, beginning to roll. Some deposited their dice after mere seconds, while others took as long as a minute. Xiao Yang, though not a participant in the rolling, felt that his ability to roll was inconsequential at this moment. He observed the others, many of whom appeared self-assured. After rolling for a brief period, he set his dice on the table and patiently awaited the conclusion of the others' rolls. Once all 10 players had finished and their dice lay on the table, Sister 13 surveyed the group and stated, "Now that everyone has rolled, let us unveil the results one by one." Her gaze settled on one of the players. "You shall go first." The chosen player, slightly taken aback by being the first to reveal his roll, furrowed his brow but complied, unveiling his dice. A total of 24 points gleamed before him, and he cast a triumphant glance around the table, convinced that his score was formidable enough to secure victory. A few players, upon witnessing his result, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of concern. 24 was indeed a substantial figure. Next came the second player, who revealed a disappointing 18 points, far beneath the first player's score. His face soured as he realized he would be merely a bystander in this round. One by one, players unveiled their scores, some showcasing low numbers while others boasted higher totals. Xiao Yang, possessing the ability to see clearly through the veil of chance, observed the scores of all. The earlier players had played honestly, revealing the true results of their rolls. Soon, it was Jilong's turn. With a subtle smile, he confidently opened his dice, prompting an audible gasp from the onlookers as he unveiled a staggering 36 points. How on earth did he manage that? The realization washed over the players as they beheld Jilong's score, a sinking feeling enveloping them. 36 was indeed the highest possible total, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was evident that Jilong would emerge victorious. Sister 13's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of Jilong's impressive roll, though she seemed unfazed. The next player proceeded to reveal their dice, the tension in the air thickening with anticipation. However, as the subsequent players revealed their dice, none of their scores surpassed that of Jilong. Soon, it was 13 May's turn. She glanced at everyone before effortlessly unveiling her dice. Upon doing so, the onlookers were astounded. For 13 May's score was also 36. Upon seeing 13 May's score, Jilong exhibited little surprise. Yet, the presence of two players both with a score of 36 had given rise to a contentious dilemma. Who possessed the greater score, or was it a tie? It was now your turn. At that moment, 13 May directed her gaze towards Xiao Yang, signaling him to reveal his dice. Chapter 66. Whose points are greater? Xiao Yang perceived the collective gaze of the onlookers, all eagerly awaiting the unveiling of his dice. With his keen vision, he glimpsed his own score, a modest 18 points. He glanced at Sister 13 and Jilong, both boasting an impressive 36 points. Yet, the question lingered, whose score was indeed the highest? After a moment of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. Calmly, he revealed his dice, and upon seeing his 18 points, the majority of the spectators shook their heads in disappointment, their interest waning. In stark contrast, Sister 13 and Jilong stared in disbelief. To them, if Xiao Yang were indeed a cheat, he should have manipulated his score to match theirs. Why, then, did he reveal only 18 points? Their confusion deepened. Xiao Yang crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as he observed Sister 13 and Jilong, while the eyes of the others turned to the pair. At this moment, they held the highest scores. In this round, the individual with the greatest points would emerge victorious. Sister 13 diverted her gaze from Xiao Yang and turned to Jilong, suggesting, "Since our scores are equal, let us divide the stakes." Jilong nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. Consequently, they evenly split the chips on the table. Sister 13 cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yang before surveying the group. In this round, we shall continue to roll for higher scores. The player with the greatest points shall win. The minimum bet is 100,000. Place your wagers. Following her command, 10 players placed their 100,000 chips onto the table. Each player seized their respective dice and began to shake them vigorously. Xiao Yang observed the others before joining in, grasping the dice in his hands. Activating his keen vision, he fixated on the dice, fervently wishing to roll a 36. However, lacking the true skills of a cheat, he found himself unable to achieve that score even after a minute of effort. Ultimately, he surrendered, placing the dice back onto the table with composure. Yet, his hands did not leave the dice. He intended to conduct an experiment, channeling the spirit energy within him. He directed it through his hands into the interior of the dice, making contact with the 6 cubes inside. Instantly, the spirit energy began to manipulate their values, transforming them all into 6s, culminating in a total of 36 points. In theory, this constituted a form of cheating. Withdrawing his hands, he crossed them over his chest, silently observing the others. Sister 13 then motioned for the players to reveal their dice one by one. Wait, just as the first player was about to unveil their dice, Long interjected, halting him. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Do you have any objections? Sister 13 inquired calmly, her gaze fixed on Long. With a subtle smile, Long responded, I believe this game is becoming rather dull. How about we raise the stakes? Those confident in their dice should increase their bets. If you emerge victorious, others will compensate you with the corresponding chips based on your raised stakes. Once Long finished speaking, everyone grasped the rules he had articulated. Overall, the regulations were rather straightforward. Those who possess self-assurance may raise their bets by 100, 000, 1, 000, 000, or even 10, 000, 000. As long as you win in the end, other players must reimburse you with the equivalent amount of chips. Many faces shifted in hue, for this rule was disadvantageous to the majority, leading them to potential ruin. If one were to lose, they would be obligated to compensate the winner with the corresponding chips. This rule was excessively domineering. I cannot concur. Suddenly, a player stood up, expressing his lack of confidence in his dice rolls and rejecting the rule. Indeed, this rule was somewhat impudent and unreasonable. I cannot endorse it. Another player voiced his dissent. Noticing several players were opposed, Long furrowed his brow. Seeing this, Sister 13 smiled and suggested a modification. Let it be voluntary. Those willing could raise their bets, while those unwilling could choose not to. However, anyone who chose to raise their stakes would be liable to compensate the winner. Furthermore, those who did not raise their bets could only win the base wager, not the raised chips. Upon hearing Sister 13's proposal, the players at the table comprehended her intent. Instantly, many eyes sparkled with excitement. If it were entirely voluntary, they would be inclined to participate. Long, upon hearing Sister 13's words, had no objections and nodded in agreement. Naturally, the other players concurred with this approach, and Xiao Yang had no objections either. Since everyone was in accord, let us commence. With that, Sister 13 turned her gaze to the first player, who pondered for a moment before opting not to raise. After his decision, it was the turn of the second player. He deliberated briefly before tossing in 100, 000 chips to raise his bet. The third player followed suit. According to the new rule, all 10 players must complete their raises before the dice can be cast. Soon, it was Xiao Yang's turn. With his keen insight, he glanced at the dice of the other players. Except for Long and Sister 13, who had 36 points. The others did not surpass their total. After a moment of contemplation, he confidently tossed in 1, 000, 000 chips to raise the bet, assured he would prevail with 36 points. Witnessing his raise, many faces paled. Long and Sister 13 narrowed their eyes momentarily. Then their expressions returned to normal as they too raised their bets by 1, 000, 000. Before long, all players had completed their raises, and the dice were ready to be cast. The first player revealed his dice, showing only 24 points. The second player revealed 27 points, and the third player unveiled 30 points. One by one, players displayed their dice until it was Xiao Yang's turn. He effortlessly revealed his dice, boasting 36 points, causing everyone's expressions to shift dramatically. Subsequently, Long and Sister 13 revealed their own dice, both also showing 36 points. Ultimately, among the 10 players, 3 achieved a score of 36, while the others faced defeat. According to the rules, Xiao Yang and his companions divided all the chips equally. Furthermore, those who had previously raised their bets were required to compensate each of the 3 a million. Instantly, several players wore expressions of distress, as each of them now faced a liability of 3 million. Once Xiao Yang and his companions collected all the chips from the table, each of them nearly acquired 5 million in chips. The remaining 7 players appeared disheartened. If this continued, their chips could very well be entirely claimed by Xiao Yang and his associates. Consequently, a few individuals could no longer contain themselves and stood up to leave, unwilling to continue gambling. Those who were hesitant to play were free to depart at any moment. Upon noticing these players rising, the 13th sister immediately spoke up. She had originally intended to drive these individuals away to focus solely on targeting Xiao Yang, and now that they were leaving of their own accord, she felt no obligation to be courteous. Chapter 67. 50 dice, shaken in a barrel. Initially, a few hesitant players stood up and departed upon hearing 13 sisters' words. Among the onlookers, none dared to return to the table, for they understood that the presence of several cheaters meant that joining the game would merely result in the forfeiture of their chips. Subsequently, 5 players gradually vacated the table, leaving only 5 behind, 2 of whom still wished to take a chance. However, in the ensuing rounds, they lost all their chips, which were entirely claimed by Xiao Yang and his 2 companions. The 2, cursing vehemently, stood up and left the table. The surrounding crowd remained hesitant, with no one daring to approach. Thus, only Xiao Yang and his 2 companions remained at the gambling table. Instantly, all eyes from the onlookers were fixed upon the trio. It was clear to everyone that these 3 were the cheaters, and now it was their turn to engage in a contest of skill, filled with anticipation about who would emerge victorious. Once the spectators had dispersed, 13 Sister turned her gaze towards Xiao Yang and Ji Long, stating, "Now that it is just the 3 of us, let us compete directly and wager 5 million chips each. What do you say?" Ji Long calmly nodded. "I have no objections." Xiao Yang also smiled and agreed. "Very well, let us begin." With both men in accord, 13 Sister initiated the contest. Each of the 3 grasped a die and began to shake it before placing it on the table. Xiao Yang, utilizing his clairvoyant abilities, glanced at 13 Sister and Ji Long, noting that both had rolled a total of 36, while his own roll was not 36. He summoned his spirit energy to manipulate the die, altering the outcome to 36. Subsequently, the 3 revealed their dice, only to find that they had all rolled 36, making it impossible to determine a winner. 36. This is astonishing, gasped the onlookers, stunned by the trio's display of skill. Questions arose among the crowd. If all 3 could achieve the same result, how could a victor ever be declared? Xiao Yang and his companions recognized this dilemma, their brows furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, with their techniques so closely aligned, a simple comparison of numbers would yield no winner, nor any loser. 13 Sister furrowed her brow, casting a discerning glance at Xiao Yang and Ji Long, realizing that a mere comparison of numbers would not suffice against the 2, she proposed with a smile. "What if we increase the dice from 6 to 12, still competing on the basis of highest value? What do you think?" She raised the stakes, for with 12 dice, the maximum total would be 72, while the minimum would be 1, significantly increasing the challenge. The complexity of rolling 12 dice far exceeded that of 6, indicating that 13 Sister was now serious about the competition. Intrigued, the crowd's interest was piqued as they eagerly focused their attention on the unfolding drama among the 3. After listening to the words of the 13th Sister, both Xiao Yang and Ji Long furrowed their brows and simultaneously expressed their agreement. "I have no objections." The 13th Sister, taken aback by their prompt acquiescence, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, realizing that with the addition of 6 dice, she might not be able to contend with the 2 at all. Nevertheless, she instructed someone to bring each of them 6 more dice. Thus, the 3 of them each possessed 12 dice and began to shake them again, still wagering 5 million chips. 13th Sister and Ji Long quickly completed their rolls, while Xiao Yang, utilizing his clairvoyance, discovered that both had scored 72 points. On his end, although he did not roll 72, he infused his spiritual energy to alter his score to match. When the 3 revealed their dice in succession, the entire assembly was astounded, for all 3 had achieved the same score of 72 points. Goodness, all 72 points. These 3 are indeed masters. It is impossible to determine a victor. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while the 13th Sister knitted her brows in concern. She cast a deep glance at Ji Long and Xiao Yang before finally proposing, "Shall we each add 6 more dice, totaling 18? What do you think?" Ji Long, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation. "I have no problem." The 13th Sister turned her gaze to Xiao Yang, who, after a moment's contemplation, suddenly suggested, "What is the point of merely adding 6 dice? Why not make it a round number and go for 50 dice? What?" The 13th sister was taken aback. Throughout her years of cheating, she had never encountered anyone rolling 50 dice, nor could it even be contained. She thought she must have misheard. Jilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yang, and the onlookers were equally astonished by his words. 50 dice. I have never seen anyone roll so many. The crucial point was that 50 dice could hardly be contained. Noticing the shock on everyone's faces, Xiao Yang smiled slightly and boldly addressed the 13th sister and Jilong. Since no one has ever rolled 50 dice, let us accept this challenge. If they cannot fit, we shall use barrels. Just find 3 barrels. The 13th sister was left speechless at the thought of using barrels. She had never employed such a method. Her practice techniques had always revolved around dice. If they were to use barrels, her skills might very well become ineffective. With 50 dice, she could not guarantee a maximum score. The highest possible score would be 300 points, and she hesitated. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. If she agreed to Xiao Yang's proposal of using 50 dice, she would be unable to handle him, and she might very well lose. Meanwhile, Jilong, too, frowned deeply. Having never attempted to roll 50 dice, especially not with barrels, if he agreed, his techniques would also be rendered useless. He quickly grasped that Xiao Yang intended to thwart their ability to cheat, a cunning maneuver indeed. Observing the hesitation of the 13th sister and Jilong, Xiao Yang realized that his words had placed them in a difficult position, potentially rendering them incapable of deceit. Thus, he reiterated, it's merely 50 dice. Are you truly hesitant to play? If you are unwilling, then depart swiftly and allow those who dare to take the stage. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, both 13th sister and Jilong felt an unexpected surge of anger. They had always exuded confidence in the realm of dice, never having been belittled by anyone. At this moment, Xiao Yang's disdain for them felt like a slap in the face. Who says I am afraid to play? Since you wish to roll 50 dice, I shall join you. 13th sister replied coldly while gazing at Xiao Yang. Though she felt uncertain, she refused to back down. She would not resort to deceit, for she could not fathom how Xiao Yang could possibly cheat. Chapter 68. A staking of 10 million. Let the thrills begin. Beside him, Jilong was acutely aware that Xiao Yang was employing a tactic of provocation. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose face. He certainly could not admit to cowardice. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Seeing that both Sister 13 and Jilong had acquiesced, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then let us procure 3 barrels. Sister 13 gestured to a nearby security guard, who promptly turned and, moments later, returned with 3 large barrels in hand. The guard then distributed the barrels to the 3 of them, each receiving 50 dice as well. The next step was to use the barrels to shake the dice. Xiao Yang placed the 50 dice into one of the barrels and, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Sister 13 and Jilong. A wager of 5 million is rather modest. How about we raise it to 10 million? What say you? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's unwavering confidence, both Sister 13 and Jilong's expressions shifted, revealing their growing perplexity. Could it be that Xiao Yang could manipulate 50 dice within a barrel? Were they being outmaneuvered? The onlookers collectively gasped. It was rare to witness stakes of such magnitude. A staggering 10 million in chips right from the outset. Utterly outrageous. Xiao Yang's gaze remained calm as he regarded Sister 13 and Jilong, awaiting their response. Sister 13 glanced at Xiao Yang, then surveyed the crowd around them. Finally, with a resolute bite of her lip, she declared, 10 million it is. I accept. Jilong, seeing Sister 13 concede, found no grounds to disagree and nodded in agreement. Then let it be 10 million. Let us commence without delay, Xiao Yang exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. Subsequently, the 3 of them each placed 10 million in chips on the table, grasped their barrels, and began to shake. Xiao Yang shook his barrel haphazardly for several seconds before setting it down, indifferent to the outcome, for he possessed the ability to manipulate the results at will. After concluding his shake, he directed his gaze towards Sister 13 and Jilong, who were still engaged in their own shaking, their faces etched with tension. Typically, they were accustomed to rolling dice directly, but this was their inaugural experience using barrels. Moreover, the size of the barrels rendered the dice within uncontrollable, causing their expressions to darken considerably. They found themselves unable to discern the numbers by sound alone, as the sheer quantity of 50 dice exceeded their capacity to manage. At that moment, they were entirely at the mercy of fortune, akin to novices in the game, unknowing of their own rolled totals. The onlookers observed Xiao Yang's prompt completion, while Sister 13 and Ji Long continued their shaking, speculating fervently on who might emerge victorious. Many believed that with Xiao Yang's evident confidence, he was likely to win, leaving Sister 13 and Ji Long in a precarious position. Xiao Yang stood calmly, arms crossed, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Sister 13 and Ji Long's attempts. After a while, they finally set their barrels down. As Xiao Yang's X-ray vision activated, he effortlessly discerned the scores of the two players. Sister 13 had rolled 50 dice, achieving a total of 239 points. In contrast, Ji Long's 50 dice yielded a sum of 250 points. Xiao Yang cast a peculiar glance at Ji Long. Subsequently, he gently extended his hand to touch his own bucket. In the next instant, a wisp of spiritual energy flowed into the bucket, directly altering the internal score. The 50 dice began to move in an instant. Xiao Yang could have easily transformed the total into 300 points, yet he chose not to. Instead, he calmly manipulated each die, ensuring the sum remained at 251 points, just a fraction above Ji Long's score. After accomplishing this, he resumed his posture, arms crossed, silently observing Sister 13. Sister 13 glanced at Xiao Yang and then at Ji Long, suggesting, "Shall we reveal our scores simultaneously?" "No problem." Xiao Yang nodded nonchalantly. "All right," Ji Long replied, his expression darkening. At that moment, he was uncertain of his own score, as the situation had slipped beyond his control. He could only rely on luck. "Open." Then, the three of them grasped their buckets and promptly unveiled their contents. Upon opening, all eyes turned towards their dice, and everyone began to count the points. With a total of 50 dice, it was quite challenging to tally the scores at once, so they could only count them one by one. Ji Long and Sister 13 silently focused on their dice, quickly completing their counts before turning their attention to the others. "I have 239 points. Sister 13 announced her score without delay. "I have 250 points. Ji Long stated his score, and his expression shifted slightly. The onlookers, upon hearing Ji Long's score, paused momentarily, many unable to suppress their laughter. 250, a number easily misinterpreted. Then, all gazes turned to Xiao Yang. "I apologize, but I have 251 points, just a tad higher than yours," Xiao Yang said with a cheerful smile directed at Ji Long. Ji Long, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, fixated his gaze on Xiao Yang's dice, meticulously recounting them. After finishing, he confirmed that Xiao Yang's claim was indeed accurate, causing his expression to darken considerably. He then counted his own score and discovered it was precisely 250 points, confirming that Xiao Yang's score surpassed his by a slender margin, which left him visibly distressed, merely a point short. He won by a hair's breadth. Such fortune. The outcome was finally clear. It seemed that the three of them could not cheat this time, as it was entirely reliant on luck. The spectators, upon witnessing the scores of the three players, instinctively felt that after shaking their buckets, cheating was no longer possible. This was a true test of their luck, and Xiao Yang was indeed fortunate, emerging victorious in this first round. "If you both have no objections, then I declare this first round to be my victory," Xiao Yang proclaimed with a smile. The expressions on the faces of Shisanmai and Ji Long were exceedingly grim. They wished to articulate their thoughts, but found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately settling for a mere nod. Subsequently, Xiao Yang seized all their chips. In this round, Xiao Yang emerged victorious, winning 20 million, which ignited fervent admiration and envy among the onlookers. Within the crowd, several individuals felt a stirring in their hearts. At that moment, when no one could cheat, they realized they could participate. Hence, one person stepped forward without hesitation, exclaiming, "May I join as well? I wish to play." Upon witnessing this individual's boldness, several others who had also been tempted promptly followed suit, expressing their desire to join in the game. Chapter 69. A game worth 70 million. 5 individuals expressed their eagerness to participate. Having observed the previous round, they felt fortunate enough to believe they could emerge victorious, buoyed by their typically favorable luck. If it were merely a matter of chance, they could easily join in. A win would yield tens of millions. Upon seeing the 5 newcomers, Sister 13's expression soured. In this scenario, she was unable to manipulate the stakes, rendering her incapable of controlling the outcome. The more participants there were, the slimmer her chances of winning became. With only 3 players, her odds would have been slightly more favorable, leaving her in a state of indecision. Ji Long also reacted to the influx of 5 participants, his countenance shifting as well. At this moment, He too could not influence the stakes. Victory or defeat hinged solely on luck. He cast a penetrating gaze at Xiao Yang, pondering whether Xiao Yang's previous win was merely a stroke of good fortune or if he had employed underhanded tactics. Frowning, he fell deep into contemplation. Xiao Yang, noticing the 5 eager participants, smiled without hesitation and invited, "Anyone wishing to play is welcome to join. What do you all think?" His gaze shifted towards Sister 13 and Ji Long. Their faces reflected discomfort, but they lacked valid reasons to decline the newcomers. Sister 13 reluctantly nodded, conceding, "Since they wish to play, let us proceed together." Ji Long, too, remained silent, ultimately acquiescing to the inclusion of the 5 individuals. Excitedly, the 5 players returned to their seats at the table. The security personnel promptly provided them with a bucket and distributed 50 dice to each participant. Thus, the gambling table was transformed into a gathering of 8 players. Among the onlookers, many felt drawn to the 2 vacant seats. However, upon realizing the staggering wager of 10 million, they hesitated. Most attendees carried only hundreds of thousands or a few million in chips. The prospect of losing 10 million was beyond their courage. Ultimately, no one stepped forward to fill the empty spots. The stakes were simply too high. Losing a single round meant forfeiting 10 million, an extravagant gamble. Indeed, those bold enough to join the table were invariably billionaires, while the rest could only observe in awe. Although losing a round meant a loss of 10 million, winning one could yield 70 million. The risk was substantial, yet the potential reward was even greater. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, each tempted by the game, yet they could only watch the 8 players engage in their contest. "Is there anyone else? Come, fill those 2 seats," Xiao Yang called out, gesturing toward the vacant spots. No one answered, all shook their heads. The stakes were too daunting, and they dared not approach the table. Noticing the absence of new participants, Xiao Yang turned to Sister 13, saying, "Since no one is stepping up, let us commence." Sister 13 nodded, taking a deep breath, instructing each person to place 10 million in chips on the table before they began to shake their buckets. Subsequently, the 8 individuals grasped their buckets, commencing the shaking ritual. In a barrel filled with 50 dice, a few individuals, upon shaking, accidentally spilled the contents and were compelled to retrieve them, resulting in a rather clumsy endeavor. The sheer number of dice rendered the act of shaking quite cumbersome, turning the entire affair into a matter of chance, where no one could manipulate the outcome, ensuring a semblance of fairness. Regrettably, I found myself devoid of funds. Otherwise, I would have joined in the fun. All eyes were fixed intently on the 8 players as they engaged in their shaking. Xiao Yang, on his part, found the task laborious, but casually shook his dice before pausing to await the others. Observing that Xiao Yang concluded first, the onlookers were taken aback, many speculating that his actions were merely random. Yet, I deemed him astute. In a game devoid of deceit, randomness was the only strategy available. Indeed, it was all a matter of luck, and any shake could yield results. Before long, all 8 players had completed their turns, placing their barrels upon the table. Each participant remained oblivious to both their own scores and those of others, relying solely on fortune to reveal who had rolled the highest. "Let us begin revealing," suggested 13 May after a moment of contemplation. Everyone concurred without dissent. The first player eagerly opened their barrel, revealing 50 dice meticulously arranged on the table. The collective gaze of the crowd quickly turned to count the points, and soon it was determined that this player had amassed a total of 203 points. Next, it was the turn of the second player. Gradually, each participant revealed their barrels in succession. Some accumulated over 100 points, while others surpassed 200. Among them, one individual achieved a remarkable 265 points, which filled him with joy, as he believed victory was assured. The envy of his peers was palpable as they regarded him with a mix of admiration and jealousy. "What luck!" he exclaimed, convinced of his impending triumph. For with a maximum possible score of 300 points, his 265 was indeed formidable. Xiao Yang, however, had long since discerned the scores of all players with his keen insight. Subtly, he infused a touch of spiritual energy into his barrel, elevating his score to an impressive 270 points, the highest thus far. When his turn arrived, he calmly opened his barrel, prompting everyone to begin counting his score. As they concluded, astonishment swept through the crowd. 270 points. Good heavens, he rolled such a high score. All eyes were now fixed on Xiao Yang, whose score eclipsed that of all previous players. The player who had previously boasted 265 points was rendered speechless upon witnessing Xiao Yang's superior score, 5 points greater than his own. His belief in certain victory shattered. He seethed with rage, witnessing 70 million slip away from his grasp, compounded by a loss of 10 million in chips. How could he possibly score higher than me? He bellowed in frustration. Upon witnessing the impressive score of Xiao Yang, both Shirsen Mei and Ji Long were taken aback. A sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts, as neither had yet opened their respective buckets, leaving them uncertain of their own scores. Soon, it was their turn. Shirsen Mei opened her bucket, and as the numbers were counted, she revealed a total of 249 points, which paled in comparison to Xiao Yang's. Defeated, she slumped despondently onto her seat. On the other hand, Ji Long swiftly opened his bucket, only to unveil a meager 235 points, resulting in a dismal loss. Frustrated, he slammed his fist onto the table. Once all 8 players had revealed their scores, Xiao Yang emerged victorious with the highest total. He rose to his feet, a broad smile adorning his face as he addressed the other 7 players. My apologies, but my score surpasses all, and thus I claim victory in this round. With that, he gathered every chip from before the players into his own possession. In this round, he triumphed, amassing a staggering 70 million. Chapter 70. Summon the 7th Master. Inform him that a formidable opponent has emerged. Hiss, he has triumphed once more. Surely, he must be cheating. How could he possibly win consecutively? A wave of commotion swept through the crowd as they witnessed Xiao Yang's successive victories, leaving them in a state of astonishment. As they were all using a bucket to roll the dice, relying solely on chance, it seemed implausible for Xiao Yang to have fortuitous luck twice in a row. Thus, an instinctive suspicion arose among them that he must be cheating. Otherwise, such coincidences would be impossible. Among the players at the gambling table, most cast doubtful glances at Xiao Yang, their hearts trembling with uncertainty. Initially, they believed that no one could cheat while using a bucket to roll the dice. Yet, the current situation with Xiao Yang exceeded their expectations. If he were indeed cheating, continuing to gamble would certainly lead to their inevitable loss, leaving them conflicted about whether to persist or withdraw from the table. Could he still be cheating? 13 Sisters' gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Even she found it impossible to cheat, so how could he? Yet, how could one explain his consecutive wins? Was it truly mere luck? As a seasoned con artist, she felt that such fortune was unlikely. In that moment, her perception of Xiao Yang shifted. She had not anticipated that he could cheat, even with a bucket. If this continued, she would undoubtedly face defeat and stand no chance against him. After a moment's hesitation, 13 Sisters summoned a nearby security guard and whispered a few words into his ear. The guard nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Soon, he arrived at the manager's office, seeking out Manager Wang Hao. Manager, 13 Sister claims she cannot handle that man named Xiao Yang. Please send the 7th Master to deal with him. The guard informed Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nodded, acknowledging the request. The guard, seeing his response, promptly exited. Wang Hao's gaze remained fixed on the surveillance footage before him, which displayed Xiao Yang in the midst of his gambling with 13 Sister and the others. Witnessing Xiao Yang's extraordinary consecutive victories, which he too found astonishing. At that moment, with 13 Sisters' request for assistance echoing in his mind, Wang Hao felt a surge of lethal intent. He turned to a nearby guard and instructed, "Fetch the 7th Master and inform him that a skilled player has emerged here." "Understood, Manager," the guard replied, nodding before departing the surveillance room. Meanwhile, at the gambling table, 13 Sister and her companions hesitated to commence the next round. Most of them believed Xiao Yang was capable of cheating, and continuing the game would only result in their losses. Thus, they remained stagnant, unwilling to proceed. Even Ji Long, feeling a prickling unease, gazed at Xiao Yang, uncertain whether his luck was genuine or if he was indeed cheating. "Are you still going to play? Surely, you're not afraid to continue? If you're too timid to play, perhaps we should disperse." As Xiao Yang observed the skeptical gazes of the crowd, suspecting him of cheating, he calmly urged them to proceed with the next round. "You are a cheat. Who would dare to play with you?" one player coldly remarked. Rising from his seat, overwhelmed by the thought of further losses, he opted to forfeit, having already lost 10 million in chips. Any additional losses would lead to his ruin. "Who claims that I am cheating? Which of your eyes witnessed such an act? Am I not playing just like the rest of you?" Xiao Yang countered without hesitation, directing his gaze towards the other players. If they wished to continue, they should. If not, they ought to vacate their seats. Upon hearing his words, several players stood up. cursing under their breath, genuinely unwilling to continue. Soon after, a few more departed, leaving only 5 players at the table. Aside from Long and Sister 13, 2 others remained, harboring a flicker of hope that Xiao Yang's fortune was merely a stroke of luck, believing he could not possibly be cheating. Especially since they were all using the same bucket, making it exceedingly difficult to do so. Let us proceed, Xiao Yang urged Sister 13, prompting her to commence the next round. Sister 13's expression soured. She had initially intended to delay, hoping to hand over the game to 7th Master upon his arrival. However, with Xiao Yang pressing her to hurry, she could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. Thus, they embarked on the next round. Each of the 5 players contributed another 10 million in chips before shaking their buckets. Sister 13, anticipating another loss, resolved to buy time until 7th Master arrived, hoping to ensure Xiao Yang's ruin. While Sister 13 continued to shake the dice, her anxious eyes darted around, eagerly awaiting 7th Master's arrival. Long did not share her tendency to drag out the time. After a brief moment of shaking, he placed his bucket down. The 2 remaining players followed suit after a lengthy shake. Xiao Yang, as before, casually shook his bucket before placing it on the table. Ultimately, Sister 13 remained, the only one still shaking, with all eyes upon her. Feeling the weight of the pressure as the others finished, she succumbed to the anxiety and set her bucket down. Where was 7th Master? Casting another glance, she still saw no sign of him, her heart racing with urgency. With the shaking complete, it was time to reveal the dice. One by one, noticing Sister 13's silence, Xiao Yang spoke calmly. Activating his vision, he swiftly discerned the numbers on the dice of the other 4 players. Then, channeling a thread of spiritual energy, he entered his bucket and transformed his dice into the highest number among the 5. Then, he calmly awaited as each participant opened their respective barrels, urging them on. One player, without hesitation, unveiled his barrel, revealing a score of 240 points. A glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes, for this score was quite substantial. However, they still needed to wait for the remaining 4 to reveal their scores. Observing this, another player promptly opened his barrel as well, only to discover a disheartening score of 198 points. His countenance darkened. He had just lost 10 million. Trembling all over, having already lost a total of 20 million. Next was the turn of Sister 13. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly opened her barrel, squinting her eyes afterward to see a score of 260 points. Hope glimmered within her. Yet, she cast a worried glance at Xiao Yang, knowing she could only ascertain her victory after he revealed his score. Thus, her gaze shifted toward Xiao Yang, eagerly awaiting his turn. Unfazed, Xiao Yang too opened his barrel without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 71. A victory worth 100 million. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards Xiao Yang's 50 dice, and the counting of his points commenced. Xiao Yang calmly regarded the assembly, a smile playing upon his lips. At that instant, the others also revealed the tally of his points. 270 points. Oh my, he had the highest score once again. In 3 consecutive rounds, he had secured the greatest total. He must have cheated, undoubtedly a seasoned con artist. The evidence was irrefutable. Anyone who gambled against him would face defeat. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's score, the crowd erupted in accusations of cheating. Even the luckiest of gamblers could not possibly win 3 rounds in succession. Thus, they were all convinced that Xiao Yang had indeed cheated. 13's sister, upon seeing his score, trembled with disbelief. She had achieved 260 points. Yet it paled in comparison to his. In her heart, she affirmed that Xiao Yang was capable of deceit. She was astounded that he could cheat, even with a bucket. How terrifying must his dice-rolling abilities be? In that moment, she even doubted whether 7th Master could stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, Long was engulfed in a dark cloud of dread, his face a mask of despair as he beheld Xiao Yang's tally. He realized that he was unlikely to triumph in this round. All that remained was for him to open his bucket. The gaze of the gathered onlookers was fixed upon him, some hoping for a miracle that might allow him to surpass Xiao Yang. Yet, deep down, they believed it was a formidable challenge to exceed his score. Taking a deep breath, Long embraced his bucket and opened it with a swift motion. The crowd glimpsed his score, merely 245 points, far from enough to defeat Xiao Yang. Dejected, he sank into his seat, grappling with the bitterness of his loss. In the realm of dice, he had always been formidable, confident that few could rival his prowess. Yet now, in his strongest domain, he had been relentlessly outmatched by Xiao Yang. losing a staggering 30 million in chips. Clenching his fists, he wrestled with his frustration. You cheated. This round doesn't count. One player exclaimed, unable to accept the outcome. Convinced that only a cheat could win 3 consecutive rounds, he rose to confront Xiao Yang. Hearing his accusations, another player shot an angry glare at Xiao Yang, affirming, indeed, winning 3 times in a row undoubtedly signifies cheating. You must return all your winnings. 13 Sisters' gaze flickered, but she remained silent. Long, too, said nothing, instead observing Xiao Yang intently, eager to see how he would respond. When Xiao Yang heard the accusations of cheating, he smiled calmly and replied, if you claim I cheated, then produce your evidence. The 2 accusers were left speechless. How could they provide proof? They were merely speculating that Xiao Yang had cheated. Throughout the ordeal, their eyes had been fixed on him, yet they had failed to discern any method of deceit. Now, fueled by their losses, they were resolute in their claims, prepared to resort to dishonesty. I shall not concern myself with your accusations. It is evident that you have cheated. How could you possibly be fortunate enough to win 3 consecutive rounds? You must return our stakes. One player declared, exhibiting a lack of reason. Indeed, your deception renders this round void, as well as the previous ones. Another player asserted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled softly. However, he quickly masked his amusement, fixing the 2 with a frigid gaze. You claim I have cheated without any evidence. Does this not entitle me to assert that you are the ones cheating? You are undoubtedly a cheat. The 2 insisted vehemently, casting hopeful glances at Sister 13, urging her to interject. Sister 13 furrowed her brow. She was aware of Xiao Yang's duplicity, yet she possessed no tangible proof. Without sufficient evidence, she could not confront him. Otherwise, she would not have come here at all. Throughout the game, she had observed Xiao Yang closely, yet she had witnessed no act of deceit. Anyone can make bold claims. I shall state this plainly. If you possess evidence to prove my wrongdoing, I shall willingly sever my own hands. If not, I suggest you silence yourselves. Xiao Yang replied calmly, his gaze unwavering upon the 2. Simultaneously, his eyes bore into Sister 13. She flinched slightly, then turned to the 2 players. Enough. If there is no evidence, do not casually slander others. Upon hearing her speak, the 2 players opened their mouths, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, they could only mutter in frustration as they rose from their seats and departed. Once the 2 players had left, Xiao Yang's attention shifted immediately to Sister 13. Now it appears we are left with just the 3 of us. Shall we continue our game? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, he began to stand, having discerned that no one dared to challenge him further. Undoubtedly, he had achieved his aim, winning 3 rounds and amassing over 100 million in stakes, thus ensuring he would not depart empty-handed that night. Wait, Sister 13 called out anxiously as Xiao Yang prepared to leave. He paused, returning to his seat, a smile playing on his lips. What is this? You wish to play after all? Let us begin. Sister 13's expression soured at his words. After scanning the vicinity and finding no sign of 7th Master, she steeled herself and said, please wait for me. I must use the restroom. I shall return to continue the game. With that, she stood and pretended to head for the restroom. Xiao Yang's lips curled into a sly smile as he observed her. Then he settled back into his seat, his gaze shifting to Ji Long. Ji Long remained, though he was deeply conflicted. He knew that to continue playing would almost certainly lead to his defeat. However, having already lost tens of millions in stakes, leaving now would be utterly humiliating. Furthermore, he had originally come to challenge Xiao Yang. Faced with him now, could he truly back down? No, he resolved. He must witness his downfall. Ji Long gritted his teeth, resolving to remain. He understood that victory was beyond his grasp, yet the underground gambling den would not abandon Xiao Yang. It would undoubtedly dispatch more formidable cheats to target him. His task was simply to observe as Xiao Yang faced adversity. Perhaps, once Xiao Yang had been dealt with, he could opportunely step in and devise a way to seize the remnants of the map from him. With this thought in mind, he patiently awaited the return of Sister 13. Sister 13 did not venture to the restroom. Instead, she made her way to the surveillance room, seeking out Wang Hao. Where are the manager and 7th Master? She inquired. Wang Hao glanced at Sister 13 and replied calmly, 7th Master will arrive shortly. You should return and find a way to keep him steady. Do not allow him to leave. Chapter 72. Do you dare to bet 100 million? The 13th sister nodded slightly, then turned and sauntered back to the gambling table. Upon seeing her return, Xiao Yang grinned and said, Beauty, I thought you wouldn't come back." The 13th sister shot him a flirtatious glare, retorting, "I just had to relieve myself. What were you thinking?" The onlookers, captivated by her enchanting demeanor, stared in awe. Xiao Yang couldn't help but shiver. The 13th sister's allure was indeed intoxicating. Without hesitation, he activated his X-ray vision and cast a lingering gaze at her serpentine waist. Feeling his gaze upon her, the 13th sister became acutely aware of her vulnerability, as if she were transparent before him. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her bosom. Yet discomfort still enveloped her. As Xiao Yang felt the impending rush of blood to his nose, he swiftly deactivated his X-ray vision, cleared his throat, and discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. "Since you're back, shall we begin?" he said, a smile playing on his lips as his mind involuntarily recalled the captivating sight he had just glimpsed, noting the alluring mole beneath her left breast. The 13th sister furrowed her brow, realizing that with the 7th master yet to arrive, initiating the game now would surely lead to her defeat. Just as she pondered whether to prolong the wait, footsteps approached from behind her, followed by a steady voice declaring, "Allow me to join the game." A flicker of joy sparkled in the 13th sister's eyes as she turned to see the 7th master approaching, clad in a black training outfit and wielding 2 carved walnuts. He strode confidently, taking deliberate steps before plopping down onto an empty chair beside her. 7th master. The surrounding gamblers gasped in astonishment at his arrival. They all recognized him as a seasoned con artist, a formidable figure in the gambling city who rarely intervened in games. Were he merely an ordinary cheat? The 13th sister and her fellow con artists could easily handle the situation. However, the 7th master only intervened when faced with rivals beyond their capabilities. Witnessing the 7th master's entrance, the crowd fell into a hush, understanding that if even the 13th sister could not rival Xiao Yang, then it was undoubtedly time for the 7th master to step in. Whispers rippled through the crowd, many casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Yang, convinced that his fate was sealed. The 7th master had never faltered in this gambling city. Each time he intervened, he left his opponents in utter disarray. Many a cheat had found their hands severed by his own hand. With the 7th master now involved, Xiao Yang's chances seemed grim. Indeed, the 7th master had never encountered an equal. All who faced him were destined to lose. Xiao Yang's ears perked up as the murmurs of the crowd reached him, the gravity of the situation settling in. At this moment, his auditory perception surpassed that of the average individual. Upon overhearing the whispers of those around him, he instantly discerned the identity of 7th master. His eyes narrowed. It turned out that he was an even more formidable hustler than 13th sister. Clearly, the denizens of the gambling city were truly intent on employing substantial resources to confront him. However, with his ability to see through the ruse, he remained unperturbed. Regardless of the cunning methods 7th master might employ, the dice had a fixed maximum value. He was inherently invincible. Upon witnessing 7th master personally enter the fray, Jilong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He then cast a mocking glance at Xiao Yang, convinced that with 7th master in action, Xiao Yang was bound to face defeat. Once Xiao Yang succumbed, Jilong would effortlessly manipulate him, and his heart brimmed with expectation. After 7th master took his seat, he calmly regarded Xiao Yang. Wang Hao had already informed him that his target this time was Xiao Yang. He had just reviewed the footage from the surveillance room and had seen Xiao Yang playing with the dice, though he had not comprehended how Xiao Yang had cheated. Throughout, Xiao Yang had only touched the barrel while shaking the dice. Most of the time, his hands were crossed over his chest. It appeared that Xiao Yang possessed some skill. Yet, since he had entered the game, Xiao Yang would not be allowed to win another round. Let us commence. Upon 7th master's arrival at the table, 13th sister felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance and, without hesitation, initiated the round. Subsequently, she boldly placed 10 million in chips on the table. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Yang interrupted their wager. Instantly, the gazes of 13th sister, Jilong, and 7th master turned inquisitively towards Xiao Yang. With a smile, Xiao Yang remarked, 10 million in chips seems a tad low. How about we raise the stakes significantly and wager 100 million instead? The moment Xiao Yang's words left his lips, the spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. They frequented the establishment but had never encountered such a high-stakes gamble. To start with a wager of 100 million, for individuals totaling 400 million, was exceedingly rare in the gambling city. Had this young man lost his senses? Even with 7th master at the table, he dared to play for such high stakes, seemingly unafraid of losing all his chips. What if he not only lost his chips, but also faced dire consequences? His audacity was astonishing. To be so brazen in front of Seventh Master. Did he truly believe he could triumph? Everyone deemed Xiao Yang excessively arrogant. Sometimes, extreme confidence bordered on hubris. Those who were hubristic seldom met with favorable outcomes. They did not believe Xiao Yang could win. They simply regarded his current demeanor as boastful folly. 13th Sister's countenance shifted dramatically. She had never anticipated that Xiao Yang would deviate from the expected course and immediately escalate the stakes to 100 million. This wager was indeed substantial, and her own chips fell short of that amount. Jilong's expression also transformed. He currently possessed merely over 10 million in chips. 100 million was beyond his reach unless he exchanged for more. As for Seventh Master, upon hearing such arrogant words from Xiao Yang, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized him intently. He could not fathom the source of Xiao Yang's confidence. How could he be so assured of victory? How audacious to wager 1 billion in his presence. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Young man, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Seventh Master declared, casting the entirety of the 1 billion chips he had brought onto the table. He understood that Xiao Yang was after the chips in his possession, which were precisely 1 billion. Upon witnessing Seventh Master acquiesce to Xiao Yang's challenge, 13th Sister hesitated momentarily before rising from her seat and stating, I lack sufficient chips. I shall not participate. After she departed, Jilong's expression shifted, and ultimately, he too stood up, his voice grave as he remarked, I do not have enough chips either. I will refrain from playing. You two may continue. Chapter 73. Dare to play another round with me. After 13th Sister and Jilong departed, only Xiao Yang and Master Qi remained at the gambling table, with all eyes fixed upon them. This was the pinnacle confrontation between the two. Wang Hao, in the monitoring room, was intensely focused on the surveillance screen. His gaze locked onto Xiao Yang. Although he believed Master Qi would undoubtedly prevail against Xiao Yang, a vague sense of unease lingered within him. He then beckoned to a nearby security guard, instructing him to keep a close watch on the young man. If any cheating was detected, they were to seize him immediately and deal with him severely. Understood, manager. The guard replied emphatically. He then led several other security personnel outside, merging with the crowd near the gambling table, silently observing Xiao Yang. They dispersed around him, maintaining a vigilant watch in all directions, attempting to uncover any signs of deceit. Xiao Yang glanced at Master Qi across the table and unhesitatingly pushed 1 billion in chips onto the surface. The departure of 13th Sister and Jilong had been anticipated. They had little in terms of chips, and his eyes were set on Master Qi's substantial wager. What is your betting strategy? Shall we continue with the barrel shaking? Master Qi inquired, calmly regarding Xiao Yang. Either way works for me. Xiao Yang responded with a smile. Then let us proceed with the barrel, Master Qi declared, retrieving 13th Sister's barrel to his own side. He had just observed Xiao Yang's previous barrel shakes in the monitoring room. Xiao Yang had played 3 rounds, with none reaching the maximum score. Master Qi believed that while Xiao Yang could potentially cheat, his methods were not overly extraordinary, and with a bit of caution, victory should be within reach. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. The two then grasped their respective barrels and began to shake. As before, Xiao Yang shook the barrel a few times before placing it down, crossing his arms and silently watching Master Qi. Noticing that Xiao Yang had ceased shaking after only a few motions, Master Qi furrowed his brow slightly, but continued to shake his own barrel. After nearly a minute, he was confident that the score inside was sufficiently high before placing his barrel down. Xiao Yang, without hesitation, activated his vision enhancement, instantly perceiving Master Qi's score. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Master Qi had achieved an astonishing 298 points. This was indeed formidable. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Master Qi and then resolutely directed his spiritual energy into his barrel, commencing the alteration of the dice scores. In no time, he transformed the scores of all 50 dice to 6, summing to a perfect 300 points, the maximum value, ensuring his victory. After manipulating the scores, he calmly regarded Master Qi. Master Qi, exuding confidence, proposed, shall we reveal our barrels simultaneously? Xiao Yang nodded, sounds excellent. The two then grasped their barrels, and in an instant, they unveiled them. As the barrels opened, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy, eagerly counting the points. The points they accumulated were straightforward to tally. On Xiao Yang's side, all were 6s, summing to 300 points, which was quickly counted. On the other hand, Seventh Master's points were also simple to count. Apart from a solitary 4, the rest were all 6s, totaling 298 points. What? When Seventh Master beheld Xiao Yang's side filled entirely with 6s, disbelief washed over him. He was merely 2 points shy of the maximum, while Xiao Yang had achieved the maximum outright, surpassing him by 2 points. He had lost. He clenched his fists, unable to fathom this outcome. Throughout his career, he had never encountered a rival, at least in the capital. He feared no one when it came to dice games. Yet today he had lost, his first defeat. How careless of him. Seventh Master lost. It seemed he had never experienced defeat before. How could he lose to this young man? Who on earth was he? He must undoubtedly be a cheat. Even Seventh Master was no match for him. Just how formidable was his skill? Everyone gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yang, marveling at how he had vanquished Seventh Master. Many felt as though they were in a dream. Nearby, 13th Sister stood in shock, having believed that with Seventh Master in play, victory over Xiao Yang was assured. Yet, unexpectedly, in the very first round, Seventh Master had succumbed. How could Seventh Master lose? Jilong was equally dumbfounded. He knew of Seventh Master's reputation. Having once learned the art of dice from him, he never anticipated that Seventh Master would fall to Xiao Yang. He scrutinized Xiao Yang seriously, realizing he had indeed underestimated him. My apologies, I am merely 2 points ahead. I graciously concede. Xiao Yang smiled cheerfully at Seventh Master. Without hesitation, he pulled 100 million in chips from before Seventh Master into his possession. In this round, he had won 100 million. What a thrill. Seventh Master watched helplessly as Xiao Yang took away his 100 million in chips, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, the 100 million he had brought was lost in a single round. He had no chips left, and his expression darkened considerably. After so many years, he had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of so many onlookers. He felt utterly disgraced. Kid, you are quite impressive. Seventh Master inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his inner fury, casting a cold glare at Xiao Yang. It seemed he would have to take this seriously. You are quite impressive too. Are you still willing to play? Oh, wait. You have no chips left. How can you continue? Xiao Yang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Seventh Master felt he was being deliberately mocked, inciting his anger further. He then glanced at 13th Sister, who nodded and instructed a nearby security guard to fetch more chips. Soon, the guard returned with another 100 million in chips for Seventh Master. He tossed the 100 million onto the table, coldly regarding Xiao Yang. Kid, dare you play another round with me? What is there to fear? Xiao Yang calmly placed another 100 million in chips onto his side of the table, showing no signs of trepidation. Let us continue with the barrel shake, still competing for the highest points. Whoever has the greater total wins. Seventh Master stated calmly. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded nonchalantly, confident that, regardless of the game's twists and turns, victory was assured. Subsequently, the two continued to grasp their buckets and began to shake them. Xiao Yang relinquished his grip after a few shakes, while on the other hand, Seventh Master did not release his bucket until 30 seconds had elapsed. Nearby, 13th Sister, Jilong, and the others were fixated on the two, holding their breath in anticipation. Everyone was eager to discover whether Seventh Master could finally triumph over Xiao Yang this time, or if he would once again succumb to Xiao Yang's prowess. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang activated his clairvoyant ability, directing his gaze towards Seventh Master's bucket, only to discover it contained an abundance of 6s. Seventh Master had remarkably achieved a score of 300 points, the maximum possible. Chapter 74, a draw? Upon witnessing the score of Seventh Master, Xiao Yang squinted slightly. Indeed, Seventh Master possessed a certain prowess, managing to achieve the maximum value even with a bucket shake. Without hesitation, he channeled a trace of spiritual energy into the bucket, transforming all 50 of his dice into 6s, culminating in a score of 300 points. Following this, he calmly regarded Seventh Master. Regardless of the circumstances, his innate invincibility persisted. Seventh Master's gaze turned toward Xiao Yang. Let us unveil our scores together. Very well, Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both individuals simultaneously opened their buckets. In the next moment, their scores were laid bare before the assembled crowd. To everyone's astonishment, both players had rolled 6s, achieving the highest score of 300 points. A draw. Both scored 300 points. Remarkable, to attain 300 points merely by shaking a bucket. As the spectators processed the tie, astonishment washed over them. Upon seeing Xiao Yang's score remain at 300 points, 7th Master furrowed his brow slightly. This outcome was within his expectations. Yet, he soon found himself troubled. With Xiao Yang achieving the maximum value consecutively, it was inevitable that he would do so again in the next round. Victory over Xiao Yang seemed unattainable, yet he desperately needed to win. His gaze flicked towards the side where 13 Sister stood, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Soon, a plan formed in his mind. This round ends in a draw. Let us engage in another. However, I propose a modification to the rules. After we roll, let others assist us in opening the buckets. What do you think? 7th Master's eyes fixed on Xiao Yang, having devised a strategy to counter him. Upon hearing 7th Master's words, Xiao Yang instantly grasped that 7th Master intended to employ trickery. Allowing others to assist in opening the buckets could lead to potential tampering, thus altering the values within. This posed a significant disadvantage for Xiao Yang. Consequently, he refrained from immediate agreement, opting instead to ponder his response. Noticing Xiao Yang's furrowed brows and his silence, 7th Master understood that Xiao Yang harbored reservations. He chose not to rush him, patiently awaiting Xiao Yang's decision. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Yang's mind. If he could manipulate the spiritual energy to alter the values within his own bucket, could he not also influence the scores in 7th Master's bucket? With this thought, he cast a glance at 7th Master's bucket. At that moment, 7th Master had already resealed his bucket containing 50 dice. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang placed his hand upon the table, channeling a trace of spiritual energy into it, swiftly guiding it along the surface towards 7th Master's bucket. Positioned directly across from 7th Master, separated only by a table, he found it slightly challenging to direct the energy into 7th Master's bucket, yet he ultimately succeeded. As he controlled the energy within 7th Master's bucket, he directly altered the values of the 50 dice contained therein. It was indeed possible. Once Xiao Yang confirmed that he could change 7th Master's score, he resolutely channeled the energy once more, restoring the 50 dice to their original values before withdrawing his energy. All of this transpired unbeknownst to anyone but him. He took a deep breath, a scheme already forming in his mind. 7th Master intended to exploit others to undermine him. However, with his spiritual energy at hand, he had discerned how to counter 7th Master's ploy. Thus, without hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon 7th Master and declared, "Let us proceed, as you suggest." 7th Master, taken aback by Xiao Yang's swift acquiescence, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. His inherently cautious nature prompted him to ponder whether Xiao Yang's rapid agreement was a ruse. Yet, after careful consideration, he concluded that his subsequent strategy was flawless, leaving Xiao Yang with no recourse. With a smile, he nodded and proposed, "We can each select a person or choose one together." Xiao Yang responded affirmatively. 7th Master's gaze immediately shifted to 13th Sister, and he pointed at her, saying, "Then I shall have her assist me in opening the barrel." How fortuitous. I too wish for her assistance in opening the barrel. Xiao Yang replied without hesitation. What? 7th Master was internally astounded. He regarded Xiao Yang with suspicion, questioning whether he had misheard. Knowing full well that 13th Sister was aligned with him, why would Xiao Yang choose her? Did he not fear her colluding with 7th Master against him? Even 13th Sister herself was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Xiao Yang would select her for such a task. Was this an act of self-sabotage? Naturally, she believed Xiao Yang would not act recklessly. But why choose her? After much contemplation, she concluded that Xiao Yang's choice bore no advantages for him, only detriments. Since you have chosen me, do not blame me for being ungracious, she thought to herself. 13th Sister was indeed willing to assist, as this would allow her to collaborate with 7th Master to deal with Xiao Yang. Why had he selected 13th Sister? Was he foolish? After all, she was aligned with 7th Master. Did he not fear her cooperation with him? Was this young man truly so naive? The onlookers failed to comprehend why Xiao Yang would choose 13th Sister, believing that any other selection would be more prudent, given that she was his adversary. They stared at him in bewilderment, convinced of his impending defeat. What was this strategy? Even Jilong looked at Xiao Yang with incredulity. Any rational individual would refrain from selecting 13th Sister. His confusion mounted, yet he sensed that Xiao Yang was not devoid of intelligence. Did Xiao Yang possess other hidden cards? Upon realizing that Xiao Yang was indeed intent on choosing 13th Sister to assist him, 7th Master could hardly contain his glee. Young man, With a path to heaven before you, you choose not to tread it, yet you wander into hell willingly. Since you have delivered yourself unto me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Seventh Master reveled inwardly. Fearing that Xiao Yang might reconsider, he promptly addressed 13th Sister, saying, 13th Sister, you shall assist us both in opening the barrel. With that, he eagerly grasped the barrel on the table and began to shake it with fervor. Xiao Yang calmly grasped the bucket before him, beginning to shake it in unison. 13th Sister gazed at him with excitement, finally perceiving a glimmer of hope to triumph over Xiao Yang. This time, she was determined to ensure his utter defeat. After a few shakes, Xiao Yang set the bucket down, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it, transforming all 50 dice into sixes, yielding a total of 300 points. Once he completed this feat, his gaze shifted to the opposing Qi Yi. After shaking for 30 seconds, Qi Yi too set his bucket down. When Xiao Yang activated his clairvoyance, he discerned that Qi Yi's bucket contained 50 dice, summing to 300 points as well. Qi Yi exchanged a glance with 13th Sister, and without a moment's hesitation, he addressed Xiao Yang. Young man, shall we reveal your score first or mine? The choice is yours. Chapter 75. A Gamble of 200 Million. Upon hearing the 7th Master's proposition, Xiao Yang unhesitatingly replied, then let's proceed with mine first. The 7th Master, witnessing this, nodded with a smile and turned to 13th Sister, instructing, 13th Sister, please go ahead and open his bucket. 13th Sister nodded in agreement and confidently approached Xiao Yang. He graciously stepped aside, allowing her to take her place before his bucket. Standing before it, she inhaled deeply, preparing to unveil its contents. However, in that fleeting moment when her hands grasped the bucket, a strand of her long hair stealthily slipped through the crevice, unbeknownst to anyone, and began to alter the numbers within. Xiao Yang, positioned beside her, activated his X-ray vision and silently observed 13th Sister's hands. He noticed the hair infiltrating the bucket, manipulating the numbers inside. 13th Sister's technique was remarkably swift, rendering it invisible to the others, as this entire sequence transpired in a heartbeat. As she opened the bucket, her hair just happened to reach in and modify the numbers. Consequently, when she revealed the bucket's contents, the figures had been transformed. Xiao Yang witnessed, through his enhanced vision, that the strand of hair had deftly shifted several dice, changing their values directly. Initially, all the dice displayed 6 points, but after her hair's intervention, they transitioned to various other numbers. Oblivious to the final tally within the bucket, 13th Sister held a strong belief that her hair had successfully altered the total. If it remained below 300 points, the 7th Master would emerge victorious, as his score stood at precisely 300. Upon unveiling the bucket, her gaze immediately fell upon the 50 dice, and upon seeing that several of them did not show 6 points, her heart surged with elation. She had succeeded. She had effectively altered Xiao Yang's score. At that moment, his total dipped below 300, ensuring the 7th Master's triumph. The onlookers, witnessing 13th Sister opening Xiao Yang's bucket and discovering the score was not 300, were unsurprised, for this outcome had been anticipated. Given that Xiao Yang had entrusted 13th Sister with the task, it was evident she would resort to trickery. Altering the numbers was a mere trifle for her. Instantly, sympathy filled the gazes of the crowd as they regarded Xiao Yang, believing he had sealed his own fate. Indeed, with a score below 300, he was destined to lose. Who could be blamed for this? Only himself. Had he selected anyone else to open the bucket, the result would have surely been different. Why did he choose 13th Sister? Was he not courting disaster? Ji Long, observing Xiao Yang's score of merely 272 points, shook his head in disbelief, deeming Xiao Yang's actions reckless. The 7th Master, witnessing 13th Sister's successful manipulation of Xiao Yang's score, could hardly contain his joy. This round was undoubtedly his victory. 13th Sister is one of their own. When 13th Sister approached to open his barrel, it was undoubtedly a matter of 300 points. 7th Master cast a teasing glance at Xiao Yang. Noticing his lack of expression, he assumed that Xiao Yang was struggling to accept the outcome. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Young man, it seems fortune has not favored you this time. Not even 300 points. In this round, victory is surely mine." Upon hearing 7th Master's words, Xiao Yang shot him a peculiar look, unable to suppress his curiosity as he slowly replied, "How can you be so certain of your victory? What if you lose?" 7th Master erupted into laughter at Xiao Yang's challenge, exclaiming, "You think I could lose? Impossible. My points will undoubtedly surpass yours." It is you who shall lose. Following his declaration, the onlookers began to chime in with their mockery. They wondered where this young man had found such misplaced confidence. For he didn't even possess 300 points. How could he possibly triumph over 7th Master without needing to unveil the barrel? It was clear to all that 7th Master held 300 points. The young man was destined to fail. His audacity was laughable. To think he could win with a mere 200 points. The crowd continued to jeer at Xiao Yang. Even Ji Long, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, shook his head in disbelief, convinced that Xiao Yang was utterly deluded, insisting he still had a chance despite the inevitable loss. Yet, undeterred by their scorn, Xiao Yang smiled and proposed, "Since you all believe my defeat is certain, how about we place a wager? Are you brave enough?" At this, the atmosphere fell silent, only to be shattered moments later by an uproar of laughter. He still thinks he can win and wants to bet with us. How naive. Indeed, I've never encountered such folly. What could he possibly wager with? He has no chance of a comeback. Even 7th Master and 13th Sister could not contain their amusement, finding Xiao Yang's bravado utterly unfounded. After a brief chuckle, 7th Master gazed intently at Xiao Yang, asking, "So you believe you can win? Pray tell, how shall we wager?" All eyes turned toward Xiao Yang, eager to hear his response. Sensing their scrutiny, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips and confidently declared, "I wager all the chips you possess. If I lose, I shall compensate you for the total amount of your chips. However, if I emerge victorious, all your chips will rightfully belong to me." As he finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd. The audience was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter once more. "He wants our chips? Since he is so generous as to offer them to us, it would be remiss not to accept. I thought I was facing a terrible loss today. Yet here he is, offering to gift me chips. I simply must take this chance." In an instant, everyone placed their chips upon the table, and some even rushed to borrow from friends. As they all believed that Xiao Yang was destined to lose this round, they thought that by bringing enough chips to the table, victory was assured. Within a mere 10 seconds, the onlookers placed every chip they possessed onto the table. Piles of chips amassed, densely scattered, and even Ji Long contributed his more than 10 million chips, casting them all onto the table in one go. Meanwhile, with gritted teeth, the 13th Sister also threw all her chips onto the table. Even a few nearby security guards, witnessing the fervor, unhesitatingly sought out additional chips to contribute to the growing pile. Soon, every individual's chips were on the table, creating a dense accumulation amounting to at least 200 million. Chapter 76. Winning all the chips, Xiao Yang gazed at the chips strewn across the table, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, for these individuals had unwittingly delivered their fortunes to him, convinced of his imminent defeat. "Is there anyone else willing to wager?" he proclaimed, surveying the crowd. In response to his audacious words, a profound silence enveloped the room. None anticipated such brazen arrogance from him. "Kid, what are you so boastful about? You are certain to lose this round. Victory is beyond your grasp." One among the spectators, unable to tolerate Xiao Yang's hubris, could not refrain from voicing his disdain. Yet, Xiao Yang paid him no heed, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers as though they were mere sheep ripe for the shearing. How he yearned for more challengers to step forth. Though the chips on the table were plentiful, he desired an abundance. Who would ever find themselves discontent with having too little? Regrettably, all had cast their chips onto the table, and none remained willing to wager further. Noticing the cessation of bets, Xiao Yang addressed the assembly with calm authority. "Once the bets are placed, they cannot be rescinded. We must abide by the outcome. Indeed, no retraction," echoed the crowd, each voice filled with unwavering confidence in their impending victory. Listening to their fervent declarations, Xiao Yang remained silent, shifting his focus to Sister 13. "Since no one wishes to continue betting, please proceed to unveil the contents of the barrel." Upon hearing his command, Sister 13 glanced towards 7th Master, who nodded in affirmation, urging her to unveil the barrel. Taking a deep breath, she approached him, ready to reveal what lay within. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang's hand rested steadily upon the table. As he channeled his spiritual energy into its surface, this energy flowed seamlessly into 7th Master's barrel, instantly altering the numbers within, all while ensuring that the dice remained silent under its influence. As he employed his keen vision to scrutinize the 50 dice, he deftly manipulated their results, transforming each to a singular face without a soul being the wiser. With this task complete, he withdrew his energy and regarded Sister 13 with an expression of serene composure. At that moment, Sister 13, with a surge of confidence, exerted her strength and promptly opened the barrel, fully expecting to reveal a triumphant total of 300 points. Seventh Master stood beside her, arms crossed, exuding assurance. After all, he had shaken for 300 points, and the revelation would surely confirm his expectations. However, as Sister 13 lifted the lid, her eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with shock and incredulity. What is this? Why is it all once? Seventh Master rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misread the outcome. Upon hearing his astonished exclamation, Sister 13 too cast her gaze upon the 50 dice. In the next heartbeat, tremors coursed through her body, and darkness threatened to engulf her. She had never anticipated that upon opening, she would discover a mere 50 points. It was over. 13's sister was engulfed in fear. She never anticipated that upon opening it, there would be merely 50 points, resulting in a dismal loss. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness Xiao Yang's humiliation, were incredulous when they beheld the bucket of Seventh Master reveal only 50 points. Their disbelief quickly morphed into despair. How could it be just 50 points? Wasn't it supposed to be 300? What on earth was happening? It was over. They had lost. Oh heavens, my millions. Lost so utterly. Everyone trembled, chills coursing down their spines, filled with dread and fury. They had believed without doubt that they would win, only to face such a catastrophic defeat. Immediately, many directed their ire towards Seventh Master and 13th Sister, who had misled them into trusting the duo. Ultimately, these two had left them in such disarray that they were left with nothing. Some even began to suspect that Seventh Master and Xiao Yang had conspired against them. Seventh Master, you owe us an explanation. Are you acquainted with him? And did you conspire with him to deceive us? One individual glared at Seventh Master, his mind racing with the notion of a conspiracy. He believed that Xiao Yang and Seventh Master were in cahoots, staging a performance to ensnare them. At that moment, they had lost all their stakes. Such a clever scheme, indeed, to orchestrate a game that resulted in their complete loss. Upon hearing this accusation, the crowd collectively reacted, their gazes filled with wrath directed at Seventh Master and Xiao Yang. Seventh Master, upon hearing their accusations, nearly spewed blood in his fury. He had already lost 200 million to Xiao Yang. How could he possibly be in collusion with him? His own rage simmered. And now these individuals were wrongfully accusing him. He could no longer contain himself and erupted in a tirade. Are you all fools? Can't you see that I've lost 200 million as well? Do you think I would use 200 million to set you up? Who do you think you are? His vehement outburst left the crowd speechless, their expressions darkening, yet they dared not respond. Some of the more rational individuals quickly regained their composure, concluding that Seventh Master was likely not in league with Xiao Yang. After all, Seventh Master had indeed lost 200 million to Xiao Yang, while their combined stakes barely amounted to that sum. Even if Seventh Master had wished to claim their stakes, he wouldn't need to orchestrate such a ruse. With a mere flick of his hand, he could have won everything from them in an instant. Xiao Yang, witnessing their suspicions towards Seventh Master, could not help but chuckle. Trained in the art of composure, he typically refrained from laughter, unless overwhelmed by amusement. Ha ha ha, thank you all for your stakes, he bellowed joyfully, pulling all the chips on the table into his embrace. In this round, Seventh Master had lost 100 million to him, while the other stakes totaled 200 million. Thus, he emerged victorious with a total of 300 million. His hands trembled. He had never encountered such a fortune in his lifetime. At this moment, everyone could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yang took away the chips. Observing Xiao Yang smile, they felt as though he was mocking them. The expressions of Seventh Master and 13th Sister were exceedingly grim. They had yet to comprehend why their points had dwindled to 50. Particularly Seventh Master, who was utterly convinced that he had rolled 300 points. Furthermore, when 13th Sister opened the barrel, it was impossible for it to yield 1,000. So why had it transformed into 50? This was profoundly perplexing, and he instinctively suspected that Xiao Yang had cheated. Yet, given Xiao Yang's considerable distance from him, it seemed implausible that he could have done so. What could possibly be the explanation? His gaze shifted to 13th Sister, who was instantly struck with terror, trembling, and pale. Hastily assuring Seventh Master, I did not tamper with anything. I merely opened the barrel as one would normally do. You must believe me. Chapter 77. The ring on your hand is quite impressive. Perhaps you should use it as a stake. Seventh Master fixed his gaze intently on 13th Sister. Were it not for his deep familiarity with her, he might have suspected that she had conspired with Xiao Yang to deceive him. Yet, He understood that 13's sister and Xiao Yang were strangers and could not have orchestrated such a scheme against him. So, what could possibly be the explanation? His eyes shifted towards Xiao Yang, who was smiling triumphantly, and his heart ached. If 13's sister had not colluded with Xiao Yang, it could only mean that Xiao Yang had manipulated the dice. However, throughout the game, he had only seen Xiao Yang seated across from him, separated by a table. How could Xiao Yang have pulled off such a trick? Not only was 7th Master bewildered, but so was 13's sister, Ji Long, and the others present. A game that had seemed destined for victory was inexplicably lost, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. At that moment, Xiao Yang had gathered all the chips, calmly surveying those around him before turning to 7th Master with a smile. Shall we continue? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, 7th Master's lips twitched. He still could not comprehend how he had lost. A surge of anger and resentment welled within him. He had already lost to Xiao Yang twice, a staggering sum of 200 million in chips. If he could not reclaim this amount, his fate would be dire. The shadowy figures behind the gambling city would undoubtedly seek retribution, and he might even face the loss of his hands. Thus, he had no choice but to recover every lost chip. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his unwavering gaze on Xiao Yang. Of course, we shall play. But you no longer possess any chips, Xiao Yang replied, his demeanor calm and cheerful. I shall have someone fetch them immediately, 7th Master retorted coldly, motioning for 13's sister to personally retrieve the chips for him. 13's sister nodded and turned towards the surveillance room. Meanwhile, within the confines of the control room, Wang Hao was so enraged that he smashed all the furniture around him. He had just witnessed through the surveillance footage how Xiao Yang had won all the chips. Seeing 7th Master lose twice to him, the thought of 7th Master losing 200 million filled him with fury, causing him to tremble. Such a sum was no trifling matter. Although he was the manager, if the boss learned of the 200 million lost under his watch, he would surely share in the blame, and his own life could be at stake. At that moment, 13's sister approached Wang Hao. Upon seeing her enter, Wang Hao, consumed by anger, struck her across the face. 13's sister covered her cheek, her expression a mixture of grievance and fear. She fully understood the reason for Wang Hao's fury. Had she been in his position, she would have felt the same, especially considering they had just lost over 200 million. Manager, 7th Master sent me to retrieve chips for him. Sister 13 had not forgotten the matter at hand, and she spoke timidly. Upon hearing her words, Wang Hao's eyes widened, brimming with an ominous fury as he bellowed. How dare you come to me asking for chips? Over 200 million lost just like that. If you do not devise a way to reclaim that sum, then prepare for your demise. If I am to suffer, so shall you. Filled with dread at Wang Hao's words, Sister 13 understood his implication all too well. She did not dare to speak, merely standing weakly to the side as Wang Hao unleashed his wrath upon her. His furious tirade was so intense that even the nearby security personnel dared not approach. After venting his rage, Wang Hao took a deep breath, attempting to quell the anger raging within him. He recognized that losing his temper was futile. He must find a way to recover the 200 million in chips. I shall provide you with another 10 million in chips. You must find a way to win back that 200 million, Wang Hao declared coldly. He instructed the nearby security to hand Sister 13 the 10 million in chips. Upon receiving the chips, her expression shifted, and she timidly remarked, Manager, 10 million might not suffice. That individual likely won't play with us. Wang Hao's fury intensified upon hearing her words, and he roared, Not enough chips? Can't you think of a way to win on your own? Sister 13 trembled at his words, but, as if enlightened, clutched the 10 million in chips and departed. Wang Hao glared at her retreating figure, still cursing under his breath. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Soon enough, Sister 13 returned to the gambling table, presenting the 10 million chips to Master Qi. Noticing that she had only brought 10 million, Master Qi furrowed his brow. Why merely 10 million? Did I not specify 100 million? Sister 13, with a bitter smile, replied, Master Qi, the manager was furious. He only granted me 10 million in chips and instructed us to find a way ourselves. Master Qi quickly grasped the situation and did not press Sister 13 further. Instead, he handed her 1 million in chips, saying, Go to a nearby table and find a way to win some chips for me. I will keep him occupied here. Understood, Master Qi. Sister 13 took the 1 million in chips and moved to a more distant table, intent on winning. Meanwhile, Master Qi surveyed the 9 million chips in his possession, casting a dark glance at the opposite player, Xiao Yang, who was observing him with a knowing smile. Taking a deep breath, he placed the 9 million chips on the table and addressed Xiao Yang. Let us change our approach. Let us play a flush. Xiao Yang, noticing the 9 million chips, could not help but comment, your chips are a bit lacking. Perhaps you should gather a bit more before seeking me out? Is 9 million insufficient? Master Qi replied, his expression grim. Indeed, it is rather inadequate. 9 million barely covers my needs. Xiao Yang smiled and remarked that his aspirations had indeed elevated. After winning several hundred million, he deemed anything less than 100 million as insufficient. Seventh Master found himself momentarily at a loss for words. 9 million might be a sum that an ordinary family could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime, yet here was Xiao Yang, expressing dissatisfaction with it. Even the onlookers nearby felt that Xiao Yang was being rather excessive. Seventh Master cast a grim look at Xiao Yang. He considered using the 9 million at the gambling table, which could potentially yield him some chips. However, he was apprehensive that during his play, Xiao Yang might take the opportunity to flee, thwarting his chance for revenge. At that moment, Xiao Yang, with a cheerful glint in his eye, turned to Seventh Master and said, your chips may indeed be a tad scant, yet that ring you possess is quite impressive. Why not use it as your wager? Chapter 78. The Ring of the Grand Eunuch of the Ming Dynasty, valued at 200 million. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Master Qi's expression shifted dramatically. He cast a glance at the ring adorning his left thumb, an heirloom passed down through generations, steeped in centuries of history. To his astonishment, Xiao Yang had set his sights on this cherished piece. I cannot wager this ring, Master Qi remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yang. If you are willing to stake this ring, it can serve as a chip worth 100 million. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. The moment these words escaped his lips, those surrounding them were left astounded, their eyes riveted on the ring. They had never imagined that this seemingly antiquated piece could be valued at such an exorbitant sum. Is this ring truly worth so much? 100 million. That is astonishing. Even Master Qi, upon hearing Xiao Yang's claim, found himself momentarily taken aback. While he was aware of the ring's antiquity, he had never contemplated selling it, and thus remained oblivious to its true worth. Now, with Xiao Yang's assertion of its value, he felt a mix of shock and temptation. Yet, the thought of parting with a family heirloom left him hesitant. You may take your time to consider. However, should you decline, you will find your options severely limited, and I will not engage further, Xiao Yang observed calmly, his gaze unwavering upon the ring. His extraordinary vision had already noted the ring's significance. The first time he laid eyes on it, he was struck with awe, as his insight revealed that it was once the ring of a chief eunuch from the Ming Dynasty, worth a staggering 200 million. Uncertain if Master Qi was aware of its value, Xiao Yang recognized his moment of opportunity upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Master Qi's face. This was his chance. If Master Qi agreed to wager another round, using the ring as a stake, Xiao Yang was confident he could win it, subsequently selling it for the princely sum of 200 million, ensuring a lucrative gain. Master Qi, upon hearing Xiao Yang's proposition, fell into deep contemplation, wrestling with inner turmoil. He desperately needed chips to continue gambling against Xiao Yang. He had to recover the 200 million he had lost, lest he risk his very life, as the casino owner would not show him mercy. However, the ring was a treasured family relic. What would become of it if he lost? His face was a portrait of conflict. Xiao Yang refrained from pressing further, granting Master Qi the necessary time to deliberate. He had faith that Master Qi would arrive at a judicious decision, and it was evident that Master Qi had little room left for refusal. The eyes of the onlookers were similarly fixed upon Master Qi, eager to see whether he would indeed wager the ring against Xiao Yang once more. Jilong's gaze was particularly intense, fixated on Master Qi's ring, for he too had a penchant for antiquities. However, he could not perceive the true value of the ring, which was worth a staggering 100 million. At best, he thought it was only worth a few million. He could not fathom why Xiao Yang insisted that Seventh Master use this ring as a bargaining chip. Did Xiao Yang see something he did not? Or was this a deliberate act of humiliation towards Seventh Master? While Seventh Master was entangled in his thoughts, Wang Hao in the monitoring room observed the confrontation between Xiao Yang and Seventh Master through the surveillance footage. Unable to hear their conversation, he was perplexed by their sudden silence. He immediately instructed a nearby security guard to investigate what was transpiring. Soon, the guard returned to Wang Hao and recounted the events. Upon learning the details, Wang Hao promptly commanded the guard to inform Seventh Master to use the ring as a wager, should he fail to win. He should prepare for dire consequences. Understood, manager. The guard nodded and promptly made his way to the gambling table, whispering into Seventh Master's ear. Upon hearing this, Seventh Master's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Wang Hao would demand he stake the ring. Clenching his fist, he was reminded that this was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Disobedience would lead to a grim fate. Ultimately, Seventh Master took a deep breath and reluctantly acquiesced. His gaze turned towards Xiao Yang. Very well, I accept your terms. Xiao Yang, elated by Seventh Master's compliance, felt a surge of joy. Once Seventh Master agreed, the ring would be his. Thus, he smiled broadly. Excellent. Let us alter the rules as you suggested. Shall we play for a straight flush? Agreed. Seventh Master nodded. They then seated themselves across from one another. As a beautiful dealer approached the center of the table to commence dealing the cards, the dealer distributed 2 cards to each player. One was a concealed card visible only to the player, while the other was face up for all to see. After the initial deal, the dealer turned her attention to Xiao Yang and Seventh Master. Gentlemen, please place your bets. Xiao Yang, utilizing his perceptive abilities, glanced at his concealed card and then at Seventh Master's. Without hesitation, he placed 9 million in chips onto the table. Observing Xiao Yang's bold wager, Seventh Master rolled his eyes but followed suit, tossing his own 9 million onto the table. Once their bets were equal, the dealer proceeded to deal the third card. In short order, both players received their third card. In the straight flush game, after each card is dealt, the player with the highest card starts the betting round, with the options to call, raise, go all in, or fold. When all bets are equal, the dealer will commence the next round of dealing. At this moment, they were poised to begin anew. On the table, Seventh Master held the highest card, and according to the rules, it was Xiao Yang's turn to bet. Seeing the situation, Xiao Yang unhesitatingly placed 30 million in chips onto the table. Without hesitation, Seventh Master removed the ring from his left thumb and cast it onto the table. I shall match that with 30 million, leaving me with 70 million. Once both players had equal stakes, the beautiful dealer commenced dealing the fourth card. After revealing the fourth card, a new round of betting began. In this hand, Xiao Yang held a strong hand, and it was Seventh Master's turn to wager. With a furrowed brow, he looked at Xiao Yang and declared, I bet 30 million, leaving me with 40 million. Xiao Yang's gaze calmly fell upon Seventh Master's sleeve, where he discerned several concealed cards, likely intended for a pivotal moment. Pretending not to notice, he too placed 30 million in chips onto the table. With their bets now equal, the enchanting dealer proceeded to deal the fifth and final card. Soon, the fifth card was revealed, and it was now Xiao Yang's turn to bet. He glanced at Seventh Master's ring, which still held 40 million in chips. Without hesitation, he tossed 40 million in chips onto the table. I bet 40 million. Chapter 79. The failed exchange. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's wager of 40 million, Seventh Master realized it was entirely directed at his finger snap. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he resolutely declared, I shall match that with another 40 million. According to the rules, if the chips of both players were equal, the cards could be revealed. Xiao Yang's keen insight allowed him to glimpse Seventh Master's whole cards, and upon comparison, it was evident that should they reveal their hands in a conventional manner, Xiao Yang would triumph, while Seventh Master would face defeat. However, it was certain that Seventh Master would not permit the situation to unfold so straightforwardly. Please, reveal your cards. Xiao Yang urged Seventh Master. You go first, Seventh Master replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yang, keen to discern the nature of his opponent's hand before deciding whether to exchange cards. If Xiao Yang's hand proved inferior to his own, there would be no need for an exchange. Conversely, if Xiao Yang's hand surpassed his, an exchange would become imperative. Xiao Yang's eyes bore into Seventh Master, fully aware that the latter intended to base his decision on the strength of Xiao Yang's hand. Hidden within Seventh Master's sleeve were several cards, affording him multiple options for an exchange. Should Xiao Yang reveal his hand at this juncture, Seventh Master could easily secure victory. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang proposed, how about this? Let us have someone else reveal our cards, ensuring neither of us touches them. This suggestion was a clever strategy to thwart Seventh Master's ability to exchange cards. If Seventh Master could not physically manipulate the cards, he would be rendered incapable of executing an exchange. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proposal, Seventh Master's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he retorted, that suggestion is untenable. We must reveal our cards ourselves. That is where the true enjoyment lies. Wouldn't you agree? He would not acquiesce to Xiao Yang's terms. Without the ability to touch the cards, how could he orchestrate an exchange? He was merely biding his time for the opportune moment to exchange. Observing 7th Master's refusal to accept the proposed rules, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. Without a moment's delay, he channeled the energy within him, directing it onto the table and subsequently towards 7th Master. At that moment, 7th Master's hands rested upon the table, allowing Xiao Yang's energy to seamlessly infiltrate his sleeve. In an instant, the energy made contact with the cards concealed within 7th Master's sleeve. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang deftly manipulated the energy to obliterate the suits emblazoned upon those cards. With precision, he erased all markings, rendering the cards blank. This entire operation transpired unnoticed, a feat accomplished in the blink of an eye. Upon confirming that his energy had successfully stripped the cards of their suits, a subtle smile graced Xiao Yang's lips. He then withdrew his energy and, with unwavering resolve, addressed 7th Master. In that case, let us reveal our cards ourselves. I shall go first. With that declaration, Xiao Yang unhesitatingly turned over his whole cards. In the next moment, the gaze of 7th Master and the others converged upon Xiao Yang's hand, instantly revealing the nature of his cards. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, a straight. When 7th Master beheld Xiao Yang's hand, revealing a straight, his countenance shifted momentarily. Should he choose to reveal his cards now, defeat would be inevitable. However, he was far from inclined to unveil his hand so readily. It is your turn. After Xiao Yang revealed his cards, he cast a calm gaze upon 7th Master, his eyes sparkling with a sardonic glimmer. He was aware that 7th Master would soon attempt to exchange his cards. Yet he was curious about the expression that would adorn 7th Master's face upon discovering that his new hand was utterly blank. Anticipation surged within Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, the spectators fixated intently on 7th Master, awaiting his reveal. 7th Master, brimming with confidence, clutched his bottom card, ready to unveil it. As he grasped the card, he secretly executed a nefarious sleight of hand, swiftly exchanging it with a card he had previously concealed in his sleeve. Then, before the eyes of all present, he lifted his bottom card and revealed it with a flourish. With a sharp sound, he flipped the card onto the table. All eyes converged upon this card. However, as they beheld it, their expressions morphed into a spectacle of astonishment. A blank card. What was this predicament? Everyone stood frozen, having anticipated a formidable hand, only to be confounded by 7th Master's revelation of a card devoid of any suit. 7th Master, initially self-assured, felt his confidence wane as he overheard their murmurs. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that his bottom card was indeed blank. A chill ran down his spine. How could the card he had hidden in his sleeve be blank? What was happening? Darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. He had intended to swap for a flush straight, yet somehow, it had transformed into this blank card. 7th Master, what does this mean? Even if you were to exchange cards, surely you would select one with a suit. What purpose does a blank card serve? Xiao Yang, witnessing the dramatic shift in 7th Master's demeanor, could not resist a jibe. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, 7th Master's expression turned ashen. His mind was a tumult of confusion and dread. He could not comprehend why his card had turned blank. Involuntarily, he reached toward his sleeve, where several cards were still hidden, including the one he had just attempted to exchange. Yet, he could not allow anyone to discover the hidden cards in his sleeve, or his fate would be sealed. Dealer, did you mistakenly provide me with the wrong card? How could I receive a blank card? As 7th Master's complexion oscillated through various shades, a plan began to form in his mind. His gaze turned icy as he directed it toward the beautiful dealer beside him. Given the failure of his exchange, he resolved to shift the blame onto her. I apologize, but I did not inspect the cards thoroughly. It must be that the supplier provided us with subpar cards. This round should be disregarded. Though the beautiful dealer was equally bewildered, her quick wit kicked in. Realizing that 7th Master was destined to lose this round, she promptly altered her response. Seeing the beautiful dealer so adeptly handling the situation, 7th Master felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then echoed the dealer's sentiments, asserting that since this card was of inferior quality, this round should be deemed invalid, and they should commence a new game. However, he questioned, how can you be so certain this card is substandard? Wasn't it already inspected at the beginning to ensure there were no issues? What if, during your card exchange, You inadvertently brought a blank card to the table? Xiao Yang, observing the harmonious exchange between 7th Master and the beautiful dealer, was intent on declaring this round void and would not acquiesce to such a notion. You little brat, do not slander me. When have I ever swapped cards? Moreover, the dealer has stated that this card is indeed inferior, so it must be so. I received a blank hole card. This round certainly cannot count. 7th Master declared in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh, retorting, "What do you mean by a blank hole card? The real hole card was clearly switched into your sleeve. Do you dare to let me check your sleeve?" Chapter 80. You have cards hidden in your sleeve. I demand an inspection. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, 7th Master felt a sudden jolt in his heart. How could Xiao Yang possibly know that he had cards concealed in his sleeve? Was it conceivable that he had caught a glimpse when 7th Master had just swapped the cards? Impossible. My skills are far too refined for him to see anything. Quickly dismissing this notion, 7th Master concluded that Xiao Yang could not have witnessed the exchange. This young man must be attempting to deceive me. Resolutely, 7th Master fixed a cold gaze upon Xiao Yang and said, "You may indulge in reckless eating, but do not speak carelessly. Which eye of yours saw the cards hidden in my sleeve? Should I not also assert that you have cards concealed in your sleeve?" In response to 7th Master's challenge, Xiao Yang remained unperturbed and replied, "Let us make a deal. If I do not find any cards in your sleeve during the inspection, this round will be void. However, if I do uncover a card, then this round shall be counted." Hearing this, 7th Master chuckled coldly. "Why do you have to inspect my sleeve? You think you can just demand an inspection? Are you afraid? Feeling guilty?" Xiao Yang smiled mischievously. The onlookers, witnessing Xiao Yang's unwavering confidence regarding the cards in 7th Master's sleeve, turned their gazes toward his sleeve. They were well aware that 7th Master was a cheat, adept at hiding and swapping cards, a skill as effortless for him as eating and drinking. Yet, few dared to voice such suspicions openly. What do I have to fear? 7th Master thought, his eyes narrowing as he conceived a plan. If you insist on inspecting my sleeve, then should you fail to find a card, I shall be declared the winner of this round, and you must apologize to me. What do you say? 7th Master fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang, speaking slowly. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, puzzled by 7th Master's sudden confidence. His X-ray vision confirmed once more that cards were indeed hidden within 7th Master's sleeve, so he unhesitatingly agreed. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us have the witnesses present." Seeing Xiao Yang acquiesce, 7th Master shot him a mocking glance, then surveyed the crowd, inviting everyone to bear witness. Not a single person declined. All nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to serve as witnesses. A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Yang's mind as he grappled with 7th Master's maneuvering. However, with his X-ray vision at his disposal, he remained unconvinced that 7th Master could pull off any further tricks. "Then I shall proceed to inspect your sleeve now," Xiao Yang declared, striding confidently towards 7th Master. 7th Master boldly extended his sleeve, allowing Xiao Yang to conduct the inspection. Throughout the process, Xiao Yang kept his X-ray vision activated. As he approached, he observed the cards within 7th Master's sleeve shifting under his control, sliding from the sleeve towards his armpit and then down to his abdomen. Xiao Yang was taken aback by 7th Master's cunning. His gaze instantly fixed upon 7th Master's abdomen. Noticing Xiao Yang's sudden focus, 7th Master was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Xiao Yang could possibly discern that he had maneuvered the cards to his abdomen. Nevertheless, his heart was devoid of any trepidation. After all, Xiao Yang merely mentioned inspecting his sleeves, without indicating any intention to examine other parts of his body. He regarded Xiao Yang with a calm demeanor, inviting the inspection of his sleeves. Xiao Yang observed the two hands of the 7th Master extended before him. There were no cards concealed within the sleeves, as they had already been relocated to the 7th Master's abdomen. His search yielded nothing, and his expression darkened as he suddenly comprehended the ruse. The 7th Master was engaging him in a game of semantics. Should he lift the 7th Master's sleeves now, he would uncover nothing. 7th Master, what a clever maneuver. You've swiftly transferred the cards from your sleeves to your abdomen, Xiao Yang remarked, unable to restrain himself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the 7th Master's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yang would truly be aware of the card's relocation. Surrounding onlookers turned their gazes toward the 7th Master's abdomen, murmuring amongst themselves, yet refraining from voicing their thoughts. Enough with the idle chatter. You only stated you would inspect my sleeves. Why do you not proceed? The 7th Master retorted coldly. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. The seventh master was exceedingly cunning. Seventh master, I am now inspecting your sleeves, yet I find nothing. The cards are in your abdomen. Xiao Yang declared in a low voice. Huh, your words are quite eloquent. Are you insinuating that you wish to inspect my abdomen as well? The seventh master replied with a mocking laugh. Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded. And if I were to acquiesce to your request to inspect my abdomen, would you not then shift the cards to another location? The seventh master countered. Xiao Yang fell silent, suddenly realizing that even if the seventh master consented to an abdominal examination, he could instantaneously manipulate the cards to another area. No matter the approach, he would inevitably lose. Why the silence? What has rendered you mute? The seventh master taunted, a knowing smirk adorning his face. Xiao Yang took a deep breath. Fixing his gaze upon the seventh master, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he grasped the seventh master's hands and calmly stated, I shall now inspect your sleeves. Very well, proceed. The seventh master, perceiving Xiao Yang's insistence on inspecting his sleeves, harbored a hint of derision in his eyes. With the cards safely ensconced in his abdomen, Xiao Yang's search of his sleeves would yield naught, a futile endeavor. He could almost envision the look of disbelief on Xiao Yang's face upon discovering the absence of cards, and a surge of triumph washed over him. However, at the moment Xiao Yang seized the seventh master's hands, he unflinchingly directed the energy within his body into the seventh master's sleeves. The energy coursed through the sleeves, reaching the seventh master's abdomen, swiftly locking onto the cards. Simultaneously, the energy commanded the cards to retrace their path, moving from the seventh master's abdomen to his armpit, and then, in an instant, back into the sleeves. The seventh master felt a sudden shift within his body. His pupils constricted, and he was momentarily taken aback. He could scarcely fathom how those few cards had inexplicably returned from his abdomen to his sleeve. What in the world was happening? Seven Master felt as though he had encountered a specter. A sense of foreboding engulfed him, prompting him to swiftly manipulate his technique, intending to return the cards to their original place within his abdomen. However, in the next instant, his countenance changed drastically as he realized he could no longer exert control over those cards. No matter how he attempted to maneuver, they remained obstinately inert within his sleeve. Damn it, what was going on? A wave of dread washed over Seven Master. If he could not expeditiously rid himself of those cards, they would be exposed to the scrutiny of the crowd the moment Xiao Yang lifted his sleeve, sealing his fate. Seven Master, I am about to unveil your sleeve for inspection. Xiao Yang teased, casting a mocking glance at Seven Master. Chapter 81, Accepting Defeat. You have lost. As Seventh Master noticed Xiao Yang preparing to inspect his sleeves, a flicker of fear coursed through him. Instinctively, he yearned to retract his hands. He could not allow Xiao Yang to scrutinize his sleeves, for that would spell his doom. Yet, he suddenly realized that no matter how forcefully he attempted to escape, he found himself utterly unable to free his hands from Xiao Yang's grasp. Xiao Yang's hands were like iron pincers, firmly clutching his wrists. Observing Seventh Master's desire to withdraw, the derision in Xiao Yang's eyes intensified. He then resolutely tightened his hold on Seventh Master's hands and turned to Ji Long, saying, My friend, could you assist me in unveiling Seventh Master's sleeves? With both of his hands occupied, he had no means to conduct the inspection himself and needed assistance. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's request, Ji Long's expression shifted, instinctively glancing at Seventh Master, whose gaze was similarly fixed on him. You merely stated that you would inspect it yourself, but you did not mention enlisting others to do so. Seventh Master retorted coldly to Xiao Yang. He understood that Xiao Yang was wholly focused on restraining him and could not personally conduct the examination. Thus, he was determined to prevent anyone else from checking his sleeves. He planned to wait until Xiao Yang freed one hand, at which point he could discreetly remove the incriminating cards. Apologies, but you shall inspect it yourself. Ji Long quickly grasped Seventh Master's intent, and, not wishing to offend him or the gambling city that supported him, declined the request. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Seventh Master was unwilling to allow anyone else to inspect him, and relying solely on himself posed a challenge. If you summon someone else to check, that would be tantamount to cheating. You must rely on yourself for the inspection, Seventh Master declared without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang cast a cold glance at Seventh Master. He continued to manipulate his spiritual energy, securing the cards hidden within Seventh Master's sleeves. All the cards were ensconced within Seventh Master's right sleeve. Consequently, he maintained a firm grip on 7th Master's right hand while simultaneously loosening his hold on the left. The moment 7th Master's left hand regained its freedom, he commenced his underhanded tactics. His left hand feigned an innocent touch upon his right, while secretly attempting to extricate the concealed cards. However, as soon as his left hand made contact with the cards, he discovered he was still unable to dislodge them. It was as if the cards had taken root, firmly embedded within his right sleeve. No matter how he maneuvered his left hand, he could not liberate them. His expression darkened in alarm. "Ah, 7th Master, do not waste your efforts." As Xiao Yang uttered these words, his right hand swiftly pulled back 7th Master's right sleeve, exposing the hidden cards to the onlookers. In the next moment, everyone beheld the contents of 7th Master's sleeve. There were a total of 5 cards, 4 blank cards, and a single red 9 of hearts. Gasp! There truly were cards. This young man is remarkably astute. He has indeed caught 7th Master cheating. 7th Master is finished, caught cheating in front of so many witnesses. By the rules, his hands are to be severed. The moment everyone laid eyes on those 5 cards, it was clear 7th Master was doomed. For any cheat, being caught in the act means only one fate, the loss of hands, and for the unfortunate, even their life. At this moment, 7th Master was apprehended by Xiao Yang. No matter how formidable his connections in the gambling city, it was of no consequence. Even the gambling city would not shelter him, treating him with impartiality, leading to the inevitable severance of his hands. Upon seeing those 5 cards, 7th Master's mind went blank. He had exerted every ounce of his skill, yet still fell short against Xiao Yang. Gazing at the cards, a chill ran down his spine, and he instantly contemplated his grim fate. The evidence was irrefutable. What could he possibly say now? Xiao Yang's cold gaze bore into him. Subsequently, he reached out, grasped the 5 cards, and tossed them onto the adjacent gambling table. Then, holding up the 9 of hearts, he scanned the crowd and declared, "This card is the one that 7th Master concealed in his sleeve." All eyes fixated on the 9 of hearts in his hand. 7th Master's complexion turned ashen, rendered speechless. The nearby beautiful croupier also looked at Xiao Yang in trepidation. "Now, before everyone, I will inspect this deck of cards. If all goes as it should, 1 9 of hearts will be missing." As Xiao Yang spoke, he lifted the deck from the table, turning it over for all to see. Indeed, 1 9 of hearts was absent, perfectly matching the one extracted from 7th Master's sleeve. The evidence was indisputable. 7th Master was utterly at a loss for words, collapsing into his seat, as though decades had been added to his age in an instant. He had been a cheat for 2 or 3 decades. Yet he never anticipated being bested by a mere youth like Xiao Yang. His heart swelled with frustration, resentment, and fear. "7th Master, do you accept your defeat?" Xiao Yang's gaze remained icy. Hearing this, 7th Master felt a bitter pang in his heart, but before the undeniable evidence, any words he uttered would ring hollow. Nevertheless, he possessed his own pride. Thus, he nodded, "I accept my defeat." Upon hearing 7th Master concede, the crowd erupted into a commotion. 7th Master had acknowledged his loss. His life as he knew it was over. What other choice did he have? Caught red-handed, not even a deity could save him now. Alas, the mastery of cheating that 7th Master had honed over the years would likely fade into obscurity. Many lamented his unfortunate end, yet others felt a sense of satisfaction. As a cheat in the gambling city, 7th Master had won many a wager, and countless futures had been dashed by his hand. His current predicament was not entirely surprising. The fate of any cheat is rarely a favorable one, with only a fortunate few finding a peaceful conclusion. The fate of most con artists often culminates in either the severing of their hands or their lifeless bodies discarded in the wilderness. Very well, 7th Master. You dare to admit it, which can be considered commendable. According to the rules, I have triumphed in this round. Furthermore, you have cheated, and by the regulations of the gambling city, your hands must be severed. Xiao Yang uttered calmly, his gaze fixed upon 7th Master. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, 7th Master parted his lips, as if to respond, yet ultimately, his words dissolved into a sigh. He nodded, "Very well, let it be." Subsequently, he willingly placed his hands upon the gambling table. Having lost to Xiao Yang, it was only fitting that his hands would be dealt with by him. Of course, Xiao Yang could also enlist others to carry out the act. The nearby security guards of the gambling city, witnessing 7th Master's defeat and Xiao Yang's grasp upon him, were filled with indignation, yet felt powerless. In the end, one reluctant guard fetched an axe for Xiao Yang and handed it to him. Chapter 82. Severing the Hands. Xiao Yang did not take the axe. Instead, he addressed the security guard. I shall refrain from action. You may proceed. The guard's expression changed upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. He glanced at Qi Yi beside him, a prominent figure in the gambling city, who had always been kind to them. He found himself unable to act. Noticing the guard's hesitation, Qi Yi took a deep breath and resolutely extended his hands, saying, You may strike. I will not hold it against you. The guard trembled at Qi Yi's words, feeling even more uncertain. Ultimately, he tossed the axe onto the gambling table, exclaiming, I cannot do this. With that, he fled. Observing this, a few other guards contemplated making their escape as well. However, Xiao Yang called out to them. When it was time to harm others, you were all fervent. Now, when it comes to your own, you show mercy. Are you willing to undermine your own rules? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's statement, the guards hesitated, their faces pale. The onlookers, hearing Xiao Yang's remarks, expressed their agreement. Indeed, these were the very rules they had established. Those caught cheating had their hands severed, and in some cases, lost their lives. Now, when one of their own was caught cheating, they could not refrain from action. Otherwise, what would happen to those previously punished? Anyone caught cheating must have their hands severed. This rule cannot be broken. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly. Many in the crowd were eager to witness Qi Yi's hands severed. Such spectacle was rare, and they urged the guards to take action. These guards typically engaged in such unsavory tasks, yet they hesitated in the face of Qi Yi. Do it, Qi Yi bellowed, urging the guards to proceed. He was a man of valor. A normal person would be filled with dread at the prospect of losing their hands, yet he remained unafraid, glaring coldly at Xiao Yang. This grudge he would remember. The guards, trembling at Qi Yi's command, had no choice but to approach and seize his hands, preparing to carry out the grim task. In the surveillance room, Wang Hao watched the unfolding scene with clenched fists. Anger surged within him, yet he could not intervene on Qi Yi's behalf. As the manager of the gambling city, he could not show himself in such a moment. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Yi faced the severance of his hands. Simultaneously, despair engulfed him. Qi Yi had fallen to Xiao Yang, losing over 2 billion in chips and sacrificing his own hands in the process. This was a colossal loss for the gambling city. As manager, if he failed to recover this loss, his own position would be in jeopardy. His heart was filled with rage and fear, yet he found himself powerless against Xiao Yang. Qi Yi had been the most formidable cheater in the gambling city. As for those even more skilled, they were nowhere to be found. Even if he reached out, it would be too late. What to do? Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, filled with crimson veins, and the thought of the consequences weighed heavily upon him. Bring him to heel. He must not leave this gambling den tonight. Wang Hao bellowed, commanding all the security personnel in the casino to keep a vigilant watch on Xiao Yang. Unable to best Xiao Yang in the realm of gambling skills, he resolved to resort to more nefarious tactics. In the past, they had employed such measures. When faced with an unassailable cheater, they would simply eliminate him discreetly. Understood, manager. The security guards dispersed, strategically positioning themselves around, silently monitoring Xiao Yang. Simultaneously, the surveillance cameras were quietly zeroing in on him. Tonight, Xiao Yang was not to escape the confines of the gambling den. Meanwhile, in the main hall, several guards hesitated momentarily before resolutely severing the hand of Master Qi with a swift axe blow. His anguished scream echoed through the air as his hands were brutally severed, blood gushing forth. Seeing this, the nearby guards sprang into action, retrieving a medical kit to staunch the flow. They swiftly carried Master Qi to the surveillance room. Upon witnessing the unconscious and grievously injured Master Qi, Wang Hao's expression darkened, a profound sense of sorrow washing over him. Master Qi was finished, and he too was doomed unless he could eliminate Xiao Yang tonight. At any cost, he vowed to avenge Master Qi. For Master Qi's revenge. All the guards were consumed with rage toward Xiao Yang. Master Qi was a significant figure in the casino, often treating them well. Now, they were forced to take such a drastic measure against him. This enmity was irreconcilable. They had to ensure Xiao Yang remained in the casino tonight. This matter must not reach the higher-ups just yet. Should anyone report back, they shall not escape my wrath. Wang Hao's gaze turned icy as he warned the guards against secretly informing the casino's hierarchy. He intended to suppress the issue. Once Xiao Yang was dealt with, he would report the incident. If he could eliminate Xiao Yang, the higher-ups would likely overlook the situation, recognizing that he had mitigated their losses. Yes, manager. The guards trembled inwardly. If they were to report secretly, and Wang Hao discovered it, they would undoubtedly face fatal consequences. At this moment, they could only unite in purpose to find a way to deal with Xiao Yang. At the gambling table, Xiao Yang gazed at the bloodstains, his keen vision scanning the nearby surveillance camera and the guards that were fixated on him. He understood that escaping this underground casino unscathed would not be a simple feat. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he calmly reached out and retrieved the ring from Master Qi's severed hand. In that moment, no one dared to challenge him at the table. He stood alone beside it. The onlookers, witnessing Master Qi being carried away, realized that the spectacle had lost its allure. They regarded Xiao Yang with knowing expressions, recognizing that while he had caused Master Qi to lose his hands, he too was now doomed. The casino would not allow him to leave alive. Tonight, he would meet his end here. Indeed, the audacity of the young bull is remarkable. Even the seasoned cheats of the gambling city dared not provoke him. It seems he has come specifically to disrupt the establishment. Everyone believes that Xiao Yang is doomed today, and no one envisions a scenario in which he could depart unscathed. At this moment, it is likely that the casino's patrons have fixated entirely upon him. Should he attempt to leave, he would meet a fate worse than death. Many have even abandoned their games, opting instead to observe Xiao Yang's predicament. Eager for the unfolding drama, Zhilong furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Xiao Yang. Initially, he had contemplated intervening only after Xiao Yang faced defeat, with hopes of securing the fragmented map in his possession. However, with the seventh Master's hand severed, it became apparent that even if he intervened, he could not safeguard Xiao Yang. Yet, a swift idea crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he approached Xiao Yang, leaning in to whisper directly into his ear, "Xiao Yang, relinquish the fragmented map you possess, and I can ensure your safe departure from this underground gambling den." Chapter 83. Hand over the fragmented map, and I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing Zhilong's words, Xiao Yang regarded him with a bemused expression. This individual, at last, had cast aside pretense and confronted him directly. Yet, Xiao Yang feigned ignorance to Zhilong's statement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Did I not inform you that the map was pilfered by someone from Panjiayuan? Why do you continue to fixate on me? I am aware that the fragmented map remains in your possession. If you wish to leave this place alive, you must surrender it to me, otherwise, no one can guarantee your safety." Zhilong maintained a steady gaze on Xiao Yang, firmly convinced that the map was indeed still with him. This conviction was the very reason he had followed Xiao Yang to this underground gambling den. He was determined to acquire that elusive map. "I regret to inform you that I possess no such map," Xiao Yang replied without hesitation. "Xiao Yang, I advise you to contemplate your situation carefully. The denizens of this gambling city will not spare you. Having maimed their cheat, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you." Zhilong warned in a grave tone. "Your concern is unnecessary," Xiao Yang responded coolly. Zhilong, witnessing Xiao Yang's indifference, felt a surge of urgency within him, yet he found himself powerless. Finally, he took a deep breath and quietly said, "My offer remains valid. Should you come to your senses, seek me out. I shall be nearby, awaiting your decision." Having uttered these words, Zhilong, accompanied by his subordinates, silently moved to another gambling table. He was confident that Xiao Yang would ultimately come to him for assistance. Given the gambling city's influence, there was no way Xiao Yang could leave today. His fate was sealed. However, once Xiao Yang sought his help, Zhilong intended to devise a means to extricate him from the gambling city. With the might of the Bai family in the capital, the gambling city would likely grant him some consideration. Naturally, what transpired after their departure from the gambling city was of no concern to Zhilong. He had merely promised to assist Xiao Yang in leaving the underground gambling den, not to provide continuous protection. Thus, even if Xiao Yang did manage to escape, the inhabitants of the gambling city would pursue him relentlessly, leading to an inevitable demise. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Zhilong's subordinate inquired in hushed tones. "Let us observe," Zhilong replied calmly. Thereafter, he fell silent and began to place his bets at the table, having recently lost a considerable sum. He resolved to reclaim those losses first. Xiao Yang cast a glance at Zhilong, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood Zhilong's intention to manipulate him, yet he had no need for Zhilong's protection. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man approached Xiao Yang, accompanied by a subordinate, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Yang inquired, puzzled by the man's unsolicited inspection. "Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from Panjiayuan, and my comrades affectionately refer to me as Brother Qiao." The middle-aged man chuckled as he addressed Xiao Yang. Brother Chao from Panjiayuan. Xiao Yang's pupils dilated in surprise, utterly unprepared for this man's personal visit to the underground gambling city, a new adversary drawn by the allure of the fragmented map he possessed. Tonight is truly vibrant. Indeed, it is I, and you find yourself in a predicament. Would you care for my assistance? It requires but a modest price. With a beaming smile, Brother Chao gazed at Xiao Yang. He had actually arrived long before, quietly observing Xiao Yang amidst the crowd. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's continuous victories, including the severing of 7th Master's hand, he was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Yang was not the novice he had presumed, but rather a formidable expert. Consequently, he altered his approach. His intentions mirrored those of Ji Long. He sought to offer protection to Xiao Yang in exchange for the fragmentary map in his possession. I apologize, but I require no assistance. Xiao Yang promptly declined, fully aware that both Brother Chao and Ji Long harbored ulterior motives. Even if he were to relinquish the map to them, he would receive no genuine protection. It would merely be akin to seeking shelter from a tiger, ultimately. He must rely on himself. Xiao Yang, contemplate carefully. The name of Brother Chao from Panjiayuan carries considerable weight. Even the proprietor of this city would accord me a measure of respect. Should I intervene, I can ensure your safety. All you need do is hand over that map. Brother Chao stepped closer to Xiao Yang, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. However, I have already entrusted the map to that fellow over there. Xiao Yang feigned regret, gesturing towards Ji Long, who was engrossed in a card game nearby. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Brother Chao paused momentarily, then directed his gaze towards Ji Long. At that moment, Ji Long had his back to them, oblivious to their exchange. Brother Chao's brow furrowed deeply. He had seen Ji Long approach Xiao Yang and engage in a hushed conversation. He was momentarily bewildered, unsure whether Xiao Yang was being truthful or deceitful. He spoke gravely. Xiao Yang, do not deceive me. I am genuinely intent on ensuring your safety. I assure you, I am not lying. He claims he can also protect me. All I need to do is give him the map, and he will guarantee my safe departure. You arrived a moment too late. Xiao Yang replied with utmost seriousness. Brother Chao's gaze bore into Xiao Yang's eyes, seeking to discern any hint of falsehood. Yet, Xiao Yang's eyes were remarkably clear, leaving Brother Chao unable to detect any deception. This left him somewhat vexed. Could it be that Xiao Yang truly handed the map to Ji Long? I shall inquire directly. With a determined resolve, Brother Chao decided to confront Ji Long personally. Xiao Yang observed Brother Chao's retreating figure, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then quietly settled down to watch the unfolding drama. Approaching Ji Long, Brother Chao placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, I wish to discuss a matter with you. What do you wish to say? Ji Long frowned, scrutinizing Brother Chao, feeling an uncanny familiarity as if he had encountered this middle-aged man before, yet could not recall his name. I hail from Panjiayuan, and I am known as Brother Chao. To speak candidly, I have taken an interest in the fragmentary map you possess. Name your price. In a hushed tone, Chao Gu addressed Ji Long, confident that few in the imperial capital were unfamiliar with his esteemed name. He believed that once he revealed his identity, Ji Long would willingly part with the fragmented map. It is you from Panjiayuan, Chao Gu, Ji Long exclaimed, taken aback by the impressive reputation of the middle-aged man before him. However, confusion soon clouded his thoughts. How could Chao Gu be so certain that the fragmented map was in his possession? If he indeed had it, why would he be present in this place? Indeed, it is I, Chao Gu replied with a smile and a nod. Chao Gu, I believe you are mistaken. I do not possess any fragmented map. Ji Long asserted without hesitation. Listen here, young man, I am speaking to you quite amicably. Do not mistake my demeanor for weakness. Chao Ji's gaze turned icy, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. Chapter 84. The sword of the Ji family is not to be underrated. How dare you speak to my young master in such a manner? Before Ji Long could utter a word, one of his subordinates rushed forward, intent on confrontation. However, a companion of Chao Gu swiftly intervened, blocking Ji Long's subordinate, and the two engaged in a fierce embrace. Though Chao Gu of Panjiayuan possesses considerable skill, the sword of the Ji family in the capital is not to be dismissed. Ji Long stood up from his seat, his gaze fixed steadily upon Chao Gu, the Ji family of the capital. Upon hearing this, Chao Gu narrowed his eyes and gestured for his subordinate to retreat. Reluctantly, the subordinate released Ji Long's companion and stepped aside. Observing this, Ji Long signaled his own subordinate to do the same. Oh, so you are the scion of the Ji family. May I inquire as to your rank among them? Upon learning Ji Long hailed from the esteemed Ji family, Xiao Ji's demeanor softened considerably. This is our esteemed young master, Ji Long. Ji Long's subordinate spoke without hesitation. Ji Long. Xiao Ji's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. How could he not be aware of the Ji family from the capital, with whom he had dealings? He had heard of Ji Long, rumored to be the most capable of the third generation, and a likely candidate for the next head of the Ji family. Oh, so you are the esteemed nephew of Ji Long. I have known your father for over 20 years. We are like family. Xiao Ge laughed heartily, attempting to ease the tension. Who is your esteemed nephew? Do not take advantage of me. Ji Long replied coldly. Despite the formidable reputation of Xiao Ge from Panjiayuan, he held no desire to associate with such a person. Xiao Ji's subordinates numbered in the hundreds, but such petty thieves could not possibly compare to the grandeur of the Ji family. Upon hearing Ji Long's words, Xiao Ji's expression darkened instantly. He harbored a certain apprehension towards the Ji family, which had prompted him to offer Ji Long an opportunity to save face. However, the contempt in Ji Long's gaze ignited a fire within him. Young man, do you truly believe that just because you are the young master of the Ji family, I would refrain from acting against you? Others may fear your family, but I, Xiao Ge of Panjiayuan, do not. Xiao Ji's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded Ji Long with an icy stare. Having navigated the streets since childhood, commanding hundreds of loyal followers, he had never feared anyone. Just a young master of the Ji family? He dared to flaunt his disdain before him? Had the head of the Ji family come, he might have shown some respect, but a mere youth? He feared nothing. What do you intend to do? Ji Long was not intimidated by Xiao Ge. Instead, he stepped forward, locking eyes with him defiantly. Xiao Ge immediately felt provoked. It had been years since anyone had dared to address him in such a manner, especially a junior. Young man, it seems your elders have not taught you well. Is this how you speak to your betters? Allow me to discipline you on behalf of your father. As Xiao Ge spoke, he reached out and seized Ji Long's wrist, squeezing it with such force that Ji Long felt as though his wrist might shatter. Enraged, he threw a punch towards Xiao Ji's face without hesitation. However, Xiao Ge was already prepared, swiftly raising his hand to shield his face. He then advanced, his shoulder crashing violently into Ji Long's, causing Ji Long to stagger back 3 paces before colliding with the gambling table behind him, finally coming to a halt. You! Ji Long felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, nearly spitting it out, as he realized the terrifying power possessed by Xiao Ge. He was no match for him whatsoever. Immediately, one of Ji Long's subordinates stepped forward to protect him, his eyes filled with fear as they fixated on Xiao Ge. Being a martial artist himself, he could clearly discern the sheer ferocity of Xiao Ji's recent moves. Moreover, the title of Xiao Ge from Panjiayuan was not merely a faade. It was a reputation forged through countless battles on the streets. Legend has it that Xiao Ge once pursued and defeated over 40 opponents single-handedly, emerging unscathed. Yet, in recent years, he had retreated into the shadows, and it had been long since anyone had witnessed his prowess. The tales surrounding him had faded significantly. Nevertheless, only those present understood the extent of Xiao Ge's formidable nature. Xiao Ge, do you dare to harm my young master? Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Ji family? One of Ji Long's subordinates warned, his gaze wary as he observed Xiao Ge. Fearing further injury to Ji Long, he was alone and could not adequately safeguard him. The Ji family? If the head of the Ji family were here, I might consider showing him some respect, but what is this brat to me? Xiao Ge retorted, continuing his advance toward Ji Long. Observing this, Ji Long's subordinate acted without hesitation, attempting to restrain Xiao Ge. However, Xiao Ge delivered a fierce slap, sending the subordinate flying 3 meters away, instantly rendering him incapable of further combat. Ji Long's expression changed drastically upon witnessing his chosen bodyguard being so easily dispatched. He had meticulously selected this protector. Yet he was no match for Xiao Ge's might. As Xiao Ge approached, a sense of dread enveloped Ji Long, prompting him to retreat further, while the surrounding gamblers merely stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold. Stop! At that moment, security personnel from the gambling establishment arrived. Several guards swiftly interposed themselves between Ji Long and Xiao Ge. What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in this casino, one of the guards stated sternly. Xiao Ge regarded the guard coldly. Do you not recognize me? Who are you? Must I know you? The guard replied, his expression grim. I hail from Panjiayuan, and they call me Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face paling. Oh, so it is the esteemed Xiao Gu from Panjiayuan. Why did you not announce your presence? It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The guard, having learned of Xiao Ji's reputation, no longer dared to provoke him, understanding that even the owner of the casino would need to show Xiao Gu respect. Upon realizing that it was Super Brother causing the commotion, he naturally dared not intervene any further. Subsequently, he cast a frigid glare at the nearby Ji Long and coldly commanded, "Young man, come here and bow an apology to Super Brother." Ji Long was taken aback that the security guard, upon hearing Super Brother's name, unreservedly began to show favoritism and demanded that he kneel an apology. As the esteemed young master of the Ji family, he had never endured such humiliation before. He fixed a chilling gaze upon the security guard and retorted, "Are you certain you wish for me to kneel and apologize?" The security guard felt a jolt of apprehension upon hearing Ji Long's words. Typically, anyone encountering guards like them would pale in fear. Yet Ji Long's expression remained calm, exuding an air of superiority that was not common among ordinary individuals. It dawned on the guard that Ji Long's background was likely far from ordinary. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "My good sir, may I ask your name and where you hail from?" Chapter 85. I demand an apology from him. Ji Long cast a frosty gaze at the security guard and coldly declared, "You are not worthy to know my name. Summon your manager." Upon hearing Ji Long's words, the guard felt a shiver run through him. He instantly recognized that he was facing yet another formidable figure he could not afford to offend. However, the situation was peculiar, as the entire gambling city was fixated on Xiao Yang. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in their dispute, but as the altercation escalated, he found himself compelled to act. Had they not engaged in combat, he would have remained indifferent. Now, he found himself in a precarious position. He could not confront either Brother Xiao or Ji Long. What was he to do? "Please, gentlemen, grant me the courtesy of Wang Hao. Let us sit down and discuss this matter amicably." At that moment, Wang Hao approached from the side. He had been monitoring the situation in the control room and had already discerned the friction between Brother Xiao and Ji Long. Naturally, he recognized Brother Xiao. Yet his focus had been entirely on Xiao Yang, devising a strategy to eliminate him, which had kept him from intervening. However, with Brother Xiao and Ji Long now clashing, and Ji Long specifically requesting his presence, he had no choice but to step in. Both individuals possessed significant status, and the gambling city could not afford to offend them lightly. Manager Wang, since you have intervened, I shall grant you the courtesy. However, this young man must apologize to me for his disrespect towards his elders." Upon seeing Wang Hao, Brother Xiao immediately donned a friendly demeanor, as they were well acquainted. Wang Hao, upon hearing Brother Xiao's remark, shifted his gaze towards Ji Long. While he did not know Ji Long personally, he surmised that anyone capable of standing up to Brother Xiao must possess an extraordinary background. Furthermore, Brother Xiao had restrained himself. Had it been an ordinary individual provoking him, he would have been swiftly dispatched. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, my brother?" Wang Hao remained composed. As the manager of the gambling city, he understood the necessity of maintaining the greater good and refraining from making enemies without due cause. This was the capital, after all, a place teeming with powerful figures. Even their own boss would not dare to tread recklessly here. One misstep could provoke a significant individual. The Ji family of the capital, Ji Long. Upon hearing Ji Long's declaration, Wang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, and he inwardly lamented, entirely unprepared for the revelation that Ji Long hailed from the illustrious Ji family. The Ji family was a formidable entity in the capital, one that even the owners of their gambling establishment could not afford to cross. "Oh, I see it is the esteemed young master of the Ji family. My sincerest apologies." Wang Hao's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect towards Ji Long. However, respect notwithstanding, he had come to resolve the matter at hand. Thus, he addressed both Ji Long and Brother Xiao. "Gentlemen, I implore you to extend me a small favor. Let us cease hostilities and resolve this with a handshake, shall we? I demand an apology from him." However, Xiao Gu showed no regard for Wang Hao, for he was deeply rooted in the bustling gambling city, which made him wary of the Ji family. Yet, he was a tough character, unafraid of the Ji family. If they truly sought to confront him, the hundreds of his loyal subordinates were not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not those who wear them. He was quite concerned about his reputation. Should Ji Long fail to apologize today, What would become of his dignity? Word would spread that Xiao Gu from Panjiayuan could not even stand up to a young member of the Ji family, and the impact on his reputation would be immense. Xiao Ji's insistence on demanding an apology from Ji Long left Wang Hao in a precarious position. Ji Long was the young master of the Ji family, and he dared not offend him. Yet, he could not afford to upset Xiao Gu either. This left him in a dilemma, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from intervening, allowing the two to settle their scores, and at worst, they could have simply compensated or apologized later. However, he had already waded into this murky water and found himself unable to extricate himself. Observing Xiao Ji's unwavering stance, he reluctantly turned his gaze towards Ji Long. Humph. You think I'll apologize to him? Dream on. Ji Long arrogantly lifted his chin. As the eldest son of the esteemed Ji family, he embodied their prestige. If he were to apologize to Xiao Gu now, it would signal that the Ji family feared him. What would his father and grandfather say upon his return? They would surely be furious. He represented the Ji family, not merely himself, and thus he would not concede an apology under any circumstances. Wang Hao, caught between the two unyielding individuals, felt utterly overwhelmed. Both were figures he could not afford to offend, and their stubbornness left him powerless to mediate. Ultimately, he had no choice but to summon the entire security team to separate the two. This was the only solution he could conceive to prevent them from escalating the conflict, hoping that once their tempers cooled, the matter would resolve itself. As Xiao Gu and Ji Long faced a formidable line of security personnel, even if they wished to engage in combat, it was no longer feasible. Xiao Gu coldly regarded Ji Long, saying, "Boy, you better watch out. Once you step out of this gambling city, I will ensure your father teaches you a lesson in respect for your elders." Huh, I look forward to that. Let's see if you dare to lay a hand on me. Ji Long retorted defiantly. Though he knew he could not physically overpower Xiao Gu, he had the Ji family's backing, and they had never backed down. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang stood by, a mere spectator, silently observing the verbal sparring between Ji Long and Xiao Gu. Initially, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos that would ensue from their confrontation. To his disappointment, the two were swiftly restrained by the gambling city as security before any real conflict could unfold. If only they had fought, it would have created the perfect diversion for his escape. At that moment, while there was still some tension, slipping away undetected was proving to be quite challenging. You really are audacious. What are you still doing here? Take advantage of the confusion and leave now. At that moment, Zhao Jijia squeezed her way through the crowd watching the performance and whispered softly into Xiao Yang's ear. She had already become aware of Xiao Yang's actions, and her heart was profoundly shaken. She never anticipated that within such a brief span of time, Xiao Yang would orchestrate the severing of the hands of two notorious cheaters in the gambling city. This was utterly outrageous, a complete affront to the gambling establishment. She suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having brought Xiao Yang in. He was indeed a harbinger of trouble. Yet, instinctively, she approached him, eager to urge him to leave at once. Where am I supposed to go? The doors are blocked, Xiao Yang replied. Zhao Jijia glanced toward the entrance of the gambling city, where several security guards stood like sentinels, resolutely preventing Xiao Yang's escape. If you do not leave now, once the commotion subsides, the people in the gambling city will converge their efforts against you. It would be wiser to take a risk now. I will distract those security guards for you. Seize this opportunity to slip out through the front door, Zhao Jijia declared, biting her lip resolutely. Chapter 86. He is about to flee, seize him. Upon hearing Zhao Jijia's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. He had never anticipated that this woman would endeavor to assist him in his escape. Are you not afraid of offending the gambling house? Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Not at all. Will you leave? Zhao Jijia's large eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Yes. Xiao Yang nodded, decisively rising from his seat. I will go first, you follow after. After uttering this, Zhao Jijia squeezed into the crowd, heading towards the exit. Xiao Yang silently observed her retreating figure, and with his keen eyesight, he scanned the surroundings, noticing several security personnel watching him closely. The moment he stood, these guards began to encroach upon him stealthily. Determined, he moved towards the area with the densest crowd, melding into the throng. He is trying to escape. Seize him. One of the guards, spotting Xiao Yang merging into the masses, swiftly pulled out his walkie-talkie to summon nearby security. In the next instant, all the security radios echoed his urgent call, and they commenced the pursuit of Xiao Yang. This is bad, manager. Xiao Yang is attempting to flee. A guard rushed through the crowd and whispered urgently into Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao, taken aback by the revelation, immediately abandoned his concerns regarding Chao Gu and Ji Long. He turned, commanding all security personnel to capture Xiao Yang at any cost. Guard the entrance. He must not escape, Wang Hao bellowed. Instantly, the entire security force of the gambling house began to converge towards the entrance, simultaneously dispersing into the crowd in search of Xiao Yang. The guards previously assigned to obstruct Ji Long and Chao Gu hastily withdrew as well. Ji Long and Chao Gu, witnessing Wang Hao's hurried departure and the withdrawal of the surrounding security, exchanged bewildered glances. They glared at one another for a moment before surveying their surroundings. They observed the entire security team mobilizing, scattering through the crowd, with many heading towards the entrance. Both men comprehended that the gambling house had commenced its pursuit of Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, the onlookers, initially engrossed in the spectacle, realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the security's full mobilization. Many began scanning the crowd for Xiao Yang, yet they found no trace of him. Curiosity swelled as they pondered his whereabouts. However, some astute individuals speculated that Xiao Yang might head towards the entrance, prompting them to quietly drift in that direction, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ji Long and Chao Gu, too, made their way towards the entrance. Before departing, they exchanged fierce words. Ji Long, remember this. I will be waiting for you outside the gambling house. If you do not apologize to me, you shall not leave here safely today, Chao Gu declared vehemently before turning away. Ji Long, watching Chao Ji's retreating figure, retorted, I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the gambling house today. Let us see what you can do. With that, he resolutely strode towards the entrance as well. Before long, the majority of the gamblers had gathered at the doorway. At the entrance stood a dozen security personnel, effectively blocking the doorway and prohibiting any gambler from exiting. Wang Hao arrived promptly at the scene, observing the throngs of people, and immediately raised his voice, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are aware of our intentions. Today, until we apprehend the individual in question, no one is permitted to leave. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing his declaration, the gamblers began to murmur among themselves. However, none dared to voice dissent. They all recognized the casino's objective to capture Xiao Yang and silently complied. Zhao Jejia had also arrived at the entrance, initially hoping to distract the security guards to facilitate Xiao Yang's escape. Yet, upon her arrival, she was met with an assembly of security personnel. With Wang Hao present, she felt utterly helpless, unable to assist Xiao Yang any longer. Desperately, she scanned the crowd for any sign of him, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiao Yang, may fortune favor you, she sighed inwardly, aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the night would likely bring dire consequences for him. Wang Hao stationed himself at the casino's sole entrance, through which all must pass. His presence ensured that no matter where Xiao Yang might hide, escape was impossible, while he and the other guards remained vigilant at the entrance. The remainder were combing the casino in search of Xiao Yang. Strangely, despite their thorough efforts, they were unable to locate him amidst the crowd. Having scoured every corner of the establishment, although the casino was expansive, their diligent search should have yielded results. In addition to the guards on the ground, those in the surveillance room were also attempting to locate Xiao Yang via the security footage. Where could he be? The search continued for several minutes. Yet Xiao Yang remained elusive, leaving the patrons astonished. The gamblers, initially confident that he would soon be found, were left in disbelief when reality proved otherwise. He has vanished? Ji Long expressed his surprise, having assumed Xiao Yang was doomed. Yet the casino staff's futile search only deepened the mystery. Beside him, Chao Gu shared a look of astonishment, never expecting Xiao Yang to elude capture so effectively. Nevertheless, he believed that no matter how well Xiao Yang hid, he would eventually be discovered. Just then, a security guard in the surveillance room reviewed the footage and quickly spotted Xiao Yang's figure. He had gone to the restroom. Without delay, he used his radio to alert all security personnel. Upon learning of Xiao Yang's location, a large contingent of guards rushed toward the casino's restroom. They soon gathered at the entrance, while a portion entered the facility. Meanwhile, the gamblers, upon hearing that Xiao Yang was in the restroom, congregated at the door. Though they were unable to enter due to the guards blocking their access, Wang Hao swiftly arrived at the restroom entrance, ferociously commanding, "Get inside and apprehend him." Though he uttered these words, he discreetly beckoned a security guard closer, whispering into his ear, "There are no surveillance cameras in the restroom. Once you enter, find a way to eliminate him." "Understood, manager." replied the guard with a nod, and soon, he led a throng of security personnel into the restroom in a frenzied rush. Upon entering, they resolutely shut the restroom door, intent on ensnaring their prey. With the certainty that Xiao Yang was within, their sole purpose was to eliminate him, taking full advantage of the absence of surveillance to act without restraint. Chapter 87. Disguised as the group of security guards entered the restroom. Among the onlookers was a stout young man, approximately 1.6 meters tall. Observing the guard's actions, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. This young man was none other than Xiao Yang, having undergone a transformation. Upon arranging to meet Zhao Jieji at the main entrance, Xiao Yang did not proceed there. Instead, he swiftly blended into the crowd and discreetly slipped into the restroom. Inside, he employed his disguise technique, altering both his facial features and stature. This art of disguise was a mystical skill inherited through his X-ray vision, one he had not utilized until now, but it proved invaluable. The knowledge from the X-ray vision inheritance was deeply etched into his soul, enabling him to effortlessly wield its capabilities. The technique involved manipulating the bones of his body and facial muscles to achieve a deceptive appearance, far more formidable than any Asian sorcery. Despite being his first attempt, he executed the disguise with remarkable ease, adjusting the alignment of his facial bones and muscles while reducing his height by 20 centimeters, rendering him to appear merely as a stout young man with somewhat dark skin. Having completed the transformation, he calmly exited the restroom, seamlessly merging back into the crowd to observe the unfolding drama. As the security guards searched the restroom, they discovered it to be completely empty. They scoured every corner but found no trace of Xiao Yang. Initially, they had anticipated a confrontation, readying themselves for a battle, only to find nothing. How can there be no one? They exclaimed in disbelief after searching thrice and confirming the absence. Their expressions soured as they exited the restroom. When Wang Hao witnessed the guards emerging, an ominous feeling gripped him. Approaching one of the guards, he was met with a grimace and the words, "Manager, there's no one inside." "What? No one? That's impossible." Wang Hao's immediate reaction was skepticism. The security in the monitoring room had confirmed that Xiao Yang had entered the restroom and had not exited. How could there be no one inside? Indeed, there's no one, the guard reiterated. Nonsense. Wang Hao cursed the guard before personally entering the restroom. Upon his arrival, he too found it devoid of occupants. They had constructed this restroom themselves and were well aware that it contained no hidden compartments. How could this be? Wang Hao trembled, a chill racing down his spine. The absence of Xiao Yang within the entire gambling city left him feeling unnerved. If Xiao Yang had escaped, it would spell disaster for him. Angrily, he exited the restroom, instructing the guards monitoring the cameras to continue their search, determined to ascertain whether Xiao Yang had indeed left the restroom. However, the security personnel monitoring the surveillance replayed the footage repeatedly, yet they could not find any trace of Xiao Yang emerging. They only witnessed him entering the restroom, never to reappear. How peculiar. Where could he have gone? When Wang Hao personally arrived at the monitoring room and reviewed the footage a dozen times, he was utterly perplexed. Xiao Yang had indeed entered the restroom and vanished without a trace, leaving Wang Hao at a loss, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This was exceedingly bizarre. "Manager, what should we do now?" the nearby security guard asked, equally at a loss. "Continue to seal the exits. No one is allowed to leave. I refuse to believe he has simply vanished. He must still be in the casino." Wang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. He then commanded the guards to continue their search for Xiao Yang. Simultaneously, an idea struck him. He instructed the guards to have all the gamblers remain seated at their tables, forbidding any movement, to facilitate the search for Xiao Yang. Once the guards stepped outside, they began directing the gamblers to take their seats. The gamblers complied without resistance, obediently following the security's instructions and settling into their chairs. Soon, every gambler in the casino was seated. Naturally, not everyone had a chair. Those without seats stood silently behind those seated, unable to move freely. The security personnel began to search table by table. Their eyes scanned the faces of each gambler, seeking any sign of Xiao Yang. At that moment, Xiao Yang sat at a gambling table among a group of unfamiliar gamblers. He sat up straight, nonchalantly observing the security guards with the same curiosity as the surrounding gamblers, pretending to be an innocent bystander. One of the guards approached their table, inspecting each face in turn. Upon glancing at Xiao Yang, the guard swiftly overlooked him, as he appeared entirely different. Xiao Yang was tall, handsome, and fair-skinned, whereas now he was shorter, darker, and utterly ordinary. Not the same individual at all. Thus, the guard immediately excluded him from suspicion. Before long, the guard completed his inspection of that table and moved on to the next. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang quietly crossed his arms, maintaining a casual demeanor as he watched the guards search for individuals. All he needed to do was blend into the crowd. Eventually, the casino would open its doors, allowing everyone to leave, and at that moment, he would make his escape. Soon, the casino security had compared the gamblers at each table, yet they did not find any sign of Xiao Yang. Manager, Xiao Yang is missing. When Wang Hao learned from the guards that Xiao Yang had genuinely vanished, he erupted in fury, smashing every piece of furniture in the monitoring room. Alive or dead, I want to see him. Keep searching, he shouted, commanding the guards to continue their relentless pursuit. The guards, fearing his wrath, had no choice but to comply with his orders time and again. However, they searched time and again, yet they could never locate Xiao Yang's presence. It was as if he had truly vanished into thin air. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Zhezhou was equally astonished and delighted that the casino had failed to find Xiao Yang. Her heart felt a sense of relief, although she was unaware of his whereabouts. It seemed that for the time being, he was safe. Meanwhile, Long gazed in astonishment at the surrounding security personnel, unable to fathom how Xiao Yang could elude their search, as if he had genuinely disappeared. Surely, he was still within the casino. It was merely that these inept guards were incapable of locating him. Long was convinced that Xiao Yang remained in the casino, destined to be found sooner or later. Chapter 88. The search for the one who shares his form. Xiao Yang sat calmly on a bench, silently observing as the security personnel of the gambling city searched for him time and again. Yet, how could they possibly locate him? Wang Hao, growing increasingly agitated by their inability to find Xiao Yang, trembled with anxiety. If they failed in their quest, it would spell disaster for him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurried into the surveillance room. There, he magnified the image of Xiao Yang on the monitor, captured a screenshot, and saved it. He printed it out and intended to distribute it to the gamblers, enlisting their aid in locating him. Wang Hao handed the screenshot to a nearby security guard. The guard, upon receiving the image, quickly printed hundreds of copies. Subsequently, Wang Hao instructed the guard to distribute these images to the gamblers within the casino, ensuring that nearly everyone received a copy. Once the guests had the image in hand, he promptly arrived in the main hall and announced that anyone who could find Xiao Yang would receive a reward of 1 million. Upon hearing that a simple discovery could yield such a fortune, excitement rippled through the crowd. Regardless of their financial status, everyone agreed to help. Their curiosity piqued about where Xiao Yang could possibly be hiding. At that moment, after receiving the image of Xiao Yang, the crowd began their search. Wang Hao did not confine them to their seats, but encouraged everyone to move freely in pursuit of him. Naturally, he stationed several security guards at the entrances to prevent anyone from leaving. He was determined. With so many people searching, they could not fail to find Xiao Yang unless he had truly vanished into thin air. Jia also received a copy of Xiao Yang's image. Glancing at the picture, she feigned participation in the search. Meanwhile, Long and Xiao Gu also obtained the image and wasted no time in their quest. Each harbored ulterior motives, eager to obtain the remaining map from Xiao Yang. If they could find him at this juncture, they might negotiate terms with him. Xiao Yang, too, possessed a copy of his own picture. With an enigmatic expression, he held the image while pretending to join the search, blending into the crowd. No one suspected that he was, in fact, Xiao Yang. Thus, the search continued for nearly an hour. Ultimately, everyone surrendered. They had scoured every corner of the gambling city, even revisiting the restrooms multiple times, yet Xiao Yang remained elusive. Wang Hao, witnessing the collective failure to locate Xiao Yang, was left in disbelief. At that moment, Sister 13 approached him, appearing hesitant to speak. "Speak up, what is it?" Wang Hao demanded, his mood fraught with irritation. "Manager, he may have used disguises." Sister 13 boldly voiced her suspicion. Wang Hao's eyes lit up at her words. Indeed, it was possible he had altered his appearance. Wang Hao was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Asian sorcery. If Xiao Yang were a master of disguise, he could easily transform himself into another person through the art of makeup. Furthermore, after Xiao Yang entered the restroom, he has not emerged since. It is entirely plausible that he is engaged in the art of makeup within. Summon forth all individuals resembling Xiao Yang in appearance and apprehend them. Wang Hao swiftly summoned all security personnel, instructing them to capture anyone whose physique mirrored that of Xiao Yang. He believed that while one's visage could be altered through makeup, one's stature remained immutable. By apprehending all individuals of similar build to Xiao Yang, he was confident that he could uncover the disguised Xiao Yang among them. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within him. Sister 13, accompanied by a cadre of security guards, promptly arrived in the lobby. They commenced their search for individuals who matched Xiao Yang's physique. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Upon entering the lobby, Sister 13 immediately requested that all the gamblers stand. Through surveillance footage, they had discerned Xiao Yang's form. He stood approximately 1.8 meters tall. Thus, they needed to identify individuals around this height and select them accordingly. All the gamblers gazed at Sister 13 in confusion, unsure of her motives, yet they complied obediently. In the next moment, the entire assembly of gamblers stood in a line. Sister 13 surveyed the row of gamblers. Although 1.8 meters was merely a figure, it appeared differently among the crowd. Some seemed to reach this height, while others perhaps exceeded it. After contemplating for a moment, she spoke in a firm tone. Those who stand at 1.8 meters, please step forward. Upon hearing her words, the crowd grew even more perplexed. Nevertheless, those who indeed measured 1.8 meters stepped forward willingly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals emerged. Amongst the crowd, Xiao Yang realized that Sister 13 had summoned everyone and specifically called for those around 1.8 meters tall. He instantly comprehended the situation. A subtle smile graced his lips. Fortunately, he had altered his height, now appearing to be around 1.6 meters, far from 1.8. Sister 13's attempt to locate him based on height was futile. Thus, he watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. After calling forth the several individuals who stood at 1.8 meters, Sister 13 instructed them to stand aside. Looking at the remaining crowd, she continued, "Is there anyone else around 1.8 meters tall? Please step forward." Upon hearing her request, individuals around this height hesitated momentarily before another dozen or so emerged. Ultimately, nearly 40 individuals stood before her. Without hesitation, Sister 13 led these 40 individuals to a separate area and summoned all security personnel to encircle them. Sister 13, what is the meaning of this? A gambler's gaze bore into Sister 13, confusion evident as he questioned her motives for gathering them all. Ladies and gentlemen, we harbor suspicions that Xiao Yang may have donned a disguise among you. Rest assured, as long as you are not Xiao Yang, we shall not impose any harm upon you. At this moment, we must conduct an inspection of your faces, Sister 13 declared, instructing the nearby security personnel to procure makeup remover, distributing it to each individual present. Should any of these individuals be adorned with makeup, a mere spray of the remover upon their visage followed by a gentle wipe with a cleansing cloth will unveil their true identity. Upon hearing Sister 13's words, the crowd exchanged exasperated glances. They were all men, and the notion of makeup seemed utterly implausible. Only a handful had indeed applied cosmetics. Yet they were certainly not Xiao Yang. Nevertheless, they offered no resistance, dutifully accepting the makeup remover from the security guard, spraying it upon their faces, and then using the cleansing cloth to wipe away any traces. Chapter 89. Investigating everyone through surveillance. Sister 13's gaze was fixed intently on the dozens of men removing their makeup. Most of them sprayed makeup remover onto their faces and wiped it with cleansing wipes, yet their appearances remained unchanged, for they had not been adorned with any makeup in the first place. Before long, the majority had complied with Sister 13's request. She scrutinized their faces closely, and upon realizing that none of them had transformed into Xiao Yang, a wave of disappointment washed over her. She had witnessed the process firsthand, confirming that these men were not disguises of Xiao Yang. Sister 13, can we leave now? One of the gamblers inquired. At his words, Sister 13 nodded, you may go. However, seeing that all 40 individuals were not disguised as Xiao Yang left her feeling somewhat at a loss. Every person with a physique resembling Xiao Yang had been examined, and he was not among them. So where could he possibly be? Had they misjudged their search direction once again? Wang Hao quickly learned that Sister 13 had not found Xiao Yang, and he was seething with frustration. What should we do now? Has he truly vanished into thin air? Manager, could he have already left the gambling city? A security guard mustered the courage to suggest. Nonsense. The main entrance has been secured by us. There is only this single exit, and no one can leave. Wang Hao retorted angrily. He had stationed guards at the entrance, ensuring that no one had exited the premises. At this moment, everyone remained within the confines of the gambling city. The only plausible explanation was that Xiao Yang's disguise technique was so extraordinary that it had deceived them all, allowing him to remain undetected. Manager, I have heard of a type of disguise technique that can alter a person's appearance and height. Xiao Yang might possess knowledge of such a skill. Sister 13 pondered, recalling a legendary form of disguise that had long been lost to time. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that someone in the present day might still know it. Is there truly such a disguise technique in this world? Wang Hao's gaze bore into Sister 13. That seems rather far-fetched. Every person's physique is fixed. How could one change their height through disguise? It is utterly preposterous. Indeed, but it has been lost for hundreds of years. Sister 13 replied earnestly. Regardless of whether Xiao Yang knows this disguise technique, there remains a possibility that we must investigate everyone thoroughly. Yet, if he indeed possesses this skill, we would have no idea what form he might take. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. The gambling city housed hundreds of individuals, each potentially a transformed version of Xiao Yang. However, even if they were to encounter the real Xiao Yang, they would struggle to identify him, for he would undoubtedly present a stranger's visage. We can review the surveillance footage to investigate and eliminate each individual, Sister 13 proposed. But with hundreds of people coming and going, how long will this investigation take? Wang Hao replied solemnly. Nevertheless, he internally concurred with the sentiments expressed by the 13th sister, for they had exhausted all other avenues. Without hesitation, he instructed the security personnel beside him, commence surveillance immediately and scrutinize each individual. Moreover, it was imperative to summon everyone for an inspection. An idea struck Wang Hao, and he directed the 13th sister, please usher everyone to the left area, and then call them in one by one. Those who are verified can then proceed to the right area until the investigation concludes. Understood, manager. The 13th sister nodded before departing. Once outside, she gathered all the gamblers in the left section. Subsequently, she randomly selected an individual to accompany her into the surveillance room. Upon entering, the security officer assigned to monitor the footage began retrieving the recordings to ascertain whether this person had entered the casino. What time did you arrive? Wang Hao inquired, fixing his gaze upon the gambler. The gambler furrowed his brow in recollection. I arrived at 9 p.m. this evening. After hearing this, Wang Hao instructed the security to review the 9 p.m. footage. Soon, they located the recording of the individual entering the casino, confirming his status as a legitimate patron, after which Wang Hao allowed him to leave. The 13th sister escorted the individual out of the surveillance room, directing him to the right area while assigning several security guards to prevent others from mingling. She then returned to the left area and called in another gambler for inspection. As the 13th sister continued to invite gamblers into the surveillance room, many stood in confusion on the right, pondering the casino's intentions. Xiao Yang observed those positioned on the right, narrowing his eyes as an understanding dawned upon him. They were verifying each person's identity. Suddenly, he was reminded of his own appearance, an arbitrary guise he had assumed. Should the casino conduct a meticulous verification, his true identity would undoubtedly be exposed. A wave of anxiety washed over him. If they discovered his identity was non-existent, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Thus, he quietly retreated into the crowd, contemplating a solution. However, as time passed, he could not devise a better plan and resorted to mere observation. Throughout this process, one by one, gamblers were escorted by the 13th sister into the surveillance room. After confirming their identities as legitimate patrons, they were subsequently directed to the right area. The number of individuals on the left dwindled, while those on the right swelled. Xiao Yang's unease intensified. He realized that if this continued, it would soon be his turn. Frowning, he pondered his options, lowering his head to conceal himself among the crowd. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The art of disguise could enable him to assume the visage of anyone present. Could he perhaps transform into the likeness of any individual in the vicinity? With this thought, he silently surveyed the surrounding throng. Suddenly, he beheld an individual whose attire bore a striking resemblance to his own. Upon observing this person's features, he promptly employed his disguise technique to alter his appearance, transforming himself to mirror that individual. Before long, he concealed himself within the throng, bowing his head and adjusting his visage to match that of the other, even down to his height. Apart from a slight variation in clothing, he bore no discernible difference from the other person. Having accomplished this transformation, he quietly maneuvered to the forefront of the crowd, positioning himself with his back to the individual, ensuring his face remained hidden. At that moment, the 13th sister approached him, pointing and declaring, You, come with me. Chapter 90. How do you prove you are not Xiao Yang? Subsequently, Xiao Yang nodded and followed the 13th sister into the surveillance room. Upon entering, he noticed Wang Hao sitting on a chair with a sullen expression, while a security guard beside him was reviewing the surveillance footage. When did you enter the gambling city today? Wang Hao's gaze fixed coldly upon Xiao Yang as he inquired. I cannot recall, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. You must remember approximately when. Wang Hao pressed again. Xiao Yang shook his head once more, his heart filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Wang Hao's intentions behind these questions. However, as he observed the security guard diligently reviewing the footage, the realization dawned upon him. Wang Hao aimed to ascertain the time of his entry into the gambling city to verify it against the surveillance footage and determine whether he had indeed entered. Yet, having disguised himself as a stranger, Xiao Yang was entirely oblivious to the time of this unfamiliar person's entry. Thus, he could only feign ignorance. Wang Hao, infuriated by Xiao Yang's inability to recall his entrance time, cursed under his breath and instructed the security guard to scrutinize the footage frame by frame. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang stood silently, awaiting the guard's progress. At last, the security guard spotted an individual on the footage who bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Xiao Yang. Manager, I found him, he exclaimed. Wang Hao leaned in closer, and upon confirming that the figure on the screen indeed resembled Xiao Yang, he nodded. Take him out. He instructed the 13th sister. The 13th sister guided Xiao Yang out of the surveillance room, where he lowered his head, intentionally obscuring his face. He feared that the individual he had disguised himself as might recognize him. Following the 13th sister, he merged into the crowd in the right area, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in his heart. Soon, the person he had disguised himself as would enter the surveillance room. At that moment, Wang Hao would undoubtedly realize there were two identical individuals present, casting suspicion upon him. What should he do? He pondered, knowing that discovery was merely a matter of time. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, he found himself at a loss for a better plan and resolved to take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, the 13th sister continued ushering the gamblers from the left area into the surveillance room, systematically verifying whether they had previously entered the gambling city. Gradually, the turn approached the individual Xiao Yang had disguised himself as. When the 13th sister arrived before that man, she furrowed her brow slightly, feeling an unsettling familiarity with his appearance. Come with me, she instructed. With that, she turned and entered the surveillance room, the man following closely behind. As they stepped inside, Wang Hao's gaze shifted towards them, his brow furrowing slightly. His memory was keen, and he sensed that this newcomer had been there before. Why have you brought him in again? Wang Hao looked at Sister 13, bewildered. He recalled that this individual had already entered. Why had Sister 13 brought him back? Sister 13 paused for a moment and insisted, Manager, he has never been here before. Nonsense. He has indeed been here, Wang Hao asserted confidently, certain that this man had visited not long ago. Despite the multitude of entrants, this particular individual had left a strong impression on him. When the man had previously entered, Wang Hao had inquired about his arrival time, and the man had seemed utterly clueless, thus solidifying his memory of him. Upon hearing Wang Hao's assertion, Sister 13's gaze fixated on the man, and familiarity dawned upon her. Soon enough, she recalled that she had indeed brought this man in previously. Manager, he has been in the left area all along. I had someone keep watch. As she spoke, a realization struck her, and her eyes brightened. He might be Xiao Yang in disguise. Capture him. Wang Hao arrived at the same conclusion and promptly commanded the security personnel beside him. Instantly, several guards rushed forward and pinned the man against a nearby table. The man, bewildered, exclaimed, What are you arresting me for? Xiao Yang, stop pretending. Wang Hao scoffed, striding over and delivering a sharp slap to the man's face. The man was momentarily stunned. Manager Wang, what does this mean? What do you mean? Xiao Yang, you're quite convincing. Wang Hao retorted coldly. The guards held the man firmly, preparing to give him a thorough beating. Wait, Manager Wang, you've misunderstood. I'm not Xiao Yang. The man realized then that Wang Hao had mistaken him for Xiao Yang, leaving him even more perplexed. Did Wang Hao truly fail to see that he was not Xiao Yang? You're still pretending. Wang Hao remained unconvinced, believing that the man was indeed Xiao Yang, merely disguised. He was determined to teach Xiao Yang a lesson until he confessed. Consequently, he stepped forward and landed a punch in the man's gut. The man cried out in agony, feeling as though his insides were being crushed. Manager Wang, I'm not Xiao Yang. My name is Wu Tao. He pleaded, crying out in distress. Heh. How can you prove you are not Xiao Yang? Wang Hao sneered, advancing to seize the man by his collar, lifting him off the ground. Wu Tao, hearing Wang Hao's words, fell silent, unsure of how to respond, yet he genuinely was not Xiao Yang. Seeing his hesitation, Wang Hao became increasingly convinced that he was indeed Xiao Yang, and he delivered several more blows, transforming the man's face into a swollen mess. This is unjust. Wu Tao lamented, crying out for mercy. However, no matter how much he protested, Wang Hao remained skeptical. Finally, Wu Tao grasped the situation and urgently exclaimed, "Manager Wang, I have my ID. Just look at it, and you'll see." Hearing this, Wang Hao finally paused his assault. Then, he furrowed his brow and gazed at Wu Tao. "Show me your identification." Wu Tao trembled as he retrieved his ID from his wallet and handed it to Wang Hao. Upon examining the ID, Wang Hao's expression changed dramatically. He immediately realized the truth. "You are not Xiao Yang. The person before was indeed Xiao Yang." The nearby Sister 13, upon hearing Wang Hao's words, also grasped the situation instantly. "Sister 13, take some people and apprehend Xiao Yang at once," Wang Hao commanded, his heart racing with excitement as he finally felt he was closing in on Xiao Yang. At that moment, Xiao Yang had disguised himself as Wu Tao, and all they needed to do was capture the Wu Tao outside, who was none other than Xiao Yang. Chapter 91. Identity Verification. Yes, Manager. 13 Sister nodded excitedly. She then led several security personnel out of the monitoring room without hesitation, intent on capturing Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang stood amidst the crowd, silently observing the direction of the monitoring room as he activated his X-ray vision. He could see everything happening inside the room with clarity. Although he couldn't discern the words spoken, he witnessed Wu Tao being mercilessly beaten by Wang Hao. Soon after, he saw Wu Tao produce his identification card, and in that instant, he comprehended that Wang Hao had discovered his disguise. As soon as he saw 13 Sister and the security team rushing out of the monitoring room, he realized he had been exposed. Assuming Wu Tao's appearance would inevitably lead to his capture, he decisively lowered his head and willed his body to transform. Under the influence of his disguise technique, he swiftly morphed into the likeness of another man, shedding Wu Tao's visage. He adopted the appearance of the man standing at the forefront and quietly positioned himself at the back of the crowd, keeping his head bowed. 13 Sister and her security team arrived at the front of the throng. Without hesitation, she plunged into the crowd, searching for Xiao Yang. Her gaze swept across the faces of various men, seeking the one resembling Wu Tao. However, despite their thorough search, they could not locate Wu Tao. How could he be gone? 13 Sister found it hard to believe. She was convinced that if Xiao Yang were still among them, they would have found him. The events in the monitoring room were unknown to Xiao Yang. Yet, everything was unfolding beyond her expectations. She had assumed that locating Xiao Yang would be a simple task. Instead, she was taken aback by his sudden disappearance. There was no second Wu Tao outside. For a moment, she wondered if they had been outwitted by Wu Tao. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned around without hesitation, instructing the security personnel to continue searching for Xiao Yang while she returned to the monitoring room. Upon entering, she immediately sought out Wang Hao. "Manager, please review the footage and see where that Wu Tao went." After hearing 13 Sisters' request, Wang Hao promptly directed a nearby security guard to retrieve the monitoring footage. The guard focused intently on the external surveillance, observing as the initial Wu Tao exited the monitoring room and merged into the crowd. Soon, they saw Wu Tao from the crowd suddenly lower his head and blend into the throng, vanishing in an instant. "He's gone." The security personnel, Wang Hao, and 13 Sister all fixated on the screen, simultaneously witnessing Wu Tao's disappearance. "Look closely. He must still be among the crowd," Wang Hao stated solemnly. However, no matter how diligently the security team searched, they could not find Wu Tao. "Manager, he may have transformed into another person's appearance." Suddenly, 13 Sister had a revelation and hurriedly addressed Wang Hao. Upon hearing her words, Wang Hao experienced an epiphany and immediately grasped the situation. If Xiao Yang was capable of disguising himself as Wu Tao, then it logically followed that he could assume the appearance of anyone else. A sense of dread washed over him. If Xiao Yang could easily transform into any individual, then locating him would be an insurmountable challenge. What should they do? Wang Hao found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, and even 13 Sister was bewildered. The prowess of Xiao Yang's disguise techniques was simply extraordinary, leaving no discernible flaws. "Think of a solution," Let's brainstorm together. With no other options, Wang Hao enlisted the help of all the security personnel, hoping someone might devise a brilliant idea. Instantly, everyone furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, 13's sister had another idea. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Manager, we can check their identification cards. Regardless of who Xiao Yang disguises himself as, we can request him to present his ID. If the ID does not match the person, then it must be Xiao Yang, and we can apprehend him." Upon hearing 13's sister's suggestion, Wang Hao smacked his thigh in realization. Of course, how did I not think of that? 13's sister, you are truly clever. You will handle this matter. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. As long as they checked the identification cards, any discrepancies would undoubtedly reveal Xiao Yang. He was convinced this time would be foolproof, and no unforeseen complications would arise. All right, manager. 13's sister turned once more, leading the security personnel to gather everyone together. They prepared to inspect each person's ID one by one. They directed all individuals from the left side to the right side, clearing the left area, and commenced the orderly inspection of those on the right. 13's sister instructed the security guards to keep their eyes peeled, ensuring that no one from the right side mingled with the left. Approaching the first individual, 13's sister requested to see their identification. Although the person appeared perplexed, they complied and produced their ID. 13's sister examined the card, then scrutinized the individual, and upon confirming the match, she directed them to the left area. She proceeded to check the second person in line. Under 13's sister's stringent oversight, one by one, individuals presented their IDs, and upon verification, they were ushered to the left. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, hidden at the back of the crowd, felt a pang of anxiety as he observed 13's sister meticulously inspecting each ID. Her method was astute. By checking the identification cards, she could potentially uncover his identity. Regardless of whom he impersonated, his ID would inevitably not correspond, unless he could procure someone else's identification. Someone else's ID. Xiao Yang muttered to himself, and in an instant, a plan began to take shape. He resolved to acquire an ID and then disguise himself as that individual. This way, he would possess an ID while the other person would not. This method, however, possesses a certain toxicity. The individual targeted may very well be treated as him by the denizens of the gambling city, leading to a potentially dire fate. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance around at all present. Soon, his gaze settled upon Ji Long and Chao Guo, both of whom could be considered his adversaries, drawn by the remnants of the map that resided with him. Should he assume the guise of another, a twinge of guilt would linger within him. Yet, if he were to take on the appearances of these two individuals, he would feel no remorse whatsoever. However, a dilemma now loomed before him. How could he procure the identification of these two individuals? Chapter 92. The spirit energy steals Ji Long's ID. Xiao Yang cast a glance at Brother Chao, furrowing his brow. Brother Chao commanded a legion of several hundred subordinates in Panjiayuan, the majority of whom were thieves. This led Xiao Yang to ponder whether Brother Chao himself was a thief. A thief, capable of pilfering from others, would certainly possess the acumen to detect when others encroach upon their belongings. If he were to attempt to steal Brother Chao's ID at this moment, it was likely that Brother Chao would notice. Employing his X-ray vision, Xiao Yang discerned Brother Chao's ID nestled within the wallet in his pants pocket. The prospect of stealing it through conventional means seemed daunting, for Xiao Yang was no seasoned thief. However, he possessed spirit energy. He could rely on this ethereal force to abscond with the ID. He glanced at Brother Chao, refraining from attempting to pilfer his ID and instead directing his gaze toward Ji Long. With his X-ray vision, he spotted Ji Long's ID tucked away in the inner pocket of his suit jacket. The difficulty of surreptitiously retrieving it appeared slightly greater than that of Brother Chao's. At that moment, Ji Long unexpectedly reached into his pocket and extracted his ID, clasping it tightly in his palm without returning it to its previous resting place. This development caused Xiao Yang to frown. With Ji Long holding the ID, any chance of theft was thwarted. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Yang shifted his focus back to Brother Chao. If Ji Long was beyond reach, then he would have to take the risk of stealing from Brother Chao. Resolute in his decision, he ceased to hesitate and stealthily navigated through the crowd, gradually positioning himself near Brother Chao. At that moment, Brother Chao and his underlings were silently observing 13 Mei as she inspected IDs, blending in with the throng of people. Xiao Yang approached Brother Chao, feigning participation in the queue as he moved forward. During this process, his shoulder inadvertently brushed against Brother Chao's. Chao turned, casting a cold glance at Xiao Yang, who remained unperturbed, gazing calmly ahead. Brother Qiao furrowed his brow, then returned his attention to the front. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang concentrated his spirit energy, unhesitatingly allowing it to flow from his shoulder into Brother Qiao's clothing, swiftly reaching his pants pocket and infiltrating his wallet. Preparing to extract Brother Qiao's ID with the aid of spirit energy, Xiao Yang's heart raced with anxiety, for Brother Qiao might also be a thief, perhaps even a masterful one. As he endeavored to pilfer Brother Qiao's ID, the risk of detection loomed ominously. He feigned nonchalance, standing shoulder to shoulder with Brother Qiao, all the while meticulously preparing for the theft. Under the control of his spirit energy, Brother Qiao's ID began to inch its way out of his wallet. Throughout this process, Xiao Yang's attention remained focused on Brother Qiao's face. Should Qiao become aware, he would immediately cease his actions. As the ID gradually emerged from Qiao's wallet, it seemed as though Qiao sensed something amiss. He glanced down at his pants pocket, his brow furrowing slightly before he reached in, only to discover that the ID had indeed begun to slip free. What a predicament! Deep within his heart, Qiao Ge grappled with confusion. Despite no one having touched his pocket, his identification card inexplicably emerged on its own. As a seasoned thief, his instincts in such matters were exceptionally keen. No one could pilfer his belongings unnoticed. Puzzled, he hastily returned the ID to his wallet, resuming his pretense of gazing ahead while discreetly observing all those around him. Upon witnessing Qiao Ji's actions, Xiao Yang understood immediately that he had been detected. His attempt to siphon Qiao Ji's ID had not gone unnoticed. A wave of frustration washed over him, astonished that Qiao Ge had sensed the anomaly so swiftly. Stealing the ID would prove to be a challenge. Yet he was determined to make another attempt. Thus, he continued to manipulate his spiritual energy to pilfer Qiao Ji's identification card. However, this time, the ID could barely protrude an inch before Qiao Ge noticed it. Qiao Ge glanced down at his pocket and, without hesitation, reached in to retrieve his wallet. Upon seeing the ID emerge once more, his brow furrowed in concern. What was happening? He scrutinized his identification card, perplexed that no one had come into contact with him. Had he lost his mind in broad daylight? Clutching his wallet tightly, he resolved to see if the ID would attempt to escape again. Xiao Yang, observing Qiao Ge grasping his wallet and fixating on the ID, sighed inwardly. He realized that stealing Qiao Ji's identification card was no longer feasible unless he resorted to outright theft. Regretfully, he cast one last glance at Qiao Ge and quietly maneuvered away, blending into the crowd and gradually distancing himself. Sensing something amiss, Qiao Ge turned to glance at Xiao Yang's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowing. He then placed his wallet securely back into his pocket, maintaining a firm grip on it. Refusing to let it out of his sight again, Xiao Yang moved slowly through the throng, inching closer to Ji Long. At that moment, Ji Long had returned his identification card to the pocket of his suit, no longer holding it in his hand, which presented Xiao Yang with a glimmer of opportunity. Ji Long's ID was also tucked away in his wallet. Silently, Xiao Yang approached Ji Long from behind, feigning a casual bump against him. Allowing a thread of spiritual energy to slip into Ji Long's garment, finding its way into the suit pocket and locking onto the ID within the wallet. Throughout this endeavor, Xiao Yang's perceptive gaze remained fixated on Ji Long, noticing that Ji Long exhibited no signs of awareness. A sense of relief washed over him as he deftly manipulated the energy to extract Ji Long's identification card, inch by inch, from the confines of the wallet. Though a twinge of anxiety gripped him at the thought of Ji Long discovering the theft, his concerns proved unwarranted. Ji Long remained oblivious to the gradual disappearance of his ID. When the card finally slipped free from the wallet, Xiao Yang exhaled in relief. He then guided the spiritual energy to coax the ID from Ji Long's pocket, allowing it to stealthily slide down Ji Long's back, gliding softly along his clothing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang extended his hand and deftly slipped beneath Ji Long's clothing, retrieving the identification card with an imperceptible grace. With the ID card now in his possession, Xiao Yang decisively turned and departed. He then lowered his head, navigating slowly through the throng. While subtly altering his appearance to mirror that of Ji Long, even matching his height perfectly, the only discernible difference lay in their attire. Clutching Ji Long's identification, he moved cautiously to the forefront of the crowd, prepared to scrutinize the ID before approaching Ji Long. Chapter 93. I am Ji Long, not Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, reaching the forefront. With his back turned to Ji Long, Ji Long could only glimpse the back of his head, unable to discern his face. Xiao Yang silently clutched Ji Long's identification card, patiently waiting in line behind several individuals. Once the preceding individuals had their identification checked, it was his turn. Sister 13's gaze fell upon Xiao Yang's face, and upon recognizing him as Ji Long, she slightly furrowed her brow. Identification, she stated coldly. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang presented Ji Long's identification card. Sister 13 accepted the card, comparing it with Xiao Yang's visage. After confirming it was indeed Ji Long, she allowed him to pass. After retrieving the identification card from Sister 13, Xiao Yang calmly proceeded forward, quickly blending into the left section of the crowd, where he silently positioned himself at the back. With his head bowed and a slight smile gracing his lips, he envisioned the scene of Ji Long being apprehended for failing to produce his identification. Simultaneously, Sister 13 continued her meticulous inspection of each individual's identification. As each person's identification was examined, they were directed towards the left section. Gradually, several hundred individuals congregated in this area, creating a dense throng, allowing Xiao Yang to further conceal himself amidst the masses, rendering his presence undetectable. Meanwhile, the real Ji Long was queuing with the crowd, inching closer to Sister 13. As the individuals ahead of him underwent their identification checks, it soon became his turn. He approached Sister 13 with a calm demeanor. Upon seeing Ji Long, Sister 13 momentarily froze. Then, her expression shifted, and without hesitation, she signaled to several nearby security guards. Instantly, they moved to encircle Ji Long. Sister 13 felt a surge of excitement. She had just inspected Ji Long moments ago. Yet now, another Ji Long had suddenly appeared, leading her to suspect that this one was merely Xiao Yang in disguise. The first Ji Long had presented his identification during the check. Thus, if this Ji Long failed to produce an identification card, it would unequivocally confirm him as Xiao Yang. The prospect of finally apprehending Xiao Yang filled her with exhilaration. What is the meaning of this? Ji Long exclaimed, noticing the guards surrounding him. His expression shifted as he sensed their hostility. Identification, Sister 13 coldly demanded. Observing Ji Long's composed demeanor, which seemed remarkably convincing, even at this juncture. Humph, Ji Long scoffed, then decisively reached into his suit pocket to retrieve his wallet. He intended to extract his identification from within. However, upon opening the wallet, he discovered his identification was missing. His countenance darkened. He had previously checked, and the identification had been in his wallet. How could it have vanished now? Where is my identification? Ji Long's face soured as he rummaged through his wallet, turning it inside out in vain, unable to locate the identification. At last, he reached into his pockets, both in his trousers and suit, thoroughly searching his entire body. Yet he could not locate his identification card. Observing that Ji Long had failed to produce the ID, the 13th sister became increasingly convinced that Ji Long was none other than Xiao Yang in disguise. Without hesitation, she commanded the nearby security personnel, seize him. The guards, having been prepared for this moment, wasted no time in apprehending Ji Long, restraining his arms and immobilizing him. What are you doing? Let me go? Ji Long coldly demanded, attempting to persuade the 13th sister to release him. However, both she and the security personnel had already concluded that he was Xiao Yang, making it impossible for them to let him go. The 13th sister glared icily at Ji Long, stating, Xiao Long, do you think that by disguising yourself as Ji Long, I would fail to recognize you? I am Ji Long. Upon hearing her words, Ji Long immediately realized that she had mistaken him for Xiao Yang. His mind swiftly grasped the situation. The 13th sister was using the identification card as a means to distinguish Xiao Yang. Yet, without his ID, she began to suspect him as Xiao Yang. He felt utterly exasperated, wondering how his identification, which had been with him just moments ago, had suddenly vanished. Could it have been stolen? However, as he ruminated on the events, he recalled no one had approached him. Moreover, his identification had been securely tucked within his wallet in his suit pocket. Even the most skilled of thieves could not have stealthily pilfered his ID. Xiao Yang, if you claim to be Ji Long, then produce your identification to substantiate your identity. The 13th sister mocked, eager to see how Ji Long would prove himself. She had previously verified the real Ji Long, who had presented his ID. Now, she was keen to witness Ji Long unveil a second identification card. If he could not, then he must indeed be Xiao Yang. Have you caught him? Just then, Wang Hao received news from a security guard and promptly made his way over. The 13th sister had immediately dispatched a guard to inform Wang Hao upon recognizing Ji Long as Xiao Yang. Excited by the news that the 13th sister had located Xiao Yang, Wang Hao hurried to the scene. He regarded Ji Long with a puzzled expression, directing his gaze towards the 13th sister. "Manager," she explained to Wang Hao, "I have already verified the real Ji Long," and he produced his identification. However, this Ji Long lacks an ID. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao quickly understood the situation. Without hesitation, he instructed the nearby security personnel take him to the surveillance room. Casting a cold glance at Ji Long, he turned and strode purposefully toward the monitoring room, with the guards firmly escorting Ji Long in tow. "Release my young master." At that moment, one of Ji Long's subordinates surged forth from the crowd on the left, intent on rescuing Ji Long. He was bewildered as to why the denizens of the gambling city sought to apprehend Ji Long. However, upon witnessing the imminent peril facing his leader, he felt compelled to act swiftly in defense. Yet, before he could fully emerge from the throng, he was obstructed by several security personnel tasked with maintaining order. These guards stood resolutely before him, akin to sentinels, forbidding any advance. "Halt! Step back," they commanded, forcefully seizing his shoulders and pushing him back into the crowd, effectively barring his escape. Ji Long, filled with fury, glared at Wang Hao and shouted, "Wang Hao, can you not even recognize who I am? I am Ji Long. Release me at once, or you shall face my wrath." Chapter 94. The true and false Ji Long. Upon hearing Ji Long's scathing remarks, Wang Hao turned coldly, casting a piercing glare at Ji Long. "If you claim to be Ji Long, then present your identification to substantiate your identity." In response, Ji Long, seething with indignation, retorted, "Am I required to prove my own existence? What kind of absurd logic is this? Just because I lack an ID, does that nullify my identity as Ji Long?" Wang Hao let out a derisive laugh. "Enough of this charade, Xiao Yang. I am aware of your skills in disguise. Do you presume that by masquerading as Ji Long, I would fail to see through your ruse? Without identification, you are merely Xiao Yang." With that, Wang Hao ceased further debate and instructed the security personnel to escort Ji Long to the surveillance room. Outside, amidst the throng of onlookers, he refrained from taking more drastic measures. However, within the confines of the surveillance room, he possessed countless methods to coerce Ji Long into confessing. "Are you blind, Wang Hao? How can you not recognize who I am?" Ji Long fumed, utterly exasperated. He had never encountered such a predicament where he needed to authenticate his own identity with an ID. Yet, despite his fury, he quickly regained his composure. Faced with a crisis, if he could not prove he was Ji Long, Wang Hao might indeed take severe actions against him. Confounded, he pondered the mysterious disappearance of his identification. It had been securely tucked in his suit pocket, so how could it have vanished? Could Xiao Yang be behind this? The image of Xiao Yang flashed through his mind. Now, as Wang Hao sought Xiao Yang, his ID was missing, and just moments ago, Sen Mei had mentioned that another Ji Long had presented an ID to affirm his identity. He had grounds to suspect that this Ji Long was Xiao Yang in disguise, who had somehow acquired his ID. "Damn you, Xiao Yang. How dare you steal my ID and set me up?" Ji Long cursed vehemently. As he calmed down, the sequence of events became clear. Xiao Yang must have seized his ID when he was distracted, then utilized his disguise techniques to impersonate him. Moreover, Xiao Yang had successfully deceived the denizens of the gaming city. Now, due to his lack of identification, the inhabitants believed he was Xiao Yang. He felt a surge of anger rising within him, utterly blindsided by Xiao Yang's treachery. Meanwhile, as Ji Long was ushered into the surveillance room by Wang Hao, Xiao Yang stood quietly at the back of the crowd on the left, his gaze cast downward. Although he did not lift his head, his keen perception allowed him to witness Ji Long being led into the surveillance room. "Ji Long, I am sorry. You can only blame yourself for this," Xiao Yang mused internally. If Wang Hao mistook Ji Long for him, then it was possible for him to navigate through this predicament. Once the inhabitants of the gaming city apprehended the Xiao Yang, the others would naturally be free to leave, and he could slip away with the crowd. Thus, he silently awaited. Inside the surveillance room, Ji Long found himself tightly bound to a chair. Wang Hao stood before him, cold and imposing. Wielding an axe in his hand, he looked down at Ji Long and demanded, "Who exactly are you? Have you come here to wreak havoc? How dare you incapacitate two of my city's gamblers? You are as good as dead." Upon hearing Wang Hao's words and glancing at the axe in his grip, Ji Long felt a pang of fear. His eyelids twitched with unease. In a moment where he could not prove his identity as Ji Long, it appeared Wang Hao might indeed strike him down. The stance Wang Hao took suggested he intended to sever both of Ji Long's hands. Wang Hao, please listen to me. Calm down. I truly am Ji Long. My identification card was stolen by the real Xiao Yang, who has disguised himself as me. Ji Long desperately tried to convey the truth to Wang Hao, hoping to convince him of his authenticity. However, Wang Hao remained unconvinced, his expression icy as he retorted, Xiao Yang, do try to make your story more believable. You claim he stole your ID and impersonated you. Are you attempting to deceive a mere child? I speak the truth. He really did steal my ID. Ji Long insisted fervently. Yet, Wang Hao continued to dismiss his claims. Enough, Xiao Yang. I must admit, your disguise is impressive. You resemble Ji Long so closely that even I cannot discern the truth. However, without an ID, you are nothing but a false Ji Long. The real Ji Long possesses an identification card. As Wang Hao spoke, he suddenly seized Ji Long's left hand, tightening his grip on the axe, ready to strike. Please, no. Ji Long trembled in terror at Wang Hao's movements. Wang Hao, I truly am Ji Long. Please, take a good look at me, he shouted, his body quaking with fear. Nevertheless, Wang Hao remained resolute in his disbelief, firmly grasping Ji Long's left hand and preparing to bring the axe down. Wait, bring the real Ji Long here. I have a way to prove he is the imposter. If you strike me down without discernment, my family will not let you escape unscathed. Ji Long's words caused a tremor in Wang Hao's hand, his gaze fixated on Ji Long. For what Ji Long said struck a chord within him. He indeed longed to apprehend Xiao Yang, yet he feared the consequence of mistakenly harming the genuine Ji Long. If the Ji family sought retribution, he would find himself without a place to hide. Thus, Wang Hao lowered the axe, hesitating to sever Ji Long's hand. Although he believed that the current Ji Long was actually Xiao Yang, one must always consider the potential for error. Wang Hao, trust me. If you bring the real Ji Long here, I can prove my identity, Ji Long urged, sensing Wang Hao's wavering resolve. What method do you have to prove that the other Ji Long is a fake? Wang Hao inquired, taking a deep breath. Without hesitation, Ji Long replied. Retrieve my phone from my pocket. The information contained within will undoubtedly confirm my identity. Then summon the other Ji Long. The data on his phone will undoubtedly belong to Xiao Yang, not to me. Upon hearing Ji Long's words, Wang Hao felt a tremor within him, his resolve wavering further. Ji Long's assertion presented a viable method. Indeed, a mere identification card could not substantiate Ji Long's identity as Xiao Yang. However, through the meticulous details stored within a mobile device, one could ascertain the truth, for each individual's information is rigorously authenticated. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once. Wang Hao inhaled deeply, then retrieved Ji Long's phone from his pocket. Subsequently, he prompted Ji Long to unlock it with his fingerprint. Once the fingerprint authentication was successful, Wang Hao accessed Ji Long's phone and first opened a family group chat named the Ji Clan. Chapter 95. I am of the family. Upon witnessing Wang Hao access his family group, Ji Long exclaimed with palpable excitement. Wang Hao, do you see? I am indeed Ji Long. That family group is exclusive to the core members of the Ji family. If I were Xiao Yang, how could I possibly possess the Ji family's group on my phone? As Wang Hao examined the Ji clan's family group on his device, he found himself increasingly convinced of Ji Long's authenticity. The logic in Ji Long's assertion resonated with him. It was plausible that Xiao Yang could disguise himself as Ji Long. However, the existence of the family group on his phone was irrefutable. Go and summon Ji Long at once. Have him unlock his phone. I am certain it lacks the Ji clan's family group, Ji Long commanded with a grave tone. Upon hearing Ji Long's words, Wang Hao felt assured that the Ji Long before him was indeed the genuine article. Although he lacked identification, the existence of the family group was compelling evidence. As Wang Hao scrolled through Ji Long's chat history, he encountered the names of several prominent members of the Ji family, including that of the family head. He also recognized the names of other significant figures within the clan. The weight of this discovery made him hesitate to open any chat boxes. The potential repercussions of uncovering critical information could be dire, putting his life at risk. The thought of eliminating Ji Long to silence him crossed his mind, but he dared not act upon it. Ji Long, I shall tentatively accept your claims. I have not perused your chat history, but I will now call Ji Long to verify the truth. If he is indeed Xiao Yang in disguise, I shall not let him escape. Conversely, if you are the imposter, I will hold you accountable as well. Wang Hao inhaled deeply, hastily locking Ji Long's phone screen, unwilling to delve further. Fearing retribution from Ji Long. Go fetch him, Wang Hao, Ji Long instructed. Yet, Within his heart, he had already condemned Wang Hao to a grim fate. The information on his phone was of paramount importance, containing many sensitive details regarding the Ji family. Wang Hao's claim of ignorance was credible. Yet the current circumstances suggested that regardless of his prior knowledge, he had already breached the family's boundaries. Nevertheless, Ji Long maintained an outward facade of ignorance. Aware of the precariousness of his situation, he needed to resolve his immediate dilemma before devising a strategy to deal with Wang Hao later. Wang Hao quickly turned to a nearby security guard, instructing, "Bring Ji Long in from outside." The guard nodded and promptly departed. Simultaneously, Wang Hao ordered the restraints on Ji Long to be removed. Soon, Ji Long was liberated, settling onto the couch while massaging his wrists, a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes. As a young master of the Ji family, he was poised to potentially ascend to the role of family head. Yet today, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate at Wang Hao's hands, an unprecedented humiliation he had never before endured. This grudge shall not go unavenged. He vowed never to be subjugated. Yet, he concealed his animosity deep within, resolutely refraining from revealing it. Should he exhibit any desire for retribution now, Wang Hao might well retaliate, eliminating him without hesitation. If he were to perish here, the Ji family might not uncover the truth, for this was Wang Hao's territory. Wang Hao cast a glance at Ji Long beside him. Although Ji Long feigned nonchalance, the very facade only amplified his inner turmoil. He had just glimpsed Ji Long's phone. Noting several names of key Ji family members, sufficient grounds for his own demise, a single misstep could lead to annihilation at the hands of the Ji family. Taking a deep breath, a myriad of complex thoughts flickered through his mind. He even contemplated a drastic course of action to eliminate Ji Long before him. Regardless of whether he was truly Ji Long, disposing of him would eradicate any threat. However, the bustling hall was filled with witnesses who had seen him escort Ji Long inside. If it were later confirmed that this Ji Long was indeed the genuine article, the Ji family would easily deduce that he was responsible for Ji Long's demise. Thus, he suppressed the murderous intent that welled within. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd outside, Xiao Yang had his penetrating gaze fixed on the monitoring room. His vision pierced through the walls, revealing every occurrence within. Although he could not discern the dialogue exchanged between Wang Hao and Ji Long, their body language was unmistakable. Particularly, when Wang Hao scrutinized Ji Long's phone, Xiao Yang instantly realized that Wang Hao must have uncovered the truth of Ji Long's identity through the information therein. Moreover, he observed that upon examining Ji Long's phone, Wang Hao promptly dispatched several security personnel towards the left side of the gathering. It dawned on him that Wang Hao was preparing to send someone to seek him out. As anticipated, the security personnel, upon reaching the left side of the crowd, immediately began their search for Ji Long. Witnessing this, Xiao Yang discreetly lowered his head, swiftly altering his visage to resemble that of a complete stranger. Once he had accomplished this transformation, he blended into the throng, quietly observing the security personnel. They navigated swiftly among the hundreds present, searching for Ji Long. Yet, from beginning to end, they failed to spot any trace of him. Ji Long was nowhere to be found. After 3 thorough searches, the security personnel, sensing the gravity of the situation, suddenly realized that the Ji Long outside might indeed be Xiao Yang in disguise. Furthermore, Xiao Yang had already perceived their search for him. Thus, he had rapidly altered his appearance from that of Ji Long to that of another individual, evading detection. Alarmed, the security personnel promptly retrieved their walkie-talkies, alerting their manager of the unusual circumstances they had encountered. Inside the monitoring room, upon hearing from the security personnel that the Ji Long outside was actually Xiao Yang, Wang Hao was taken aback, his spine tingling with apprehension. He cast a terrified glance at Ji Long beside him, realizing that he had nearly severed the true Ji Long's hand. Had he indeed inflicted such harm, no matter how far he fled, he would never escape the relentless pursuit of the Ji family. Even the proprietor of the gambling den behind him would be powerless to shield him from the consequences. Manager, there is no sign of Ji Long outside. Xiao Yang has transformed into another persona. What shall we do now? The security guards outside found themselves at a loss. For without Ji Long as their target, they had no inkling of who Xiao Yang had become. Anyone in the vicinity could potentially be the transformed Xiao Yang. Chapter 96. Seeking him through attire. Wang Hao's countenance soured as he overheard the security guard's voice emanating from the intercom. An urge to unleash a torrent of curses bubbling within him. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yang would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Xiao Yang possessed the uncanny ability to disguise himself as anyone. He could assume the visage of Ji Long or any other individual, although they could repeatedly check identification cards. The process was exceedingly time-consuming and had already incited considerable discontent among the crowd. The hour was growing late, and many wished to return home. Were it not for the deployment of a dozen security personnel stationed at the entrance of the casino to prevent anyone from departing, it was likely that a significant portion of the patrons would have already vacated the premises. Yet, continuing in this manner, they would be unable to halt everyone. However, with Xiao Yang still unaccounted for, he could not permit anyone to leave. Once the doors were opened, Xiao Yang would undoubtedly blend into the throng and escape. What then was to be done? He found himself at a total loss, utterly bereft of solutions. Ji Long, standing nearby, had also been privy to the intercom's transmission. His eyes narrowed, and his heart brimmed with animosity towards Xiao Yang. The latter had pilfered his identification and impersonated him, nearly resulting in Wang Hao severing his hands, a grudge he would not soon forget. Observing Wang Hao's state of despair, Ji Long momentarily set aside his grievances against him and spoke slowly, suggesting, "You should review the surveillance footage to ascertain what attire he wore. Perhaps we can identify him through his clothing. No matter whom he becomes, his attire shall remain unchanged." Upon hearing Ji Long's words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up as if a sudden revelation had dawned upon him. Indeed, they could identify Xiao Yang by his clothing. He struck his thigh in excitement and rose with fervor, instructing the nearby security personnel to scrutinize the surveillance footage for Xiao Yang's outfit. The security staff swiftly replayed the footage of Xiao Yang gambling at the table, successfully pinpointing his attire. Commence a search. Anyone whose clothing matches that of Xiao Yang's is to be apprehended, Wang Hao commanded after securing a visual reference of Xiao Yang's garments. He promptly ordered the printing of an image depicting Xiao Yang's outfit, directing the search for him based on this information. Before long, a contingent of security personnel, each clutching a copy of Xiao Yang's image, made their way to the main hall, prepared to seek him out through his attire. In the lobby outside, many gamblers were growing increasingly agitated. They had lingered in the casino for far too long, with numerous individuals eager to return home. Yet, due to the ongoing search for Xiao Yang, they found themselves temporarily trapped within the casino's confines. A considerable number congregated at the entrance, yearning for freedom, only to be met by the steadfast presence of security personnel barring their exit. "Are you attempting to imprison us? Do you wish to confine us for eternity?" An elderly man vociferously rebuked the guards. "Indeed, it is nearly 5 in the morning, and yet you refuse to allow us to leave. What is the meaning of this?" Another disgruntled patron echoed, inciting a chorus of outrage as dozens joined in, their voices rising in collective protest. They charged toward the group of security personnel, intent on breaching their barricade. The security guards, startled by the sudden surge from the crowd, were taken aback. Eventually, one of them shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please grant us a moment more. As soon as we locate Xiao Yang, we shall allow you to leave. We ask for your understanding." However, the throng paid no heed to his words and continued to push forward. Witnessing this, the guards were compelled to form a line, creating a human wall to obstruct the advancing crowd, striving to keep them outside the entrance. "Manager, this is dire. They are determined to leave, and we can scarcely hold them back." One guard promptly grabbed his walkie-talkie to inform Wang Hao of the situation at the entrance. Inside the surveillance room, Wang Hao was equally astonished to learn that the crowd had begun to stir unrest. If the situation escalated, chaos would ensue, allowing Xiao Yang to slip away unnoticed amidst the tumult, with disastrous consequences. Therefore, he immediately commanded, "Stop them. No one is to leave until Xiao Yang is found." Wang Hao was acutely aware that if Xiao Yang managed to escape tonight, his own fortunes would be irrevocably altered, and he would not be spared by those above him. The guard, upon hearing Wang Hao's orders, felt a pang of despair. He attempted to voice a few more words, but Wang Hao would not grant him the opportunity. "If you allow anyone to escape, you will all face dire consequences." The guard, resigned to his fate, continued to guard the entrance. Meanwhile, other security personnel within the casino began to converge toward the entrance, prepared to assist in securing it. Fortunately, the casino had but a single exit. As long as they could maintain their vigilance over this point, even if the crowd erupted, they would not breach their defenses. As the throng surged toward the entrance, the guards emerging from the surveillance room hurried to join the crowd, armed with photographs of Xiao Yang's attire, searching for him among the masses. At that moment, Xiao Yang was lost within the crowd, having disguised himself as a stranger, silently following the throng toward the exit. He intended to blend in and escape amidst the chaos. However, just then, his enhanced vision revealed the security guards searching for him among the crowd. He noticed the photographs they held, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon him. Observing the guards as they searched, Xiao Yang contemplated briefly before resolutely shedding his outer coat, discarding it carelessly onto the ground, and once again merging with the crowd. Pushing toward the exit. Inside the surveillance room, one guard fixated on the monitors, desperately scanning for Xiao Yang. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of people, he failed to catch sight of him. Adjusting the cameras to focus on the entrance, he watched the throng, feeling an acute onset of claustrophobia. Yet he could only muster the courage to distinguish the clothing of the crowd in search of Xiao Yang. However, after an extensive search, he still could not locate Xiao Yang's attire. Meanwhile, the security personnel amidst the throng also failed to find him. At that moment, one of the guards suddenly spotted Xiao Yang's clothing on the ground. The instant he laid eyes on the garment, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He picked it up and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Xiao Yang's coat. His expression shifted dramatically as he immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and exclaimed, "Manager, this is bad. Xiao Yang has discarded his coat on the ground." Chapter 97. The gambler charges the main door. What? Upon hearing the voice emanating from the intercom, Wang Hao felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. The last thread of a clue had snapped. Xiao Yang had discarded his clothing, rendering them incapable of tracing him through his garments. Moreover, Xiao Yang possessed the ability to alter his appearance, and the crowd was now in a state of chaos. Clamoring to leave, he found himself utterly at a loss. Amidst the throng, the security personnel who had hoped to locate Xiao Yang through his discarded clothing stood frozen in place, bewildered, with Xiao Yang's coat now on the ground. The prospect of finding him through his attire had become an impossibility. Instantly, the security guards were filled with despair, gazing at the jostling crowd, their minds clouded with confusion. "Manager, what shall we do?" Sister 13 inquired through the intercom, seeking guidance from Wang Hao on the next course of action. However, Wang Hao was equally uncertain, his mind fraught with anxiety. Without any leads on Xiao Yang and amidst the uproar of the crowd, he felt overwhelmed. "Guard the exits. No one is to leave," Wang Hao commanded, his voice resolute. With no current leads on Xiao Yang, he could not allow anyone to depart. Otherwise, Xiao Yang would undoubtedly escape with the throng. At that moment, Sister 13 and a contingent of security were stationed at the exit, observing as hundreds surged toward them. A sense of dread washed over her, and she conveyed through the intercom, "Manager, we can barely hold them back. They are beginning to assault us. Even if we cannot hold them, we must not let them leave." Wang Hao bellowed over the intercom, his frustration boiling over. He felt as though he had nothing left to lose. Without finding Xiao Yang, he was doomed, and he would not permit anyone to escape. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, despair enveloped Sister 13 and her team. Despite their numbers, how could they possibly withstand the fury of several hundred enraged individuals? They could easily be overwhelmed. "Brothers, hold the line." Sister 13 had no alternative but to rally the security personnel to staunchly guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from leaving. "What is the meaning of this, Sister 13? Are you intending to imprison us?" A disgruntled gambler intoned. "Everyone, please grant us a little more time. If we can locate Xiao Yang, we will undoubtedly release you." Sister 13 replied, mustering her courage. "How long will it take you to find him? If you are unable to locate Xiao Yang, will we be held here indefinitely?" The gambler retorted, his anger palpable. Sister 13 was momentarily at a loss for words. She had no idea how long it might take to locate Xiao Yang. It could be a matter of moments, or perhaps a lifetime. Faced with the ire of the crowd, she understood that failing to quell their anger could lead to dire consequences. "Please, grant us 2 more hours. If we do not find Xiao Yang within that time, we will certainly release you," Sister 13 proposed, hoping to buy some time. 2 hours? By then, it will be daylight, was the collective sentiment of the crowd. Upon hearing the words of Sister 13, the crowd erupted in fury. It was already 5 in the morning, and the prospect of waiting for another 2 hours was unbearable. Their desire to leave was palpable, especially among those who had lost money. Their tempers, already frayed, escalated to the brink of eruption. "Open the door and let us go," cried some of the enraged gamblers, their frustration reaching a fever pitch as they surged toward the nearest security personnel, fists flying, intent on forging a path to freedom. "No, you cannot leave. Sister 13's countenance changed dramatically as she witnessed the crowd's reckless advance. She immediately ordered the security guards to form a barrier, determined to prevent any breach in their ranks. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Wang Hao watched the chaos unfold on the monitors, his expression darkening as he saw the crowd charging at the guards. In a fit of rage, he seized the walkie-talkie and bellowed, "Anyone who dares to break through, take them down. I will bear the consequences." Wang Hao issued a command for the security team to act without restraint. He believed that by incapacitating a few troublemakers, they could instill fear in the rest of the crowd. Following his orders, the guards shed their hesitance. Previously concerned about injuring the patrons, many of whom were regulars at the gambling establishment, they now felt empowered to act decisively. In an instant, some security personnel launched themselves into the fray, swiftly subduing those at the forefront. These were seasoned professionals, each possessing formidable strength, rendering the ordinary gamblers utterly defenseless. The sound of cries filled the air as several were sent sprawling, some even propelled back by a forceful kick that toppled others in their path. "How dare you strike us?" Some gamblers stared in disbelief at the guards, astonished that they would resort to such brutality. Their indignation was palpable. "If you dare to lay a hand on us, we shall never return," declared a few of the seasoned gamblers, unwilling to believe that the establishment would risk alienating their loyal clientele. Yet, just as one veteran gambler finished his threat, a guard's fist collided with his nose, breaking it and causing blood to pour forth. Clutching his face, he retreated in agony. "You've lost your minds. I will never gamble here again," he howled in fury. Simultaneously, other longtime patrons suffered similar fates, driven back and deterred from advancing any further. Wang Hao, observing the retreat of the battered customers, felt a surge of madness coursing through him, his eyes aflame with rage. He had abandoned all rational thought. His sole focus was on inflicting pain. With a singular determination, he resolved that if he could not locate Xiao Yang, he would not spare a thought for these old customers. "Anyone who disobeys, who dares to press forward, will face my wrath. Strike them down until they tremble in fear," he roared into the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing his command, the security guards became increasingly ruthless. Regardless of whether the individuals were longtime patrons or not, they unleashed a brutal assault. Many loyal customers were left battered and bruised, retreating in disarray. Xiao Yang, blending into the crowd, witnessed the guards striking with ferocity, forcing the throng to retreat further. He realized that if this continued, the crowd would indeed be intimidated, and no one would dare to advance. At that point, his intention to escape amidst the chaos would be utterly thwarted. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take covert action, seeking to create a rift, exacerbating the turmoil. Only by doing so could he hope to extricate himself from the gambling den. Chapter 98. Deliberately stirring the pot. Xiao Yang blended into the crowd as some gamblers were being assaulted by security personnel ahead. With resolute determination, he struck swiftly, delivering a powerful blow to the lower back of one of the guards. The guard instantly felt as if his kidneys had been shattered, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. A throng of gamblers surged forward, raining down punches and kicks upon him, swiftly overwhelming him. "They strike us, so we shall not hold back. With so many of us, how can we be outmatched by such a handful of them? Charge!" Xiao Yang altered his voice, bellowing amidst the crowd. Immediately, the surrounding gamblers, ignited by his rallying cry, felt their spirits soar. "Yes, with our numbers. Can we not prevail against them? Forward, let's vanquish them." Some gamblers roared in fury, and without hesitation, they rushed forward. Xiao Yang, mingling among them, continued to stealthily assault the guards, specifically targeting their lower backs. One by one, the guards fell victim to his ambush, clutching their injured backs as they collapsed, only to be trampled by the enraged gamblers. One guard, receiving particularly brutal treatment, had several bones fractured from the relentless stomping. He could only curl into a ball, clutching his head to protect his vital areas, yet still suffered kicks from the furious crowd. With Xiao Yang operating in the shadows, the guards fell one after another, subsequently swallowed by the mob of gamblers. "Manager, we can't hold them off." 13's sister observed the enraged crowd, her heart sinking. At this moment, she dared not stand at the forefront, instead taking refuge behind a group of guards. She inquired via intercom about the next steps from Wang Hao. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao watched as the footage displayed hundreds of gamblers recklessly charging towards the entrance, sending a chill down his spine. Hearing 13's sister's words, He too felt at a loss. Hold them back, even if we cannot endure. Wang Hao commanded solemnly. 13's sister, upon hearing his instructions, felt a sense of helplessness. It was easy for him to speak from a distance while they were on the brink of being trampled by the gamblers. What were they to use to hold them back? Under Xiao Yang's covert assaults, yet another guard fell, clutching his back as he collapsed and was subsequently injured by the furious gamblers. Soon, hundreds of gamblers were within a mere 3 meters of the entrance, with only a dozen guards still standing intact. Faced with such a multitude, fear gripped their hearts. What do we do? Are we to perish? One guard uttered in despair. The expressions of the other guards mirrored his dread. They had no opportunity to flee. Only a few remain. Brothers, charge. Xiao Yang pinched his nose and once more roared amidst the crowd, continuing to incite their fervor. Instantly, hundreds of gamblers surged forward, unhesitatingly advancing towards the last remaining guards. Xiao Yang, still mingling within the throng, relentlessly struck down guard after guard. Ultimately, the few remaining guards were entirely engulfed by the overwhelming force of the gamblers. In the end, only 13's sister and a handful of guards remained standing. Their skills were remarkable, effortlessly knocking down one gambler after another. However, the sheer number of gamblers was overwhelming, and exhaustion threatened to overtake them. We must find a way to break through. 13's sister barked, aware that they could not hold the line any longer. She resolved to lead the remaining security personnel out of the enraged crowd. Otherwise, they would surely be trampled underfoot by the hundreds of gamblers surging forward. With determination, 13's sister and her few remaining guards fought their way through the throng. Fortunately, their formidable strength kept them on their feet. Otherwise, they too would have succumbed to the chaos. Xiao Yang watched as 13's sister and her team valiantly battled, taking down gambler after gambler, his eyes narrowing with intent. Without hesitation, he approached her, swiftly closing the distance until he stood by her side. 13's sister, perceiving Xiao Yang as merely another ordinary gambler, executed a high kick aimed at him, intending to knock him down. Yet, just as her foot neared his ear, Xiao Yang deftly seized her ankle and yanked her into his embrace. Startled, 13's sister instinctively threw a punch toward his nose. However, Xiao Yang reacted quickly, capturing her wrist and pulling her firmly against him. 13's sister was taken aback by the unexpected prowess hidden within the crowd. She found herself utterly powerless, ensnared in Xiao Yang's hold. Their positions were undeniably intimate. With one of her legs draped over his shoulder, her body pressed closely against his, and she could feel the warmth radiating from him. In turn, Xiao Yang sensed a comforting heat, as if cradling a warm jade. "Let go of me, you rogue," 13's sister exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she attempted to wriggle free from his grasp. She had never been held in such a manner by a man before, and the thought of exacting revenge on Xiao Yang crossed her mind. Yet, he had no intention of releasing her easily. He had come specifically for her. She had nearly discovered his identity on several occasions, and he was determined to make her struggle. In a mischievous act, he playfully groped 13's sister from behind, causing her to gasp and melt against him, her body going weak. "I will kill you," she declared fiercely, now resting against his shoulder, her teeth gritting as she bit down on his neck. Xiao Yang, taken aback by her sudden vampiric assault, retaliated by forcefully head-butting her forehead. 13's sister cried out, stunned by the impact. The pain radiated through her forehead, leaving her dazed and unable to comprehend his ruthlessness in such a delicate moment. Xiao Yang raised his head once more, colliding forcefully with the forehead of the 13th sister, rendering her unconscious and utterly defenseless. Upon witnessing her collapse, he shamelessly took advantage of her vulnerable state. Subsequently, as though discarding refuse, he unceremoniously hurled her into the throng of bystanders nearby. "You seek death." The security guards, who had rushed over upon seeing Xiao Yang's treatment of the 13th sister, were seething with fury. They had long harbored secret affections for her, and witnessing their goddess being treated like mere trash ignited their rage, compelling them to desire retribution against Xiao Yang. Yet, undeterred, Xiao Yang charged towards them, delivering swift kicks to their knees, bringing them all to the ground in submission. A group of gamblers surged forward, pushing the guards down and mercilessly trampling their bodies with their feet.